Hashtag C3518 All Inheritance. With this move, you can see the difference between Sun Jiuxiao, who is a holy sun, and other supreme peaks. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he was already prepared in his heart. The 12 ways of asking questions worked, and in an instant, thousands of sword lights were cut out, sweeping out like a frenzy of sword rain. Brother Chu Yan, I'll help you. The aura in Yu Linglong's body was rolling, and under the movement of the body of the Great Spirit and God, the aura of heaven and earth was directly mobilized, and all of them were blessed to Chu Yan. This is a big deal. You know, compared to Lu Qingyi of the Spirit Clan, Yu Linglong is the body of the great spiritual God, several times stronger than the spirit seal of the Spirit Clan Master, plus this is by the waterfall, so the spiritual breath is extremely strong where the treasure land is located. Therefore, the body of the Great Spirit and God that Yu Linglong used, and the aura of heaven and earth mobilized were extremely terrifying, which more than doubled the power of Chu Yan. Okay, you both have to die. Sun Jiuxiao watched Chu Yan's momentum soar, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, he turned his head and glared at Yu Linglong viciously, roaring sharply. The next moment, he waved his hand, and the cold light ignited in the void, and a huge thick-handled spear appeared from the void, and he held it in his hand. This is an ancient divine weapon, and the ancient spirit pattern on the spear alone has a powerful momentum. A quasi-Dao device. Chu Yan swept his eyes away, and his eyes flickered suddenly. Such things as Dao artifacts are extremely rare even among the 13 Dao lines in the outside world. I didn't expect that among the 7 ancient families, even Xingzi could take out a quasi-Dao weapon at will, which shows that the foundation of the 7 ancient families is still very deep. Destroy the divine way. Sun Jiuxiao swung the spear horizontally, and 6 different Dao lights flashed from the tip of the spear, pointing directly at Chu Yan. Boom! 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 The guns were like thunder, sweeping across the void, as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded, and gun shadows shot out violently, covering all around Chu Yan's body. Such power and speed. Even the supreme peak of the same level may not be able to take over. The holy son of the Sun family is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yan's whole body was ignited with anti-god flames, and when he looked at Sun Jiuxiao, the flames of war began to rise. This battle just gave him a thorough understanding of the strength of the 7 great ancient clans. Compared with the previous 2 supreme peaks, it really pales in comparison. Now, after Chu Yan has a new understanding, he finally understands that Sun Jiuxiao and the others can reach the waterfall so quickly. With such strength, those ancient restrictions and murderous intent on the periphery of Yunzhong City should be unstoppable. According to this calculation, if Sun Jiuxiao can get here, the other strongmen of the 7 ancient families, or the supreme peak of the invincible realm can also get here quickly. Don't stay here for long. Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll. Chu Yan shouted softly, and the divine light shot out of his body like a pillar. The light soared into the sky, stretched across the sky in an instant, and unfolded slowly like a painting scroll. Just when Chu Yan was about to activate the Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll, suddenly, a powerful aura of coercion rose from his body, and his tall body straddled the sky and earth like a towering mountain, appearing in front of everyone. Soul of the God of War. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, never thinking that the soul of the God of War would suddenly appear at this time. Boom, boom. The soul of the God of War raised his hand, the sky exploded, and the sky trembled. The powerful power poured into Chu Yan like a tide, which made Chu Yan's already powerful power rise again. This is the blessing from the 6th person of the gods, and it is so powerful. Huh. The 6th person of the gods, I don't care if others are afraid of you. It's just a wisp of a remnant soul. What's the use? Sun Jiuxiao is arrogant, but as a holy son, he is not a fool. Before he came to deal with Chu Yan, he made a comprehensive investigation of all Chu Yan's information. He knew that Chu Yan had 3 whole cards, among which the soul of the god of war was a trace of the remnant soul, passed down to the 6th person of the gods. That is to say, it can give Chu Yan some blessings and protect the soul at the same time, without any actual combat power at all. Therefore, it is not the avatar of the 6th person of the gods at all, not even the will, so why be afraid? Chu Yan didn't listen to Sun Yuxiao's words at all, but stared blankly at the soul of the god of war. How could it appear independently? This kind of situation rarely happened before, unless it was. In the next breath, Chu Yan suddenly thought of something, raised his head and looked around, and at the same time said to Yu Linglong via voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness. Be prepared, I will trigger all the murderous intentions and restrictions around me later, and at the same time strike with all my strength, and then leave together. After Chu Yan finished speaking on the long sword in his hand, his power soared instantly, and the powerful swords might arouse the void around him like a tide, boiling like fire. However, at this moment, a void wave rippled not far away. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence! At the same time as the voice sounded, a figure slowly appeared from the ripples in the void. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and when he looked up, he saw the power of the spirit array fluctuating in a large void, and someone was stepping out of it. One after another, 5 figures came out in an instant, appearing in the sky not far away. The leader is none other than Xinghan of the Blood Heaven Ancient Sect. Behind him, Xingtian Supreme and Dog God stood on both sides, looking at Chu Yan with a sneer on their faces. The 3 people after that, wearing blood robes and masks, had extremely powerful auras, and they were the strong men of the Blood Heaven Ancient Sect. The Absolute Heaven Sect, the Blood Heaven Ancient Sect really. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong felt cold at the same time, and looked at this group of people with cold eyes. Before the news of the 2 major forces joining forces came out, Chu Yan didn't think much about it, but now. When Tianpa snatched of Lion, he said that he would never attack him. Now it seems that it is all farting. For him to be able to betray himself, that means he has thrown away the bottom line, and naturally he can do anything. The star mark is possessed by Chong Wei, and if he wants to practice the unity of the 9 bodies, the most important thing is to need his own blood. In order to deal with him, he actually went to Absolute Heaven Sect. Chu Yan, you have no chance. Don't think that you are very powerful, because you are the descendant of the gods. Xingtian Jizuan looked at Chu Yan, his face was full of murderous intent, his eyes were blood red, and he continued. I have obtained the inheritance of the 10th person of the gods, pay attention, it is all the inheritance. When this sentence landed, the faces of all the people present changed. The 10th person of the gods, all inheritance. In this way, Chu Yan, Chong Wei, and Xingtian all got the inheritance of the 10th person of the gods, which means that the 3 gods are alive. This news is extremely astonishing. But at this time, the Holy Heaven Supreme, looking at Chu Yan, was almost itching his teeth with hatred. Back then, this little Chu Yan was like an ant in his eyes, and his weak self didn't even bother to deal with him. But he never imagined that one day, this ant would grow to a strength equal to his own. This is a mistake. A mistake that must be corrected. #C3519 God and Ghost 3. However, ants are still ants after all. This time, thanks to the gift of the suzerain, I got the complete inheritance of the 10th person of the gods. Now, it's time to crush this ant with one palm. Chu Yan, you have no chance. Don't think about running away. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, the 5 supreme peaks including Xingtian Supreme all sneered. Soon, there are more than a dozen supreme beings who will arrive. As the descendants of the gods, don't worry, I will torture you so hard that your bones will be gone and your soul will be wiped out. I guarantee that you will not have any chance of reincarnation. Ha ha ha. The fact that Chu Yan is the reincarnation of Wu Fa, the son of Wu Tiandi, is now known all over the world. As Wu Tiandi, It is normal to find the inheritance of the fifth person of the gods as the foundation of reincarnation to help him rise. After all, before the loss of the fifth person of the gods, he followed Wu Tiandi. However, for the current Xingtian Supreme, he has received the inheritance of the 10th person of the gods, and he follows the 7th person of the gods, so. Therefore, those who rank higher than their own must die. As long as all these people are killed, the 10th inheritance of the gods will be the supreme ruler of this god's domain continent. Especially this Chu Yan, the son of Wu Tiandi and the 5th descendant of the gods, must die. Hearing these words, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong on the opposite side had pale faces. Sun Yuxiao in front of him, together with the 5 members of Juetianzong and Shuetian ancient sect, is already extremely difficult to deal with. If there are more than a dozen supreme peaks, the consequences. This is simply a dead end. Even if the 2 of them play all their cards, they probably won't be able to escape. I can only use that mark. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, thinking of the mark given by the first person of the gods. He suddenly felt a sway in his heart. It is a life-saving whole card that can kill all Taoist masters below the realm, but only has one chance to use it. Faced with such a situation, Chu Yan couldn't care less. The next moment, Chu Yan began to communicate with the remaining marks of the first gods in the 9 realms star map. However, before he could connect with the imprint, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the surrounding sky, the earth and mountains, including the cloud city in the distance, all began to tremble. The whole world is still boiling, and everything is trembling and shaking violently, as if the world is rioting and wants to overthrow the mortal world. Boom! Powerful power bred out from the void, sweeping away in all directions like a mighty tide. What? What happened? Spiritual breath tide. How is this possible? All the faces of the people present changed, and they looked around, their spirits trembling. Everyone is preparing a powerful killer move, wanting to kill Chu Yan with one move, leaving no bones left. But this sudden eruption of heaven and earth spiritual tide made everyone dumbfounded. This power is too powerful, compared with the ordinary heaven and earth spiritual riots. It is definitely more than 10 times stronger. After all, this is the place of asking, and the heaven and earth are filled with the incomparably terrifying aura of asking, which is usually in a calm and stable state just like the aura of the outside world, but this sudden riot is so terrifyingly powerful. It's now. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he instantly activated the scroll of heaven and earth in the sky, scrolling down and covering himself and Yu Linglong. In the next breath, the sky and the earth suddenly turned pale, and there was darkness for an instant, and the sound of endless thunder and violent explosions, from far to near, was like 1,000 troops and horses galloping towards them. In an instant, all the prohibitions and killing moves in all directions were triggered and exploded at the same time. All kinds of visions and taboos evolved at the same time, blasting the whole world into powder, all kinds of turbulence in the void, and the appearance of black holes in time and space, completely destroying everything. That scene was like hell descending, the end of the world. Even if Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were in the heaven and earth Tao scroll, the whole world would be rumbling and trembling. But Sun Yuxiao, Xinghan, Xingtian Jizuan and others outside all changed their expressions drastically, and at the same time they played their trump cards to resist this wave of heaven and earth spiritual riots. After a full 10 breaths of time, the spiritual riots slowly subsided. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, looking up and looking around. With this glance, everyone's pupils shrank in unison, their faces full of astonishment. I saw that in the mountains in the distance, a tall building complex was springing up like mushrooms after rain, breaking through the ground. A powerful and ancient power is constantly rippling in the void, surging in all directions like water ripples. Cloud City. Everyone's sea of consciousness shook, and they all looked at the majestic and tall building with astonishment. The legendary Yanzhongking is opened. Everyone is dumbfounded. This Yunzhong city doesn't open sooner or later. How could it be opened at this time? You know, from ancient times to the present, this cloud city has only been opened twice. Although it has been opened for a long time, it is a bit special compared to other secret lands, but it is too special. Luck. Chu Yan immediately thought of Feng Tianxuan's blessed body, which he seemed to have blessed himself before. However, that time has passed for a long time, and it has been used, so it is impossible to have such a powerful effect. Could it be? Chu Yan suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Yu Linglong. And Yu Linglong was also turning her head to look at Chu Yan. The meaning in their eyes was exactly the same. Green lotus seeds. Although Chu Yan's green lotus was taken away by Tianpa, the green lotus seeds in Yu Linglong's body had already grown. That is to say, after Yu Linglong arrived at the land of asking, the journey along the way, just like Chu Yan, is constantly causing changes in various Jedi secret realms. Of course, the Cloud City itself was about to be born, and the arrival of Yu Linglong moved its time forward a lot. In this regard, the green lotus seed in Yu Linglong's body is obviously weaker than Chu Yan's original green lotus. Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll. The next moment, Chu Yan erupted instantly, and the true energy in his whole body surged, all of which was poured into the Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll. Swish! The scroll of heaven and earth shot out instantly, and the divine light opened the way, shattering the void all the way, and rushed towards Yunzhong City. Not good. Seeing this scene, the faces of Xinghan and the others changed greatly. Stop him. Attack. Kill. A group of Supreme Peak bosses were all furious, and all kinds of trump card ultimate moves were crazily blasted, all smashing at the Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll in the rush. They knew that the appearance of Yunzhong City was equal to Chu Yan's vitality, and he must not be allowed to enter it. In an instant, the sky was full of violent storms, and the sky and earth rolled like a stormy sea, as if even this side of the sky and the earth were blasted into powder. 3 talents of gods and ghosts. Yu Linglong had been prepared for a long time, and with a light wave of her jade hand, the whole card that had been prepared for a long time was finally revealed. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan didn't hesitate either. With the Haotian sword in his hand, the 10,000 sword lights locked in the air, and slammed into the oncoming storm like a flood in the rear. When the rumbling sound of collision exploded, the figures of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong had already rushed into Yunzhong City and disappeared. #C3520 Dream. With the disappearance of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, Sun Yuxiao, Xinghan and other bigwigs who were present all gritted their teeth and their faces were livid. They didn't expect such a variable to happen. Chu Yan found a glimmer of life in what was originally a surefire thing. Of course, it's just a glimmer of vitality. After all, Yanzhongking is open, and they will naturally go in and have a look when they meet, and then kill Chu Yan at that time. They just don't want to see such an opportunity appear, allowing Chu Yan to live for a while longer. On the other side, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong had already appeared in Yunzhong City. Linglong, how are you? As soon as Chu Yan landed, he quickly looked at Yu Linglong and asked. As Yu Linglong told him before, it was her trump card, and she would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary, as it would consume a lot of energy. Seeing Yu Linglong's pale face now, Chu Yan suddenly became worried. It's okay, it can be recovered in an hour at most. When Yu Linglong used the body of the Great Spirit God to bless Chu Yan before, she also absorbed a lot of asking spiritual breath, which is now just used for recovery. That's good. Chu Yan probed with his spiritual sense, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 3-talent formation of gods and ghosts is a large formation that can only be used by Jichongxing's 3 Taoist realms. Yu Linglong's formation at the Supreme Realm will definitely take a lot of damage to himself. Fortunately, they were in the Treasure Land before, so they can recover quickly. If they can't recover in a short time, it will be a long-term injury. Look. When Yu Linglong raised her head, she saw that there were rows of armor standing upright on the ground not far away. Each armor was covered with thick dust, and a spear was stuck on the ground beside her. At a glance, the number is probably about 200, like a group of sealed troops, who will wake up at any moment. These armors have breath fluctuations inside. They don't seem to be Dao treasures, but more like some kind of creatures. The pupils of Chu Yan's unicorn flickered, and his heart tightened slightly. Well, let's be careful. Yu Linglong also felt it, and said softly. Chu Yan, die. At this moment, loud shouts sounded from behind, and figures appeared from the void, shooting directly at Chu Yan. These people are exactly Xinghen, Sun Yuxiao, and others who chased in. All of them are murderous and imposing. 5 beasts pound the sky. Chu Yan roared, and the 5 gods and beasts came out together, completely sealing the world in all directions, and the roar of the beast was earth-shattering. Seeing the appearance of the 5 divine beast spirits, Xinghen and the others were startled. After all, in God's domain continent, very few people practice the way of martial arts, and now, this Chu Yan actually has 5 martial arts on him. Wuhun. Both Xinghen and Sun Yuxiao were taken aback, but Xingtian Supreme snorted coldly with disdain on his face. This kind of martial art from the lower realm dares to be used in the God's domain continent, and you are looking for death. But, just when a few people were performing Taoist techniques to destroy these martial spirits, Chu Yan rushed towards him with a long sword in his hand, and the light of Wan Dao sword burst into a dazzling light. Thousands of sword shadows appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Under everyone's gaze, the 10,000 swords returned to 5 and turned into the front of 5 giant swords. And the roaring 5 spirits of the beast rushed out at the same time, turning into 5 balls of light of different colors, attached to the 5 giant swords, and slashed at the few people present. Humph. A little trick. When Xinghen and Sun Yuxiao came to their senses, they also snorted coldly, and were about to make a move. However, without waiting for them to fight back, they saw the 5 sword lights turn and attack the armored forest not far away. Boom, boom. The tide of beasts was like a gang, and under the might of the gods and beasts, the sky trembled and the ground shook. Black smoke rose from more than 200 armors, and a human figure instantly condensed. Ho 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 ho. The armored army that seemed to be facing each other, and the big hands condensed from the black smoke, while holding the spears around them, let out a sky-shattering roar. Death. Everyone is going to die. All the armored army roared at the same time, and a large number of figures rushed out, rushing towards every cultivator present. Not good. That's the army defending the city. The complexions of Xinghen and the others changed instantly. They never thought that Chu Yan would use his martial soul to form a wave of beasts, making the sleeping defenders think that the wave of beasts was coming, and they all woke up. This is the core strength of guarding Yunzhong City. It has created a record of guarding Yunzhong City from ancient times and has never been broken. It cannot be broken by a few of their supreme peaks. In an instant, a scuffle broke out, and the sound of qi gangs was everywhere, and the remaining waves were like a tide. Walk over. Chu Yan used the 5 gods and souls as a guide, mobilized the armored troops, pulled out a channel that could be announced under the lead, and rushed forward with Yu Linglong. On the one hand, after the 5 gods and beasts angered the armored defenders, they led them all to Xinghen and the others like a train. At the same time, the cultivation bases of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were only in the early stage of the Supreme, so naturally they would not become the focus of the armored army's attack. Therefore, the speed at which Chu Yan and the others rushed to the front city was obviously much faster. And Sun Yuxiao, Xinghen, Xingtian Jizuan and others also knew that they would definitely not be able to fight, and they had to escape and enter the city to escape the catastrophe. However, they were surrounded by armored legions, and they were unable to break through the encirclement quickly when they were fighting on their own, and they moved extremely slowly in the direction of the city. Moreover, even if they were trapped, they still didn't forget to draw their hands to attack Chu Yan, trying to stop Chu Yan, and were blasted to pieces by these armored troops. It's a pity that such tricks have no obvious effect on the battlefield with thousands of troops. Go in. After Chu Yan waved the attack behind him to pieces, he rushed directly into the city gate with Yu Linglong. The moment they entered the city gate, the armored defenders who were chasing after Chu Yan stopped immediately, and after a moment of stupefaction, they turned around and attacked Sun Yuxiao and the others again. Seeing Chu Yan enter the city, Sun Yuxiao and the others turned pale and roared angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Fellow Daoist Jiuxiao, that Chu Yan has fled into the city, we can't make it so easy for him, or we won't be able to find him later. While fighting, Xinghan said loudly to Sun Yuxiao. At present, the two parties have not joined forces, and the strength is not far apart, but after all, the two parties have the same purpose. How to say? After all, Sun Yuxiao had the blood of the 7 great ancient families flowing on his body, and he didn't like outside cultivators, so he replied coldly. Shoot with all your strength, block these armor defenders, and send me into the city first. Xinghan said. Fart. You're dreaming. There is no need to hesitate at all, Sun Yuxiao scolded directly. Sure enough, all the cultivators in the outside world are idiots, and they even want to plot against themselves. #C3521, the bigger picture. Let's not talk about being the first to enter the city, then the treasures and opportunities in Cloud City are all yours, even if you throw them here as cannon fodder. I'm afraid you don't know how they died. Although their cultivation bases are all at the peak of the Supreme, there are more than 200 armored defenders here, and the battle formation they use is extremely powerful. Now that there are many people, with more than a dozen people sharing the burden, they can push it up and slowly approach the city gate. If half of them walk away at once, the armored defenders will gather together to attack, which is not as simple as 1 + 1. You stand here, I will kill Chu Yan. Sun Yuxiao opened his mouth and roared with his face flushed. To be honest, fighting against more than a dozen armor defenders at the same time consumes a lot of energy. Sun Daoyu, you must put the overall situation first. The corners of Xinghan's eyes twitched twice, and he continued to persuade. Respect your uncle. Sun Yuxiao didn't have a good temper, he just cursed when he opened his mouth. This time, the two sides suddenly fell into a deadlock. Under all kinds of anger, they all opened fire and accelerated towards the city gate. The alliance failed, and now we can only rely on ourselves. On the other side, after Chu Yan and the others entered the city. The city was shrouded in smog, as if getting up early in the morning, covering the entire city. Through the fog, one can vaguely see that the area of the city is not that big, and it does not match the size seen from the outside at all. This is a city within a city. Yu Linglong looked into the distance. Towards the center of the city in the distance, there was another city wall standing. Sure enough, it seems that we are only in the outer city. Chu Yan replied with a nod. Such a city structure is not uncommon, but it was also built in ancient times when there were many wars. Even if the outer city is breached, the defense of the inner city will be stronger and more difficult to break through than the outer city. Therefore, such cities are generally main cities or heavy cities. Only then will a lot of resources be spent to cultivate the inner and outer cities. Look around here first. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong walked forward cautiously. The buildings on both sides of the street were basically dilapidated, only the tallest building at the end of the street remained intact. The two entered it, and the line within their eyes was a stone statue. This stone statue is a middle-aged man with long hair and a saber in his hand. He doesn't know who it is, and there is no writing on it. I glanced around in the building, and there was nothing else. Nothing. Both Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were a little surprised and kept looking around. But no matter whether it was Chu Yan's unicorn pupil or Yu Linglong's spiritual sense, nothing was found at all. Or, it's this stone statue. Yu Linglong returned to the entrance and looked at the stone statue. Suddenly, Chu Yan's mind moved, and he slashed with the long sword in his hand. The powerful sword light passed by and slashed in the direction pointed by the blade of the stone statue. Boom! The sword light slashed at the corner of the room, and suddenly a cloud of dust exploded, shining into the sky. In an instant, the powerful power of the spirit array swept across and filled the entire room, completely covering Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's figures. In the next breath, the figures of the two disappeared on the spot. And at the moment when the two had just disappeared, Xinghen had just rushed into the city, and before he could take a breath, he released his consciousness, and instantly found the disappearing figures of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong in that building. Ran. This time, Xinghen was in a hurry, but when he turned around, he saw that other than himself, everyone else was still fighting outside the city gate, and all of them looked tired. Sun Daoyu, I will help you. Xinghen thought for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and rushed out of the city gate. Of course he knows whether he can deal with Chu Yan alone, so this time he must join forces with Sun Yuxiao. Sun Yuxiao, who was outside the city gate, saw that Xinghen came to help, and the anger in his heart was a little less. On the other side, the figures of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong passed through the teleportation array, and soon appeared in a new place. Inner city. At a glance, there are city walls in the front and back, and a large square at the foot. The square can't be seen at a glance. There are 5 altars on it, and a corpse sits on each altar. On the steps of the altars, there are golden spirit grasses and tokens of different colors. Flying immortal grass. Yu Linglong's big eyes lit up immediately when she saw it. It looks like it shouldn't be a good look. Chu Yan glanced at the few golden fairy grasses, and at the same time looked at the corpse sitting cross-legged on the altar. Judging from the pattern of the more than 200 armored defenders outside the outer city, the few corpses sitting cross-legged here are probably the guards of the inner city. With the number greatly reduced, there are only a few of them, and if you think about it, you know that the combat power may be extremely extraordinary. Looking back, in the middle of the square, there is a teleportation array releasing extremely weak spiritual fluctuations, which should have the function of teleportation. If there is no accident, it should be teleported to the central city. What a strong magic breath! Chu Yan's consciousness and Yu Linglong's consciousness swept across the teleportation array, and they were all startled. The magic breath overflowing from this one-way teleportation array is extremely pure and powerful. If a practitioner who does not practice this way enters it, he will undoubtedly die. Xing Tian, the Sun families, and that Cheng Wei, I'm afraid I dare not enter it. Seeing this, Chu Yan immediately chuckled. He has the inheritance of Emperor Yuan, and Yu Linglong has practiced demon god art before, so he has no fear of magic breath. But the few who came after him had never practiced any magic skills, so this was the best chance to get rid of them. Put this token together with flying immortal grass, I'm afraid it's a bit mysterious. The token should be used to open the teleportation array, and it is also placed on the altar. If you want to get it, you might disturb the corpses sitting cross-legged. Now it's a matter of choice. Chu Yan lowered his head and pondered, then turned his head and glanced at the direction behind him. Based on the time, those guys should have arrived in the inner city. They opened the door just now, and they will definitely leave a wave of breath behind. In this way, they can follow the breath fluctuations, and it won't take too long. Now, I must enter the teleportation array as soon as possible, so I have to choose the right item, tokens of different colors, flying fairy grass. There are various combinations of these two things, and there must be one that will not revive those bones and allow them to enter the teleportation array safely. After discussing with Yu Linglong, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong chose the blue token at the same time. That's it. Don't touch the fairy grass, there should be a chance. Yu Linglong waved her powder fist and cheered for Chu Yan, as if Chu Yan was going to fight a ring battle that must be won. Are you so relieved? Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head slightly. Brother Chu Yan can definitely do it, he can't be wrong. Yu Linglong's face was full of excitement. It's obviously a matter of life and death, why does this girl feel like she's playing a game? Chu Yan, who was speechless, raised his foot and strode towards the blue token. #C3522 dedicated to your uncle. Boom, boom. Almost the moment Chu Yan touched the blue token, the bones on the altar exploded into a shocking storm. 2 will-o'-the-wisps suddenly appeared and ignited in the hollow eye sockets of the corpse, and an ancient aura spread out in all directions, with obvious violence. Quack, there's a fresh smell, it's the smell of flesh and blood, it's so beautiful. At the same time as the sound sounded, the bones on the altar made a bone-cracking sound, and then slowly stood up. I command you to sacrifice flesh and blood to me, great. It stood on the altar, the eyes of the 2 will-o'-the-wisps looked at Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, and when it raised its hand, it gave orders directly, as if he was the emperor. Dedicated to your uncle. Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all, so he rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. Boom! 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 The battle broke out, and the storm shook the sky. The entire square was shaken, the sky was falling apart, and the mighty tide was like a tide. In less than 10 breaths, the battle was over, and there was a pile of broken bones under the altar, and the will-o'-the-wisp that had just been ignited for a long time had been completely extinguished. Here we are, let's go. Chu Yan sat on the altar and picked up the blue token, turned around and took Yu Linglong to the teleportation array. There is not much time, maybe the pursuers will arrive soon. Now, only by entering the altar and blocking them with the central city and magic breath, will they be temporarily safe. Bastard, bastard. Yu Linglong followed Chu Yan to the teleportation array, and stamped her feet a few times as she passed the pile of broken bones. Swish! 2 blue lights flashed, and the figures of the 2 disappeared in the teleportation array. They didn't take any of the flying fairy grasses on the altar in the square, so they left directly. For cultivators, this kind of heaven, material and earth treasure is. It is a great opportunity, and it is of great benefit to the breakthrough of cultivation base. If it was seen by an ordinary supreme being, I am afraid that he would have to get it even if he tried his best, but Chu Yan knew that Sun Yuxiao and Changwei had appeared one after another, and the situation was absolutely unfavorable. At this time it is really not brave but reckless to go to Wuhun for some benefits. Almost the same as before, Chu Yan's figure had just disappeared, and a figure appeared on the other side of the square at the same time. Chu Yan, stand for me. Before he finished yelling a sentence, the aura on the teleportation array had calmed down. As for Xinghan, Sun Yuxiao, and other big bosses, they could only roar angrily, there was nothing they could do. On the other side, Chu Yan and the 2 appeared in a space full of magic breath. This magic breath is so strong. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong sensed the situation around them at the same time, and they all looked at each other. There was darkness in all directions, and the aura billowing like dark clouds filled the entire world. This magic energy has existed for a long time. Yu Linglong's eyes were dark, and she had activated the 9 extreme demon king body. Go forward. Chu Yan nodded and strode towards him. Whether it is the pupil of the unicorn or the consciousness, in this world of magic breath, it is impossible to use it at all, and it can only move forward. And the magic breath in his body has already begun to take advantage of this opportunity to fill all the meridians in his body and keep surging. The faint magic power overflowed from his body, and wherever he passed, the magic breath in the void automatically avoided, which made Chu Yan like a beast emperor walking among a group of wild beasts. After walking for a long time, the 2 still didn't notice it, but the true energy in their bodies was consumed enormously. Just when they were about to adjust their breathing to recover, there was a loud shout behind them. Chu Yan, die! Not far behind him, ripples in the void swayed, and a figure emerged. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see a burst of golden light, releasing the billowing power to forcibly disperse the magic breath around them. And the figure in the golden light is Sun Yuxiao. This guy is like a mad dog. In order to chase and kill Chu Yan, he really didn't even want his life. Under such circumstances, he dared to rush in. It's really majestic. But I want to see how long you can last. Chu Yan looked at the other party, chuckled lightly, didn't even bother to talk to him, turned around and continued walking forward. Relying on a burst of brute force, trying to use his true energy to resist the demonic breath between heaven and earth, this guy probably doesn't know how to write the word death. I only hope that he keeps his whole card and can go back alive. Chu Yan continued to move forward and probed forward. He didn't know that Wendao Mountain, the core of Wendao land in the outside world, had begun to change. Time passed, a few hours later. Chu Yan has been walking for several hours in this strange world of magic breath, which consumes a lot. Although he used means to introduce the surrounding magic breath into his body and wanted to use it, but those magic breaths could not be refined at all, and soon disappeared by themselves. According to Chu Yan's speculation, this is probably because he has never practiced magic skills. After a long time, a ray of light appeared in the billowing black mist ahead, illuminating the world like the sun. Exit. Chu Yan immediately accelerated and rushed towards the light. Soon, Chu Yan rushed into the mass of white light, and in an instant, the pure aura of heaven and earth rushed in like a tide, enveloping Chu Yan's whole body. At this moment, it was like an ascetic walking in the desert, suddenly encountering a sweet spring. It felt extremely refreshing. After waiting for a full 10 breaths, Chu Yan raised his head and looked around. This is a valley, full of aura, full of spiritual grass and fairy plants, and there are some beasts whining. The surrounding mountains are endless, and you can't see the end at a glance. All kinds of rosy clouds are shrouded in mist, and it feels like a fairyland. There is a spirit array. Chu Yan glanced over and found that there were pieces of bluestone suspended in the void around the valley, and some kind of special formation seemed to be formed between the drifts. Cut. Chu Yan uttered one word, swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword light hit the nearest piece of bluestone. With a bang, sparks splashed everywhere. Chu Yan only felt the qi and blood in his body tumbling, like boiling, but the bluestone opposite did not respond at all, but shook slightly. What a powerful spirit array! Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Of course he knew the power of his sword. Not only did it not cut it into pieces, but it couldn't even let it leave the original trajectory. Try again. Seeing such a powerful spiritual formation, Chu Yan suddenly became interested, and the method of asking questions in his body was working, and he was ready to make another move. At this moment, the blue token in his arms shook slightly, and a thought came from it. This token is obviously the token guide of this cloud city, and now that there is a reaction, it should be the place. Chu Yan looked up and looked around, and at the same time asked Yu Linglong to quickly adjust her breath to recover. On that journey just now, Yu Linglong had consumed a lot. Now that she has the aura of heaven and earth, she must recover as soon as possible. Who knows if this place is safe or not? And Chu Yan himself first checked carefully in the valley, and at the same time contacted the token, and found that it had no obvious fluctuations. So, Chu Yan himself returned to Yu Linglong's side and began to practice and recover. #C3523 Polar in Cloud. Chu Yan hit the Supreme Mastery realm before, because Sun Yuxiao's sudden appearance was interrupted before, and now he just took this opportunity to try again. Among other things, after Sun Yuxiao chased him just now, he seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to get close to Chu Yan at all, and now his life and death are almost uncertain, and there is no threat to Chu Yan at all. So, this place is relatively safe. Yu Linglong is also recovering. The world here is extremely rich in aura, very suitable for cultivation. Both Chu Yan and Yu Linglong sank into cultivation, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. On the other side, Cloudsdale outside. Because the news of Yanzhonking's birth spread, the cultivators who were located close to the place of asking questions had already started to gather in Yanzhonking. After Sun Yuxiao escaped from Mashi Central City in embarrassment, he returned to the inner city, joined hands with Xinghen and others, and took all the altars as his own. Those flying fairy grasses and tokens of various colors are all in their hands. It's just that, without magic skills, they couldn't enter the central city, so they could only wait while they searched the inner city. The buildings around the inner city are well preserved, and most of the opportunities and inheritances of them have been discovered and divided equally by the two major forces. After trying to enter the teleportation array a few times, they had to give up, left the inner city area, and began to investigate in the outer city. Xingtian Supreme did not participate in the treasure hunt, but has been practicing sitting cross-legged, and the breath of the 10th person of the gods is overflowing from the whole body, which is extremely powerful. Sun Yuxiao's Sun family members gathered together and arranged a spiritual formation to connect with the rules of heaven and earth in Yunzhong City. Soon, they discovered that Chu Yan has reached the Central Valley. The members of the Sun family guarding the formation exclaimed, "It's been confirmed, the news is true." At this moment, the expressions of Sun Yuxiao and Xinghen suddenly became gloomy. According to the records of Cloud City, there are at least 2 months before we can enter the Central Valley. So to say, we have to wait here for 2 months before we can kill Chu Yan. Both of them had ferocious expressions on their faces, and when they looked at each other, their eyes were full of anger. Just a little short. After meeting Chu Yan, from the periphery, he let him escape, and then chased and killed him all the way, almost every time. Now the opportunity is gone, and we can only wait for 2 months. Around the Central Valley, it is recorded that there are 2 main realm inheritances of the Tao. There are also various opportunities. As the holy son of the 7 great ancient families, Sun Yuxiao naturally knew a lot about Yunzhong City. If Chu Yan succeeds in this, and his cultivation base is raised to the peak of the supreme, it will be even more difficult to deal with. I have no choice but to keep an eye on him now. Fortunately, with your Sun family's spirit array, you can definitely know his situation. It was only now that Xinghen discovered that joining forces with the Sun family still has some advantages. Sun Yuxiao didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. For the people like Xinghen, his idea is also simple. Anyway, the enemy of the enemy is a friend, so let's join forces, temporarily. If it is true as guessed, if Chu Yan's cultivation level has skyrocketed in these 2 months, then these people will be useful. God, spread the news. Xinghen turned his head to look at the dog god of Jiuxiao, and ordered, "Spread out." Hearing this, the god of dogs was visibly taken aback. This Central Valley is the most secret place in Cloud City. Cloud City has already attracted a lot of people. With this news, even more people will come. Hearing this, Xinghen's eyes flickered and said, "Huh. It's good to come more." Among the forces in this world, which one doesn't want to kill Chu Yan, or capture him and force him to ask his secrets of the gods? As long as it's against Chu Yan, it's good for us. Anyway, Xinghen only needs Chu Yan's blood essence, so no matter what the result is, it doesn't affect him to get blood essence. At most, when the time comes, take out some benefits, and take down Chu Yan's forces, and exchange him for a few drops of blood. It couldn't be easier. Thinking of this, the dog god glanced at Xingtian Supreme, and when he saw that the other party did not speak, he nodded, took out the communication jade talisman and began to spread the news. Although Xingtian Supreme is practicing, he has been listening. Snort. After a cold snort, he didn't say anything, but what he thought in his heart was completely different from Xuanhuan. Essence and blood are nothing. I want Chu Yan to die. Must die. Sun Yuxiao on the side could also see that Xuanhuan's gang was at odds with each other. Anyway, there were still 2 months left. After he pondered for a while, he took his men and turned around to Wendao Mountain. Before he just came out of Cloud City, he received the news of Wendao Mountain's change. It is said that there were more than a dozen spiritual grasses in Wuhun Mountain, among which were powerful Dao artifacts and Dao techniques. Originally, such Dao Bao and Dao Shu did not have much temptation for Sun Yuxiao's level. However, this is a mountain of questions. If this is just an introduction, then Wendaishan may have a big chance to be born later. Therefore, Sun Yuxiao must rush over as soon as possible. Now in the entire land of Wendao, except for the birth of Wendao Mountain and Yunzhong City, which caused some fluctuations, all forces have begun to return to silence. But this fluctuation is not too big. After all, in the land of asking, various opportunities and inheritances are often discovered. Time passed, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, more and more cultivators gathered in the inner city of Yunzhong City. This is the closest place to the central valley of Yunzhong City. Although there is no power control and no permanent force, but because the central valley will be opened in more than 10 days, the number of people is much larger than that of a big city. That Chu Yan, I've been in it for so long, I don't know. More than a month, this luck is too good. What the hell, you need to save some, don't search them all, save some inheritance and opportunities. That's right, it's not easy to open this central valley once. From what I can see, this Chu Yan probably ran away a long time ago. After all, the 7 great ancient clans and several orthodox forces are all here, he will not be ignorant. That's right. Makes sense, if it were me, I'd run away too. The cultivators gathered around the teleportation array belong to major forces, so they naturally occupy the nearest place. Among all kinds of discussions, almost all have something to do with Chu Yan. The words are full of envy and jealousy, as well as all kinds of anger and murderous intent. And among the crowd, there was a tall figure who had been paying attention to the discussions around him, only shaking his head and sighing. This person is the barbaric Supreme. As Xuanhuan Supreme's younger brother and the second boss of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, he naturally has a love for Chu Yan. Especially last time, in front of all the heroes in the world, Chu Yan directly announced his withdrawal from the sect in order to preserve the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect. As a man of temperament, this move has won the highest approval of the Barbarian Supreme. So this time, as soon as he received the news, he rushed over from Baiyu Xuanhuan Zun. Although he didn't know what he could do for Chu Yan, he just wanted to see. #C3524, Son of Heaven. Before coming, the bitter-faced Lord Xuanhuang, facing the same bitter-faced Wilderness Supreme, earnestly urged. Chu Yan is a disciple of my Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, and I must help. Although I may not be able to help. Although Chu Yan claims to have withdrawn from the sect, he will always be the best disciple of our sect, he must be. Although my sect doesn't help him much. This time he has brought too much danger, you must protect him with all your strength, even though your strength is relatively weak. After listening for almost half an hour, the barbaric Supreme set off with a dark face. For the first time, he discovered that as one of the 3 major forces of the 13 orthodox traditions, the senior brother who had cultivated such a powerful disciple as the Empress Xiantian, whenever he encountered something about Chu Yan, his face would be messy, and his mind and will would be scattered. Well. The wild Supreme sitting by the side of the square side, shook his head, took out the jade talisman of communication, and started to contact his senior brother. After a while, when he received some news, his face was startled, and he disappeared on the spot with a swish. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in a building hall in the inner city. This hall was originally empty, but after being ransacked, it was occupied by the Wang family of the 7 great ancient families, and was used to execute various forces and serve as a temporary foothold. In the main hall, the crowd was full of excitement, and various wine tables were arranged, making it extremely lively. Wang Longmen, the current holy son of the Wang family and the strongest on the supreme list, presided over the entire banquet. At the same time, the powers of the 13 orthodox sects, including the Supreme Sect, the 10 Absolute Sects, and the Pufa Temple, all gathered here. Huh! Isn't this fellow wild fellow Taoist? When Wang Longmen saw the appearance of the wild supreme, his face was overjoyed, and at the same time he said, "Hasn't fellow Taoist Xuanhuan come?" Hearing this, the barbarian supreme's expression changed, and he lowered his head and shook his head slightly. "Ha ha ha, I don't think fellow Taoist Xuanhuan dares to come." When this sentence sounded, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. It's not because they dare to underestimate the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong. It was because of the appearance of Chu Yan that all the forces became wary of the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, and it was a bit woody, and the wind was about to urge it. After all, there was a Shantian empress from the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect before, and now there is another Chu Yan. These two, if you have to say that they are the 2 most powerful geniuses in the past 10,000 years, I am afraid that no one in the whole world would dare to say no. However, why did such a peerless genius come to your Baiyu Xuanhuang sect? As for the news of Chu Yan's announcement of withdrawing from the 8yu Xuanhuang sect, these influential bigwigs are not shrewd, they just listen to it. The wild supreme just glanced at those people, didn't say much at all, turned around and went to a corner, drinking his wine quietly. This is not the first time that Yunzhong City has been opened, and as the place of asking questions, it has been opened for the longest time. In the past, so many forces and cultivators gathered. You can think with your heels, what are these people coming for? Everyone, a distinguished guest has arrived. At this moment, Wang Longmen stood up and walked towards the gate of the palace. At this moment, the originally noisy hall fell silent instantly, and everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked towards the door. The sage sons of the Wang family from the 7 ancient families greeted him personally. How can anyone have such a big face? With curiosity, when everyone looked at the door, they saw a figure appearing. And the moment this figure appeared, all the bosses and powerhouses in the hall shrank back together. At this moment, the Taoist area on the other side. Although the place of asking is hidden in the depths of Daozun's area, the news is not isolated. Therefore, the fluctuations in the place of questioning also spread to the Taoist area, but because of the special place of asking, it did not cause much reaction. Even because of the Jiuetian sect's establishment of a sect in the Daozuan district, the entire Daozuan district was eerily quiet. In a place of mystery, the envoy of heaven and earth in the Daozun area was sitting cross-legged in nothingness, flipping various seals, completely ignoring the figures in front of him. The cultivation bases of these people are not strong, they are all at the peak of the God King realm, and the cultivation base of the middle-aged man is only at the early stage of the Supreme Being. You guys are all preparing to be envoys, now is the chance to test you. After a long time, the commander opened his eyes and looked at the 4 people in front of him, and said, "The danger is definitely very dangerous. Although I have prepared some means for you, it is still very dangerous. So, this time the task is not forced, if you want to go, don't want to go." Having said that, the envoy stopped, looked at the 4 people, and seemed to be waiting for them to make a statement. The corners of the 4 people's eyes twitched at the same time. "What do you mean by want to go, don't want to go, what does this, well, mean? The old man is very bad." "I don't go." "I'm not going either." 2 of them got up and spoke to the master of heaven and earth. "Oh, not bad. Have the guts." "Well, if you don't go, then leave." The envoy of heaven and earth was not surprised, he smiled at the 2, waved them away, then turned his head, and looked at the remaining two with a smile on his face. Think it over. Since you have decided to go, you must be sincere. I will give you one last chance to think about it. Okay, the consideration is over. You really didn't disappoint me. The face of the envoy of heaven and earth was full of satisfaction, and he nodded to the two of them. But the two people on the opposite side twitched. You were too caught off guard. After thinking about it, I didn't even take a breath, so at least I left a gap. Master, don't worry, I will never disgrace my life. The two knew it well, and after looking at each other, they both took orders. They are different from the previous two, they have no talent and aptitude, and if they want to achieve success in martial arts, they can only rely on the master of Taoism, so they can't shrink back. Very good. Actually, it's not a difficult task. I have something here. You go to the place where you ask, find Chu Yan, and give it to him. As he said that, Dao Xun's envoy took a piece of jade talisman, and made a seal with his hands. When the two were about to take it, the envoy made another seal. After 7 or 8 seals were made, it was handed over to the two, causing the corners of their mouths to twitch violently. What a mistrust of them! However, when the Taoist envoy asked them to make an oath of heaven, they finally realized that they did not trust them. Afterwards, the two of them took the jade talisman and got up and went to the place where they asked. Only one person was left cross-legged, looking up at the void. Is it the son of Emperor Wu? There must be some means. After she arrives, it should be useful. After looking at it for a long time, Dao Xun shook his head, and his figure turned into a phantom, which slowly dissipated. On the other side, at the core of Cloud City, at this time, in the Central Valley, the majestic momentum exploded, and the mighty waves tumbling, the anti-god flames in Chu Yan's body rushed out suddenly, turning into a sea of flames, scattered in all directions. #C3525 Taoist Inheritance. The sky wheel, the sun and the moon, the universe and the stars hang. After a few more days, Chu Yan's cultivation finally broke through to the Disheng realm. At this moment, not only the Nishenyan, but also the Wuxun of the 5 gods and beasts, the pupil of the unicorn, the Haoyan sword, and the power of the god of war all completed the metamorphosis with the help of the rich spiritual breath of heaven and earth around them. It can be said that this time, it was a blessing in disguise. Originally, on the road of magic breath, the consumption was huge, but Chu Yan's breakthrough this time went very smoothly. However, Chu Yan went well, but he swallowed up most of the originally rich aura of heaven and earth in this valley, and now less than 30% of it remains. Brother Chu Yan, you are too powerful. Yu Linglong ran over, her little face was full of excitement. 10 days ago, Yu Linglong resumed breath adjustment and finished. Seeing that Chu Yan was breaking through, she naturally would not disturb her, and kept quietly guarding her surroundings. Thank you. Chu Yan smiled. The next moment, when Chu Yan looked up at the blue stone floating in the void not far away, the flames of war rose in his eyes. Cut. After drinking one word, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand burst into a dazzling golden light, and the 12 methods of asking questions were in full swing. All the willpower was fused, and the physical body collapsed to the extreme, and when the sword was slashed, the sky would collapse and the earth would shatter. At this time, Chu Yan, after breaking through to the supreme Disheng realm, is far from comparable to before. Boom, boom. There was a violent sound, and the blue stone was suddenly slashed by the sword light, and it trembled immediately. The stone body cracked and turned into countless broken stones, which were scattered on the ground. The valley trembled, and there was a faint sound of thunder, but the large formation covering the valley did not disappear. Chu Yan was not surprised either. He turned his head to look at the second blue stone, and swung his sword again. Boom! 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 In the following time, Chu Yan kept swinging his sword, slashing at the floating blue stones in the void. If these bluestones are not broken, Chu Yan will not rush into the valley restriction. If some powerful killing intent restriction is triggered, it will be dangerous. After all, for this place, it's still relatively new, so it's better to be careful in everything. After a full day, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong finally got out of the valley and walked out along the valley road that appeared. As soon as he walked out of the valley, there was a bloody and black plain in front of him. To be precise, it was a broken plain, an ancient battlefield. The earth cracked, the mountain peaks were shattered, and there were dead soldiers all around. It was desolate. Although Chu Yan saw many battlefield relics, there was never such a special one that made him stand there in a daze. It wasn't because of anything else, but because, on that battlefield, there was a row of men in gray robes, looking at him in unison. Although it was just a row of phantoms, the breath was as usual, like a living person. Sweeping over in a row, there are 20 or 30 people lined up in a line, all of them with their hands up, their gray robes fluttering, and their momentum is like a fairy. Yunqing envoy. Yu Linglong let out an exclamation, her big eyes flickering. When Yu Linglong was helping Chu Yan protect the Dharma before, she had nothing to do and did a good job of investigating the information about Yanshongking. So, when this row of gray-robed people stood in front of her, Yu Linglong immediately reacted. In the entire land of Asking, only Yunzhong City has an emissary, so this row of gray-robed people can only be the envoy of Yunzhong. And Yu Linglong also knew that the main duty of these envoys in the cloud was to point out the location of the treasure to the cultivators who came. In this core land, the biggest treasures are the 2 Taoist corpses. The Taoist corpse. Chu Yan was startled and looked at Yu Linglong. He didn't know much about Cloud City, and he didn't even know about the existence of this ruin when he first saw Cloud City in the world. Yeah, it will open in 3 days' time. You can see that they have all come out. Yu Linglong pointed to the row of men in gray robes, and continued to introduce to Chu Yan. 3 days. When Chu Yan heard this, he turned his head and looked around, and then looked at Yu Linglong, and the eyes of both of them flashed brightly at the same time. In 3 days, it is a bit tight to sweep away all the inheritances and treasures around here. The Holy Heaven Supreme and the others have been staring at us. I can feel their aura and consciousness in this void of heaven and earth aura. Yu Linglong opened her mouth to remind. Well, I know. Chu Yan nodded, pondered for a moment, and said. It seems that their old tricks will still be used. I am afraid that many people have attracted a lot of people, and they are all staring at this core place. If we collect everything here, everyone's target will be us. Chu Yan analyzed softly, while constantly thinking about countermeasures. Take it first, let's talk. Yu Linglong smiled lightly, with a look of indifference. That's right. Chu Yan was startled and nodded. Anyway, no matter what they do, the storm this time will not be small, so what if it is bigger? Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled lightly, and their figures turned into 2 sharp arrows at the same time, flying towards the surroundings. In less than a moment, a surprise came. This is the fruit of the 9 suns. Wow, brother Chu Yan, golden blood jade. There are 2 Taoism techniques here, not bad. Look at this corpse, there are actually treasures that have broken through the Tao realm. What is this? Look at this one I found. In a large area of ancient battlefield relics, 2 hard-working bees appeared, and there were constant surprises. At this moment, Chu Yan found out that it turns out that 2 people hunting treasure together is much more interesting than 1 person. The entire battlefield, including its surroundings, even if it is a large accumulation field scattered with countless treasures, no matter how high level the treasures are, let the 2 of them take them all. Of course, it's just now. Originally, on this battlefield, there must be restrictions and murderous intentions. However, because the core land will be open for 3 days, none of them have been triggered and are in a state of silence. Therefore, when the two of them were harvesting wildly, the gray-robed emissaries standing in a row were all trembling. Can't move. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. At this time, the outside world is full of excitement, especially in the inner city of Yunzhong City, which is full of people. All the cultivators are now gathering in a grove in the city. This grove is small, but its area is not less than 10 miles, the small river is trickling, and the cubs are whimpering. At this time, there was a surge of power between the heaven and the earth, and a large cloud of spiritual clouds in the sky was stirred up, making the atmosphere of the scene extremely warm. Infinite life. The Taoist chant sounded, and the heaven and earth rolled and moved, and the spiritual cloud separated, revealing a large number of figures in it. Headed by the Taoist giant of the Pufa sect, Daoguang is like a guide, releasing endless brilliance. A Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and holding a dust whisk was looking around with a smile on his face, bowing his head lightly. In his hand, on a mahogany sword, thousands of spiritual flowers evolved into phantoms with thousands of wishful branches, and the 4 big characters, "Practice the Dharma to all living beings," were written on it, shining with golden light. #C3526 3 Great Lords. Behind the big boss of the Pufa sect, followed by the figure, there are Shangxianzong, Shijuzong, and other 9 realm supremes. Ascension to the immortal sect is a middle-aged man with purple hair, his eyes are like knives, his aura is fierce, and his strong body gives me a sense of coercion. The supreme being of the 9 domains of the 10 peerless sects is a woman, wearing a blood-red scarf to cover her face, giving people a mysterious and enchanting feeling. Both of them are on the supreme list. Master Huitian of Pufazong, ranked 13th on the supreme list. The Lord of Ascending Immortal Sect, Lord Jade Tiger, is ranked 25th on the supreme list. The suzerain of the top 10 sects, Hongyan Supreme, ranked 19th. These 3 are almost all God's domain continent, the resounding overlord of one side. Oh my God, I didn't expect this. The 3 lords are here. 3 suzerains came from the 13 orthodoxy. All the cultivators present were shocked and couldn't believe it. You know, these are the suzerain-level existences of the 13 Dao lineages in the Divine Realm continent, and you can't even see them at ordinary times, but now 3 of them came here all of a sudden. With such a big movement, there is no news at all. This time, it's over. Some cultivators reacted and started voice transmission with their spiritual consciousness, while some cultivators spoke to the forces present. You all see these 3 clearly, remember, don't provoke them, and get out of the way if you meet them, otherwise the consequences, The power of the top 100 ancient clans is compared to the 13 orthodoxy, except for the top 10, they are not even qualified to touch, so they can only warn the clansmen carefully. Pufazong's first true master, Daoist Huitian, his willpower is said to be the strongest in the world. Don't fight with him. That's right, I heard that when he made a move before, he didn't even use his true energy, and he just made the opponent surrender with just one word. Terrible. And that Lord Jade Tiger. One of the most powerful lords in the history of Shangxianzong, his shot is to kill. Not a single man was alive under him. Oh my God. What about this Hongyan lord? She looks pretty, she can't be so cruel. Her. Hee. The cultivator who knew her immediately smiled, an extremely strange smile. She is not cruel, but her methods are outrageous, and she is good at illusion. Anyway, all the male cultivators she died under his hands are worse than death. I won't go into details. Hearing this, everyone thought about it, and suddenly their hairs stood on end, and their scalps went numb. Sure enough, none of the 13 orthodox lords is easy to mess with. The 3 seniors are here in person, so welcome. Wang Lanman's laughter sounded, and a large group of elders from the Wang family of the 7 ancient families came forward quickly. Although the 7 ancient clans have been closed for many years, they rarely appear in the outside world, and they are all somewhat arrogant and look down on the sect forces outside. But after all, this is God's domain continent, and he certainly didn't dare to underestimate the existence of the lords of the famous 13 Orthodox forces. Huh. That is. Suddenly, someone noticed with sharp eyes that a woman in Xingyi was following Wang Longmen, who seemed very familiar. That's right, she is the saint of the Gua family. She is the 20th existence on the supreme list. Someone suddenly exclaimed, and everyone present gasped in shock. The contemporary saint of the Gua family is another existence on the supreme list. Not bad. Not bad, this time it's much more lively. On the far side of the sky, Xinghen, the leader of the ancient Blood Heaven sect, also flew over with Xingtian Jizuan and others, and said loudly, "Everyone, be polite." "I'm not being polite." While speaking, he led everyone directly into the main hall of the Wang family, and he didn't seem to have the intention of saying hello to these bigwigs on the supreme list one by one. The Blood Heaven ancient sect, the Absolute Heaven sect. Seeing a wave of people entering the royal palace, the cultivators in the square were all amazed. This time, there are more and more strong players. These people are all here to deal with Chu Yan. After a group of bigwigs entered the royal hall and sat down at the VIP seats, the cultivators in the hall looked at these bigwigs with chills in their hearts. It seems that the forces in this world are really interested in Chu Yan. Of course, strictly speaking, they are interested in Chu Yan's whole cards and secrets. It has even reached the point where the lords of the various factions are required to take action in person, which is obviously inevitable. The barbarian supreme sat in the corner, his face immediately darkened. It was impossible for him to imagine that the situation would become like this. It can be said that there is no worse situation than now, which is equivalent to not giving Chu Yan any way out. If you think about it, there are already 5 strong fighters on the supreme list and 4 suzerain-level existences gathered here. When other forces see this situation, they will only become more excited and invest more power. This is like a competition of combat power. For a Chu Yan, no matter how much power is invested in the competition, other forces will only increase their investment. According to this cycle, what will happen to this cloud city in the end? Ha ha ha, there are a lot of old guys here. Just when the wild supreme being turned blue, suddenly, there was another wild laughter outside the door, which made his whole body go numb, and he suddenly turned his head to look. I saw a handsome young man striding in, followed by a group of supreme beings. Feng Shantian. With this glance, the wild supreme almost stood up in shock. It's not that this top 10 peerless cultivation base has broken through to the 9 realms supreme, but because the middle-aged man in the gold thread and purple robe who is following him is the lord of the Tianxian Digong, Feng Hetian. Today, the most powerful person in the world, the lord of the Tianxian Digong, Feng Hetian, is here in person. Feng Hetian. Your Tianxian Digong is going to intervene. Lord Jade Tiger looked at the door, and the eyes of all the supremes of the profound sky and earth palace suddenly burst into lightning. The Tianxian Digong has never participated in any wars in the Xinyu continent, and almost the entire sect is engaged in handicap activities. Therefore, not only Lord Jade Tiger, but also all the bigwigs present were extremely surprised by the appearance of Tianxian Digong this time. Hee, don't talk nonsense, kitty. The smile on Feng Hetian's face was extremely cheesy. As soon as these words came out, Master Yuhu's face changed, and he almost turned his back in anger, and was about to draw his sword with his backhand, but was immediately held back by the disciples around him. Kitten. In the whole world, there are really not many people who dare to call Lord Yushu of Shengxianzong like that. However, no matter how angry they are, it is impossible to fight here, let alone, they cannot fight at all. Everyone, don't get too excited, it's not that I look down on this kitten, but... When Feng Hetian said a word, the audience immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at him in unison, waiting for him to say the purpose of this trip. However, when Feng Tianxia said a word, the whole hall almost exploded. It's everyone here, I look down on you. The smile on Feng Hetian's face was still so mean, whoever wanted to beat him up. After a moment of silence in the audience, everyone roared and stood up and walked vigorously. Hee, don't accept it. How about a gamble? #C3527 Feng Hetian. Feng Hetian seemed completely unconcerned about the roaring and furious roars in the hall. He had long been familiar with the expression, and with a faint smirk, he just looked at a group of furious bigwigs. There was still a gleam in his eyes, as if he was enjoying such a reaction. Let me announce that this time, the odds of my Tiangshuandagong handicap will be increased by 10 times. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the scene that was originally roaring with anger fell silent for an instant, and the way everyone looked at Feng Hetian changed. 10 times. What a concept. It's like saying, if it hits the mark this time, it's gone. Okay, how many times have you opened a handicap? That's right, if you have a lot of handicap, it's meaningless. Well, can our suzerain and the others open the market? Ha, our lord is invincible, we will definitely win. I bet one. Feng Hetian looked at the big man with a full face of smiles, and patiently explained the various handicap and odds to them, which caused bursts of exclamations, and it didn't even take long for all the big men and tycoons, the faces on their faces they all turned red and gasped. Obviously, they were seriously attracted by the handicap that Feng Hetian offered. Standing in the main hall, Wang Longmen and Xinghen watched the scene where Feng Hetian was surrounded by the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, their faces twitched together. How did the originally good atmosphere of the battle become like this? Although they have also heard that Feng Hetian's personality is like this, flamboyant and black-bellied, there is no lower limit, let alone upper limit, it depends entirely on his preferences, the key is his strength, which is not on the supreme list at all. Moreover, none of the bigwigs present had seen him make a move, but no one doubted his cultivation strength. To put it simply, Feng Hetian's strength is a secret. Coupled with the strength of the Tianqian Digong, the Xuetian ancient sect was just taught not long ago. Almost even the pot end. In this way, not to mention in this hall, even in the whole world, few people would dare to provoke Feng Hetian. I can't afford to provoke you. Therefore, the atmosphere of the Wang family's hard work was gone, and there was no way to implement the plan. They could only discuss it individually. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a few hours have passed. Suddenly, a shocking thunder exploded in the sky outside. The noisy hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall, all stunned. In the next breath, everyone rushed outside as if they had received an order. Boom, boom. The altars above the square burst out beams of light at the same time, rushing towards the sky, like giant dragons soaring into the sky. It exploded above the sky, turned into countless starlight raindrops, and scattered down. Wherever it passed, the color of the ground began to change, like fish spots floating on the water surface, cruising and converging towards the teleportation spirit array in the middle. With a buzzing sound, the teleportation array brightened, and a group of void cracks appeared. Look, it's about to open. Everyone's eyes stared blankly at the crack in the void, knowing that this was a sign that the teleportation array was about to open. However, when everyone was looking at it, a bright sword light suddenly appeared in the sky. Call out. The howl of the sword shook the sky, like thunder passing through the sky, shaking the sky and the earth. When the sword light fell on the square, everyone could see a figure emerging from the sword light. The person who appeared in the sword light was full of heroic spirit, his whole body was like a sword, his eyes were like lightning, and he looked straight ahead. Pan Tianqing. Everyone was taken aback when they saw the scene. Pan Tianqing, ranked 8th on the supreme list, is the son of the Pan family. Brother Tianqing, you are finally here. When Wang Longmen saw this person appear, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Finally, someone came to control the place, rekindling the broken atmosphere that Feng Hetian had stirred up. Therefore, he warmly greeted him with a smile on his face, but the other party didn't even look at him. Humph. Still such a stinky fart. Xinghen looked at the holy son of the Pan family with an obvious look of disgust. However, he also knew in his heart that with Pan Tianqing's strength, he was qualified to be so arrogant. Boom. At this moment, the void crack suddenly exploded, and there was a violent sound. A powerful wave surged out, sweeping across the entire inner city in the cloud like a gust of wind, rolling up thunder and thunder, like 1,000 soldiers passing through the border. And everyone turned on the detection of spiritual consciousness at the first time, but they didn't feel a trace of magic breath at all. With a swish, Pan Tianqing was the first to rush into the slightly open teleportation gate, and just turned sideways to enter it. When other people saw this scene, they all rushed to the center of the square crazily. But without waiting for them to approach, suddenly, the void rippled, and there were 2 figures appearing in the square. Lu Liang, Wu Yu. Are you coming too? Lord Yushu, Taoist Hui Tian and others, as well as Wang Longmen and other holy sons, were taken aback when they saw these 2 people. These 2 people, one is the Daozi of the ancient tomb, and the other is the clan son of the Dao devouring clan. Both of them are equivalent to the existence of the Holy Son and the Saint Daughter. Although they have not been on the supreme list, their combat power is definitely not inferior to those on the list. If you have to compare them, Wang Longmen, Gua Shuang and other holy sons and saints are all about 5 or 5. The Tun Dao clan. Now it's interesting. Xinghen and Xingtian Supreme looked at each other, and at the same time, the corners of their mouths sneered. Among the forces in the world, the ones who have the most murderous intentions towards Chu Yan should be Gu Ling and the Dao devouring clan. Next, wave after wave of strong men rushed into the teleportation array and disappeared into the void passage. In fact, these bosses, with their strength, don't use the teleportation array at all, or have the means to forcibly activate the teleportation array. Not to mention, Xiang Xinghen and others still have altar tokens in their hands. However, they all knew how embarrassed Sun Yuxiao was when he came back from the teleportation formation. Therefore, now that there is no magic breath in the teleportation array, they naturally rushed into it immediately. The purpose, almost everyone is the same, they all go for Chu Yan. On the contrary, ordinary disciples from some forces really came to Yunzhong City to find opportunities. Seeing the figures of big men and giants rushing into the portal in the square, they all shrank their necks and ran away in fright. Such a lineup, who dares to enter? Without the cultivation base of the 9 realms supreme, there is no need to even think about it. I am afraid that there will be no scum left after entering. After Xinghen entered, the surrounding void was distorted, and when it appeared, there were people around. After the core of the Cloud City was opened, the magic breath disappeared, but under the rules, everyone was teleporting regularly. Now, in front of all the bosses and magnates, it was that row of grey-robed men, the envoys of Cloud City. Everyone is looking at the situation on the surrounding battlefields. They are no strangers to Yunzhong City, so they naturally know these grey-robed envoys, so they are more interested in that Chu Yan is there. However, on the surrounding battlefield, there was no one at all. #C3528, who robbed? Xinghen and Xingtian Jizuan hid behind the crowd, looked at each other, and waved quietly. The powerhouses of the 2 forces began to circulate their true qi and perform some kind of secret technique. They are different from others. The spirit array of the Holy Heaven Supreme can find where Chu Yan is. Now, whoever is faster will take the lead. Let these people listen to the nonsense of the grey-robed man. Everyone, this is the polar region in the clouds. When the crowd had all stood up and their voices had quieted down, one of the men in grey robes spoke. This is not the first time that the pole in the clouds has been opened. Every time there will be new rules, new inheritances, and opportunities, so the guidance of the gray-robed man is needed. In the polar region of the clouds, this time we have prepared Xuanhuan, 9-star Wansha Peak, Happy Grass, near Moon Fruit, 3 Immortal Treasure Trees, 5 Duantin Grass, 99 Psychic Fruits, 3 Bugwa Langyun Fruits, 9 Plants Looking Bright at Dusk. Every word was heard, even if most of the people present were the supreme bosses, their eyes were all red, and their eyes were completely red. Even Xinghen and Xingtian, who were hiding behind the crowd, suddenly raised their heads and looked over in disbelief. These things are all Taoist treasures. In the past, on the continent of God's domain, all of them were at the legendary level, and it took tens of millions of years to encounter one. If this is refined, it will increase the chance of breaking through the Taoist realm, which is definitely a great opportunity. In addition, there are spirits from Soul Refining Peak, Yuanma Peak, and 7-Star Peak, plus the blood essence and corpses of 10 supreme peaks of the 9 realms, the blessed land of seeking Taoism, Hongmeng Jingyuan, Danglong Lake, etc. Another gray-robed man spoke, and the opportunity he reported made a group of supreme beings gasp in unison. Everyone was shocked, their pupils constricted. This is impossible. Are there so many opportunities in Cloud City? Why was there no record before? If you can get half of this, wouldn't you be able to directly aspire to the Taoist realm? Oh my God! Here's the supreme. They are all bigwigs and gigantic ranks from the God's domain continent. They have all been to this polar region in the clouds before, and they know a little about the rules and opportunities of the past. But now it sounded as if what they had been to before was a fake polar land in the clouds. Are you crazy? Xinghen was completely dumbfounded, staring at the gray-robed man. His eyes seemed to be eating people. Your pole in the cloud is not going to explode, is it? So, take out all the money. Not anymore. After a while, when Xinghen and Xingtian Jizuan looked at each other, their eyes were full of intense anger. In this anger, there is obvious envy, jealousy, hatred. The eyes are completely murderous. Why? Because they know better than others that Chu Yan came in earlier than everyone else and had enough time. Everyone, I'm sorry to remind you. At this time, the gray-robed man spoke again, saying, the opportunities and rewards just mentioned have been taken away. Puff. 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 Before the words fell to the ground, there was a sound of vomiting blood, and the eyes of all the supreme bosses instantly turned green, and then all of them had long hair standing on end, and their breath exploded. Who? Bold. Stand up, I'm going to kill him. Are you looking for death? Those who dare to take the deity. The bosses completely lost their minds, roared together, and all kinds of supreme power erupted, sweeping the audience. It's really unlucky for those with weak cultivation, being rushed to the left and right by all kinds of supreme power, just like a weak and helpless grass seedling in a violent storm. All of them have pale faces. It's none of your business. These bosses didn't even think about it, everyone just came in, and no one left. Ha ha ha. In the whole scene, there was only one sitting on a throne in the distance, surrounded by a group of supreme Fenghetian, laughing until his teeth were white. Wait, everyone in the cloud, what do you mean? Are you playing us? A supreme boss came to his senses, withdrew his prestige, looked at the row of gray-robed emissaries, and asked, gritted his teeth. Hearing this question, if it was in the past, the gray-robed palm envoy would have directly slapped him, blasting people out of the polar region in the clouds. But now, they smiled bitterly, shook their heads helplessly, and even twitched the corners of their eyes. Blame me. If it weren't for the two people before, they emptied all the treasures they had prepared in advance, and they had to take out new treasures as preparations, but they were quickly discovered by the two of them and took them away directly. It doesn't take 2 days, no matter how they hide, these 2 men and women who have eyes of heaven and earth can always find them immediately. This made the gray-robed master envoys who were about to stop, all of a sudden angry, but they didn't believe in evil. After all, in the past tens of thousands of years, every time they opened the pole in the clouds, the hidden rewards have never been able to be found by the cultivators who came to the trial. However, the result of the final contest made a group of gray-robed envoys want to cry, but had no tears. Well now, don't talk about this time. It is estimated that the next time the pole in the cloud opens, there will be no stock. So, in terms of playing tricks, their gray-robed palm wielders were really miserable. Now, there are only the last 3 opportunities, 30,000 miles away in the south. What chance? Supreme asked anxiously. The inheritance of the 3 supreme beings in the early stage. Puff. A group of bigwigs spat out a mouthful of old blood again. Inheritance of the supreme early stage. You and a group of 9 domain supreme peaks recommend the inheritance of the supreme early stage. Are you fucking out of your mind? A group of gray-robed emissaries, all of them were embarrassed. Can they be blamed for this? In the past, there were cultivators from the supreme realm to the divine king realm, but this time it was opened, and I don't know what happened. The lowest cultivation level of the cultivators who came in was also the early stage of the supreme realm. Therefore, the early inheritance of the supreme realm, which was once regarded as a treasure, has now become rubbish. What a Chu Yan, how dare you take the blame? Xuanhuan was hidden in the crowd, and suddenly spoke in a cold voice. The sound fell to the ground, like firewood sparks ignited, and the whole scene exploded in an instant. Asshole. Yes, it's that Chu Yan. It's too arrogant, you dare to take all the opportunities by yourself, court death. Humph. Relying on your status, you dare to treat the heroes of the world as nothing. It's against the sky. How could such a thing make them not angry? Although most of them had thought of this problem before, the main goal of their trip was to kill Chu Yan. They didn't like the opportunity in Yunzhong City at all. The fault is that these gray-robed people reported all the opportunities and treasures. The big bosses who were not interested at first and thought they were all rubbish, which one is not jealous? With so many resources and opportunities, one might be able to directly break through to a Taoist realm expert, which is incomparable to the previous ones. So, this time, before Chu Yan even showed up, he offended all the big shots and giants who had never seen him before. #C3529 Friendly meaning. All the people present are big bosses, giants, and if anyone stomps their feet, the entire God's domain continent will tremble. Therefore, Xinghan, Xingtian Supreme, Sun Yuxiao, Yuhu Lord, Tianhui Taoist, Hongyan Supreme, etc., all came for Chu Yan. Get the oil, that's just as desirable. Lu Liang from the ancient tomb and Wu Yu from the Dao devouring clan both had brilliant eyes. And that Pan Tianqing, who was standing alone outside the crowd, had a sneer on his face, as if it was interesting. Not bad. Not bad. I like this Chu Yan more and more. He is definitely a talent. Feng Hetian drank some small tea, and seeing the reaction of the audience, he kept nodding in approval. Feng Tianxian, who was standing beside him, laughed lightly. He knew that his father might have to intervene. Everyone, in the end, I can only say something about the final chance and the inheritance of the 2 Taoist realms. Among the gray-robed palms in a row, the one in the middle spoke. Hearing this, even the most angry boss stopped and looked at the gray-robed emissary. The Taoist inheritance is the final opportunity, so it hasn't been opened yet. 2 inheritances, one in the extreme south and one in the extreme north, both have quasi-Dao tools, Taoist techniques, methods of asking questions, secret skills of the Taoist realm, and so on. Including Soul Jade, there are 7 and 23 pieces each. Same as the previous rules, whoever gets the most soul jade will get the inheritance of the Taoist master. Having said that, the grey-robed palm envoy paused for a moment before continuing. Only when all soul jades are infused with true energy at the same time, can the secret realm be opened and lead to the Taoist inheritance. After the words were finished, the grey-robed master frowned tightly, his face turned purple and blue, he kept opening his mouth, but quickly closed it again. This hesitant-to-speak expression made all the bosses present tense. Okay. Regarding the news about those two, I can only tell you that they are all in the secret realm of the Southern Taoist master. This word is exported. The expressions of a row of grey-robed masters relaxed at the same time, and even a smile appeared. Cool. This time it was out of my temper. Otherwise, they would be suffocated to death. South. Let's go. Good opportunity. This time, Chu Yan must die. What the envoy said is not wrong, everyone follow me, everything about Chu Yan, we will share equally. All these people are acting together. I don't know what is good or bad. Let's go and see first. Regardless of whether it belonged to the 13 Dao lines, including the Pufa sect, the Immortal Ascension sect, and the 10 Absolute sects, or the top 100 ancient clans, the 7 great ancient clans, and other forces, they immediately released a stormy momentum, and all flew towards the south like a crowd. Wherever you go, dark clouds pass. After this wave of big shots left, there were only a dozen or so figures soaring into the sky and flying to the north. These people are certainly not ordinary cultivators, but they are going to go to the north to get the inheritance first, and then come back to the south to find Chu Yan. According to their estimation, the Taoist inheritance of the 7 soul jades is very likely to be the north. This is a kind of gamble. If they win, they can get an inheritance of the Taoist realm, and at the same time, they can see the scene of Chu Yan's loss. Soon, the grey-robed palm made the scene, and the place was empty, and it was very quiet. Time passed, and it was 2 hours in a blink of an eye. In the extreme south region, a majestic palace stands, releasing a monstrous power, swallowing thousands of miles like the sea. At this time, in front of the palace, Chu Yan and the two sat cross-legged, recovering from cultivation. This time's Lillian is really a bit fun. With Yu Linglong's great spiritual body, looking for those opportunities and inheritances is like playing, and you can't even make a detour. And I don't know why, this time the opportunities and inheritances of Cloud City seem to be much more than the previous few times, and they can't be picked up no matter how hard they are. Such a good thing is really rare. It took 2.5 days to collect all the things in the east and the west. When we arrived at this final place, we began to adjust and recover. Not to mention, if there is no Yu Linglong, Chu Yan may receive at most 1/3 of the unicorn pupil by himself. Therefore, Chu Yan added 2 to 1 to 5, and directly shared it with Yu Linglong. Both of them were rapidly refining and merging to improve their cultivation as much as possible. Huh? So fast? Chu Yan and Yu Linglong sensed it at the same time, and looked up at the northern sky. I saw a stream of light coming from the sky. The young man with a long sword and a stern face was Pan Tianqing. Almost at the same time as it sensed Pan Tianqing, the Haoyan sword began to tremble, and the sword energy surged uncontrollably. When Pan Tianqing landed in front of Chu Yan could only pull out the Haoyan sword and hold it in his hand, otherwise, the Haoyan sword would rush up directly. Chu. Pan Tianqing looked Chu Yan up and down, and then glanced at Yu Linglong. Just as he was about to start, suddenly, there was a thunder-like roar from the sky. What a Chu Yan, this time you are dead. In the next breath, a large group of figures such as Xinghan, Xingtian Supreme, and Sun Yuxiao appeared, like a wave of tide, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth. He is Chu Yan. Lord Yuhu, Taoist Tianhui, and Supreme Hongyan sized Chu Yan up after they landed, and then glanced at Zhu Linglong before turning their eyes to Chu Yan. Among these three people, the first two are murderous like knives, but the Hongyan Supreme is smiling all over his eyes, nodding constantly, and even breathing heavily, pulling half of the bloody veil, revealing his snow-white skin. Then came the 7 ancient families, the top 100 ancient clans, and the saint sons and daozi of each sect. At a glance, they were all in the supreme state. At this moment, Chu Yan discovered that the number of supreme beings on the continent of God's domain is really quite a lot. Feng Tianqian. Chu Yan glanced over and saw an acquaintance standing among the last figure, and was startled for a moment. I didn't expect Feng Tianqian to come too, and the person in front of him couldn't be. No matter what Chu Yan thinks or guesses, there is only one point anyway. In the whole world, there are only 1 or 2 people who can stand in front of Feng Tianqian. And the identities of these 2 people are easy to guess. Such a speculation is worthy of the super luxurious lineup in front of Chu Yan in this God's domain continent. Click. The huge palace made a sound of explosion, and the palace gate, which had been closed for many years, slowly opened. At this critical and tense time, the Dao Master Realm Inheritance Palace finally opened. Of course, you shouldn't care too much about time, after all, the entire Cloud City is controlled by envoys. Therefore, when a group of supreme bigwigs stood in front of Chu Yan, a row of grey-robed emissaries all had their mouths hooked, and at the same time cast a spell to open the Taoist Inheritance Palace. Such an opportunity is a good opportunity to get back to the field. Chu Yan, on behalf of the Lu family, I am ready to help you achieve the Taoist realm. Of course, there are also the Wang family, the Gua family. Lu Liang from Guling suddenly transmitted a voice from his spiritual consciousness, which made Chu Yan stunned at that time. #C3530 Implement the plan. Lu Liang is the first son of the ancient tomb. At this time, Chu Yan was completely dumbfounded when he actually said this to Chu Yan through voice transmission. Moreover, the Wang family, the Gua family. As long as Brother Chu asks about becoming the master, I will explain it to Brother Chu in detail. It seemed that Chu Yan would not understand or believe it, so Lu Liang continued to transmit the voice. As soon as he turned his head, Chu Yan saw Wang Longmen of the Wang family and Gua Shui of the Gua family looking at him and nodding kindly. This good performance is extremely obvious. But Chu Yan can more or less guess some of it. Apart from the secrets that the forces of the world fancy, I am afraid that Wu Fa is the identity of himself. Therefore, it is very likely to be related to Wu Fa's identity. Chu Yan. At this time, Xinghan, Xingtian Supreme, Sun Yuxiao, Lord Yuhu, and others all burst into aura, glaring at Chu Yan and preparing to shoot. I have something to say. Chu Yan looked at a few people, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, then he turned to look at the dense crowd, and said, Dear friends, if anyone is willing to help me, I would like to thank you with a treasure. The condition is a celestial jade grass, a purple gold fruit, and an inheritance of the supreme realm. As soon as he said something, all the supreme bosses in the audience immediately sneered, with disdain on their faces. Is it possible to buy and sell them with just such a few things? However, before their smiles disappeared, Chu Yan spoke again. Also, Shuanglongling, 9-star Wangsha Peak, joyful grass, near moon fruit, a immortal treasure tree, a Duantian grass, 10 spiritual fruits, a Bagua Langyun fruit, and an evening morning glory. When these words fell to the ground, the sneers on everyone's faces froze, and the whole scene was dead silent. There are 60 or 70 kinds of treasures. It is most of the rewards and opportunities of the polar region in the clouds that the grey-robed envoy said before. Just like when the grey-robed emissary made the announcement before, all the bosses in the audience were moved, but now, all the bosses were stunned. There are 70 or 80 items, and almost half of the treasures and opportunities in the polar regions in the cloud have been clicked. Of course, you can also choose not to help, but I guarantee that when I lose, I will destroy the storage jade talisman first, so that all treasure resources, including my original secret, will be reduced to dust." As soon as these words came out, all the bosses gasped at the same time, their bodies trembling slightly. There is no need to doubt these words at all, not to mention Chu Yan. Many big shots present will probably choose this way when faced with such a situation. In fact, such methods are very common, so if there are casualties in the battle between the Supreme Realm, very few winners can get the opponent's method of asking questions, whole cards, and other means. On the one hand, the loser is unwilling to resign, and at the same time, it is also a means to protect the sect's power. However, usually those supreme beings are fine, but now, with so many of them gathered here, is it really to kill a little Chu Yan? I am afraid that all the bigwigs present will not believe this. All of them are for Chu Yan, the secret of reincarnation and whole card resources, etc. After all, Chu Yan is the reincarnation of Sangju's son, and the inheritance of Wu Tiandi has not been born until now, so now that Wu Tiandi's son reincarnation appears, it is very likely that he has Wu Tiandi's trump card resources. This is the inheritance of one of the four great masters. Chu Yan, don't try to sow discord. Die. Xinghen and Xingtian Jizuan, with livid faces, obviously felt that the atmosphere around them had changed, so they rushed to attack, and they attacked Chu Yan one after another. Boom. Boom. However, the powerful Taoism blasted out without hitting Chu Yan at all, and exploded 10,000 steps in front of him, turning into waves rolling in the sky. Amid the tide-like energy waves, more than a dozen figures lined up in front of Chu Yan like a human wall. Fellow Taoists, everything is negotiable. These dozen or so people were all bigwigs in the crowd just now. The moment Xinghen and Xingtian Supreme made their move, they came to block Chu Yan. That's right, discuss it first, don't worry. Swish, a few more people rushed to Chu Yan and joined the ranks of the human wall. Moreover, people kept flying out of the crowd on the opposite side and joined in, seeing more and more people. After a few breaths, there were as many as 50 or 60 people from the first dozen or so. Among these people, most of them are the Supreme Peak, and of course there are also the Supreme Masters. You. Xinghen and Xingtian Supreme were completely dumbfounded. What a good situation, all the heroes in the world are encircling and suppressing Chu Yan, and they are all blocked here. As long as everyone takes action together, at most it only takes one move, and they can use overwhelming Taoist tricks to directly blast Chu Yan into scum. But now, they actually turned against each other. You have to think about it. I have to kill Chu Yan. If you help him, you will be our enemy. What will happen? Xinghen's face was purple and blue, staring at the group of traitors and threatening. However, before he could finish speaking, Yu Linglong, beside Chu Yan, also spoke. Each of you, I will give you 2 more Long Hua pills, 1 10,000 spirit grass, and 1 immortal lotus grass. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of people in front of Chu Yan and the two of them shook together, and all of them were surprised. Rich. So rich. This shot is equivalent to adding more than 30% to the original basis. Yu Linglong looked at everyone's eyes of surprise, envy, and astonishment, her chin raised slightly, and her jade lips curled up. In 3 days, the entire inventory of the pole in the cloud was looted, and her and Chu Yan's storage space was almost full, so they didn't care about these resources and treasures at all. To put it simply, looking at all the world's bigwigs present, he and Chu Yan are definitely rich and powerful. Yu Linglong's actions strengthened the decision of the group of people, and one of them said, "Of course we know your plans and ideas, but the matter has come to this point, there is no need to worry at all. When the two of them enter the Taoist ruins, we will complete the agreement. At that time, we will still follow the original plan." Block it again. According to Chu Yan's previous decision with them, they just blocked the wave of attacks in front of them, so when Chu Yan entered the Taoist ruins, their agreement would be over, and they would definitely continue to attack Chu Yan again anyway. They are not stupid, and even their plans and ideas can be thought of by the bigwigs present. It's just that the giants of the big forces are embarrassed to do such behavior, but these small forces and casual cultivators are all pursuing profit and don't care about face at all. Most importantly, according to Chu Yan, if they don't help, Chu Yan will directly destroy everything on his body, and everyone here will not get a hair. In this way, what they did was to help every big shot in disguise. Under this theory, all the bigwigs present frowned, and all remained silent. #C3531 Soul Attack. Even if Chu Yan wants to get the inheritance of the Taoist realm, in the eyes of these people, what he gets now will eventually belong to them in the end. So, there is no need to worry. Xuanhuan was really so angry that he was about to explode, but he was completely helpless. Not to mention that it is impossible for him to be an enemy of so many people. If Chu Yan really blows up all his cards and resources under a group attack, the angry crowd will definitely blow him to pieces. On the other hand, his Blood Heaven ancient sect was basically wiped out by Tianxian Digong before, but now it is weak and has no right to speak at all. Forget it, he can't escape. Xingtian Supreme also had scruples, and said to Xuanhuan. After all, he came on behalf of Zhu Tianzong. Although he was helping Xuanhuan, he couldn't let Zhu Tianzong offend the power of the world. So in the current situation, the only way to advance is to retreat. Ha ha ha, it's really good. This kid can. Feng Hetian in the distance was smiling as if he was having fun, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. It seems that he really got it right. Senior, you are being polite. Chu Yan heard it from a distance, and bowed his hands as a greeting. Whether it is Tianxian Digong or Feng Tianxian, they are good to Chu Yan, so naturally Chu Yan will not forget. Boom! The remains of the Taoist master behind him finally finished opening, and the palace gate was opened to the maximum, making a loud noise. Walk into. Chu Yan had been waiting for a long time, and almost instantly, he turned into a sword light and rushed into the palace with Yu Linglong. As soon as he entered the palace, Chu Yan found that this palace was not much different from ordinary palaces. As before, there are some statues towering around the palace, and some altars also exist. This seems to be the style of Cloudsdale. I can see statues and altars everywhere, but I just don't know what they do. On the altar, there are also corpses sitting cross-legged, releasing evil spirits. At the farthest point of the several altars, there is the largest golden altar, on which there is also a tall corpse sitting cross-legged, and in the void around it, there are several divine soldiers suspended, including various swords, spears and halberds. Chu Yan can feel that everything here has an incomparably huge power silently, and it seems that it will erupt at any time. That's a quasi-Dao device. There was a big boss following behind him, and at a glance, he was shocked. Among the crowd, when Pan Tianqing saw the magic sword, he couldn't even control the momentum of the sword all over his body, and he exploded with shocking sword energy, moving violently. The divine sword, a quasi-Dao weapon, is almost the best weapon for a cultivator like him. Moreover, the magic weapons here are all stained with a trace of the will of the Taoist realm, which is far more powerful than ordinary quasi-Dao weapons. Humph. If you're dead, why do you need a Dao weapon? Lord Jade Tiger raised his hand and waved it, and the majestic Shinchi rushed out and shot at those divine weapons. Boom, boom. He shot with all his strength this time, preventing other people from robbing him. His strength was so strong that it was like thunder passing through the border. Wherever he passed, the void and the ground of the entire palace trembled. Even the altars that stood still were shaking. In an instant, countless prohibitions and murderous intentions were triggered, and even the super-large formation began to operate rumblingly. In an instant, the originally peaceful palace instantly turned into a hellish killing field, which made people feel chills. Boom! Boom! The skeletons on the altar stood up, roared silently, and blew themselves up. Immediately, one after another divine light appeared, but it was all kinds of jade charms, cheap books, and treasure soaring into the sky, flying randomly in the void of the palace. Immediately afterwards, on the golden altar in the farthest distance, the tall skeleton also stood up, punched himself, and after blasting himself into dust, it turned into a large cloud of black ghost energy and rose into the air. At the same time as the black smoke-like ghost energy rose, a little bit of starlight lit up in it, getting bigger and bigger. Taking a closer look, they turned out to be jade stones. That's soul jade. Seeing that the jade stone had grown to the size of a fist and then formed, and there were streaks of ghostly black smoke rising, the big boss immediately exclaimed. Without waiting for him to finish his roar, only the swishing sound was heard, and countless figures rose up and shot towards those soul jades. Soul jade finally appeared. Still need to remind. The big guy present didn't know who he was, so he rushed to snatch it immediately. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan burst out against the divine flames all over his body, his sword power was running to the extreme, all the methods of asking questions in his body were fully displayed, and together with Yu Linglong, he also rushed towards the soul jade. As for the soul jade, Chu Yan knew the rules from the grey-robed palm envoy before. Knowing the rules, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong had discussed the plan a long time ago, including just outside, using resources to lure those casual cultivators to rebel. It was all planned. The next step of the plan is naturally to snatch all the soul jades and get them passed down by the Taoist master. On the one hand, Chu Yan urgently needs to improve his strength, and at the same time, if he gets the inheritance of the Taoist master, after entering the place of inheritance, it is equivalent to avoiding this crisis. Now these big guys are snatching the soul jade, and they haven't paid attention to Chu Yan yet, but if the soul jade is finished, the next step will definitely be to attack Chu Yan. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you are too evil, and your karma is unclear. You can only be safe if you enter my Taoist sect. Among all the people, Taoist Tianhui didn't go to grab the soul jade, but kept staring at Chu Yan, and suddenly appeared beside Chu Yan, and when he opened his mouth, the power of all Taoism burst out. In an instant, phantoms of Vajra heavenly kings appeared one after another, charging towards them with weapons of Taoism in their hands. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, the Haoyan sword shot out, cutting out the thunderous sword light, wrapped in the method of asking, and attacked with a backhand. Old ghost, shut up. Compared with Chu Yan, Yu Linglong seemed to be even more furious. She raised her hand to form a formation of 3 talents, covering Taoist Tianhui. At this time, all the bosses in all directions saw Chu Yan fighting with Taoist Tianhui, but everyone didn't mean to intervene at all. Instead, they tried their best to snatch those soul jades. In their view, with Taoist Tianhui around, Chu Yan can't escape, so they can rest assured. The spirits cross the mortal world. Taoist Tianhui didn't talk much, and when he raised his hand, a Dao seal was printed, and the Dao seal was like a curtain, covering Chu Yan in an instant. This seal of Taoism of the Pufa school is absolutely powerful, and Tianhui is the giant of the Pufa school, not to mention the natural skill. Chu Yan felt the strong coercion, and without any hesitation, he directly urged the scroll. With a bang, the Dao scroll flew across the sky, soaring into the sky with monstrous power, and crashed into the falling Dao seal. The two collided and exploded into nothingness. It has to be said that Taoist Tianhui's strength is indeed extremely strong, and it is not comparable to the general peak of the Supreme Realm. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators around were shocked. They didn't expect that Chu Yan could even block the Dao seal of Taoist Tianhui. This combat power is really well-deserved. This scroll seems to be a Dao treasure that he condensed from all the methods of asking. Pan Tianqing held his long sword and kept observing Chu Yan with his hands crossed over his chest. His eyes were full of war. #C3532 Dharma. Before Pan Tianqing came, he had heard that what Chu Yan practiced was not ordinary martial arts, nor the method of asking questions, but an extremely rare way against the sky. This kind of cultivation path basically involves 10 deaths and no life. Even if 1 or 2 people have cultivated, they are often suppressed because they are too amazing. Basically, if you practice the way against the sky, no matter whether you succeed or fail, the final result will not be very good. This requires the cultivator to be top-notch in terms of talent, aptitude, heart and will, even opportunity and luck, in order to be successful. I really want to compete with him. The more Pan Tianqing looked at it, the more excited he became, and the light in his eyes kept flashing. Martial idiot cultivators like him are not uncommon. Whenever they see a strong opponent, especially a cultivator who has practiced the same way of swordsmanship as himself, they all want to fight to the death and distinguish the strong and the weak. This is what people often say, when Wu first, Wu second. Most people think that Pan Tianqing practiced swordsmanship, but only he himself knew that he practiced both swordsmanship and life and death at the same time. The way of swordsmanship is common, but the way of life and death is extremely rare. To cultivate to the ultimate level is to break through life and death and achieve eternity. This kind of legend was extremely prosperous in the ancient times, but the path of cultivation that was tainted because no one succeeded in cultivation has almost disappeared in the ancient times. However, after Pan Tianqing came across an adventure, he had a breakthrough understanding of the way of life and death. So after so many years, no matter whether Pan Tianqing was looking for a life and death battle, he had fought countless battles with the saint sons of the major forces, and gradually lost interest. After all, none of these people can touch his life and death path. Now, Chu Yan has become one of his few choices. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, my Taoist sect is brilliant, and it is your best choice. Taoist Tianhui's counterattack against Chu Yan did not have any surprises, but a smile appeared on his face. Everything is one. Putting his hands together, Taoist Tianhui made another move, and the dazzling golden Tao seal shot up into the sky, releasing 10,000 blazing suns like a sun. This inner pure Gang and pure Yang Tao seal, under the display. Eliminate the evil spirits of all things, and remove the evil spirits and martial arts, which has a strong suppressive effect. In Taoist Tianhui's view, Chu Yan's ability to enter the pole of clouds in advance must have cultivated a powerful magic skill. After performing this Tao seal, after suppressing Chu Yan's magic power, his cultivation strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Because an ordinary genius cultivator can have such a strong combat power, not with the help of magic skills. The big bosses around were all startled when they saw this scene. They could only feel that there was a Taoist chanting between heaven and earth, as if countless King Kong descended, holding a magic pestle to suppress the eternal demons. The Tao scrolls the world, and the law is inviolable. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, Tao lights flickered on his body, his robes were hunting, and the roar of dragons and tigers resounded. Tao Wan flew across the sky, bursting out a large piece of Daoguang in an instant, and evolved various visions between the heaven and the earth, turning into a wave of beasts, a wave of soldiers, and a wave of spirits. Here comes Chunyang Daogang. Boom, boom. The heaven and earth shook violently, and wherever they passed, those pure Yang Daogangs shattered one after another. However, after the 3 tides merged into one, those shattered pure astral Yangs merged together again and regenerated together. It's as if what Chu Yan broke through before was just a phantom. To be rigid and easy to break. The principles of the Tao are ever-changing. People have impermanent minds, Tao has impermanent laws, and the fusion of yin and yang is the Tao of heaven and earth. I hope fellow Taoist Chu Yan can understand that the door of my Taoism is the gate of sentient beings, the way of extreme heaven. Taoist Tianhui sat cross-legged as he spoke, and began to recite the Taoist scriptures. Under his muttering, a large piece of Dao Hui emerged from his body, and behind him evolved the holy figure of Taoism Tianzuan, Yuanshi Wuji. And Yuanshi Wuji's sacred thought, sitting cross-legged and chanting like Taoist Tianhui, made the originally clear Taoist scriptures and Sanskrit sounds in the world instantly become magnificent. After a short breath, the sky and the earth tremble with each other, and 10,000 dharmas follow each other. Yuanshi Xingzuan Dharma. Chu Yan frowned suddenly. He didn't expect that Taoist Tianhui had practiced Taoism to such an extent. As the saying goes, the world's kung fu methods enter the Taoist gate. Strictly speaking, all the methods of asking questions and Taoist supernatural powers are derived from Taoist methods. Therefore, it stands to reason that every cultivator has the heart of enlightenment in his heart. And this Yuanshi Xingzuan's Dharma appearance is the true appearance of Guanzi's eye, which can easily force the Taoist heart in the practitioner's body, artificially create an extremely huge Taoist virtual environment, and make the Taoist heart in the practitioner's body tenfold, 100-fold skyrocketing. Cultivators with weak will and Xinqing, in such a field, might kneel down and worship Yuanshi Xingzuan on the spot, and enter the Taoism. Therefore, all the cultivators present have already seen that this Taoist Tianhui wanted to accept Chu Yan from the beginning to the end and join the Pufa sect. After all, when Chu Yan was in the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, he had already announced to the world that he had left the sect, and now he is a casual cultivator. Since it is a casual cultivator, any sect force can include it, and more importantly, as long as Chu Yan is included in the sect and becomes a Taoist fanatic after brainwashing, then everything he has will be donated by himself. At this moment, the cultivators around him also gradually realized that they were no longer so friendly when they looked at Taoist Tianhui with a faint smile. What a Taoist, you just want to do it all in one pot. Who doesn't know that 99% of the luxurious actions of the world's forces this time are aimed at Chu Yan? But now, when everyone is competing for the soul jade, this Tianhui has already accepted Chu Yan into the Taoist sect. There is no doubt at all. After he succeeds, he will get all the cards and secrets of Chu Yan. I am afraid that he will not share them with everyone. He will throw out some worthless small benefits at most. At this moment, all the bigwigs present couldn't sit still, and when they were about to turn around and intervene, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Want to cross me? Do you really think I'm a loose cultivator? Have you forgotten whose descendant I am? Chu Yan sneered and shook his head, his eyes were full of blue light, and the powerful fighting power on his body began to skyrocket. Boom! There was a sound of void bursting, and the vigorous blue light finally burst out. Between the heaven and the earth, a towering body like a mountain smashed through the void and straddled the sky and the earth. In an instant, the void was completely dark, all the Daoyin Sanskrit singing were dead silent, the Dao light was annihilated, and the void trembled. A mere Dao skill is also suitable for crossing people. In an instant, the roar of the Qingjiao god of war resounded throughout the world. The coercion like a flood swept out, and the terrifying will even directly suppressed the Taoist palace. Those Taoist artifacts that were still flying around fell from the sky like dumplings, and all the will of the Taoist realm attached to them were extinguished like candles. All, the fifth person of the gods. #C3533 got it. Ordinary cultivators don't recognize this tall figure, but the people present are all the top bosses of the gods' domain continent, so how could they not recognize it? It only takes one glance to recognize that this is Hong Lidian, one of the 10 great gods in ancient times, who is honored as the god of war. Not far away, the clansmen of the Dao devouring clan looked at the towering body with cold expressions on their faces. Sure enough, it's the breath of plowing the sky. According to legend, among the 10 gods of ancient times, the most special one exists, known as the #1 god of war in the god's domain. The power of the god of war, invincible in 9 days. Why don't you enter my Taoist sect together with fellow Taoist Chu Yan and achieve infinity? The smile on Taoist Tianhui's face had disappeared, and he looked at soul and man with a serious expression on his face, and took out a Tao seal in his hand, and pressed it in the void in front of him. In an instant, Taoing glowed, releasing a more powerful Taoist will, and constantly restoring the will of the void to collapse. It's a Taoist artifact. As a great master of the Pufa sect, it is normal to have 1 or 2 Taoist artifacts on his body. However, the supreme powers present also know that not everyone can use and activate such a treasure as a Taoist weapon. Even an existence of the level of Taoist Tianhui can only use up to 2 at the same time. If there are more words, the power cannot be exerted at all. But now, anyone with a discerning eye could see the Taoist weapon in his hand. Even if Tianhui used his powerful qi and will, it would only mobilize 30% of it. In other words, this Tao seal is probably the treasure of the top Tao artifact. Roar! 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 3 golden steels appeared in Daohui, 1 red, 1 black and 1 gold, standing in 3 ranks. The roaring Tao sound exploded, and at the same time released a powerful Tao wei. These 3 Taoist phantoms, 1 for attacking and killing, 1 for soul, and 1 for consciousness, all 3 attacks are obviously intended to break through Chu Yan's soul defense and make him lose his mind. Amazing! Seeing this scene, the strong men competing for the soul jade all around trembled. Even if it is not covered by the attack of the Vajra Tao seal. They are all shuddering, so it can be seen that the power of this seal is absolutely extraordinary. There is no need to doubt that if some of the supreme early stage and supreme masters who are present here are covered by this seal, they will probably become members of the Pufa sect in a short time. Break! Chu Yan's figure is as tall as a mountain, without wavering in the slightest. The Tao scroll was flying across the sky, with momentum like a rainbow, and the burst of power rushed straight forward, with no intention of avoiding or retreating at all. But the empty body raised his hand and punched out violently. Rumble! Even the void was blasted to dust, not to mention those pure Yang Dao gangs and brainwashing Dao Jing, all of which were wiped out without a trace remaining. Without hesitation, Chu Yan strode out into the void, and the long sword was pointing at the Tao seal in front of Taoist Tianhui. What? All right. Taoist Tianhui's face was full of shock. Chu Yan was completely unaffected by his brainwashing Taoism, and still had the power to fight back. Taoism Changhong. Not daring to neglect in the slightest, Taoist Tianhui waved his big hand, and his power was like a tide, turning into a long rainbow in the air, passing through the sword light, and attacking Chu Yan's soul consciousness. See again like an illusory shadow. Pufazong is good at soul attacks, which Chu Yan knew when he was in contact with Fatty Fanchen, and this one in front of him is the great power of Pufa Temple, so naturally the way of soul is not weak. The most important thing is that he still hasn't given up on his plan to brainwash Chu Yan. Not far away, Hong Yan Supreme, who was fighting with Wang Long Men, had been watching Chu Yan's side from the corner of his eyes. At this time, he hid his left hand and quietly circulated a seal. When the Dharma seal was pressed, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield where Chu Yan and Taoist Tianhui fought in the distance. This power is no weaker than that of Taoist Tianhui, and it also attacks Chu Yan's sea of soul and consciousness. From the very beginning, the suzerain of the 10 absolute sects had already started to use tricks. What she was best at was illusion, and illusion itself was a kind of soul-like Taoist forbidden move. Therefore, after she entered the Taoist relic palace, she had already begun to make secret arrangements. From before Chu Yan and Taoist Tianhui fought to the present, the silent domain power has been hidden in the void, just waiting to be activated. From beginning to end, no one noticed. Everyone felt the power that suddenly appeared in the void. Xinghen, Xingtian Jizuan and others, their eyes lit up immediately. Without any hesitation, they all started to activate their dignity, ready to strike at any time. But at this time, because of Hong Yan Supreme's sudden attack, some big shots around him also began to pay attention to this side and gathered quietly. A Taoist Tianhui didn't care, but Hong Yan Supreme also joined the battle, which aroused their vigilance. After all, Chu Yan is everyone's ultimate goal. Boom, boom. The towering body behind Chu Yan roared, and his whole body's fighting power surged like a tide, picking up the monstrous waves and slapping them down. This wave smashed down, and immediately smashed the souls of the two supreme beings into powder. The faces of Taoist Tianhui and Supreme Hong Yan changed at the same time, and they were a little pale. While retreating violently, they shot out powerful Taoism again and attacked Chu Yan. On the other side, Yu Linglong, with her jade hands flying to form a seal, shot out a trio of gods and ghosts, like a boomerang, making a big circle around the battlefield, bumping into the other strong men who were about to move, and retreating one after another. All of them looked surprised. On the one hand, this is the first time they have seen a spirit formation that can fly around, and on the other hand, they have seen with their own eyes that soul jade stones were all drawn into the formation where the formation passed, and they could fly away in a flash. In the hands of Yu Linglong. This big formation, capable of attacking and robbing, has such power. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Yu Linglong should help Chu Yan resist it. How could they suddenly attack those soul jades? And at this time it was Hong Yan Supreme who intervened in the battle between Chu Yan and Taoist Tianhui, which attracted everyone's attention, and even gave up the soul jade directly, and surrounded the gap in the battlefield. It was this stupid kung fu, a piece of soul jade was taken away by Yu Linglong. Brother Chu Yan, you got it. Yu Linglong smiled very proudly. After all, she had been secretly preparing for the trio of gods and ghosts, so of course she was happy that this move worked. Although there is only one piece, after all, it is not an easy task to win one piece in the battle of the supreme bosses. Asshole! Xinghan's face turned purple in an instant, and his teeth itched with hatred. From the present point of view, Chu Yan has the body protection of the fifth person of the gods, and ordinary soul-like attacks are of no use to him. At least it needs the soul attack of a strong person above the Taoist realm to have an effect. In this way, when Chu Yan is in a stable state of mind and soul, it will be much safer. What a Hong Lydian, really extraordinary. Hong Yan Supreme smiled lightly, and seemed not too surprised by the failure of his own layout. #C3534 Impossible to be fooled. Not only Hong Yan Supreme, but even Taoist Tianhui on one side looked indifferent, even with a smile, completely recovered from the previous battle. After all, he is the suzerain of the Pufa sect, so his mind and will are not bad, and at the very beginning, Taoist Tianhui prepared with both hands. One is to accept it if you can. At the same time, even if you can't accept it, you may test this Chu Yan whether it is worth it for him to accept it in person. Now, the answer is naturally yes. You have the strongest soul defense I've ever seen, very interesting. When Taoist Tianhui said this, there was a faint light in his eyes, as if he had found something of particular interest, which could be used as a refreshment for him during his long years of penance. As soon as he turned around, Taoist Tianhui walked away, without any intention of nostalgia, and went directly to snatch those soul jades. At the end of the battle, Chu Yan's pressure suddenly eased. Xinghan, Xingtianjizuan, and others saw that there was no chance, and all of them were ashen. After all, they knew that with the few of them fighting, it was impossible to kill Chu Yan, not to mention that Chu Yan still had a helper beside him, and it seemed that his strength was not weak either. Brother Chu Yan, I'll go around the neighborhood. After getting benefits a few days ago, Yu Linglong seems to be much more interested in searching for treasures and opportunities. Glancing at her, Chu Yan chuckled and nodded. Naturally he would not stop her. Now that a piece of soul jade is in hand, it is safe for the time being before entering the Taoist inheritance. Chu Yan was not very interested in those treasures. After all, he could not use up what he harvested a few days ago, but he was a little surprised by Yu Linglong's changes. If women grow long, they will become elusive. After Yu Linglong left, Chu Yan began to comprehend the perception of fighting against Taoist Tianhui and Hongyan Supreme in the previous battle. The battle with these two people is considered to be Chu Yan's strongest fighting force so far, and the harvest is naturally not small. The battle for the Soul Jade in all directions became more and more fierce, and it lasted for 2 full hours before it gradually calmed down. Pan Tianqing, Lord Jade Tiger and other powerhouses on the Supreme list naturally all got a piece of Soul Jade. Feng Xiantian didn't need to do anything, and the powerhouse from Tianxian Digong snatched it and gave it to him. Lu Liang and Wu Yu also got a piece, and the rest all that is obtained by other bigwigs. Yu Linglong also came back with a harvest. Her big eyes were full of light, as if she had gained a lot. After comprehending for nearly 2 hours, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light shot out from them. Chu Yan finally comprehended the spirit and soul technique performed by Taoist Tianhui and Hongyan Supreme. This kind of Taoism attacking the soul is extremely rare in the God's Domain continent, but it is a sharp weapon in the battle between the Supreme Realm powerhouses. Unexpectedly, after this battle, Chu Yan learned a lot by stealing. Thank you everyone. Chu Yan stood up and thanked the casual cultivators who had been surrounding him all the time. At the same time, he handed over all the treasures and resources that he had promised them outside. In this way, the agreement between the two parties is considered clear. Everyone, fellow Taoists who hold the Soul Jade, please start infusing true energy. Open the place of inheritance. The phantom of the grey-robed palm envoy appeared and spoke to all the bosses around. There are a total of 23 8 Soul Jades, which are separated from each other but connected to each other. Only when activated at the same time can the place of inheritance of the Taoist master be opened. Pan Tianqing and the others didn't talk nonsense, and began to stimulate their true energy at the same time. Brother Chu Yan, will you stick to the plan later? Yu Linglong seemed a little nervous, holding Chu Yan's clothes with her hand, and asked softly. Well, don't worry. Chu Yan nodded, then patted Yu Linglong's hand. This woman was strange. She looked like a little girl when she was with her, but she was so tough when she was fighting the whole field by herself. Soon, as Chu Yan injected his true energy into the Soul Jade, the other 22 Soul Jades around him also shone at the same time. Rays of light rose up, and rose to the sky at the same time, merging together. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan could feel that the void where the light was located collapsed instantly. A huge crack in the void exploded, releasing ripples and aura, and at the same time, the billowing air waves divided into 23 strands and enveloped the 23 big men holding the Soul Jade. After a few breaths, Chu Yan only felt the void twist, and when he landed again, he had already arrived at a new place. There was no time to release the spiritual probe, and suddenly his whole body went cold, and he felt 2 powerful pressures attacking at the same time. This kind of coercion does not have any ancient aura, only an extremely domineering aura, as if it wants to make everything in the world surrender. Boom! A powerful air mechanism came through the air and directly locked onto Chu Yan. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, slashed horizontally with the long sword in his hand, and the scroll rolled out and enveloped Yu Linglong around him, and his figure disappeared instantly on the spot. Sword to control the void, a sword for thousands of miles. Cut. After appearing in a different place, Chu Yan didn't pause at all. Almost at the moment of appearance, the long sword in his hand slashed out thousands of sword lights, like a frenzy of sword intent, covering the void of the surrounding world. The sound of bang-bang was endless, various sounds of sword energy breaking through the air, and the sound of void explosion rang out, and a large number of figures appeared in the waves of the sky. In the distance, there is an altar of the inheritance of the Taoist master, and many people are rushing towards the altar. All strong men who enter the place of inheritance, like Chu Yan, are extremely vigilant, and at the same time hope to get the inheritance of the Taoist master. There are defense restrictions. Chu Yan controlled a sword chi to slash on the Taoist altar in the distance, but found that it had no effect. Those two altars stood tall like mountains, under the attack of the surrounding storm. They remained majestic and motionless. However, fortunately, they did not release any killing intent or restraint, and all the cultivators who attacked it were temporarily safe. Chu Yan. Xinghan laughed wildly, looking at Chu Yan with sneering eyes. A trick like yours is useless. From ancient times to the present, there are no defensive restrictions in the inheritance of Taoist masters. They have always been competing with each other. Whoever grabs it will get it. Do you think that with just one sentence, everyone will be fooled? When these words landed, he had already turned into a shocking rainbow and attacked Chu Yan. The next moment, Lord Yuhu, Supreme Han Yan, Daoist Tianhui, and other strong men also turned around and charged towards Chu Yan. There are other strong men rushing around, the number of them is no less than 40. Chu Yan had his own plan, and these bigwigs also had their own plans, so as soon as they entered the place where the Taoist master passed on, they directly attacked Chu Yan. Chu Yan will not be given any chance to get the inheritance of the Taoist master and improve himself. However, just when the battle was about to break out, suddenly, a special aura surged in the void, which surprised everyone. Immediately afterwards, a chill appeared in everyone's hearts, and their scalps tingled. It was a terrifying alert similar to the sense of death, which immediately made everyone stop their attacks and retreated violently. Soul-eating ants. #C3535 Soul Eater. The sound of sizzle rang out, and they gathered together like a long river, merging into the sea, densely packed, layer upon layer, making one's scalp numb. The hearts of Xinghan, Xingtianjizuan, Sun Yuxiao, and others were full of chills, and the sense of crisis exploded in their hearts, and they all retreated rapidly. There are too many soul-eating ants. This is not a question of combat power and Taoism at all. The soul-eating ants are rushing over like a sea tide, and I am afraid that not a single blade of grass will grow. No one expected that there would be so many soul-eating ants in this place. All the bosses present all changed their faces drastically. Including Taoist Tianhui, Hanyan Jizuan, and Pan Tianqing on the supreme list, all of them had serious expressions on their faces. Soul-eating ants. Only in Chu Yan's eyes, a bright light flashed, and joy appeared. An ant swarm like a dark cloud rolled and moved in the sky, surging like a tide, but dotted with dots. The feeling of needles piercing the bones made people tremble a little. Looking in the direction of the ant swarm, you can see two huge altars, standing like black mountain peaks. It was on the top of the two black mountain peaks that a large swarm of ants rose like black smoke. From a distance, it looked like two front fire platforms that had been ignited. Under the billowing smoke, they all gathered in the sky and turned into ants. The tide is raging. In less than a moment, the sky was completely dark, like a night, and the light was completely blocked by the swarm of ants, like dark clouds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeming to have finally seen the figures, all the soul-eating ants in the sky let out a hissing sound, and a pair of ants rushed down together with red eyes. At this moment, it was like densely packed swords and halberds falling from the sky, shooting down directly, and it was like a black rainstorm pouring down. This is not 100, or 1,000, but countless. It is like a tide, which cannot be resisted by manpower. I rely on. Sun Yuxiao was so startled that he uttered a swear word, his whole face turned black. Who the hell just said that there is no face killer in the Taoist ruins? What the hell are these? The key is that it's fine if you have murderous intent. But these murderous intentions are so terrible, they are not something you can resist with your strength. This is a dead end. Among the other ruins and forbidden areas, at least they can fight, resist, or escape with life-saving means, but in the current situation, they may not even have a chance to fight back. Haha, so many cuties. Yu Linglong, who was beside Chu Yan, also looked surprised, and directly took out a few treasures of heaven and earth, shaking them and saying, "Come, eat." That expression looks like feeding a little white rabbit. When this scene appeared, all the big cultivators around twitched. You call these cuties? For them, this is a catastrophe, but for Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, it is a great opportunity. If these little cuties hadn't appeared in time, all the supreme bosses would have attacked the two of them, and it would have been a deadly situation. And now, the opportunity has come. At this time, Sun Yuxiao, who was on the other side with a dark face, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, like a flash of electricity, which made his whole body tremble, and turned his head to look to the far right. From the huge altar mountain peak, a faint breath of blood overflowed, filling the world. And this bloodline breath, he is extremely familiar, so familiar that it almost melts into his blood. Because, this is the blood aura of the Sun family of the 7 great ancient families, which is exactly the same as his body. This is, the ancient Taoist master of the Sun family. Sun Yuxiao was stunned. He could feel it, all too clearly. Azure Dragon Martial Soul. Chu Yan was in the void, and he summoned the Qinglong Wuhun with a wave of his hand. The Qinglong Wuhun is a scale-armored beast god, and it happens to restrain the ant-like monsters. Although the Qinglong Wuhun is a little lower in the god's domain continent, it is enough to deal with such low-priced monsters. Yu Linglong stood behind Chu Yan, urging the trio of gods and ghosts with all her strength, completely covering 100 steps around. Although the appearance of the soul-eating ants temporarily resolved the crisis between the two of them, they had to do a good job of self-protection and fight their way out of the ants. Rush. Up to now, all the supreme beings present have all urged their cards, not daring to neglect in the slightest. Don't let Chu Yan escape. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, running the supreme power all over his body, bursting out with great power. In an instant, all kinds of explosions exploded in all directions, and the whole sky was shaken under the violent sky crash. While killing the soul-eating ants, Chu Yan paid attention to the supreme beings of Xuanhuan. As long as someone approached, he would immediately take Yu Linglong away. The situation is dangerous now. No matter whether it is the soul-eating ants or those supreme beings, they must not fall into it, otherwise it will be difficult to get out. Seeing that Chu Yan was so careful, Xuanhuan and the others were all livid with hatred, and now there is no possibility of a sneak attack. However, even if Chu Yan kept dodging, they did not give up, and followed closely, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Therefore, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong are more careful. This earth-shattering battle lasted for a full hour, and most of the 9 realm supremes present were surrounded by the swarm of soul-eating ants. However, they are frantically advancing toward the altars of the 2 mountain peaks, and the distance is already very close. They are all shrewd people. Of course they know that the only way to solve this crisis is those 2 mountain altars. At this time, the 9 domain supremes united together, using various formations, whole cards, and Taoism to block the ants tied around them, and rushed to the 2 altars at the same time. Chu Yan has been watching from a distance, always paying attention to their movements. If nothing else, these 2 altars are the places where the 2 powerful masters of the Taoist realm passed on, and even where their bones were buried. The whole body was covered with an Shen Yan, and the long sword in Chu Yan's hand slashed out 10,000 sword lights. Cooperating with Yu Linglong's 3-talented formation, he chopped all the soul-eating ants that rushed into the 3-talented formation into powder. After a long time, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out a big hole halfway up the altar of the mountain. A powerful force gushed out from the hole, enveloped the two of them, and swallowed them in an instant. When Xinghan and others saw it, Chi-Chi went crazy and rushed towards the big hole. Chu Yan, you are smart, you didn't enter the altar of the Sun family. Seeing Chu Yan involved in another altar, Sun Yuxiao sneered. However, after I get the inheritance from the seniors of my Sun family, you will definitely die. Different from others, only half of the soul-eating ants around Sun Yuxiao were attacking, while the other half seemed to ignore him, which made him more than twice as stressed as others. And he soon entered another altar. On the other side, after Chu Yan was involved in the altar mountain, he appeared in a vast void world. The stars are hanging down here, the sky is like blood, the stars of various colors are scattered, the atmosphere is thick, like smoke and dust, and only some huge shadows can be seen from a distance, like a mountain range. This should be the small world of the Taoist realm powerhouse. #C3536 found treasure. Chu Yan operated the pupil of the unicorn, and his spiritual consciousness flocked to the surroundings. After careful exploration, he confirmed his previous thoughts. The small world of the Taoist realm. Self-time and space. This is also only after cultivating to the Taoist realm, can a piece of time and space like this be opened up, even if it is damaged, it can continue to exist. Chu Yan's consciousness flowed around like a silk net, and after some investigation, he opened his mouth and said to Yu Linglong. That's right. The earth, sky, breath, mountains, trees, etc. here are all formed by the will and flesh and blood of the Taoist realm powerhouses. It's really a small world in the Taoist realm. Yu Linglong's face showed a hint of surprise. Although he had heard of it, it was the first time he had seen it. After the loss of the Taoist realm powerhouse, the small world should be in a static state, and it is impossible to produce mutations by itself. Here. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and continued to explore the surroundings, while communicating with Yu Linglong through sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. Something is wrong here. Obviously someone is controlling this small world of Taoist realm, and it looks more like a bureau to attract them. What a terrifying strength to be able to control the existence of the small world of the Taoist realm. So, everything can be refined here. Yu Linglong didn't care about Chu Yan's worries at all. It seemed that as long as she was with Chu Yan, she didn't have to worry about anything. And if according to what Chu Yan said, everything here is transformed by the will and flesh and blood of the Taoist realm, then it is tantamount to a part of the inheritance. As long as it is refined, it can improve the cultivation level and even hit the Taoist realm. The key point is that this is the extremely pure Taoist realm breath, and without a master, it can be refined very quickly. Not always. Chu Yan shook his head, and said, if it is as expected, everything here is made of the flesh and blood of the strong Taoist realm, and the power of the real Taoist master may have been transferred away. Didn't you notice it? Although there is the breath of the Taoist realm here, there is no coercion. Hear this. Yu Linglong suddenly became unhappy, her little face turned red with anger. Who did it? This is too bad, even the power of the Taoist master has been withdrawn in advance, what's the use of leaving these empty shelves? It's not that it's good to say that this is the place of inheritance, so how can it be inherited? That's not in vain, Before Yu Linglong could finish her sentence, suddenly, the expressions of both of them changed at the same time, and they both looked up. At this moment, they suddenly felt that there was some kind of regular power between the heaven and the earth, which suddenly activated. Just when the two were fully on guard, suddenly, the continent under their feet trembled, the sky in all directions hung upside down at the same time, the mountains shook, and the trees flew horizontally, rushing towards the sky and walking in the sky. When this scene appeared, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were stunned at the same time. Those trees were flying in one direction. The world has changed. What happened? Heaven and Earth Tao Scroll, open. With a gloomy expression on his face, Chu Yan directly activated the Tao Scroll, covering himself and Yu Linglong, and blocking the rampant dust and trees around him. Boom! The terrifying sound of thunder and thunder resounded through the world. This sound of thunder, like rolling waves, seems to announce that the powerful power of this world is recovering. The two of Chu Yan were in the Tao scroll, and even the divine consciousness emitted was like the sound of thunder, trembling constantly. In less than a moment, the terrifying power of thunder slowly calmed down. Chu Yan took back the Tao scroll, and saw that the small world in front of him was completely different. The rivers and mountains here are all gone, replaced by incomparably desolate. At a glance, it is all the Gobi Desert. Including the sky, except for a round of bright sun, the surrounding area is still gray. The rules of heaven and earth are really controlling the small world, randomly changing the positions of all mountains and rivers. Yu Linglong murmured, looking around. The flesh and blood of those Taoist masters that she wanted to refine were all gone now. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Think about it, too, the inheritance of this main realm is so easy to obtain. Right now, in front of their eyes, there is nothing at all except the bright sun in the sky. However, Chu Yan thought about it again. The existence of such rules of heaven and earth is not a bad thing for him. In this way, after Xinghan, Xingtian Jizuan and others entered here, it would be a little troublesome to find his location. After all, the rules of heaven and earth will reset the small world every once in a while, and everything will change its position. As long as you make good use of this rule, you can remain invincible. Of course, if you are unlucky and just follow them to a random place, then go. Let's find it. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong soared into the sky and flew towards the distance. All the way through the flight, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong kept using the technique of detection, trying to mark the map of this small world, but none of them succeeded. Even Yu Linglong's great spiritual body cannot use the spiritual breath of heaven and earth here to complete the integration of the small world. Huh. Soon, Chu Yan's eyes trembled suddenly. There was a sudden fluctuation in the 9-realm star map on the consciousness sea. Could it be? With a move in Chu Yan's mind, the incarnation of divine consciousness entered the sea of consciousness and communicated with the 9-realm star map. Sure enough, what I got was that there was something here that was motivating the 9-realm star chart. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and after talking to Yu Linglong, he changed his method and accelerated his flight. About half an hour later, a mountain range appeared in front of the two of them, with countless towering trees growing. These big trees are all shimmering with spiritual light, as if the leaves of the trees are covered with a layer of brilliance. The pupil of the unicorn swept across, and there were powerful Taoist wills everywhere in the entire mountain range. There was a small forest, and each small tree grew extremely thick. Although it was not high, it was obviously special. This grove should be made of the flesh and blood of the Taoist master. There was a flash of light in Chu Yan's eyes, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Moreover, his 9-realm star map induction also points to this grove, which is exactly the same as his discovery, so it can be confirmed. If it is correct this time, then you can follow the guidance of the 9-realm star map to find it later, and the speed will be much faster. Linglong, it's this small forest, hurry up and refine it. As Chu Yan said, he and Yu Linglong flew towards the grove. The area of the grove is not large, there are at most 30 or 40 small trees, all of which are shrouded in purple light, and the clouds are flowing. This grove is connected to the earth. If it is pulled away, it will break away from the rules of heaven and earth. I am afraid that in a few breaths, all the flesh and blood of the Taoist master will be drawn away by the rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, it can only be refined here quickly. It's just a few small trees, I don't like them, brother Chu Yan, let's refine them. Yu Linglong pouted her small mouth, with a nonchalant expression on her face. Linglong, don't let it go, you should refine it quickly, and improve your cultivation to cope with it. Of course, Chu Yan knew what Yu Linglong was thinking, and persuaded her. No. Yu Linglong shook her head. With my current cultivation base, even if I refine this grove, I can't break through, it's useless. #C3537 Battle of the Three. Persuasion is invalid. Chu Yan didn't say much, pulled out the Haoyan sword, and after infusing the sword with true energy, he threw it into the sky, and the spirit sword circled. In this way, the Haoyan sword forms a sword field, which can play a protective role. In the middle of the grove, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to stimulate his true energy, preparing to refine the grove. The refining process was not complicated, and the pure Taoist breath kept pouring into his body. Chu Yan focused on two purposes, and at the same time began to comprehend the two Taoisms he had just learned. Taoist Tianhui and Hongyan Supreme Spirit and Soul Taoism are extremely powerful. The point is, in the battle between the supreme powerhouses, this kind of spirit and Taoism is the real killing move. Time flies. While protecting Chu Yan, Yu Linglong searched for other natural and earthly treasures nearby, and made some discoveries. However, after waiting for half an hour, two cultivators of the Supreme Realm and Deshang Realm passed by and found Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and this small forest. After probing the sky, they found that they were not their opponents, so they ran away quietly, as if they had never appeared before. The Haoyan sword domain used by Chu Yan does not have the peak cultivation base of the Supreme Realm, so he dare not attack at all. Another half an hour later, Chu Yan, who was refining, frowned slightly, then slowly opened his eyes, turned his head to look to the side and said, "Since you're here, why hide and hide?" As soon as the words landed, ripples rippled in the distant void. A middle-aged man and a young man came out from the ripples in the void, followed by a woman. The supreme power in the three of them surged like three waves, and they were all the existence of the supreme peak. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you have such a powerful probing technique that even my great hermit robe can discover it. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Yan, but greeted him with a smile on his face, as if he knew Chu Yan very well. "3, what's the matter?" Chu Yan stared at them. He. Among the three. The young man put on a smile, raised his eyes, and glanced at the surrounding groves, saying, "This grove has a very strong Taoist breath." The woman beside him also said, "Friend Chu Yan's combat power is amazing, even if he only has a cultivation level of Deshang, it is enough to compete with the Supreme Peak. The three of us don't want to be your enemy. We want to exchange resources with you for this grove. What do you want? Or, if you give us some resources, the three of us will leave without disturbing you." When these words fell to the ground, the three of them looked at Chu Yan with anticipation. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, the benefits given to those people before, the three of us only need 1/3, not much. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately understood. The three of them were not looking at the grove, but at the opportunities and inheritance they had obtained in the polar region of the cloud. After all, outside the Taoist palace, the resources I gave to those helpers were still very enviable. However, no matter how jealous, these three guys dare to rob him, that's another matter. 1/3, do you deserve it? In the void, not far away, Yu Linglong hid her figure, but spoke in a cold voice. However, when this sentence sounded, the three supreme peaks were not angry, but just stared at Chu Yan closely. After all, with their cultivation at this level, ordinary words can't shake their minds. What they want are benefits. Roll. Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with them, so he drank out every word. Different from Yu Linglong's words, Chu Yan made a decision when he spoke, and the faces of the three supreme peaks suddenly changed. Originally, they thought that with their three supreme peaks, they were not deliberately hostile to Chu Yan, and that Chu Yan had so many resources. Before waving his hands, they distributed countless of them to other cultivators who just helped them a little. But now, Chu Yan actually rejected him. Humph. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, don't you understand? Really think we dare not do it? In that case, it will not do you any good. The words of the middle-aged man carried obvious threats. Not only because the three of them are supreme peaks, but they also know the situation Chu Yan is in. As long as you start your hands, under the power of the battle, those Chu Yan's enemies will flock to you. This is their biggest trump card and reliance. After all, they also know about Chu Yan's prestige, the fifth successor of the gods, the reincarnation of the son of Emperor Wu, one of the top 10 peerless geniuses, and so on. If it was normal, they would not provoke Chu Yan at all, but now, they have the confidence. The ones who don't understand are you. Chu Yan was a little helpless, and looked up at the three of them, his eyes full of sympathy. In the world of martial arts, the weak prey on the strong. Every cultivator who wants to grow must frantically test on the edge of life and death, so as to obtain a chance and resources. And the three in front of them, one casual cultivator and two ancient clansmen, risked their lives for their own resources. It's just that they don't know that the result of their risking their lives is really only death. It's still the same sentence, get out now, you can live. Hearing this, the faces of the three of them turned completely cold, and murderous aura surged in their eyes. According to the last plan of the three of them joining forces, if Chu Yan does not cooperate, then kill him, and all the resources will belong to the three of them. Although this plan was not the result they wanted and was extremely risky, they still made such a plan for the sake of resources. Do it. The middle-aged man let out a soft drink, his whole body exploded with qi, and he shouted loudly. The two of you hold back Chu Yan here, and I'll deal with that woman. When I come back, the three of us will join forces, and Chu Yan will undoubtedly die. At that time, all resources will be shared equally by the three of us. When the other two heard this, they immediately shouted loudly, and their whole bodies exploded with qi. In an instant, three powerful supreme powers rose into the sky like flames, especially the middle-aged man, with 9 long spears behind him soaring into the sky, like a dragon with 9 magic weapons, powerful in all directions. In an instant, the void was shattered, and the heaven and earth were sealed. The three of them have already had a perfect plan. If they kill Chu Yan, they can't let other people know, so that all the resources can belong to the three of them, so the first step is to block the void. Chu Yan got up, his cold eyes swept over the three of them, the method of asking questions in his body was running, and his whole body was surging like a tide. At this moment, the faces of the three supreme peaks were all solemn, and the battle of life and death was about to begin. Although they are all supreme peaks, and Chu Yan is only a supreme master, the three of them know Chu Yan's combat power and reputation. This is a big gamble. If you win the bet, you will have the opportunity to ask Qingzun. If you lose the bet, then reincarnation. Swish. 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 3 figures rushed out at the same time, 2 shot at Chu Yan, and 1 shot at Yu Linglong. These are the 3 supreme peaks. Although they are not on the supreme list, their combat power is equally astonishing. #C3538 Domineering. Although these 3 people are unknown on the supreme list, they cannot be weak hands to enter this land of Taoist inheritance. Even if Lord Yuxiu, Supreme Hongyan, and Taoist Tianhui are here, facing the combination of the 3 of them, I am afraid that we must deal with it carefully. However, at this moment, a battle flame flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. The next moment, the monstrous flames against the gods gushed out, picking up a frenzy and sweeping towards the 3 of them. Humph. It's just a strange fire. The 3 supreme peaks sneered when they saw Chu Yan performing the fire movement technique. They are the 3 supreme peaks, but they are not some supreme early-stage practitioners. What is the use of such means? I saw that the 3 of them didn't even hide, they raised their hands and punched, split their palms, and shook the oncoming fire tide. Now, the 3 of them still have a little idea, as long as the 3 of them show a strong power, this Chu Yan might commit the crime and hand over the resources. However, the next breath they saw, the figure in the sea of flames disappeared suddenly. When the three of them hurriedly turned their heads to look around, they found that the black-robed figure had already reached the sky above their heads, raised his hand and punched them, and suppressed them. This punch was like an angry dragon rushing towards the sky, and also like a god of heaven and earth, looking down on all living beings and ants, stomping on them. What? The faces of the three of them changed drastically. They didn't expect that Chu Yan's combat power already had the power of heaven and earth. Thousands of space Tathagata, the 9 netherworlds, the gathering of Taoism into one. The spear in the middle-aged man's hand was like a dragon, roaring and stabbing violently. The sound was like thunder. In an instant, in the void around him, countless spirit pattern runes flashed and condensed into an array. The woman on one side took out a compass and tapped it lightly with her jade finger. Each time a 8-trigram spirit seal would be brought up, which would fly into the air and hover in the void. The void boiled like a tide, the sky and the earth cracked, and there were cracks everywhere. All three of them used the strongest method of asking questions, and the consequences of the collision of this move. Unimaginable. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw that Chu Yan's punch exploded, turned into 18 black shadows, shot in all directions, and instantly evolved 18 black-robed avatars, sitting cross-legged in the void, like 18 old monks sitting dingba, start singing. All kinds of Sanskrit sounds appeared like tides, turning into an invisible force in the void, rolling violently. This is Pufazong's soul-crossing formation. There's also the soul-hunting technique. The eyes of the three of them were about to fly out. These two Taoist arts are the famous stunts of Taoist Tianhui and Hongyan Jizuan. But now, it appeared in the hands of this Chu Yan at the same time. What's more, this move's twin births and double births obviously merged the two moves together, more than doubling its power. What a joke! This is the famous stunt of the two giants on the supreme ranking list. Not only did you steal it, but you also combined them into one move. This kind of Taoism is the top Taoism in the God's domain continent. Is it so easy to integrate? This time, the three supreme peaks were really surprised. It seems to understand a little bit why this Chu Yan was hunted down by all the forces in the world, but he lived well. Hold on to your soul, don't let, what? The middle-aged man only shouted halfway, and before he finished shouting, his eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he saw that the 18 black-robed figures sitting cross-legged were actually performing a spirit attack, and at the same time raised their hands together, and punched the three of them. 1 punch per person, that's 18 punches. 100-step fist. The monstrous might of the gang came from all directions, and there was no way to avoid it, no way to avoid it. 7 great ancient clans, Sun clans clan fighting skills. The middle-aged man glanced at it, almost going crazy. What's going on? Let's not say that Chu Yan not only stole the Taoist Tianhui, Hongyan Jizuan's famous soul Taoism, but also integrated it, and now he displays the township fighting skills of the Sun family of the 7 ancient families. However, this divine soul attack and combat skills are performed at the same time, which is simply the existence of the anti-cultivation method, and it is absolutely impossible. You must know that the soul attack Taoism refers to the whole body's consciousness and will, which are all concentrated together, and the power is displayed. It specializes in the soul Taoism. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to distract the martial arts, otherwise the soul attack, the technique will dissipate in an instant. The art of spirit and soul is about single-mindedness, and only by concentrating the mind can it be effective. This is impossible. The 3 supreme peaks were about to go crazy, their faces were full of shock and disbelief. This Chu Yan, is he still human? The next moment, a strong sense of crisis and death arose in the hearts of the 3 of them, making their faces pale and their bodies as cold as ice. The Great Way of Gunslinger. All battles return to the Emperor. 9 Turntable Scriptures. The 3 supreme peaks roared in unison, and at the same time, displayed the strongest Taoism, blasting in all directions. At the same time, a large piece of divine light rushed out from the bodies of the 3 people, but it was a piece of Tao treasures, connected together, blocking the surroundings of the body, like a large shield composed of Tao treasures. Boom! 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 All kinds of gas exploded, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, the sun and the moon faded, and the whole world was shaking. This confrontation was almost a duel between the strengths of the 2 sides, just like the battle between the strongest in the supreme realm. The first move was to test, and the second move was to determine life and death. The battle was extremely simple and rough. The turbulent flow dissipated, and the 3 supreme peaks were covered in blood, their eyes were bloodshot, their scalps burst, and their bodies were in a state of embarrassment. Quick retreat! Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man shouted anxiously, and was about to perform the teleportation technique. However, before he took out the jade talisman in his hand, Chu Yan on the opposite side had already moved. Want to leave? Chu Yan sneered. Although these 3 people might not be able to keep them if they tried their best to escape, after all, the trick Chu Yan used just now was a bit exhausting. However, no matter what, it was impossible for them to leave so peacefully. Huh! Suddenly, just as Chu Yan was about to make a move, he felt a flash of strange light in the distant sky, and a figure flashed in the light and shadow. Chu Yan, you are very good. Voices sounded, one after another. 2 figures appeared above the void. Chi stared at Chu Yan coldly. These 2 people, Chu Yan met before in the Taoist palace. They are from the Taoist family. Both of them are dressed in strong clothes, carrying long knives, like twins, and their aura is extremely powerful. It's just that anyone can feel an obvious murderous aura from their powerful aura. The Dao-eating clan, Daozi, dominates. A look of joy appeared on the faces of the 3 supreme peaks. They never expected that such a surprise would appear just when they were about to flee after losing their overall situation. Of course they are clear about the relationship between the Dao-devouring clan and Chu Yan. Fellow Daoist overlord, this Chu Yan has extraordinary fighting power. Let us join forces, and when the time comes, we will equal all the resources on him. The middle-aged supreme quickly transmitted the voice. #C3539 roll again. Because of Hong Litian's relationship, the Taoist clan regarded Chu Yan as the descendant of a traitor. Originally, it was a shameful thing for a traitor to appear in the clan, but now that the traitor died, there was an heir. Chu Yan walked around the continent of God's domain, like a pillar of shame of the Dao-devouring clan moving around, declaring the shame of the Dao-devouring clan to the whole world. This kind of thing, the 3 peak supreme beings know, and all the forces in the world know. Therefore, it can be said that the devouring Dao clan has a gnashing of teeth hatred for Chu Yan, and they want to kill them quickly. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I asked you to trade just now, you don't want to, now there is no chance. Prepare to die. The middle-aged man was holding a long gun, and his face was full of complacency, and the 2 young lords beside him were also full of complacency. The 5 supreme peaks joined forces to deal with Chu Yan more than poking. Even if he couldn't be killed, the suppression would be no problem. Seeing the appearance of the 2 Dao devourers, Chu Yan's face darkened slightly. With his current combat power, he has already reached the upper limit against 3 supreme peaks, and if he adds 2 more, he will be in danger. Moreover, this underlord is also a Daoist of the Dao-devouring family, and the existence on the supreme list is not weaker than the existence of Lord Yuhu, Hongyan Supreme, and Tianhui Taoist. I am second, but now bringing you Ling Long and putting her in danger is not what Chu Yan wants to see. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses of the Dao-devouring clan fell down from the sky and shouted loudly at the same time. You 3, get lost. When this sentence landed, the three supreme peaks who were still proud just now were dumbfounded on the spot. What's the situation? Get out again. Before Chu Yan let them go, that's all. Why did the Dao Devourers let them go too? Are you so unpopular? Outsiders are not allowed to intervene in the family affairs of our Dao devouring clan, or they will die. Hear this. The complexions of the three supreme peaks turned ashen in an instant. Dog, fart. Why outsiders can't intervene in the affairs of the Dao devouring clan? This tyrant probably wants to monopolize the benefits of Chu Yan. Insidious, shameless. Seeing the reluctance on the faces of the three of them, the person next to Ba Xia stepped forward directly, and suppressed the three of them like a torrent of might. Boom. The void trembles, the sun and the moon lose their light. Let's go. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, glanced at Chu Yan, then at Ba Xia, then turned and left helplessly, and the two young men around him followed him with livid faces. I can't go. If it is a joint venture, then they are still eligible to participate, but now, Ba Xia obviously has no intention of cooperating with them. If there is a fight, it will be a three-legged confrontation. Don't even think about it, it must be them who suffer in the end. Because, whether it is Chu Yan or Ba Xia, I am afraid that they will choose to deal with them first. In a three-party melee, the weakest one should be killed first. This is almost the most basic law of martial arts in the Divine Land continent. The three of them soared into the sky and flew into the sky. So we're leaving. One of the two youths spoke with a face full of unwillingness. Don't worry, tell Hongguan about this first. It's true that Hong Ba Xia is a Daoist, but Hongguan's power in the clan is not weak. Let's talk about it later. While speaking, the middle-aged man accelerated and flew rapidly. And the two young men behind him nodded, glanced back angrily, and left quickly. Hongguan is also a Taoist of the Dao devouring family, but compared with Ba Xia, he is a Taoist of a branch. However, the Dao devouring clan is similar to other ancient clans. Under the heavy martial arts, the competition between the main line and the branches is particularly fierce. This time, Ba Xia met Chu Yan, and it would be fine if he killed him, but if he failed to kill Chu Yan, let Hongguan know the news, then among the Dao devouring clan, the relationship between Ba Xia and Hongguan competition, there is something to say. At that time, Hongguan will definitely reward the three of them heavily, and it will not be a good income. Thinking of this, after the three of them flew thousands of miles away, Chi stopped, while checking the direction just now, and waited patiently. The distance of 1,000 miles is not too far, but it is not too close. On the one hand, the task of rolling has been completed, and at the same time, the results of the battle can be monitored, which is great. Moreover, there is another possibility. If Ba Xia and Chu Yan are seriously injured in the fight, then the three of them still have a chance. On the other side, Chu Yan stared at Ba Xia and asked. Ba Xia, want to fight? Something was wrong, Chu Yan could feel it. How could the Dao devouring clan let those three people leave? Instead of joining forces with it, against yourself. This tyrant has such a big grasp. He should have seen the battle between himself and Daoist Tianhui and Hongyan Supreme before. Could it be that Ba Xia and the person next to him are confident that they can surpass the two existences of Taoist Tianhui and Hongyan Supreme? This is very strange. Chu Yan would not think that Ba Xia drove those three people away to monopolize his own resources. Even if he is a Taoist named Ba Xia, he should not be so domineering and brainless. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ba Xia hesitated to speak. The corner of his mouth twitched twice, before slowly shaking his head and said. The battle is to be fought, but not now. It's not because you are the descendant of Senior Lydian, but because you are very strong, and I am very interested in you. While speaking, Ba Xia looked at Chu Yan looking up and down, and smiled without saying a word. In an instant, the pores of Chu Yan's body exploded, and a chill came over him. This guy, what do you mean? Ahem. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Just when the scene was extremely embarrassing, two coughs sounded almost simultaneously. One is Yu Linglong from Chu Yan's side, and the other is from the cultivator, next to Xia. Oh. Sorry, let's get down to business. Xia withdrew his gaze, his face straightened slightly, looked at Chu Yan, and continued. My underlord, Daozi of the Dao Devouring Clan, now officially announces to you on behalf of the Dao Devouring Clan, from today onwards, the Dao Devouring Clan is no longer your enemy. As soon as this remark came out, Chu Yan was stunned. What? No more enemies. The Qingjia god of war was listed as a traitor who must be killed in the Dao Devouring Clan back then. Now, with just one sentence, it's over. Could it be because of Lu Liang, Wu Yu? Chu Yan thought about it for a second, and immediately remembered what Lu Liang said to him in the place of inheritance. Chu Yan, are there people from other clans looking for you? Gu Ling. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Xia seemed not surprised at all, and spoke again with a light smile. Please speak up, fellow Daoist overlord. Hearing Xia's words, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then frowned slightly, and spoke directly. Because Lord Songzhu. When these words landed, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were both taken aback and stunned at the same time. God. Wu Tian, Emperor Yuan, is that? God. Chu Yan, I believe you should already know that 3 of the 4 great masters have been lost, and the only one that still exists is the one from Kunlun Mountain. Xia put his hands on his back, put on a sophisticated look in front of Chu Yan, and slowly opened his mouth to explain. #C3540 Wu Fidang's trump card. Xia's words can be connected with what he heard about Songzhu before. How much do you know about him? Chu Yan asked. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Xia smiled lightly, and then said. About this lord, what is certain is that he is one of the 4 heavenly masters. However, it is hard to say how much time is left now. Chu Yan's mind moved slightly, the information was exactly the same as what he had heard before. So Chu Yan, have you thought about it? Xia suddenly turned around and looked directly at Chu Yan with a serious expression on his face. From the era of the 4 Kangjas to the present, endless years have passed, but no new Songzhu realm has appeared on our God's domain continent. This sentence shocked Chu Yan, and his eyes froze slightly. The number of Daoist realms in the God's domain continent is not small, and they have a long lifespan, but Yu Linglong's 3 chief masters all existed in ancient times. Because they escaped the ancient war, the 3 of them have hardly made any breakthroughs in their cultivation until now. Moreover, in such a long time, the 3 of them have been looking for ways and opportunities to break through, but they still found nothing. From this point of view, compared to the probability of the Supreme being breaking through to the Taoist realm, the probability of the Taoist breaking through to the Songzhu is really pitifully low, even infinitely close to 0. If there were 4 major Songzhu in the ancient times, why has none of them appeared in the ancient times? In particular, what made Chu Yan think of is that among the 10 gods, it is said that the first 4 have taken half a step, that is, half-stepped Songzhu realm, but why did none of the 4 finally break through? If you taste it carefully, it seems that there is something special about it. The impact of the War of the Ancients on the God's domain continent is far beyond our imagination. I can say with certainty that since the War of the Ancients, the God's domain continent has lost the possibility of breaking through the Songzhu. The God King breaks through the Supreme, and the Daozun area is enough. The Supreme breaks through the Taoist, and there is a place to ask questions. And the Taoist breaks through the Songzhu. There is nowhere to go. Xia's words made Chu Yan frown slightly. He also asked about this matter. The answer he got was the same as what Xia said now. Not only Chu Yan himself, almost all Taoist masters in this world have nowhere to go, so they can only search blindly in the God's domain continent. The saddest thing is that, according to Xiao's words, the blind search of all Taoist masters will have no results at all. And now the fact is exactly the same. It has something to do with Wu Fa. Chu Yan said suddenly. This sentence made Xia and the cultivators around him brighten their eyes at the same time, and they looked at Chu Yan with amazement. You are very smart. Xia looked at Chu Yan, his eyes completely changed. Not only our Tao-devouring clan, the ancient tombs, the 7 ancient families, and the 13 orthodoxy, all the top forces are trying their best to find ways and opportunities to break through the Cangzhou realm. In the end, all the clues point to the same result, that is your reincarnation, Wu Fa. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, confirming his guess. It means that Wu Fa knows the way to break through Cangzhou realm, or that place. Not bad. Xia nodded. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Xia, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Although Chu Yan knew it himself, there was news about Wu Fa circulating on the continent of God's domain, but he was a second-generation ancestor. How could such an existence be related to the biggest secret of God's domain continent? How did these people find it? That being the case, now I can use Wu Fa's reincarnation status to remain invincible. After all, among all the forces in this world, there is still a group of existences who are willing to pay any price in order to break through the Cangzhou realm. And these existences, just a few words can affect the situation and direction of the entire God's domain continent. This seems to be extremely beneficial to me. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you should have heard that there is not only one force in the Tao-devouring clan. There are still many people in our clan who have completely different views on you. The cultivator next to Xia finally spoke. With the passage of time, some elders in my clan have understood what Senior Lydian did back then. On this basis, we are willing to settle our suspicions with fellow Taoist Chu Yan, and we are willing to pay a sum of compensation as a gesture of sincerity. Speaking of this, he looked at Chu Yan quietly, and saw that the other party had no abnormal colors, so he continued. Among us, Hongguan Daozi has been promoted, and we are waiting for you in the Wendao Mountains for a friendly negotiation. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and said. Okay, I'll go. Finally, the Xia and the others heaved a long sigh of relief, and the smiles on their faces became more intense. What they are most worried about is that after Chu Yan knows the truth, relying on Wu Fa's identity card, he will never die with the Tao-devouring clan. In that case, although the Tao-devouring clan is not afraid, they will not get any benefits, and may even quit the biggest opportunity this time. This is by no means the result that the Tao-devouring clan wanted. Thank you fellow Taoist Chu Yan, then I won't bother you, I hope to see you next time, hee hee. When Xia said these words, the wretched smile on his face reappeared, making Chu Yan feel cold all over. In the next breath, the figures of the two disappeared, and the breath between the heaven and the earth also loosened. The strength of these two people is not weak, and they actually have an impact on this void world. And at the same time as the two disappeared, in the sky thousands of miles away, the 3 figures who had been waiting for a long time were all startled. The result is determined so quickly. The 3 supreme peaks who had been waiting here just now regained their spirits, and their eyes lit up. However, after the 3 people's spiritual senses probed past, their faces were full of doubts. What's the situation? The 2 cultivators of the Tao-devouring clan disappeared. Could it be that Chu Yan won? Just when the 3 of them were confused and didn't know what to do, a majestic aura surged out of the grove. Boom! This divine light soared into the sky, and immediately exploded into 3 strands. The 3 colored lights of gold, silver, and color shot up into the sky, forming majestic visions and billowing thunderstorms in the sky. The place where this vision came from was exactly the void hidden by Yu Linglong in the grove. From the beginning to the end, Yu Linglong did not show up, not because she was not worried about Chu Yan, but because she accidentally obtained a purple jade in the grove, and after refining it, it directly led to a breakthrough opportunity. This opportunity was so special that even she couldn't control it, as if this purple jade was completely prepared for her. Therefore, for an entire hour, Yu Linglong was in a breakthrough state and did not show up. Now, when the situation is ripe, he finally breaks through the bottleneck of cultivation with a burst of energy. The mighty supreme power erupted, and the whole world trembled. Yu Linglong moved lightly from the void with lotus steps, and when she walked out, her body was already full of supreme accomplishment. #C3541 Sun and Moon Eyes. The first thing Yu Linglong did when she broke through was to look at Chu Yan, and kept sizing her up. "Brother Chu Yan, are you okay?" In the previous battle with the three supreme peaks, Yu Linglong felt a little guilty for not being able to help. Originally, she was in charge of protecting the Dharma, but she accidentally triggered Ziyu, which led to a breakthrough opportunity. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Yan smiled. Immediately with a glance, he saw three figures running away in a panic on the edge of the sky in the distance. The three originally wanted to sit on the sidelines, but when they saw that it was Yu Linglong who broke through, they finally realized that they had no chance, so they chose to leave. After that, Chu Yan carefully told Yu Linglong what happened with Ba Kai just now. "In this case, can't we walk sideways from now on?" Yu Linglong's big eyes were shining. "You must know that during this period of time, he and Chu Yan have been under the siege and interception of various forces, and now they turned over all of a sudden. Moreover, with this whole card, even if they open their mouths to ask for resources from the major forces, these forces can only hold their noses and admit that they are unlucky. After all, Wu Fei was only on Chu Yan's body, and anyone who wanted to get any news had to nod from Chu Yan. It's hard to say now." Knowing what Yu Linglong was thinking, Chu Yan shook his head with a wry smile. "Now I only know that it is related to Wu Fei, but I don't know what it is. And there is one more thing that very few people know now. That is, Chu Yan may not be the reincarnation of Wu Fei, but Wu Tiandi, and may also be the reincarnation of Emperor Yuan. If the powers of the world know about this matter, they don't know how they will react. All the powers in the world are aware of Wu Fei's second-generation ancestors' style, so it is inevitable that some giants have doubts in their hearts. It can be said that the forces of all parties are now waiting, and there is no final determination. Otherwise, there won't be only 2 or 3 forces coming to find him. Now we can only say that the safety is guaranteed, and we have to look at the others." Chu Yan reminded. "N." Yu Linglong nodded. Chu Yan knew exactly how Guling, the Wang family, the Gua family, including the Taoist family, treated him before. Because of this, they are eager to make up with themselves. However, I'm afraid they also know in their hearts that their chances of getting Wu Fei's secret from Chu Yan may be the smallest. It is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to write it off, because they lowered their status now, and pretend that nothing happened before. Is there such a good thing in this world? This kind of power and people can't die. If Yu Linglong's idea can really be implemented, then these forces will be the ones who will blackmail them first, and they will not be relentless. This grove has almost been refined, let's find the next one." Chu Yan pulled Shangyue Linglong and rose into the sky. With the guidance of the 9 regions star chart, the speed and accuracy of finding the opportunity for the Taoist master's inheritance are much faster, and no time should be wasted. Half an hour later, Chu Yan and the two arrived at the next place, but I found it after looking for it, and there was no error, but this luck was a little bit worse. There is already a group of cultivators fighting for this place, and the fighting is extremely fierce. Chu Yan thought for a while, but decided not to participate, turned around and chose to leave. Now is not the time to fight head-on with these people. If they find out, they may join forces to deal with him. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, most of the day passed. In the entire place where the Taoist masters passed on, the heavens and the earth changed again, and the sun in the sky changed from 1 to 2, turning into 2 huge scorching suns hanging high in the sky. And those 2 rounds of scorching sun continued to evolve and distort, and finally turned into 2 pupils, looking down on the earth like a god. These are the Taoist pupils. Everyone in the entire Taoist inheritance land found out, and they were all shocked. In the next breath, there are more than a dozen figures of the Supreme, rushing towards the sky like shooting stars, shooting directly at the 2 rounds of Haori. These are the dual pupils of the Taoist master, and they may have powerful pupil skills, which are more than 100 times stronger than ordinary flesh and blood essence. Therefore, the bigwigs from all sides rushed to prepare to snatch it. It's all the Supreme Peak, our cultivation is still the Supreme Master. Chu Yan looked at the scene of a group of vicious tigers preying on the sky, and spoke softly. To be honest, among all the cultivators in the Taoist inheritance land, he and Yu Linglong may be the weakest in cultivation. They are only at the Supreme Achievement realm, and Yu Linglong has just broken through. It's not that you can't compete with these people, the key is that as soon as Chu Yan shows up now, these Supreme Peaks may join forces as soon as possible. If he and Yu Linglong had broken through to the Supreme Peak, they would not be afraid at all, but now they are only the Supreme Master, and it is still a bit dangerous to join hands with so many Supreme Peaks. 9 Territories Star Map, next place. Chu Yan urged the 9 Realms Star Map, and continued to choose to leave. An hour later, they came to an island. The entire island was like a field of elixir, with densely packed celestial herbs and elixir growing as far as the edge could be seen. Although the will and aura of the Taoist master, contained in the elixir and fairy grass here are obviously not as powerful as those small saplings in the grove, they are better than the large number. Without saying a word, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong started refining separately. After less than half an hour of refining, the supreme power in Chu Yan's and Yu Linglong's bodies skyrocketed, which is not much different from 100 years of ordinary cultivation. While they were refining the spirit grass and fairy medicine on this island, all kinds of battles were breaking out in the land where the Taoist master passed on. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong have left the island and are heading to the next place. Flying at high altitude, trying to avoid those big and small battles under investigation, and advancing 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan suddenly reacted to the 9 Realms star map in the Sea of Knowledge. There. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and he turned his head to look in the direction pointed by the 9 Realms star map. This time, the outburst of will from the 9 regions star chart is extremely strong, which shows that the Taoist inheritance discovered this time is probably the biggest one among all the ones discovered before. After flying for a long time, the guiding will in the 9 Realms star map was also strong to the extreme, and the figures of Chu Yan and the 2 stopped. At a glance, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong saw a continuous mountain range in front of him. The mountains surged across the ground like water waves, layer upon layer, extending to the depths of the earth. In the mountains, there is vitality, all kinds of spiritual plants and flowers, fairy trees and vines, strange rocks and fine soil can be seen everywhere. When the 2 of them landed on the ground and stepped on the ground of the mountain range, their bodies were startled at the same time, and they looked at each other in amazement. From the ground under his feet, there were bursts of beating sounds of pung-pung. The frequency felt like the pulsation of the heart, and it was endless. #C3542 2 Swords Duel. This time, both Chu Yan and Yu Linglong became excited. Judging from this situation, compared with the previous grove, this mountain range is like the difference between the moon and fireflies. When the 2 looked at each other, their eyes were full of surprise and excitement, and this time, it happened. Hurry up, separate refining. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong jumped up and rushed towards different peaks. There are countless peaks in this mountain range. Each peak is big or small, but the will and breath of the Taoist master are extremely powerful. However, the 2 had just rushed up to different hills, and suddenly their faces darkened at the same time, and they looked up at the sky. I saw a small black dot flying towards the sky rapidly, and there were more than a dozen figures. There are people. The 2 supreme peaks of Pufazong, the 3 supreme peaks who left before, Sanqiu, Shangxianzong. There are forces from all sides, even those of the highest orthodoxy, and a few of them are at the supreme Disheng realm. This group of people were all rushing in the direction of Chu Yan, and they flew in such a hurry that Chu Yan's face sank instantly, and his eyes were blazing. These dogs, shit, why are they chasing after flies like flies? However, most of this group of people are the supreme peaks. If they fight directly, the situation will not be beneficial to Chu Yan. Chu Yan. When a cultivator saw a black-robed figure standing on the mountain peak, he was startled, and then his face was full of ecstasy. Wu Liangshou, I didn't expect to be so lucky, fellow Daoist Chu Yan, it's a pleasure to meet you. When the supreme peak of Pufazong spoke, his figure had already fallen from the sky and fell to the mountains below. A large group of figures followed behind him, all of them were full of breath, the method of asking questions was running, the sky and the earth trembled, and the void froze. These forces are all enemies of life and death, to Chu Yan. Now that they bump into the inheritance of a mountain range in front of them, they will put it down first and give priority to dealing with Chu Yan. Exquisite. Wait a minute you. Chu Yan stared at the group of people in front of him, and whispered to Yu Linglong at the same time. Well, I see, brother Chu Yan. After hearing Chu Yan's plan, Yu Linglong nodded, her beautiful eyes swept towards the 6 figures at the back of the crowd. Roar. Just when the 2 sides were in a posture, and the battle was about to break out, suddenly, a roar between the sky and the earth exploded in the sky. The entire sky shattered directly amidst the roar of the beast, exploding countless turbulent voids, and the mighty power swept across. The next moment, a tall animal figure stepped out from the turbulent flow of the void, and the violent wind and waves, rushed forward, smashed the turbulent flow of the void into nothingness, and landed heavily on the main peak of the mountain range. Tremble. In the next moment, the dense wind of dust billowed away, and the tall animal shadow continued to shrink, evolving into a human figure. When everyone saw this person clearly, they were all surprised. Pan Tianqing. A chill rose in the hearts of all the supreme bosses at the same time. Compared with Pan Tianqing on the supreme list, although Chu Yan is also very powerful, but after all, he only has a cultivation level of Disheng, but this Pan Tianqing is different. The Daoist of the Pan family of the 7 ancient families, ranked 7th on the supreme list. 7th. This is one of the 10 supreme beings. Among all the supreme beings in the whole world, his combat power ranks 7th, and there are only 6 people in front of him. To put it bluntly, among the 13 orthodoxy and the forces of the world, there are very few who can draw with Pan Tianqing. At this time, Pan Tianqing was holding a black long sword and standing on the main peak, and the air around him was full of sword power and killing intent. Such a scene made everyone feel cold and their scalps tingling. And Pan Tianqing ignored everyone around him, stared straight at Chu Yan with murderous eyes, and said, "Not bad. We met. Let's fight." Not only Pan Tianqing, but Chu Yan, who was looking at him at this time, also had eyes full of flames and a fighting spirit in his body. A feeling of boiling blood appeared in Chu Yan's heart like it had not been for a long time. This Pan Tianqing can become his opponent. Even if he has just broken through his cultivation base and obtained many new powerful means, Chu Yan knows that this Pan Tianqing is definitely a rare opponent, and he can fight happily. Even if he fought against the supreme peak before, he couldn't make Chu Yan hardy, but now the opportunity has come. No. Just as the 2 of them looked at each other and were about to draw their swords at the same time, Yu Linglong spoke, which made Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing startled at the same time. Now they are here, if Chu Yan fights with you, they will definitely attack. Yu Linglong pointed at the group of Pufazong. This sentence is reasonable. Anyone who dares to intervene will die. Pan Tianqing turned his head, looked at the group of bosses, and said directly. This is strength, absolute strength. The existence ranked 7th on the supreme list is qualified to say this. When this sentence landed, the faces of Pufazong, Shengxianzong and other supreme bosses were all darkened. Too domineering. It's totally unreasonable. They were the ones who came first, and you, Pan Tianqing, didn't talk about the virtue of first come, first served. However, Qi turns to Qi, and black turns to black. No one dared to oppose Pan Tianqing face to face, so he could only grit his teeth. Pan Daozi, speak up, I will save face. Don't worry. The person from Pufazong hurriedly put on a smiling face and said to Pan Tianqing, while the others also nodded quickly, for fear of being a step late. After all, they were still worried that if they didn't gnaw, Pan Tianqing would really rush over with his sword, destroy them first and then fight Chu Yan. Hearing the answer, Pan Tianqing turned around again and looked at Chu Yan. Today, you and I will fight. Fair, just, and open. How dare you? With the long fingers of the black sword in his hand, the blade pointed straight at Chu Yan. In an instant, the heavens and the earth suddenly froze, and the surrounding space was completely frozen. All the bigwigs present at the scene looked at Chu Yan with nervous expressions. Fair fight. Pan Tianqing, 7th on the supreme list, faced Chu Yan, one of the top 10 peerless geniuses. Ling Long, go to refining first, I'll come later. Chu Yan turned to look at Yu Linglong, and smiled. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Linglong nodded without hesitation, and flew directly to the main peak where Pan Tianqing was. Seeing this scene, the big bosses in the siege all twitched. This is too broken. In this case, they can't even stop it. After all, that little girl is heading towards the main peak where Pan Tianqing is, they dare not. Moreover, Pan Tianqing completely ignored Yu Linglong's approach, and instead turned his head to stare at the group of people, his eyes full of warning. It means that not only Chu Yan, but even the girl next to Chu Yan, can't move. It's all under the cover of him, Pan Tianqing. Boom. The next moment, Chu Yan's whole body exploded, and the 12 ways of asking questions in his body were running, the tiger roared and his long hair flew up. With a clang sound, the Haotian sword came out of its sheath, bringing out the mighty power of the sword, and pointed it straight at the sky. Two swords duel, fighting in the Taoist forbidden area. #C3543 Blood. Clang. The long sword trembled, and made a loud and clear sound of sword prickling, resounding through the world. A sword in the sky. The next moment, the black-robed figure moved first, and the long sword slashed out. Thousands of swords radiated like waterfalls, picking up a wave of swords that filled the sky, covering the void. All the methods of asking questions are running, and they are fully integrated into the sword. This sword is the strongest and destroys everything. It can be said that the Supreme Realm Desheng realm will die under this sword, even if it is the peak of the Supreme Realm. Facing this sword, they can only hide. Sword sweeping thunder. Pan Tianqing's sword came out like a fan, and the fire in his eyes bloomed. He stared at the sword in Chu Yan's hand, and at the same time swung his black sword to shoot. In an instant, a large sword shadow spread into a horizontal plane and swept out. In this sword movement, there is a powerful momentum that sweeps away everything, as if it wants to smash the world in front of it into powder. From Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, it can be clearly seen that the moment Pan Tianqing took out the sword, all the momentum he had accumulated for a long time was integrated into the power of the sword, and he had completely reached the state of mastery of swordsmanship. Boom! 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 When the two swords collided, it was like two waves of beasts colliding fiercely, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the surrounding mountain peaks, spiritual plants, forests and rocks were all blasted to pieces, like a storm blowing by, devastated everywhere. Pan Tianqing and Chu Yan seemed to have reached a certain tacit understanding, and neither used any forbidden Taoist moves, but they were attacking with sword power. This seems extremely fair, but also somewhat unfair. In battles between supreme realms, it is not uncommon to use martial arts to determine the outcome, but it is definitely very rare. After all, after reaching this level, one's attack is the power of heaven, and the power of heaven and earth is mobilized under the general trend, which is far stronger than the attack power of martial arts. However, the group of bosses who were watching the battle all understood that this is a battle of sword cultivators. It can even be said that it might be the ultimate battle to determine the first sword in God's domain continent. On the battlefield, dust storms and sandstorms swept across the sky. In the dust and mist, two figures standing with swords were faintly revealed. It has to be said that the combat power of these two people is extremely terrifying. This is the combat power of the Supreme Master. If this is the case, all the bosses present would probably be willing to downgrade their cultivation base by one level in exchange for such supreme combat power. After all, even a blind person can see that the combat power of this kind of Supreme Master is enough to sweep away ordinary Supreme Peak Realm cultivation bases. If you compare goods, you want to throw them away, and if you compare people, you want to die. Regardless of the group of bosses standing aside with unlovely expressions, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at the main peak where Pan Tianqing was, and looked at the figure sitting cross-legged. Yu Linglong is doing all she can to refine the main peak, so he can rest assured. As long as Pan Tianqing is here, no one will dare to disturb Yu Linglong's refinement, and the Taoist will and aura contained in this mountain range are extremely terrifying. This point was recognized by all the bigwigs present. After all, after the move just now, they can only admit that Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing's combat power is at the same level. Therefore, if they want to move Yu Linglong, they dare not provoke Pan Tianqing. If they add another Chu Yan, it will almost be a fatal result. No one wants to do something like courting death. Go. Go to refine other mountains. The bosses present, watching the battle between Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing, felt like vomiting blood, and seeing Yu Linglong refining the main peak, they wanted to vomit blood even more. So, the big guys turned their eyes and decided to refine and go to other mountains. Instead of staring blankly here, it is better to quickly refine some Taoist breath. This is the key to improving cultivation and strength. After all, these bigwigs are the top combat forces of all parties, and they don't have much interest in such battles. On the battlefield, Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing were still facing each other with swords, and the aura of the two of them continued to increase. When swordsmen fight, it often depends on a single sword to decide the outcome. This is very different from the fighting style of other spiritual soldiers. If it was a confrontation between two sword cultivators, it would definitely be a battle scene of thousands of miles of thunder and thunder, but the placement of sword cultivators is completely different. Gather your momentum and strike, win with one sword. This in itself is the general direction of the sword practice practiced by sword cultivators, so every swordsman is like this. Chu Yan, don't let me down. Don't you have a very strong Daobao? Show it. Pan Tianqing looked at Chu Yan with excitement on his face. How long? He himself had already forgotten how long it had been since the last time he was so passionate about fighting. So at this moment, he decided not to regret, and to go all out. If you attack with all your strength, can this Chu Yan in front of you be able to resist? This must first be seen. What cards does Chu Yan have, and whether he is qualified to let himself fight with all his strength. Hearing Pan Tianqing's words, Chu Yan laughed out loud. Haha, good. Then don't let me down. While speaking, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the scroll of heaven and earth flew out across the sky, flying over Chu Yan's head like a cloud of light, and slowly unfolded. The avenues, mountains and rivers, and the laws of the myriad realms are slowly revealed as the scrolls of heaven and earth unfold, Hum. In an instant, the whole world began to become violently sincere, and under the sound of crackling, the surrounding voids all collapsed, and countless void cracks appeared. From the beginning to the end, in order to fight Pantianqing as hard as possible, Chu Yan has been motivating his strength and true energy, so he is at his peak state at this time. Therefore, when the Tao Scroll of Heaven and Earth is displayed, it is directly the ultimate power, even if the sky and the earth can't bear such power. Good. When Pantianqing saw this scene, his eyes suddenly brightened. Sure enough, this Chu Yan did not disappoint him. In the next breath, Pantianqing turned his hands over, took out a purple jade ring and put it on his finger. Boom! Almost in an instant, a monstrous force erupted from him, shooting up into the sky like a black flame, hitting the sky. Amidst the roaring sound of ho-ho, a huge black beast phantom appeared behind him, just like the beast shadow when he first appeared before, like a beast of heaven and earth, stepping on the mountain peak, roaring the sky and the earth. You're not bad either. Chu Yan looked at Pantianqing with a bright smile on his face. The heaven-defying way you practice is stronger than my eternal way. However, you will know who is strong and who is weak after the battle. The aura around Pantianqing was constantly converging, gathering into his body like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. In this battle, there will be no regrets. As soon as the words landed, a ray of purple-black light burst out from the purple jade ring on Pantianqing's right hand, which fell into his eyes, turning his eyes into beast's eyes. At the same time, his left hand was making seals, making extremely ancient Tao seals, constantly pressing on the black sword on his right hand. In less than a short time, on the black sword in his right hand, Tao seals flickered densely. The way of the ages. Chu Yan's expression froze. #C3544 Vision ends. With just one move, both Chu Yan and Pantianqing felt each other's strength. Even if Pantianqing wanted to fight again, he kept mobilizing his true qi and strength, but when his strength was about to reach its peak, there was a strong pain in his body, and there were signs of unstable qi and blood. What a way against the sky! Pantianqing finally understood that he was at a disadvantage in the counterattack just now. The god of the sword, the world is shocked, the eternal green will be destroyed forever, I will never give up. Singing in a long voice, like the gods of heaven and earth, under the rolling thunder, Pantianqing finally pushed the momentum of his whole body to the extreme. Completely ignoring the load on his body to the limit, he just let the blood boil in his heart, and the black sword in his hand erupted. The next moment, Pantianqing, Heijian, heaven and earth, the three merged into one, turning into a phantom of heaven and earth, appearing like a god. What a powerful way of the ages! Chu Yan stood there, his eyes narrowed, and he was astonished. For a long time, except for his own way of defying the sky, Chu Yan has never seen anyone practice such a powerful way of martial arts. This time, martial arts has become much more interesting. Chu Yan, whose eyes were full of surprises, was even more excited, his eyes brightened. It is really extraordinary to be ranked 7th on the supreme list. Whether it is the unity of man and sword, or the unity of man and nature, it can be regarded as a great achievement in martial arts, and the strong have supernatural powers. However, Pantianqing in front of him was able to combine himself, the sword, and the general trend of the world into one, which shows that his spirit power has reached the extreme. Even if one reaches the bottleneck state of cultivation, the next step is to break through to the Taoist realm, it is just a matter of waiting for time. Therefore, such a strong man can remain invincible even in the face of Taoist Tianhui and Hongyan Supreme. It is extremely difficult to cultivate to such a level, but this Pantianqing did it. Chu Yan. Pantianqing stands above the void, between heaven and earth. The phantom as tall as a mountain looks like a man or a beast, looking down on all living beings like ants. With a wave of his hand, the black sword flew across the sky, slashing down heavily. Good. Hearing Pantianqing shout, Chu Yan shouted loudly, and his figure rushed up. The Haotian sword in his hand trembled, his whole body surged against the flames, and the scroll above his head crossed the sky, walking against the battle. On the other side, on the main peak where Pan Tianqing had left, Yu Linglong was sitting cross-legged, not refining the main peak with all her strength. After a short period of time, the main peak at this time has at least doubled in size, and part of the Taoist aura that disappeared was all refined and fused by Yu Linglong. On several other mountain peaks, the bosses of other forces are also refining with all their strength, and the speed is more than 10 times slower than that of Yu Linglong. After all, Yu Linglong has the body of a great spirit and god, and any spirit of heaven and earth is very close to her. While refining, suddenly, a very special feeling rose in Yu Linglong's heart. The beautiful eyes opened, and Yu Linglong's consciousness transformed into a body, entering the sea of consciousness. Little sapling. Under the guidance of the spiritual consciousness, under the full force of the urging, the small sapling in his body was actually undergoing a mutation. I didn't expect that refining this Taoist inheritance mountain could also cause changes in my own saplings. This little sapling was transformed by Chu Yan's green lotus breath, and it can be regarded as the seed of the green lotus. When it bears fruit and blooms, a new green lotus may appear, so Yu Linglong has always attached great importance to it. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the change of the little sapling, there was a sudden change in the surrounding void, and the earth and mountains under his feet trembled. What happened? The faces of all the bosses present were shocked by this sudden change. It's her. It was soon discovered that Yu Linglong's body released a mysterious aura, which was causing changes in the world. All the supreme bigwigs looked together, all of them were shocked. As for Yu Linglong, a faint green aura overflowed from her body, bathing her whole body in the green aura, making her look extremely holy. Chu Yan, who was fighting with Pan Tianqing, suddenly turned his head and saw this scene, and his mind was moved. Of course he is familiar with this breath, but the little sapling in Yu Linglong's body can actually trigger the vision of heaven and earth. This is the ability of the green lotus. Chu Yan, are you courting death? Pan Tianqing was violent all over his body, and he slashed heavily with the black sword in his hand, reminding him loudly. For this battle, Pan Tianqing devoted himself wholeheartedly, so he naturally didn't want his opponent to be distracted. But at the next moment, the mutation broke out completely, and even Pan Tianqing was attracted, and stopped to look. I saw Yu Linglong sitting cross-legged on the main peak in the distance, with a huge aura all over her body, like filaments of green breath continuously gushing out, burrowing into the main peak at her feet. Where these green threads passed, the ground of the main peak cracked, revealing deep grooves. All the soil layers of the ever-expanding mountain peaks, the blue stones are all turned into powder, just like the shell of an egg is peeled off, revealing the same appearance in the mountain peak. This is. When everyone saw the main peak appearing, their pupils shrank sharply. I saw that this mountain peak had turned into a crystal mountain peak, and the whole peak seemed to be made of crystal. And in the mountain, there are flames of 5 colors burning, like 5 fire dragons roaming and roaring among the crystals. Bang bang! The next moment, everyone was astonished. The 5 fire dragons smashed away from the side of Jingfeng, broke through the wall, and went straight to the sky. A terrifying and powerful aura swept across all directions, shaking the sky and the earth. Everyone's complexion completely changed. This aura is too terrifying, so powerful that it makes one's soul tremble, the whole body freezes, and even the death energy surges in the heart. Tao, the coercion of the Taoist master. The supreme boss of Pufazong took a deep breath, before exclaiming. So strong. When the others reacted, they were all stunned. Since they entered this place of inheritance, they have refined many Taoist inheritances, but they have never felt the coercion of the Taoist. But now, the coercion of the Taoist master suddenly appeared, as if the Taoist master himself appeared, and under the full momentum, they suppressed these supreme peaks like ants. The power of the Taoist Lord is too strong. However, everyone is thinking, why the Taoist master's coercion did not appear in the Taoist master's inheritance that was refined before, but the Taoist master's coercion appeared in this Taoist master's inheritance mountain. It doesn't make sense at all, unless this peak has the power of the Taoist soul. The supreme leader of Pufazong suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Right. My God, there is still a remnant soul of the Taoist hidden in this mountain peak. Great! This is a great opportunity. The true inheritance of the Taoist master is here. This is the core inheritance." When everyone heard it, they all looked ecstatic. If they got Jingfeng's inheritance, it would be equivalent to inheriting the real Taoist inheritance, and there is definitely hope to break through the Taoist realm. Moreover, this ray of remnant soul has completely lost consciousness after countless years, and anyone can fuse it at will. #C3545 Taoist Spirit. Everyone was staring at Jingfeng and the vision of 5 dragons in the sky. What is that? Suddenly someone exclaimed, and everyone followed the sound, only to find that a void gate appeared above the 5 dragon vision in the sky, connecting with a path. As soon as the void gate appeared and opened quickly, it seemed to turn into a black hole. Crazy creatures devoured the aura of heaven and earth around them, sucking all the aura of heaven and earth into the door like a whale. Moreover, the sense of coercion of fear is getting stronger and stronger, filling the whole world. At this time, above Yu Linglong's body, the green light shrouded it to the extreme, and it actually led Yu Linglong's body towards the mountain below. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned instantly. Now that she has completely lost the will to fight, after this mutation happened, it actually directly affected Yu Linglong. But Chu Yan knew that all these horrors had a lot to do with the little green lotus sapling in Yu Linglong's body. "Friend Chu Yan." Pan Tianqing on the other side, after restraining all his breath and sword power, flew to Chu Yan's side to watch quietly for a while, and said, "This battle, I still can't do my best. The words are full of helplessness and regret, the opportunity to fight has been lost, and it will be difficult to recover." After all, he doesn't need to care about the inheritance of these Taoist masters, but if there are remnant souls of Taoist masters, it will be different. "Feel sorry." Chu Yan slightly cupped his hands in response, and said, "Next time, we can make an appointment to fight again. As long as Pan Daoyu makes an appointment, I will definitely go." For Pan Tianqing, Chu Yan still appreciates it very much, not only because of his strong fighting power, he is a rare opponent in a life-and-death battle, but also because of his good heart. "This matter, just let it happen." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Pan Tianqing smiled wryly and shook his head. This is not a competition between ordinary cultivators, but a peak duel between the number 1 sword cultivators on the supreme list. If you want to fight again, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I'm 1 step ahead. As soon as the words fell, Pan Tianqing turned into a sword light and shot straight at the gate, where the vision of the 5 dragons was located in the void. Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at where Yu Linglong was. Seeing that she had gone deep into the main peak, he also turned around and rushed towards the void gate. "They're in. That's the soul of the Taoist master, grab it quickly. Walk. Hurry up." Seeing Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing rushing out, a group of bosses couldn't bear it, and they all shot violently and flew straight to the void gate. The big bosses present, even the strong man who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain just now, got up one after another and flew towards the gate of the 5 dragon vision in the sky. In less than 10 breaths, the entire scene was deserted, with no one at all. Except for Yu Linglong, who sank into the main peak alone, the scene completely returned to calm. However, none of the bigwigs who left would have imagined that after they left, their savings would explode after a monstrous change. And this change is not only concentrated in this Taoist inheritance mountain range, but in the entire inheritance land, all the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes that have been transformed by the Taoist inheritance have all begun to change. On the other side, after Chu Yan entered the void gate, he felt as if his body had completely disintegrated, traveling through time and space continuously. However, he could clearly sense that Yu Linglong's aura was just ahead. Obviously, Yu Linglong sinking into the crystal peak is obviously the most direct shortcut to enter the void gate. Soon, when Chu Yan regained a clear consciousness and his whole body tightened, his eyes suddenly brightened. Spiritual consciousness surged and swept around. Seeing Yu Linglong's figure sitting cross-legged on a flat ground in front of her with a steady breath, Chu Yancheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And Pan Tianqing and other strong men are scattered around, not far away, and they can see each other. Brother Chu Yan, what happened? Yu Linglong finally woke up from the refinement and fusion, opened her beautiful eyes, and found that the surrounding scene had changed. She stared at her big eyes with a hazy face, and asked around. Chu Yan hurriedly told Yu Linglong what happened just now in detail, causing her small mouth to open slightly. Her small face was full of astonishment, and at the same time there was a touch of excitement. This is a piece of purple land, dotted with shining golden light spots, as if there are pieces of gold inlaid on the purple land. On such a land, not a single blade of grass grows, only at the end of the horizon in the distance, 3 tall altars rise from the ground, standing between the sky and the earth. The altar was an extremely rare blood red, as if it was covered with blood, which made people feel a little creepy. The powerful coercive aura of the Taoist master was released from these 3 blood-colored altars, like a vast ocean, shrouded between heaven and earth. Moreover, this coercion of the Taoist master obviously trembled regularly, sinking and sucking like breathing. Obviously, these 3 altars must be the true core of the Taoist inheritance. Maybe, these 3 altars are transformed from the blood essence of the masters of the Taoist realm, and contain most of the inheritance of the Taoist masters. Not to mention the power of the main realm, even the blood essence of the supreme realm is extremely precious. Including the drop of Songzhu's essence blood that Chu Yan got before, it was even more terrifying to the extreme, and helped Chu Yan resolve the crisis of life and death several times. But now, the 3 altars in front of them are so big, how much blood must have been transformed? Not to mention 3, I am afraid that if only one of them is obtained, Chu Yan will directly break through to the Supreme Peak state. And these Supreme Peak bosses around, if they can get one, maybe they can directly break through to the Taoist realm. It's possible. Sure enough, there is still a breakthrough opportunity in this place of inquiry. The 3 altars stood at the end of the horizon, releasing powerful coercion, lying quietly on the ancient desolate beasts, shaking the world. But in the middle of the 3 finished altars, there is a huge black stone standing upright. It can be vaguely seen that it is probably a human figure, and it is very likely that it is the remnant soul of the Taoist master. Sure enough, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness trembled, and a blue flash appeared. With a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Yan found that it was the blue token that he had obtained before, and it shone brightly. This token has a reaction. Is there a connection with the altar or the remnant soul? Quick! Do it! Just as Chu Yan pondered the change of the blue token, a violent roar exploded all around. The big bosses of the Pufa sect jumped up in an instant, and rushed towards the 3 altars, with the target clearly pointing directly at the black stone. Court death. Seeing this, several big brothers of Shengxianzong's eyes turned red instantly, and with a roar, they all rushed out. Not only these 2 forces, but also other sects all rushed away under the outbreak. The core inheritance of the Taoist master is here, and these people have even lost interest in Chu Yan. What plan, what sect, in front of the 3 altars and the human-shaped black stone, it has no meaning at all. #C3546I. Now, as long as anyone wants to snatch the core inheritance of the Taoist master, they are all enemies, and there is no such thing as an alliance. Of course, the strongest among the various sects still maintain the most basic state of cooperation, but when it comes to robbing the final ownership, it is hard to say. Pan Tianqing turned his head and took a look. He seemed to completely ignore all this, but looked at another location. Not far away, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong stood there, also turning their heads to look at the sky. I saw that in the void of heaven and earth, there were faint void ripples fluctuating, as if countless water splashes appeared in the sky, continuously rippled and spread to all directions. Heaven and earth had changed. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were shocked at the same time and looked at each other. The two of them are very familiar with this kind of mutation, and they are very similar to the breath and feeling of the various mutations caused by the green lotus. The next moment, another huge aura suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, a thunderous roar exploded directly, echoing in the void. Damn it! Who the hell is making trouble? Don't you know that the master of the palace is refining? When the voice sounded, a group of figures suddenly appeared in a group of ripples in the sky. They were indeed a group of bigwigs from the Tianqian Digong. The leader is naturally Feng Hetian, Feng Tianqian. It's only been a few days, Feng Tianquan's cultivation has greatly improved, and he has actually broken through to the supreme achievement realm. Huh. This is, ha ha ha, I got rich. The moment Feng Hetian and the others appeared, their faces were full of anger at first, and then they glanced over, instantly ecstatic. Swish swish swish. Before they could finish their excitement, various figures appeared in the other void ripples around them. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong frowned slightly at the same time, because they saw familiar figures appearing one after another. A group of people such as Xinghan of the Shuetian ancient sect, Xingtian Jizuan of the Jiuetian sect, were also among them. This is the core inheritance of the Taoist master. When these people appear, same as Feng Hetian before, first he was amazed and then ecstatic. The next moment, when Xinghan and Xingtian Jizuan saw Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, the smiles on their faces became more intense. Chu Yan, this is God's death. Get ready to die. Under Xinghan's wild laughter, his face flushed, and he was so excited that he couldn't express it. After searching for several days, they finally found it. In the past few days, he and Xingtian Supreme have been searching throughout the place of asking, and even missed a lot of inheritance, just to find Chu Yan. However, the more anxious they were to search, they couldn't find any relics at all, and even their tracking secret skills couldn't be used, which made Xinghan and Xingtian feel a little desperate. They know Chu Yan's enchanting level and combat power, and spending every day searching and worrying is completely tormented. Because they were afraid that after Chu Yan found a powerful inheritance in this land of Taoist inheritance, his cultivation base would skyrocket. At that time it would be more difficult to deal with Chu Yan than ascending to the sky. But now, the sky is full of people, and they have appeared in front of Chu Yan directly, and there are so many forces and big bosses around who can unite. In this way, it is definitely more perfect than ever before to form a perfect killing situation against Chu Yan. This of course made them extremely excited. Linglong, lead them to the black stone of the altar later, Chu Yan said via voice transmission. Good. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes lighted up slightly, and she nodded in response. Including Chu Yan, Yu Linglong and Pan Tianqing, no one knew that a huge storm was gathering. Kill. When the smile on Xinghan's face turned into a smirk, he shouted urgently, and when the order came out, the true energy in his body burst out, and the power of the domain like a torrent shrouded away, covering the three of Chu Yan overwhelmingly. Chu Yan glanced at it, and the true energy in his body was also circulating. The method of asking questions moved together, and the power of the sky was instantly shattered, turning into an endless wave of wind. Xinghan, Xingtian Jizuan and the others all changed their expressions. Who? Feng Hetian, who was in the distance, saw Xinghan making a move, and immediately raised his finger to point at him with a contemptuous face, and kept pointing. You are a majestic leader of the Blood Heaven sect, and you have brought more than a dozen supreme peaks to besiege a Desheng realm. Are you shameless? When these words came out, Xingtian Supreme, who was just about to make a move, froze in his footsteps and almost fell over. When he got up, his face was flushed, and his face was extremely embarrassing. This is Feng Hetian. If it is another cultivator, no matter whether it is the Supreme Master Xingtian or the leader of Xinghan, they will not bother. But this Lord Feng, on the surface, has the #1 power in the world, the position of the Palace Master of the Tianqian Digong, theoretically equivalent to the #1 person in the sky. And in any world, such an existence almost has a special function, that is referee. With the ability to formulate rules and guide the wind direction of the world, it naturally has the special prestige of that kind of ruling. Therefore, when Feng Hetian opened his mouth to ridicule, and Xinghan and Xingtian Jizuan also knew that their behavior was a bit shameless, they were immediately a little bit annoyed. After all, they are all dignified figures in this God's domain continent, and it is somewhat difficult for them to be slapped in the face in front of the heroes of the world. Feng Hetian. Do you want to start a war with our Blood Heaven ancient sect and Jiuetian sect? Xinghan and Xingtian Jizuan couldn't save face, their veins popped up, and they yelled at Feng Tianqian. This kind of words has no power to Feng Hetian, especially that star trace, who was exterminated by Tianqian Digong not long ago, and he has no qualifications to speak. However, the only one is this absolute heaven sect, who still has some qualifications. Senior, there is no need. When Chu Yan heard these threatening words, he immediately turned his head and said to Feng Hetian, intending to persuade him not to intervene. After all, because of himself, involving a sect of the other party, this is definitely not what he wants to see. After all, this favor is too great. But before he could speak at all, Feng Hetian had already stood up abruptly, with his hips crossed and his neck thick. He shouted at Xinghan and Xingtian Jizuan. Let's go to war. I'm afraid you're a bird. If you have a chance, I'll kill your entire clan, all the men, all the women. After these words came out, the audience was suddenly silent. Everyone looked at the #1 person in the world, and all their faces twitched. This is too wild. And in this silence, Feng Hetian's face was full of complacency and arrogance, but on the other side, he had already chatted with Chu Yan through the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. Boy, Xinghan is that Chang Wei from before. He dared to touch our Tianqian Digong. I will never stop with him. You don't have to think about it too much, kid. I see that you treated me well in the profound Sky and Earth Palace before, and took care of my 2 little bastards after all. That's why I'm helping you, and I owe nothing to you. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and after getting used to the chat evidence of #1 person in the world, he quickly opened his mouth and said. Senior, I have never helped Tianqian Digong. The 2 brothers Feng Tianqian and Feng Xiantian have helped me before. #C3547 Ghost. Regarding Chu Yan's words, Feng Hetian slammed his mouth and thought for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up and said. In this case, we need to talk about it. For example, when Feng Hetian raised his head to look at Chu Yan, the hairs all over Chu Yan's body stood on end. It felt like being targeted by a hungry wolf. For example, if I bring someone to help you, should you pay a price, such as the treasures and resources you got in the polar region in the cloud? I heard that there are quite a lot of them. I have a list here. I don't want too many, just give me half of this list. How about it? Interesting enough. Hearing this, Chu Yan twitched all over his face. Compared with Feng Tianqian, this Feng Hetian is really much better than Feng Tianqian, and he even made a list. Remuneration according to the order, this skill, is worthy of being the owner of Tianqian Digong. Take half of the order, and you can say it. Feng Hetian, since this is the case, let's settle the old and new scores together. Xinghan on the other side couldn't bear it anymore, roared directly, and rushed out at the same time, shooting at the people and horses of Tianxian and Earth Palace. At the same time, 9 clouds of black smoke gushed out around him, which actually urged the 9 bodies to unite. Secret technique. This time, he cooperated with the Absolute Heaven sect and brought nearly 19 experts from the peak of the Supreme Realm. Even if the Tianxian Digong intervened, he was sure to fight. Moreover, the last time he made a move, he hadn't completed the fusion of Feng Tianquan's heavenly blessing body, so he just took this opportunity to seize it together. Kill. Behind Xinghan, a group of supreme bosses made their moves together, and then rushed towards the Tianxian Digong. The Holy Heaven Supreme took 7 or 8 Jiuetian Supremes and directly attacked Chu Yan. Senior Feng, please guide them towards the altar. While displaying his sword power, Chu Yan said to Feng Hetian via sound transmission. At the same time, Chu Yan took Yu Linglong and retreated in the direction of the altar. This kid is a ghost, I like it. Feng Hetian glanced at the direction of the 3 altars, thought for a moment. He nodded approvingly with sparkling eyes. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he led the people from Tianxian Digong, entangled with those from the Shuetian ancient sect, and headed towards the altar. Such actions fell into Xinghan's eyes, and he gradually understood that this was a certain plan of Chu Yan, but soon a sneer flashed in his eyes. I want to take advantage of the melee at the altar to win with chaos. However, he, Chu Yan, didn't even think about it. Those people from powerful sects didn't want to bite him. This is to snatch the Taoist inheritance now. If Chu Yan is injured, I am afraid that the strong people around will rush to bite him first. As the saying goes, the evil of wolves, Chu Yan is committing suicide. After all, what good is it for Chu Yan to guard against sneak attacks when he enters the land of melee? It didn't take long, as Chu Yan and Feng Hetian led the team to kill. The melee at the positions of the 3 altars became more than several times fiercer in an instant. In this big melee, there were quite a few powerful people at the Supreme Desheng realm, and there were more than 30 people at the peak of the Supreme Realm alone. In addition to the existence of the 7th person on the Supreme rank, there were even more people everywhere on the battlefield. It's Wei Gang rolling. Such a battlefield situation is extremely beneficial to Chu Yan. After all, Taoist Tianhui, Supreme Hong Yan, Lord Yuxiu, and other giants have not appeared now, and there is not much threat to him for the time being. 3-talent array. Yu Linglong's 3-talent formation, in this kind of chaotic battlefield, is definitely a big killer. It can be attacked, retreated, and defended. Many bigwigs present have seen this kind of spirit formation that can run around. Everyone was in a hurry when they were hit. Therefore, Yu Linglong alone entangled the 3 supreme peaks, and under the flick of her jade hand, the formation of 3 talents even faintly gained the upper hand. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan pulled out the afterimages all over the sky, did not stay at any place at all, cut out with a sword, immediately turned into a sword light and retreated, appeared in front of the next opponent, swung the sword and cut. This style of play made a group of people go crazy. What the hell are you beating? It would be fine if Chu Yan just attacked his own enemies, but he had no target at all, except for Yu Linglong, Pan Tianqing, and the people from Tianxian Digong. As long as they saw someone nearby, they would strike with a sword. The point is, he didn't even say hello, and at any time, he might rush out with a sword and suddenly stab at your vitals. Who can bear this? A fight is always on tenterhooks, looking around, worried that when a sword suddenly rushes out of the void around him. And some cultivators howled angrily, threw away their original opponents, and chased after Chu Yan with their weapons in hand. But the more this is the case, the more vigorously Chu Yan kills, and he doesn't get entangled with the chasing enemy. Anyway, it's just a sword in the east and a punch in the west, which makes the whole battlefield even more chaotic. Some strong players even felt that their opponents had changed several times in the end, but they didn't know who they should fight with, so they stood there in a daze with a confused face. Chu Yan, stop dreaming. You are dead today. Only Xinghen and Xingtian, who had been chasing after Chu Yan, knew that Chu Yan wanted to stir up water, so they screamed angrily. Let you try this trick. While speaking, endless golden light erupted from Xingtian Supreme's body, and 9 powerful groups of golden light emerged, forming a horizontal array. 9 bodies into one. As soon as Chu Yan turned his head to look, his face was filled with astonishment. Isn't this technique of 9 bodies returning to one, Xinghen's ultimate move? How could this Holy Heaven Supreme also perform it? No. The breath is unstable, there is no fusion, fake. With the Qilan's pupils running, Chu Yan immediately saw through the tricks of the Holy Heaven Supreme. 9 difficulties burning heaven. Seeing Chu Yan startled, Xingtian was overjoyed, and the 9 balls of golden light burst out instantly, turning into a 9-color stone tablet, and suppressed towards Chu Yan. The rolling momentum is like the power of the sky, and 9 thunder catastrophes fall again, extremely powerful. Chu Yan's face was startled, he didn't expect that the current combat power of the Holy Heaven Supreme had improved so much. What's more, he obviously used Xinghen's 9-body-to-1 method to enhance his Taoism power. Such talent and aptitude can be considered top-notch. Since you made a move, let's end it. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, his body exploded, and turned into a sky-high sword light, attacking Yuanxiao directly. Cut. After uttering one word, the 12 ways of asking questions in the body turned violently, and all the power poured into the sword body, and when it turned into a monstrous sword power, it slashed towards the 9-color stone tablet. Boom! With a loud noise, the 9-color stone tablet shattered, and instantly turned into waves of the sky, scattering and rushing in all directions. Tao scroll, come out. The heaven and earth above the head rolled across the sky, and the strange light shone, and rushed after him, hitting the Holy Heaven Supreme. Immediately, the sound of bang-bang was endless, and the 9 golden lights in front of and behind Xingtian were all ground into nothingness. This time, the Holy Heaven Supreme had no means of defense anymore, and stood there naked. The soul return technique. Speed. Xingtian, who had lost half of his moves, was not surprised at all, but sneered in his heart, and made another move. In an instant, a tall figure rushed out from behind him, standing like a mountain, and after a roar, rushed into the body of the Holy Heaven Supreme. #C3548 still useful. At this moment, the Holy Heaven Supreme has activated the inherited secret technique of the 10th person of the gods, and after the fusion, the power has skyrocketed. Moreover, at this time Chu Yan could clearly sense that his heaven and earth Tao scroll was being impacted by a violent breath. This is an aggressive or a coercion, just like a battle between cultivators. It seems that that kind of power wants to seal the heavens and the earth. The 10th person. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Now Chu Yan knew why he could sense a powerful and familiar force before. Moreover, Xinghen and Xingtian Supreme chased after him before, just like having eyes, it should be all because of this. Ha ha ha, I can get the inheritance of the 10th person, and I must thank you. Chu Yan. Xingtian Supreme laughed wildly triumphantly, and under the urging of various forces, he continued to form magic seals and attack powerful Taoism. Thank you. Don't you remember that I am the 5th descendant of the gods? Your 10th descendant. Chu Yan spoke softly, and when the words fell to the ground, a towering figure rose from the ground behind him. The rumbling sound exploded, thunder was everywhere, and the tall figure of the Qingjia god of war came out of the sky like a mountain, trampling the surrounding void into dust with one kick. In an instant, a powerful and vast oppressive realm swept out. When this powerful force came out, the power of the 10th person on Xingtian was instantly suppressed, which made Xing Tianjizuan's aura drop by a large amount in an instant. Humph! What a god of war! Your inheritance will be abolished today. Xing Tianjizuan's face turned black instantly, staring at Chu Yan and roaring. The next moment, two figures rushed out and collided fiercely. Boom! 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 The violent battle was fierce, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the entire void was trembling. The endless gust of wind swept across, destroying everything around, whether it was a mountain peak or a plain, it was all a mess. Xing Tianjizuan fought with Chu Yan, and at the same time, he looked around with divine vision. This Chu Yan? If it is a troublesome existence. There are many people staring at Chu Yan in all directions, and he must be careful at all times. After all, this is a chaotic situation, and accidents are extremely prone to happen. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, the situation on the chaotic battlefield began to change. The key point is that Pan Tianqing, as the 7th existence on the supreme list, he has one sword, and there is almost no enemy in his path. Anyone who dared to fight against him would either die or be seriously injured, even the supreme peak could not resist at all. In the end, he rushed to the top of the black stone, sat cross-legged, and threatened all directions with his sword in the air, so that no one dared to take half a step forward. Don't let him refine. Everyone join hands. Superior. The big bosses around, who don't know that this black stone is the core of the inheritance, and there is a remnant soul of the Taoist in it. If the entire Taoist inheritance is worth 100,000 yuan, then this black stone alone accounts for 50%. Therefore, the faces of the big bosses who were still fighting on all sides changed drastically, and at the same time they turned around and rushed towards Pan Tianqing, unleashing a monstrous attack. This wave of attacks came from all directions, rushing towards Pan Tianqing in the center like a tide. That scene, like a small island, was about to be swallowed by an erupting frenzy. Even Pan Tianqing, facing such a frenzy, couldn't resist it at all. However, Pan Tianqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the black stone, seemed to completely ignore the attacks coming from all around him, and was unmoved at all. Boom! In an instant, the four-sided frenzy stopped suddenly when it was 10,000 steps away from him, as if it had hit a huge wall and stopped instantly. The next moment, all the attacks turned into light spots and disappeared in all directions. What? Guardian power! Oh my God! This remnant soul of the Taoist master actually guards the refiner. How can this be? A group of bigwigs present were all stunned and completely dumbfounded. The defensive power that appeared around Pan Tianqing turned out to be the will of the Taoist master, let alone these supreme beings. Even if other Taoist masters came, it would be extremely difficult to break through. This shows that when Pan Tianqing began to refine the black stone, the Taoist will in the black stone began to actively protect him. In this way, apart from Pan Tianqing, no one else has a chance. Puff. At this moment, Pan Tianqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the black stone, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood mist, his face pale. The void in all directions trembled, and the Taoist guardian immediately began to shrink, retreating to the range of 1,000 steps. What's going on? A big man asked with a look of surprise. The remnant soul of the Taoist master is too powerful, he can't refine it all. A big man saw the situation and exclaimed loudly. When this sentence fell to the ground, other bigwigs also discovered this result, and their eyes sparkled. If that's the case, then they have a chance. Pan Tianqing couldn't refine all the remnant souls of the Taoist masters, so they could refine the rest, which meant that everyone had a chance. This is really bright, but not everywhere, only the void above Pan Tianqing. So next, in order to snatch that place, the big bosses who had joined forces not long ago had another melee. Moreover, the melee this time was even more terrifying than before. After all, no one started refining before, but now Pan Tianqing, as the first person to start refining, has made other bosses completely envious. Therefore, when fighting again, some big shots started to kill, just to grab that chance. And Chu Yan, on the other side of the battlefield, of course, also saw this scene, but he will not participate in it. Although he is also interested in the remnants of the main realm, but now he can't make a move, and the situation is unfavorable. At this moment, the stone seal in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly rushed out, releasing 10,000 breaths in the sky of his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Chu Yan's heart trembled suddenly, and his consciousness froze. The stone seal has not responded since he got it, and now it has moved. Could it be that the catastrophe is coming? And Shireen seemed to prove Chu Yan's idea, suddenly broke out, and Wan Dao's breath turned into a real streamer, shooting straight at the black stone outside. In an instant, a powerful spiritual power continuously poured into the body along the flowing light. This power obviously came with the will and aura of the Taoist realm, and came with a rolling coercion, rushing in the sea of consciousness. No way. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, completely confused. Shireen actually helped him snatch the Taoist will. Moreover, the big bosses present, as if they hadn't noticed it yet, didn't look at their side at all. Not bad. It seems that this stone seal is still useful. Surprised in Chu Yan's heart, he couldn't help nodding, with the corners of his mouth raised. The next moment, without any hesitation, Chu Yan directly divided his spiritual consciousness into two, and began to refine these Taoist inheritances while fighting. As a result, the stream of light shrouding the black stone from the stone seal began to increase significantly, and within 10 breaths of time, it covered 90% of the area of the black stone. And the remaining 10% was also occupied by Pan Tianqing. Chu Yan did not invade his part, worried about being discovered by him. #C3549 Scared to death. Chu Yan will not miss such an opportunity, mobilize most of his spiritual consciousness, and fully mobilize and refine the will and remnants of these Taoist masters. As for the battle with Xingtian Supreme, if it wasn't for revealing his secrets, Chu Yan even wanted to fight him directly with his avatar. At this time, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the power of the soul is undergoing earth-shaking changes. To be precise, it is a kind of transformation. As everyone knows, the most difficult thing to practice on the road of martial arts is the way of the soul. However, the breakthrough from the supreme to the Taoist realm is mainly the breakthrough of the power of the soul, which produces an extremely powerful willpower and achieves the prestige of the supreme Taoist. This kind of power can be compared with the power of heaven and earth, so the power of will is the foundation. And the people of Chu Yan began to practice, relying on the power of the beasts of the 5 gods and souls, and later on the power of the god of war, and never deliberately practiced the gods and souls. Now, here's your chance. It is also because of the 5 gods and beasts, and the souls of the god of war on the road of Chu Yan's cultivation, so his soul foundation is extremely strong. For the will and power of the soul of these Taoists, he can absorb and refine 100% without any hindrance. In this way, both speed and efficiency are extremely amazing. After 100 breaths, the soul power in Chu Yan's body has reached a terrifying level. There seems to be something wrong. After the power of the soul broke through to a certain limit, Chu Yan suddenly trembled in his heart, and a sense of danger surged up. At the same time, a wild laughter exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, finally someone is hooked. The one just now is so useless. I can't even fuse 10% of my soul power. I didn't expect you to suddenly come to my door. It's so wonderful. The voice was ethereal, full of crazy surprise and excitement, as if speaking to Chu Yan, and as if talking to himself. Hearing these words, Chu Yan was speechless and shook his head slightly. Another sneak attack. These ancient bosses, why do they like to seize homes? And all of them have made plans, set traps, and waited for someone to take the bait. Chu Yan has encountered such a thing several times. Senior, I also took a lot of inheritance from you. If you don't mind, I think you should go find someone else. Chu Yan kindly reminded. Huh? Looking for someone else? Are you dreaming, kid? No. If you take me away, I'm afraid that your soul will be annihilated. Isn't that worthwhile? It would be a pity if this tens of thousands of years plan was destroyed by me. Chu Yan, who was thinking of taking advantage of others and persuading him as much as he could, spoke again. Ha ha ha. My plan will fail. There is something wrong with my plan. Boy, your cleverness is too outdated. Why have you younger generations not improved at all after tens of thousands of years? Thinking of Taoist Ben Berry when rampant. The senior didn't know whether it was because of excitement or personality, but he started to brag to Chu Yan. All the brilliant deeds of the year, the bragging was broken, and Chu Yan almost believed it. Seize the house. Just when Chu Yan was speechless and the corners of his mouth twitched, thinking not to talk nonsense with him, the senior suddenly let out a violent roar, which turned into a puff of extremely thick black smoke and rushed towards Chu Yan. It turned out that this Taoist master was not stupid, he just thought that Chu Yan was easy to deceive, and waited for Chu Yan to suddenly seize the house when Chu Yan's mind was most distracted, so as to increase the success rate of seizing the house. Anyway, I have already reminded you, you can try it if you want. Chu Yan shook his head, put his hands on his chest, and looked at the other party rushing forward with sympathy. These days, no one believes honest people. Damn it, kid can do it. After practicing so many ways of asking, it's no wonder I can get my inheritance. Ha ha ha, God is good. This time God has treated me well, with your body, I can hit song. Taoist Bai Ri was overjoyed, ecstatically surprised, ready to attack with all his strength, and when he quickly seized the house, he suddenly found that his eyes were darkened, and there was an extremely tall body in front of him, blocking him like a mountain. Taoist Bai Ri froze there, his face froze, and he slowly raised his head to look up. The fifth person of the gods. Heaven, heavenly spirits and beasts, and special 5. Taoist Barry, who exists in the majestic Taoist realm, can't even speak clearly. Moreover, under the shadow, his face was pale. Senior, do you want to think about it, change someone? Chu Yan looked at him and reminded him again. This sentence made the dazed Taoist Bai Ri tremble suddenly, and flames burst into his eyes instantly. Bah! It's just the fifth person of the gods. If you want the old man to retreat, you are wishful thinking. You know, when the old man was in the realm of the gods, 90,000 miles of heaven and earth, the 10 gods didn't meet me, otherwise. This Barry Taoist started again, his eyebrows were beaming, and his face was full of disdain. Roar! 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 Without waiting for him to finish blowing, 5 black shadows flew towards the distant horizon, and instantly landed around the soul-of war god, all staring at Taoist Bai Ri. These 5 figures are the Qilin, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanhuan, the 5 great beasts, descending together. Heaven, heavenly spirit beast, and special, 5 special. Hearing this, Chu Yan felt that the senior's tongue was going to be useless. And that Taoist Bai Ri stood there, looking at the row of 6 figures in front of him, he couldn't close his mouth in astonishment. What the hell is going on? In the legendary existence of the supreme god of the orc race, how could it be possible for 5 heavenly spirit beasts to appear at the same time? Now? Chu Yan asked again. Ah! Taoist Barry roared, his body retreated violently, and black smoke billowed all over his body like a tide. I'm going to fight with you guys. Isn't it just a little god of war, plus 5 heavenly spirits? Such aptitude is rare in 10,000 years, I'm going to be determined. I'll fight with you. Before he could finish yelling, the entire distorted face froze again. Boom! Boom! Under the two loud bangs, two figures stood up on the far side of the sky, sweeping the world like the aura of the ruler of heaven and earth. Songzhu, Wu Tiandi. Songzhu, Yuanhuang. The two Songzhu spirits appeared at the same time, and the powerful Songzhu state aura swept over, instantly suppressing the aura of Taoist berry into powder. At this moment, Taoist berry is no longer a Taoist master, not even an ant. Song Lord. 2. The dignified Taoist who died once, of course knows the aura of the Songzhu realm, and these two auras are extremely powerful, several times more complete than his remnant soul. But in the next breath, Taoist berry's reaction immediately made him understand that the Taoist is the Taoist, and he is indeed much stronger than the Supreme. The adults are superior, the small ones have eyes, but no eyes. With a swipe, Taoist Bai knelt down directly, with his forehead heavily pressed, tears and snot flowing from his nose. Receive. Chu Yan didn't talk nonsense, raised his hand, and all the breath disappeared. Call. Bai Dao Benchong heaved a sigh of relief, his whole body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, the sweat streaming down from his body wet the ground. So far so good. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, the last bit of remnant soul would be here. #C3550 Wanyang Hall. Dao Xuanberry was paralyzed, even if it was a wisp of remnant soul, he was still dripping with sweat. Huh? Are you okay? Chu Yan watched Taoist Bai trembling on the ground like a pool of mud, but there was no sign of dissipating, and he suddenly looked surprised. According to Chu Yan's experience, those who wanted to take away themselves in the past all disappeared in the end. At the earliest time in the 10 Directions starfield, there were 5 gods and beasts, and later there was the soul of the god of war, and now there are 2 wills of the Songzhu. It can be said that Chu Yan's soul defense is almost invincible in this god's domain continent. Of course, it would still be dangerous if the 4 heavenly lords came and seized the house in person. It's just that, among the 4 great masters, only one is still alive, and he is still half dead. It is impossible for Ma Yi to seize Chu Yan, because of the existence of the end of his life. Luck. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Taoist Bai quickly got up from the ground and kept wiping the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. After all, he is just a remnant soul, without a physical body, so it's sweat. This, little friend, it was all a misunderstanding just now, let me take my leave first, and I will definitely help you after I win someone else. Bai Dao Zun looked at Chu Yan, bowed his hands, and the smile on his face was like a blooming flower, extremely bright. The Taoist is the Taoist, and he is really a master of knowing the situation. Senior, let's go now. Didn't you say just now that there are only 5 gods and beasts in the sky, just a little god of war, didn't you want to destroy them together? Now they are all protesting, saying that they want to compete with you down. Chu Yan looked at Taoist Bai with a smile. As soon as these words fell, Taoist Bai's face turned pale, and his face twitched. What? Compete? Also 6 together? This little life really needs to be confessed. Just now he just thought that Chu Yan was using illusion. I want to fight, but now it seems that Chu Yan, who has the will of the two Songzhu realm to protect his body, can't use any illusion. Therefore, those 6 absolutes are all genuine existences, not to mention 6, even if he is not able to deal with any of them now. Little Xiaoyu spoke. I was just talking just now, as for, how about it? How about I tell you the location of Wanyang Palace and take you there in person later, now I just stay here, how do you think? Taoist Bai rolled his eyes several times, and finally gritted his teeth and said. The fool can also tell that he was too arrogant before, and this little friend didn't intend to let him go so easily. The Wanyang Palace is something that I can't go to anyway, so I just give it to him. Wanyang Palace. What's the use? Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at Daoist Bai Ri with vigilance. These old monsters are more cunning than each other. If they take themselves to the trap he set up, they will be in trouble. Huh? You don't know Wanyang Palace? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Daoist Bai Ri looked surprised, and hurriedly continued. It's the palace from before. Didn't you see it before you came to this place of inheritance? Having said that, Daoist Bai Ri raised his head carefully and looked around, and was taken aback for a moment before he remembered that this was Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. That, my little friend should have discovered that, although I built this place of inheritance, it has long been controlled by other people. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded slightly. You mean, Wanyang Palace is related to the controlling force behind it? Daoist Barry nodded lightly and said, that's right. The Wanyang Palace will take 1,000 years to open, and I have to wait until then to appear in the inheritance land, but I don't know why, it seems to be ahead of schedule now. Linglong's little sapling seems to have a real hope of growing into a green lotus. Chu Yan thought to himself. You haven't said yet, what's in this Wanyang Palace? Daozuan Barry, who was questioned by Chu Yan, replied directly, I'm telling the truth. This Wanyang Palace contains all the treasures and resources I collected in the Daozuan area back then. But later, that power imprisoned me in this place, and reached an agreement with me, waiting for the last time. These words are reasonable and roughly the same as Chu Yan's guess, so Chu Yan nodded and said. Yes. According to what you said, as long as you take me in, I will let you go. From entering this land of inheritance, Chu Yan has been extremely interested in the power behind everything that controls it. Firstly, it is because the treasures and resources collected by the Taoist master should not be bad, and secondly, Chu Yan is also very interested in the forces behind this, so he must go and see. However, just as Chu Yan was pondering, there was a roaring sound from outside. Chu Yan, you are looking for death. How dare you be distracted when you fight against me? You. Xingtian Supreme didn't say the last sentence. He wanted to question Chu Yan, did he take himself seriously? However, Xingtian Jizuan knew that judging from Chu Yan's combat performance, there was no such thing at all. So asking such a question is tantamount to slapping yourself in the face. Xingtian Supreme, whose eyes were full of anger, and his forehead was full of veins, stared at Chu Yan fiercely, wishing to swallow him alive. How dare you ignore your own existence and act like air? Sorry, something happened just now. After reacting, Chu Yan spoke. But this sentence made Xingtian Supreme even more angry, and his face was twitching. Kind. Boy, you are so kind. Sorry. I will definitely kill you today. Make your life worse than death. Xingtian Supreme was completely angry. Whether it started with the grievances in the 10 Directions Starfield, or now that he has inherited the inheritance of the 10th person of the gods, Chu Yan dared to treat himself as heir. At this moment, the Holy Sky Supreme roared unceasingly, and the true energy in his whole body exploded like a flame. Boom! 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 The next moment, the entire void trembled, the sky and the earth collapsed, and endless rays of light shot up into the sky. I saw a mighty power erupting from Xingtian Supreme in an instant, which was the full power of the 10th person of the gods. Unlike Cheng Wei and Chu Yan, the inheritance of the 10th person of the gods obtained by the Supreme Saint is a complete inheritance, which is extremely powerful. Therefore, when he pushed with all his strength, he was filled with the powerful willpower of the 10th man of the gods almost all day long. As if this piece of world, he has become the ruler of Yin. With a bang, a large spiritual formation erupted, and 3 groups of dazzling light shot up into the sky. What? The trio of gods and ghosts. Seeing the 3 groups of divine light soaring into the sky, Chu Yan froze on the spot. Isn't this Xu Linglong's stunt? Could it be that the 3 old ghosts of Ji Chongxing have taken in other disciples, or passed them on to the world? No. The three old ghosts said that apart from the three of them, I was the only one who learned it, and the formation must be taught by the three of them personally, otherwise it would be impossible to comprehend it. Yu Linglong was also shocked, and quickly told Chu Yan, through voice transmission with her spiritual consciousness. #C3551 Pisces asked. Not only Chu Yan, but all the bosses in the scene were all shocked. In the previous battles, they had all seen Yu Linglong's formation of gods and ghosts, and they also knew that this formation was extraordinary, and it was by no means ordinary. Therefore, when Xingtian Jizuan displayed the three talents of gods and ghosts, no one thought that it was because Xingtian Jizuan had amazing talents, and he knew it at a glance. It is impossible to learn such a large formation at once. This is not a question of talent or aptitude at all. There is only one possibility: this Holy Heaven Supreme has a special secret skill and used an unusual method. I know. I know. Suddenly, a big man exclaimed loudly, his eyes were full of light. When this sentence landed, all the big brothers present turned their heads to look, all of them looked puzzled. The 10th person of the gods, his way of asking is, the way of Pisces asking. One word awakens the dreamer. Almost at the moment when the word Pisces came out, all the bosses present were startled at the same time. That's right. The 10th person of the gods, in ancient times, relied on the method of Pisces asking to become the 10th person. Not bad. Not bad. It was Pisces who asked. This is troublesome. How did you forget about it? This Holy Heaven Supreme has hidden it deep enough that he has been hiding this trick until now to use it. So, he can perform any Taoism he has seen at will. This Pisces asked, but the technique of the soul is accomplished by detecting the fluctuations of other people's consciousness. Be careful with him. Amidst all kinds of exclamations and discussions, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong suddenly realized. Pisces asked the law. Chu Yan has not had time to understand this matter. After all, the Holy Heaven Supreme has not been outstanding in combat power. Moreover, after the 10th person had a descendant, it seemed that there was not much fluctuation at all. This time everyone underestimated the Holy Heaven Supreme Being, allowing him to successfully complete his plan to hide from the sky. That's it. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the smug Xingtian Supreme. It has to be said that with this method, Xingtian Supreme is really strong. However, Yang Luyan could also see that Xingtian Supreme used Pisces to ask, and the three-talent array of gods and ghosts displayed was obviously much worse than Yu Linglong's. In other words, the method of Xingtian Supreme is not 100%, at most no more than 50%. However, he can use anyone's Taoism and secret skills at will, which is amazing enough. Chu Yan, you think it's only less than 50% of the power, don't you? Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, the Holy Heaven Supreme Master immediately raised the corners of his mouth and sneered. When this sentence sounded, Chu Yan was shocked. This guy couldn't be the roundworm in his stomach, he knows what he's thinking. 50%. Ha ha ha, then let you take a good look at the 50% method, plus all the 50% methods, can you stop it? When these words fell to the ground, the power of Xingtian Supreme exploded again. Boom. 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 The earth-shattering sound exploded, and a tall mountain rose out of the sky, spanning the sky and the earth, like a majestic Tian Shan. This is a mountain range, with more than a dozen main peaks undulating like waves, and a different colored Dao light soars into the sky above each mountain peak. Dao Realm Mountain Range. Chu Yan was startled suddenly. Before he could react at all, the sky above the head of the Supreme Master Xingtian was completely shattered, a large piece of divine glow shot out, and a scroll flew out and slowly opened. Damn, Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll. You actually copied me. This time, Chu Yan was really surprised. Daojing Mountain Range and Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll. two of his most powerful Dao techniques, were stolen by this guy all at once. This guy, he can't even copy the Qingjia and the 5 divine beasts. No, I haven't used the 5 divine beasts before, so he shouldn't be able to copy them. Chu Yan suddenly thought in his heart, whether his biggest secret would also be stolen by him. After all, the secret of the will of the 2 great masters must not be known to anyone. No. These are not Taoism, but the power of the soul, he should not be able to copy them. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan had some confidence in his heart. The sun and the moon are 10,000 ways, the holy sky is invincible. In the next breath, a tall stone tablet rushed out of Xingtian Supreme, spinning like a pagoda, soaring into the sky, absorbing all the breath in it, instantly becoming extremely tall, standing on the void. In an instant, no matter it was the Sankai formation, the Tao scroll of heaven and earth, the Tao realm mountain range, or even the phantom of the 10th person, they were all fused by the holy sky tower. A mighty coercion swept out. Holy monument. At a glance, Chu Yan's eyes trembled. Chu Yan is very familiar with this golden steel. It was in the 10 Directions starfield that he smashed this steel before he ascended to the continent of God's domain. Unexpectedly, I saw it again today, and it was not the real body. Obviously, after this real body is blessed by many Taoism, its power is more than 100 times stronger than the one in the 10 Directions starfield. Xingtian Supreme stood in front of the golden monument, shrouded in golden light, like a god. Then I'll break you again today. Chu Yan looked at the holy heaven monument, and the breath in his whole body continued to soar, and 3 phantoms behind him emerged at the same time. The Daojing mountain range and the Tao scroll of heaven and earth came out together, and all the forces began to gather, turning into a force that could destroy the world and hit the holy heaven monument head-on. Boom! Boom! In the majestic waves of air, all the golden light of the Xingtian monument was instantly blasted into powder. The next moment, the 12 ways of asking questions in Chu Yan's body were running at the same time. The Haotian sword in his hand was raised high, and the bright sword light smashed down into the air. Call out. The sword roared like a dragon, the sky and the earth collapsed, the sun and the moon turned pale. The endless sword power turned into a tidal wave, sweeping the world, and all the big bosses present showed a change of expression. This sword was so powerful that even Pan Tianqing's eyes froze in the distance. As the sword light passed, the figure of the Supreme Lord of the Holy Heaven and the shadow of the Holy Heaven monument all disappeared, only a golden streamer remained, contending against the sword light. Chu Yan, you can't win, you can't win. Xingtian Supreme's roar sounded, with obvious ferocity and madness. At this moment, all his strength has been pushed to the extreme, and the entire sky is in the process of collapsing and recovering. This trick has results. The 9 regions' supreme big brothers present all had serious expressions on their faces and stared intently. Boom! The airwaves shook the sky, and the violent sound creaked, shaking the whole world. The bright sword light and the dazzling golden light shattered at the same time, and a figure rushed out from the endless power, standing between the sky and the earth. Chu Yan. Everyone's eyes looked together, but they saw a long sword shining and a black robe flying in the wind. On the other side, it was Xingtian Xingjizuan who rolled out of the majestic airwaves like a rag, but his face was pale, the corners of his mouth were bloody, and his robe was completely torn. With one move, the outcome will be determined. #C3552 Cooperation Sincerity. Everyone seemed to be shocked by the result. After all, the Holy Heaven Supreme used all the inherited secret skills of the 10th person of the gods before, obviously showing his full strength. You must know that Xingtian Supreme is a peak-level cultivation base, and he is still a descendant of the gods. This strength is probably a high-ranking existence in the Supreme Peak. At this moment, even the Supreme Being Xingtian himself could not believe such a result. No. Impossible. His eyes were bloodshot, and the Supreme Master Xingtian's eyes were empty, and he screamed as if he had lost his soul. From the beginning to the end, he was planning to catch the right opportunity and use the secret skill of the 10th man of the gods to defeat Chu Yan. I never thought that I would lose. It's as if one thing has been planned to the extreme, and the whole process is being carried out according to the plan, which is very smooth, but when the result comes out, it is far from the planned result. How could he accept this? Useless rubbish. On the other side, Xinghan also clenched his teeth, his face was livid. Give it all to me. Chu Yan has run out of fuel and the lamp is dry, so give it all and kill him. Xinghan roared loudly, causing the supremes of the Shuetian ancient sect and Juetianzong to wake up suddenly, and roared towards Chu Yan at the same time. That's right. So what if he defeated the Holy Heaven Supreme? With the consumption of true energy and the loss of dignity, as long as they rush up now, Chu Yan will die. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and the long sword in his hand was slashing horizontally. The light of the sword was like thunder and lightning, and he rushed out like a god of war. The war broke out again, far more intense than before. On the other side, the bigwigs from other forces, seizing this rare opportunity, are all desperately refining the black stone and the altar. Many other supremes are still desperately attacking the location of the 3 altars. I want to go up and get a share. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't rush up at all. It seemed that the protective power of the 3 altars was getting stronger and stronger. Impossible. It is impossible to refine all of them so quickly. There is the will of the Taoist master in the black stone. How can Pan Tianqing refine all of them in an instant? Everyone was full of doubts. Looking at what Pan Tianqing did before, it was because he wanted to refine more, which caused a backlash and was injured, so it is impossible to refine too fast. But now, the Taoist aura in the black stone seems to be about to disappear, and the fluctuations are getting weaker and weaker. A group of bigwigs, all of them were purple and black, helpless, but they had no choice but to give up. The situation is too chaotic, and the competition for the 3 altars has reached a fever pitch. Coupled with the fact that Xinghan brought all the supreme beings of the 2 major sects to surround and kill Chu Yan with all his strength, the battle scene was extremely violent. At this time, Chu Yan was still working on 2 things, while refining the will of the last Taoist in the black stone. In the siege of more than a dozen supreme bosses, Chu Yan did not fight head-on, but kept dodging and occasionally counterattacking. Therefore, every breath of Chu Yan's breath is undergoing a huge change. Endless brilliance appeared on him, and the soul, which was just a phantom, began to materialize continuously. Even the consciousness sea world and the 3 great seas are constantly expanding. It was an earth-shaking change, the first time Chu Yan's inner world had undergone such a violent change. Little friend, since we have cooperated, let me express my sincerity first. Daoist Bai Ri's voice sounded, and then the remnant soul body sat cross-legged, and the voice was empty. This soul is much more powerful than the Tao Master realm of the same level. Because I have practiced a soul Taoism, now let me stimulate it and help you. While speaking, Daoist Bai Ri reprinted with both hands, and powerful mysterious power kept gushing out. Chu Yan's soul was stiff, as if petrified, and he could only feel the terrifying qualitative change in his soul, which made his mind suffer a violent impact. Moreover, as Daoist Barry continued to use it, this feeling became more and more intense, and even turned into a tidal wave, surging towards him. Suddenly, a feeling of emptiness arises, as if the rain has passed and the sky clears up, or as if the clouds are cleared to see the sun, the whole world suddenly becomes silent, and everything returns to silence. This? Chu Yan was slightly startled. The soul of the Taoist master is extremely powerful, not because the power of the soul is powerful, but because the perception of everything in the world is far beyond the supreme realm. Daoist Bai Ri's voice sounded, and he began to explain. As long as you can meditate and comprehend, it will be of great help to you breaking through the Taoist realm. Hearing this, Chu Yan began to restrain his mind and nodded slightly. Understood. At this time, Chu Yan seemed to be in the sky, the earth, and the abyss, walking in the origin of the world. The wind of the sky, the soil of the earth, the green of the forest, the blue of the deep sea, everything is very similar to the pure water force of the extreme water cloud tide encountered before. It's just that now, it is the source of the 5 elements, and there is nothing missing. After a long time, there was a glimmer of understanding in Chu Yan's heart, like a ray of light flickering between heaven and earth. All things are respected, the heaven and the earth are the Tao is the respect, and the respect is the Tao. It is not an ordinary Tao, but also a varied Tao. Living beings can be the Tao, and all things can also be the Tao. The origin of the Tao is the coexistence of heaven and earth. I have the Tao in my heart, and it is in line with the heaven and the earth. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. I see. Boom, boom. Suddenly enlightenment broke out, and that ray of light instantly expanded into a vast sun and scorching sun, releasing 10,000 feet of light in Chu Yan's new sea of consciousness world, illuminating the world. In an instant, Chu Yan's eyes opened, and 2 mysterious lights burst out, one bright and one dark, like the sun and the moon rising from the east, shining together in the world. Damn, this kid is a monster. Daoist Bai Ri saw this scene, his eyes widened and he couldn't close his mouth. A mere supreme Deshang realm can comprehend to such a degree, what the hell? When I think about how many years I spent trying to comprehend the Taoist realm, but now this kid has less than 100 breaths of time unexpectedly. Okay. I'll help you fuse. After the corner of his mouth twitched violently a few times, Daoist Bai Ri let out a loud roar. The good opportunity has come, and he dare not hesitate. While speaking, Daoist Bai Ri pushed both hands simultaneously, condensing the sun and moon double wheel seal, and pressing it towards the sky and the earth. Chu Yan seemed to feel that the sky was hammered down, the earth was rising, and everything was merging. Under the collision, a faint golden star glow overflowed, scattered like ethereal raindrops, and then rushed towards his sea of qi. This is the breath of the Taoist realm. In the sea of qi, when Nishenyan met those golden star points, he began to shrink rapidly, as if he was dodging. With such a reaction, Chu Yan certainly understands that it is definitely not a simple mortal thing that can avoid his god-defying flames. I have only seen the aura and voice of the Taoist master spreading out in the void, but those are nothingness. I didn't expect it to have substance. And these in front of him are Chu Yan's first Taoist breath. #C3553 Taoist body. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment by his own Taoist breath. Hey, it's a big gift. How about it, let's refine it. Daoist Bai Ri looked extremely proud. At this time, he finally shocked this kid. As a Taoist realm powerhouse, he also needs face, and he finally found his place. So, the two continued to cooperate, and refined a few strands of Daoist breath, all of which were stored in Chu Yan's sea of energy. After a full 100 breaths of time, it gradually stopped. At this time, in Chu Yan's sea of qi, a total of 7 Taoist breaths were produced. Sorry, my soul power is too weak, so I can only help here. Daoist Bai Ri's soul body was obviously weaker. Thank you, senior. Chu Yan cupped his hands in thanks. This Dao Lord's aura is definitely a great treasure, not weaker than any Dao treasure, and even much stronger. Whether it is an attack or a direct suppression, the Taoist breath can have an absolute crushing effect on the supreme realm. If you encounter a critical moment, if you use it directly, you can definitely resolve the crisis. Including when I want to attack the Dao Lord realm later, these 7 breaths are definitely a surprise weapon. Maybe they can produce unexpected effects and greatly increase the chance of breakthrough. You're welcome, you should. Daoist Bai Ri hurriedly said politely with a smile all over his face. It seems like a trivial thing to say, but seeing that his soul has lost a lot of weight, he knows that he has spent a lot of money to please Chu Yan. There is no way, he is trapped in Chu Yan's body now, which means that life and death are in Chu Yan's hands. As long as Chu Yan is willing, pinching him to death is like pinching an ant to death. But for Daoist Bai Ri, he is not really sincere. Chu Yan, who has two wills of the Zhongzhu in his body, may have an extremely extraordinary origin. This is not only a kind of flattery, but also a kind of bet. Those who can live to the Daoist realm are not human beings. Of course, the first step is to kill two birds with one stone. Chu Yan didn't say any more, and turned his head to look at the several supreme bosses around. The corners of the mouth are raised lightly. Chu Yan's aura has changed a lot now, but it's not obvious for the time being because he has been in the battle and is covered by the mighty air waves. However, the improvement of combat power is definitely a big leap forward. Something is wrong. Xingtian Jizuan and the others saw the smile on Chu Yan's face, and suddenly a chill rose in their hearts. After his spiritual sense probed, his expression changed at the same time. The 10th descendant seems to be good, or decide to take him away. Daoist Bai Ri was fine, while recovering his spirit, while turning his eyes around, as if he was picking a prey. However, just when he was about to check on the next person, suddenly, his face trembled, suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he shouted loudly. Boy, run! This loud roar startled Chu Yan, who was about to make a move, but without hesitation, he directly cast the sword of the sky, and the flowing light of body and sword rushed towards Yu Linglong's place, engulfing her in the sword light, towards fly away from the edge of the sky. Among all the people present, only Daoist Barry has the highest cultivation level. As a strong person in the Taoist realm, his perception of danger is of course much stronger than that in the Supreme Realm. Therefore, with Daoist Bai Ri's sudden reminder, Chu Yan would not have the slightest doubt. Humph. Want to escape? Chu Yan, don't dream, today. Chase. Don't let him escape, kill him. Quick, everyone. Because Chu Yan's sudden move was within everyone's expectations. After all, if one person deals with so many supreme bosses, it is certain to escape. Therefore, Chu Yan fled suddenly, and the big bosses present had no surprises, and they all roared to catch up. However, within a short time, Chu Yan, Xinghan, Feng Xiantian, and the supreme bosses who were still present, including Pan Tianxing, who was refining with his legs crossed on the black stone, all felt violent vigilance in their hearts. Boom! There was a violent shaking and roaring sound between the sky and the earth, as if a sledgehammer was smashed down outside this world. There was a loud cracking sound, and a large gap suddenly opened above the sky, as if the entire sky was exploding. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the rift in the sky suddenly exploded, and an extremely thick Gang Wuju hand protruded from it. This Gang Yuanju was extremely strong, and with monstrous and majestic power, it tore the sky apart. In an instant, the sky and the earth trembled, and the strong wind was like a tide. The huge gap is like a black hole, and a figure is walking out of it, straddling the sky, like a god. This figure is taller than any mountain peak in the world, standing between the sky and the earth, as if the sky and the earth cannot bear his height, and everything becomes extremely small in front of him. Tao Master. When everyone saw this scene, Chi-Chi was shocked and their scalps went numb. But everyone recognized that this figure was a strong Taoist realm existence. He is the Taoist master of the place where the Taoist master passed on. My God, this body is too scary. The supreme beings of the 9 regions all felt like ice in their hearts, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing at all. This is another guy's body, how could? Daoist Barry, who was in Chu Yan's body, was also stunned and couldn't believe it. There are a total of 3 Taoist masters in this land of Taoist inheritance, but one of them has been destroyed, so there are only 2 left. Therefore, among the 3 altars, only 2 are real, and 1 is empty. But now, another Taoist body appeared. Damn, he was refined. When Taoist Bai Ri swept away his consciousness, the hairs all over his body stood on end in fright, and his entire scalp was numb. This is the physical body of the Taoist realm, and it can display the existence of a world. What a terrifying power. There are still people in this world who can refine the body of the Taoist realm. No. It's not refining, it's a secret control technique. Taoist Barry, with great doubts, continued to explore with his spiritual consciousness, and finally discovered a trace of specialness in the body of the Taoist master. The power of the soul was suppressed into the eyes, and the whole body seemed to be affected by some kind of puppetry, turning into a kind of existence like a puppet. That is to say, the manipulator is still fighting the spirit of the Taoist master, but now he has the upper hand. When Taoist Barry said this, his body trembled suddenly, and he quickly sent a sound transmission to Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. Little friend, hurry up and leave. This Tao master's physical body is completely in a state of madness under the power of 2 spirits. Although it is just a corpse now, and does not have the peak combat power of the Taoist realm, but the Taoist is the Taoist, how terrifying the combat power is. If this was massacred indiscriminately, the sum of all the people here might not be enough to fit their teeth. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, he heard a thunderous sound explode in the sky. Death. Everyone is going to die. Roar. Roar. The body of the Taoist master roared up to the sky, his eyes were one black and the other red like 2 will-o'-the-wisps burning, and at the same time as the roar soared into the sky, the breath of the Taoist master burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding world was completely shattered, the mountains under the feet were turned into dust, and countless mighty thunders surged, and the earth was cracking. Boom. The next moment, the Taoist body raised his hand and punched down, hitting the crowd below. #C3554 Shameless. This punch is extremely terrifying. Everyone's complexion changed instantly, and they were all pale. Not good. Join forces to resist. All the bosses present, no one dared to underestimate this punch, and they knew that this Taoist master did not have the peak combat power in his lifetime. But the fists of the Taoist realm contained terrifying power, which merged with the power of the heaven and the earth, and the mighty and invincible seemed to smash down with a piece of heaven and earth, smashing everything into dust. This kind of fist, not to mention whether everyone present can block it together, even if it can be blocked, there will probably be casualties. The only way is to jointly resist. Thousands of tricks. The sword moves yin and yang, and the universe changes. The soul is dark, break. Xinghen, Xingtian Supreme, Chu Yan, Pantianqing, and other 9 realm supremes all made their unique moves at the same time, blasting out the strongest attack. Trash. What the hell are you trash? A Taoist master was refined by the Supreme, what a shame. In the sea of consciousness, Taoist Bai Ri yelled, his face twitched and he kept turning over his fingerprints. In an instant, the 3 altars in the distance burst into light at the same time, soaring into the sky, turning into a golden sharp spear, and piercing straight out. Boom. 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 The violent air wave exploded, and the endless void was shattered, turning into a monstrous wave, raging in all directions. Chu Yan's Tao scroll was directly blown away, turned into a stream of light and returned to the sea of consciousness. His body trembled violently, the blood in his body kept rolling, and a mouthful of blood spilled out when he opened his mouth. This power is too powerful, just the backlash force will directly hurt him. As for Xingtian Jizuan, Xinghen, Pantianqing, and other powerhouses, all of them spurted blood with their mouths open, their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. It was obvious that one was more seriously injured than the other. Too strong. The power of the Taoist realm powerhouse is really terrifying. Brother Chu Yan, are you okay? Yu Linglong's eyes were full of worry. Seeing Chu Yan wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, Yu Linglong's eyes were filled with distress and anger. It's okay. Chu Yan chuckled. Immediately, he turned around, waved the long sword in his hand, and under the light of thousands of swords, wrapped Yu Linglong and rushed straight to the sky. The physical body of this main realm is not something they can fight against, and the broken places in the sky should be the exits. Go. All the supreme bosses, as Chu Yan thought, performed their Taoism and rushed towards the broken void. Die. The Taoist roared physically, with a fierce light in his eyes, raised his hand and punched again, smashing into the surrounding void. Boom. Boom. As Chu Yan rushed into the shattered void, there was a rumbling sound of shattering behind him. The strong ones such as Xinghen and Pantianqing also rushed into the shattered void, and after that, it's hard to say for those big bosses. Especially those who were seriously injured when they joined forces to resist just now, their speed was a little slower, and they were directly blasted into flesh and blood powder by the fists, flying in the air. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan, Xinghen, Xingtian Jizuan and a dozen people rushed out of the shattered void. This is a small world that is not the same, the surrounding void is full of hidden breaths, the sky and the earth are torn apart, as if a great war has been experienced. Everyone used their spiritual sense to explore the surroundings for the first time, and all of them looked depressed. This is my body. Damn, the loss is so heavy. In the sea of consciousness, Daoist Bai Ri roared mournfully, extremely angry. Hurry up, little friend, that guy is chasing you. Go out through that opening. Although Bai Ri Daozun was angry, he still understood, and said loudly to Chu Yan. Wanyang Palace is in front of you, and you can only be safe if you enter there. As soon as these words landed, a terrifying aura came from behind, surging like a tide. You don't even need to look back to know that the body of the Dao Master Realm is chasing after you. Chu Yan's heart trembled, and he immediately sent a thought to Pantianqing, and then flew forward, quickly. Soon, Chu Yan flew out along the gap pointed by Daoist Bai Ri and appeared in another place. When Chu Yan landed on a main hall square, strong men flew out of the gap in the void behind him, and all of them were extremely embarrassed. All those bigwigs from before appeared here. There are Wang Long men, Guo Shuang, Lu Liang and other Taoist saints, all looking at the huge palace ahead. Above the main hall, the 3 big characters are Wanyang Palace. In front of the gate of the hall, Daoist Tianhui, Lord Jade Tiger, Supreme Lord Hong Yan and other bigwigs were all soaked in blood, their robes were torn, and they were in an extremely embarrassing situation. However, these bigwigs didn't seem to be careless at all, they all gathered together, released powerful Dao seals and attacks, and blasted towards the gate of Wanyang Palace. Chu Yan. Hearing this voice, Chu Yan, who was still observing, was startled. The voice was a little familiar. Chu Yan looked up, and happened to meet the eyes of the Baron Supreme. Immediately, the Barbarian Supreme nodded lightly, then shook his head, and after Chu Yan also nodded lightly, he quickly looked away and communicated with his spiritual sense. Chu Yan, the physical body of the Taoist master, is the senior of the Sun family, and Sun Jiuxiao used the power of his blood to forcibly control it. Because of the bloodline, the Taoist body did not resist, so now Sun Jiuxiao is going to completely refine it. In this way, the Taoist body was furious, and the two started a confrontation of wills. Now the body is in a state of madness, and they will kill anyone they see. Having said that, the Wild Supreme paused for a moment, then continued. Everyone felt the danger. They escaped from the place of the Daoist Lord. Just after being hunted down, some strong men died. Now it is found that only near this hall, the body of the Daoist master will not attack. After saying these words, Chu Yan felt warm in his heart, nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior." This is the most important information at present, and it is completely consistent with what Daoist Bairi said. This shows that the Barbarian Supreme is worried about his intrusion, so he told himself all the ins and outs of the future and the safe place. From a trivial matter, it can be seen that Menghuang Supreme is doing his best to help himself. Although the Baiyu Xianhuang sect can't do anything now, it still sent the Menghuang Supreme. Everyone, the Taoist Lord's body will rush over soon, don't die, hurry up and help, break open the gate of the palace. Taoist Tianhui shouted like thunder, and when he spoke, he no longer had the extraordinary demeanor he had before. The big guys, who just appeared with Chu Yan, just pondered for a while, but they all rushed up and used their means to attack the hall. Chu Yan also followed the crowd and started to attack. However, when Chu Yan just stepped forward, he felt a wave of divine consciousness locking onto him, with obvious murderous intent. Obviously, someone was secretly planning to take advantage of this opportunity to join forces with the big shots and attack him again. You old bastards. When is it, and you still want to join forces shamelessly and bully a junior shamelessly? Not far away, Feng Hetian spoke with a look of contempt, and directly made the faces of the bosses present all dark. How can such a thing be said directly? Seniors, it's better to deal with the Taoist body first, and then talk about other things. Several junior geniuses in the crowd, Wang Longmen, Guo Shuang, Lu Liang, etc., looked at each other and smiled, and began to persuade. And Lu Liang even moved a few steps quietly, standing behind Chu Yan. #C3555 into the temple. Lu Liang's small actions naturally did not escape the eyes of the big bosses present, coupled with the performance of Guo Shuang and Wang Longmen, all the big bosses frowned immediately. Someone actually supports Chu Yan. Taoist Tianhui, Lord Jade Tiger, Supreme Lord Hong Yan and others looked at each other with doubts in their hearts. When Xinghan saw this scene, his face was dark, he gritted his teeth and pondered, still thinking about the way to kill Chu Yan. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. With a bang, a piece of void above the sky shattered violently, and the tall body of the Taoist realm rushed out. Boom! Before the person arrived, the fist arrived first, and under the evolution of the shattered void under the punch, another Taoist body appeared. And the fleshy body of the Taoist realm that appeared from the shattered void was directly punched out of a big hole of flesh and blood, which pierced through the chest and back. In the entire place where the Taoist master passed on, there are only two bodies of the Taoist master, so the second body of the Taoist master must be the body of the Taoist master Barry. The next moment, the body of the Taoist of the Sun family appeared from the void, and he opened his mouth to swallow the scattered flesh and blood of the Taoist, his body soared. In a pair of blood pupils, there is a crazy killing intent. Looking at the gate of Wanyang Palace, a group of big bosses like ants. The blood pupils jumped, as if seeing a pile of fresh flesh and blood, the murderous aura turned into substance and surged in the void. Die. Just like before, without any nonsense, just uttering one word, the violent murderous aura and the power of the Taoist master erupted at the same time, the whole world shook, and he rushed directly to the Supremes in front of the hall. Boom, boom. Wanyang Palace obviously sensed this huge aura, and was instantly touched, bursting out a dazzling light, which shot directly at the body of the Taoist master. With a clicking sound, it was as if the bones and joints of the Taoist body were forcibly locked, making a teeth-stinging sound of bone shattering, and the mountain-like Taoist body was forcibly stopped in an instant. However, the next moment, the Taoist body roared again, and suddenly stepped forward, moving forward again. Although it is difficult, it is still moving forward, which is obviously a struggle between the two sides. Taoist Tianhui and others saw this scene, all of them looked downcast. Sure enough, the body of the Taoist master still found them. After all, most of the cultivators in the entire Taoist inheritance land are concentrated here. Everyone, this Taoist master's physical body was at the peak of his cultivation before he was alive, and he was not in the ordinary Taoist realm. However, his current strength is only at the Xiaoqing realm at most. In addition, he has no spiritual intelligence and soul. Attack like a beast. Lord Jade Tiger opened his mouth, and the supreme power surged all over his body, murderous aura soared to the sky. Why don't we join forces and kill it? When this sentence fell to the ground, some people immediately objected. No. It was Taoist Tianhui who spoke, and he shook his head in denial. In the previous battle, many of us were injured. Now we are fighting with them, and the outcome is unpredictable. Hearing this, the Supremes present looked around for a while, and immediately nodded in unison. More than 50% of the Supreme bosses present were injured, and with the consumption of the Supreme power and true energy, how many of them could maintain their fighting strength? This is not an opponent of the Supreme realm, but a Taoist. Then you say you should. Lord Yuhu was full of anger and asked questions. But before he could finish his sentence, there was another explosion in the sky, and everyone looked up. I saw endless swarms of insects, gushing out from the huge cracks in the void, surging out densely like a river. Damn it, soul-eating ants! All the bosses present exclaimed, their scalps were numb, and their faces were pale. This is really a house leak, and it rains all night. The Taoist master's physical body has not yet been resolved, and the soul-eating ants have come out again. If there was a chance to fight head-on with the Taoist body before, then now, it can be said that there is no chance. Hurry up and break the door and enter the hall, this is the only way to survive. Taoist Tianhui roared, his whole body burst into extreme power, and slammed towards the gate of Wanyang Palace. He reacted to the group of big men behind him, all bursting out with the strongest power, blasting towards the gate of the palace. There is no need to say anything at all, he knows that Taoist Tianhui is right, if there is only Wanyang Palace as the road now. However, the gate of the Wanyang Palace seemed to have a huge restriction. It had been attacked for a long time, but now it was still towering and motionless in the face of the violent attack. Such a situation made all the bosses anxious, all kinds of treasures, jade talismans, and whole cards were all displayed, and they attacked the gate of the palace desperately. Finally, with a bang, the palace door couldn't support it and exploded completely. Swish swish swish. No need to be reminded at all the bosses turned into streamers and rushed to the gate of the palace, without even thinking about going to investigate first. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong followed the crowd into the room, and as soon as they turned their heads, they saw that the hall was actually a small world. The endless forest is full of vibrant scenes, and in the depths of the forest there is a glow of light. Everyone, please don't disperse. The situation is still unclear. If the Taoist master or the soul-eating ants come after us, we'd better gather together. When this sentence landed, some cultivators looked at the glow in the distance, and just as they were about to speak, they were directly shocked by Taoist Tianhui's next sentence. Whoever dares to disobey, don't blame the deity for being rude. Not only Taoist Tianhui, but also the big bosses of the Pufa sect present all rushed around, staring at everyone like hungry wolves. Lord Jade Tiger also came with a group of supreme beings from Shengxianzong, moved around and stared at the crowd. Hong Yan Supreme stood on top of the two, with a resolute expression on his face, obviously supporting them. In this way, under the coercion of the three lords, everyone shrank their necks, and no one dared to say anything more. Then we'll just wait here. Waiting to die. Some of the crowd were unconvinced and shouted. Don't worry, from what I've seen, the Wanyang Palace was able to suppress the body of the Taoist Lord before, so I speculate that this place should be safe, they can't get through. We're just in case. After all, you all know that no matter what chance treasures are here, saving your life is the most important thing. So, we must guard against it. If they come after us, everyone will fight on their own. I don't care where you want to go. But now, no one can move around. If the restriction of this place is touched, it will be the enemy. After saying these words, all the bosses present nodded in unison. Even Taoist Barry in the Sea of Consciousness said with a strange look on his face, "This bull-nosed man is quite shrewd." "Senior, is this place safe?" Chu Yan asked. "This, hee, let the old man keep a secret, anyway, you will know the result soon." After saying this, he continued to transmit his divine sense, and began to explore the crowd, looking for his next prey. #C3556 Place of Opportunity. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. Regarding Taoist Tianhui's words, all the bigwigs stopped talking, and scattered around, some whispering, and some sitting cross-legged to recover. But soon, all of a sudden, everyone looked up and looked towards the entrance. An invisible breath began to surge, and everyone became nervous. Come. Less than 100 breaths later, a big man suddenly shrank his pupils and his face was solemn. I saw the void tremble violently at the entrance, and a tall figure appeared, bowed his head and rushed towards the entrance, rushing towards the entrance. Behind him, there are endless tide-like soul-eating ants, suspended outside the entrance like a dark cloud. Everyone stood up and stared at this scene closely. Boom, boom. A thunder-like sound sounded, and when the body of the Taoist master hit the entrance, a large piece of golden light burst out, condensing into a Tao seal, blocking the body of the Taoist master like a shield. Roar. The Taoist body roared upwards, and under the burst of strength, he punched again. Although the punch was obviously much stronger, causing the entire void to tremble, but it still couldn't break through the entrance. Ha, he can't come in. Seeing this scene, all the bosses present breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, don't get too excited. Do you remember how we opened the door of Wanyang Palace? Taoist Tianhui said with a low face. You mean? Someone reacted, and the smile on his face froze immediately. Good. One punch and two punches can't blow it away, so what if it keeps attacking? Just like the Wanyang Palace before, with so many of them, after attacking for a long time, they still broke through the gate and entered it. Not bad. Estimated at most a few days. Taoist Tianhui nodded. Then he looked at the crowd. A few days, this is still a good estimate. If those soul-eating ants obey the command of the Taoist body, they may not be able to stop them for 2 or 3 days. Taoist, do you have any plans? Pan Tianqing asked. Everyone knows that the polar region in the clouds has only been open for half a month, and it's only been a few days now. Taoist Tianhui explained. There are still more than 10 days. If someone can refine the body of the Taoist Lord, they should be able to advance. In the current situation, this piece of Wanyang Palace may not be able to last for more than 10 days. When it is allowed to come in, I am afraid that everyone here will die. After all, there is no way out now. When these words came out, the faces of all the bigwigs present were dark. To be honest, everyone who came here did not come here to die, so no one wanted to fall here. Taoist, please speak up. Lord Yuhu's expression was somber, and he spoke solemnly. Okay. There is only one chance now. We all prepare for 2 days by ourselves, and then join forces to fight it. Taoist Tianhui's words fell to the ground, and the scene was suddenly dead silent. Decisive battle. It's just them who are in the supreme realm, let's fight against the Taoist Lord. Moreover, there are so many soul-eating ants outside, isn't this sending them to death? Everyone, in 2 days, everyone can search around and try to recover as much as possible. Now, please make an oath of heavenly power. I, Yuhu, and Hong Yan will rule. This time, the scene was chaotic, everyone was discussing, and there was a lot of noise. If he made the oath of Tianwei, he would have to participate in this battle. But in the current situation, if you advance, you will die, and if you retreat, you will die. If everyone is together, there may still be a sliver of life. If we divide and fight, we will surely die. Now that there are 3 lords taking the lead, maybe there is still a chance in this battle. Next, one after another, the supreme bosses swore the oath of heavenly power in front of the 3 judges, and scattered in all directions. This is the Wanyang Palace, so there is more or less a chance. In 2 days, it is rich to improve one's strength, so we must hurry up. After all, no one can guarantee that it really only takes 2 days. The body of the Taoist master might rush in at any time. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, why don't we act together? Lu Liang said to Chu Yan. That's right. These people can't be trusted, let's go together. Wu Yu also agreed. Not far away, Xinghen was staring at Chu Yan, and seeing this scene, his face turned completely black. Okay. Thank you everyone, let's act together. Chu Yan didn't say much, and thanked him, but took Yu Linglong and Lu Liang together, and flew towards the distance. Fuck. Don't let me find a chance. Xinghen gritted his teeth with hatred, but he was helpless. Soon, all the bigwigs scattered, some acted alone, and some sect forces acted together. Most of the people went towards the glow in the depths of the forest. After all, it looked like there was a chance or a treasure there. Only those with weaker cultivation bases knew that they had no chance, so they just didn't go. After 10 breaths, the footsteps of Chu Yan and his party stopped before Xuanhuan. I saw that there was a red fog in front of me, completely covering a small forest, and I couldn't see the situation inside clearly. The divine sense and the pupil of the unicorn were also blocked and could not work. This is Qian Xiaoyungu. Not bad. It should be right. Just like the historical records, it is said that those who can get out of the mist here will have a great chance. Some people's eyes have begun to glow, and their faces are full of excitement. This is not an ordinary place. This is the core of the land of asking, where the Wanyang Palace is located. The opportunities here are not simple, they are absolutely extraordinary. Little friend, I have a map here. Hey, follow my instructions, you can't go wrong. Dao Zuanberry's words immediately made Chu Yan's eyes shine. When he said before that he wanted to sell it, he was not referring to the body of the Taoist master, but this land of clouds. For this reason, he has been reluctant to seize the house, just to further benefit Chu Yan and let Chu Yan completely remember his own favor. When Chu Yan's heart moved, suddenly, the blue token flickered again. Chu Yan was stunned. When he entered the inheritance site before, the blue token reacted, and now it reacts again. Chu Yan's spiritual sense swept into the token, and he really sensed a line of guidance. After careful identification, it turned out to be a route guiding in the mist. Senior, what is the purpose of this blue token? Chu Yan asked after thinking about it. Token. What orders, damn it. I remembered that there is a treasure land in the mist that can only be opened with a key. You are actually a key. Daoist Bai Ri glanced at Chu Yan's blue token, and suddenly shouted with surprise on his face. Treasure land. Hearing Daoist Bai Ri's words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Among the Wanyang Palace, this piece of mist is the most special, and if there is a treasure land in it, I am afraid that the core of the Wanyang Palace is located. This? I've never gone in before. Bai Ri Daozun's mouth twitched, his complacent expression froze in an instant. #C3557 Chaos Remnant. The embarrassment was only short-lived. In less than half a breath, Daoist Bai Ri's eyes burst into dazzling flames. With this blue token, Chu Yan can enter the treasure land, so he can also. Thinking of this, Daoist Barry only felt that his soul, which had been frozen for thousands of years, suddenly became red-hot, and that was a place that even he had never entered. Although I haven't gone in, I know there must be something very good there. Daoist Bai Ri said. Now we must give up the plan to seize the house, otherwise there is no way to enter it with Chu Yan. In the face of such an opportunity, seizing the house is nothing at all. After all, it is possible to seize the house at any time, but it is not possible to enter this treasure land at any time. This token actually has this effect. Did all the tokens on the altar have this effect? Chu Yan was thinking about another thing in his heart, and he didn't pay any attention to the temptation of Taoist by Ri. Thinking of this, Chu Yan turned his head, just in time to see Yuan Jin Xinghan's eyes, staring at him all the time. There was a trace of inspection and suspicion in those eyes. Really? Seeing Xinghan's gaze, Chu Yan immediately understood. Before, I only took one piece of blue tokens because they were chasing after them. After all, when I couldn't be sure whether I could take all the tokens and save time, I could only choose one. And Xinghan and Xingtian Supreme followed, and they must have taken all the other tokens as their own. Chu Yan, you'd better shut up, you know this, and I know it, don't let the third person know. Xinghan is not stupid. After looking at Chu Yan, he came to the same conclusion as Chu Yan, and immediately reminded him through sound transmission. Yes. Chu Yan nodded. Fellow Taoists, this land of haze is extraordinary. I happen to have a map, please follow me. As soon as he turned his head, Chu Yan said directly to Lu Liang, Wu Yu, and the others. After all, these people helped me, and if they were allowed to wander into the misty land, they might run into other practitioners. And because they choose to help themselves, I am afraid that it will cause other forces to hide it. If they are alone, they are likely to be attacked. Okay. Everything will be arranged by fellow Taoist Chu Yan. Lu Liang and Wu Yu replied with sparkling eyes and cupped hands. Ha ha ha, this kid is a body of natural disasters. I'm afraid my brat made a mistake. Just right, I don't even know how to get there, so hurry up and lead the way. Feng Hetian, on the other hand, was extremely happy, and laughed. His eyes were calm, as if he was not surprised at all that Chu Yan had a map. Wang Longmen, Guishuang, and the others also nodded, but didn't say much. At this time, cultivators around had already stepped into the mist and began to search indiscriminately. As these people entered the mist, the true energy surged under the mist, allowing people outside to see that there were actually a huge number of wooden doors in the mist. These natural gates made of trunks and vines exist under each tree, making people look confused. Cultivators who entered Xiaowu are not surprised by this situation. After all, many imperiled treasures are like this. Choosing different entrances and different paths will naturally lead to different results. These cultivators used their own means, and even marked every big tree with a wooden door, so that there would be a secret palace-like turning journey, and it needed to be reselected. That way, they know which door they came in from and avoid re-entry. There are also cultivators who use secret techniques to continuously explore the differences of each wooden door, and finally choose one of them to enter. After observing for a while, Chu Yan entered the haze and moved forward. How crowded! Chu Yan led a group of people forward, while chatting in various ways, chatting about martial arts, cultivation, and anecdotes about previous experiences, without the tense and dignified atmosphere of other people at all. Because Chu Yan has the bottom line in his heart, and other people follow Chu Yan, there is no need to choose, so naturally there is not much pressure. That Wang Longman and Guishuang rarely spoke, which surprised Chu Yan. After all, Wang Longman hosted a banquet before, and he was not of this character at that time. It seems that this person is very rich. Guishuang, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. It seemed that her thinking was extremely simple, and she just kept looking at Yu Linglong, her beautiful eyes twinkling. The most outstanding one belongs to Feng Hetian, who is the #1 person in the world. If he hadn't known him, who would have known that he is the #1 force in the world, the master of Tianxian Digong, and the #1 person in the entire divine land? He walked all the way, and his mouth was basically never idle. It was not all kinds of bragging, it was nonsense, or he would find someone to gamble with him on everything he saw. No wonder, the Tianqian Digong, the most powerful force in the world, gambled with the whole family, and it seemed that it was all formed under his influence. After nearly a stick of incense, the Xiaowu in front finally changed. The mist is thinning, the darkness is thick. Powerful restrictions, spirit arrays, and traps kept appearing. Although there was no threat, everyone could feel that these restrictions were getting stronger. After another stick of incense time, the haze has completely disappeared, replaced by endless darkness, like a moonless night, where you can't see your fingers. Only at the end of the distance, there is a light leading everyone forward. Damn it, it's almost there. This dog, who is fucking Wanyang Palace, what are you doing? Is he trying to take advantage of us? Feng Hetian continued to talk nonsense. The corners of their mouths twitched for a while, and they all speeded up and flew towards the light. Walk into. When everyone stopped in front of the light and looked at Chu Yan at the same time, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then rushed directly into it, and everyone followed. Entering the light, everyone's expressions changed in unison. This is a land of ancient ruins. It seems that a terrible battle took place, and there are traces of battles everywhere. The ground is cracked, the ground is full of trenches, and the ground is covered with bones, with no end in sight. In the void, streaks of astral breaths flew past from time to time, but they were transformed by strong willpower. They should be left by these strong men fighting in their lifetimes, and they have not dissipated after so long. Feeling the powerful aura of coercion in it, the faces of all the people present were terrified. The powerhouses here are basically at the peak of the supreme realm. Huh? Is that a chaotic remnant crystal? Wang Longmen didn't speak, but his eyes were the sharpest, and he could see the ground not far away at a glance. Chaos remnant crystal. No way, it's from the ancient times. Feng Hetian was stunned and said in a startled voice. I saw that Wang Longmen had already stepped forward and picked up the white crystal on the ground, but the crystal was full of cracks and there was no breath fluctuation. This made him extremely disappointed and shook his head. This is the chaotic residual crystal. Chu Yan also came over, looked at the white broken crystal in Wang Longmen's hand, and asked, what's the use of this? Huh? Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you don't know. Wang Longmen looked stunned. #C3558 each has a layout. Chaos Remnant Crystal. It is a very special kind of divine stone, which is said to be conceived by the disordered turbulent flow of chaotic time and space, and there is the atmosphere of chaotic time and space in it. It is said that as long as someone can get it, they can understand the way of chaos. According to the current classic records, there is only one special space-time turbulence in the entire God's Domain continent where chaotic remnant crystals appeared, but because of the battle of the four great Songzhu in ancient times, that piece of time and space was damaged, and no chaotic remnant crystals were bred. The chaotic remnant crystals that survived in the world are originally consumables for enlightenment, and if you use one piece, you will lose one piece, resulting in a decreasing number of them. To comprehend the way of chaos requires a lot of chaotic residual crystals, and occasionally a few pieces will not do much at all. As a result, the chaotic remnant crystals of the ancient times and the present are reduced to tasteless existences. Although they are precious, few people mention them. After Lu Liang explained, Chu Yan finally understood. I said, boy, you can't do it. Read more books when you have time. Feng Hetian walked over with his hands behind his back, posing as a senior with a smile all over his face, and said with a smile, as if he was pointing out a junior. Besides, your helpers, this time they teamed up with you. It seems that they all came here for this chaotic remnant crystal, hee, am I right? When he said this, Feng Hetian had already turned his head to look at Lu Liang and the others. But Lu Liang and the others were only slightly taken aback, and there were not many surprises. After all, on the continent of God's domain, the strength of the Tianqian Digong was there, and there were very few things that could be hidden from them. Master Feng, this matter. I'm just doing it for me. Lu Liang didn't mean to hide anything, but admitted it generously. I think I still need to talk to Brother Chu Yan about this matter, or else, it's not very good. Xuanhuan, who rarely spoke, also spoke at this time. This matter starts from the decisive battle of the Fort Songzhou. That battle had a great impact on the 9 regions, and changed the rules of the world. For so many years, everyone has been looking for a way to break the way, but there is no result at all, so someone found another way and found a special method, saying that they can use this chaotic remnant crystal to arrange a formation that will revive people's will and soul. Go back to the ancient times, and then. Speaking of which. Xuanhuan stopped and did not continue, but her meaning was already very obvious. This time, our Gua family, Wang family, Gu Ling and Dao Biding clan joined forces with Big Brother Chu Yan to take advantage of Wu Fei's identity to travel to the ancient times. Xuanhuan glanced at the crowd, and seeing that no one spoke, she shook her head again and said, "The number of chaotic remnant crystals is too small. I feel that the chance of success is not high, and the pool of chaos has been damaged, and new chaotic remnant crystals cannot be produced." Hearing these words, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looked at each other with astonishment. They didn't expect that these forces were secretly planning these things, which sounded like a fantasy. Return to the ancient times. This is too ridiculous. Chu Yan didn't understand this chaotic remnant crystal at all, but according to what Xuanhuan said just now, if this chaotic remnant crystal really has the power of chaotic time and space, then maybe there is such a possibility. If the soul can be brought back to the ancient times, at the time of the Fort Songzhou, the peak of the Taoist realm could break through to the Songzhou realm. Moreover, according to the meaning of Xuanhuan's last sentence, the number of chaotic residual crystals is small. With several of your major forces, it is impossible to get together after so many years. I am afraid that you have already used it. It's easy to explain and easy to speculate. If this were not the case, the major forces would not have sent these young geniuses here at all. You must know that among the forces, they are all the sons and saints of Taoism. In other words, in addition to these few forces, more forces such as the 13 Dao lineages, the top 100 ancient clans, and the 7 great ancient clans probably have similar plans. There is probably only one ultimate goal, to try every means to break the way and achieve the Songzhou realm. However, I just want to let Brother Chu Yan know about this now, so as not to cause some misunderstandings. In the end, we still have to wait for Brother to achieve the Dao Master realm, or after we leave here, we will discuss it together. When Xuanhuan said this, she even changed her address. The layout of your Tianxian Digong is probably much grander than ours. Hearing such a statement, Feng Hetian didn't even move his eyes, and just laughed and said, "What layout? What grandeur, why have I never heard of it? Ha ha ha. Our Tianxian Digong is just an opener, so bet a little money and have fun. What you say is calm and clear, but even ordinary people can see that it is just nonsense. You frankly opened the market and drove to Wanyang Palace. Forget it, don't mention these things for now." Wang Longmen stood up and smoothed things over and said, "Let's look for it. There may be other chaotic remnant crystals here, whoever finds it will be fine, and there is no need to argue about it." Hearing this, the weird atmosphere suddenly relaxed, everyone nodded and scattered. Chu Yan stood there looking at these people, pondering in his heart. Taoist realm. I'm afraid it's not so easy to break through, let's look at the front first. After carefully sensing it, the guidance was on the right side, so Chu Yan raised his foot and walked there. After searching around, everyone who didn't find anything saw Chu Yan set off, and they all followed. It's a coincidence that these people scattered and didn't find it, but along the way with Chu Yan, they kept finding chaotic residual crystals. It's just that they all seem to have been broken, without any chaotic breath. Right here. After half a stick of incense, Chu Yan stopped suddenly. In front of everyone, there is a huge altar, which is 100 feet high and the whole body is blue, with various spiritual imprints on it, giving people a sense of lightness. Below the altar, there is a stone gate. Without any breath, it just feels extremely old and vicissitudes. At this time, the blue token in Chu Yan's hand released a dazzling light, reaching the peak. Feng Hetian and the others all had bright eyes. Judging from this situation, there might be a great opportunity in that stone gate. Chu Yan took a deep breath, walked towards the stone gate, raised the blue token in his hand, and followed the order. The blue-green light released by the token cast on the stone gate, which immediately shook the stone gate and opened it slowly. In an instant, an invisible energy mechanism appeared in the void, and everyone looked around in fascination, but there was nothing. When everyone looked into the stone gate again, a powerful aura gushed out from the gate, appearing like a tide. Not good. Chu Yan and everyone's expressions changed, and when they wanted to resist, they were suddenly directly restrained by this force, unable to move at all. #C3559 Roadgrass. After everyone was suppressed by Sherman, they were wrapped and pulled into Sherman. When everyone felt that the sky was spinning and disappeared, their feet had landed and appeared in a palace. This place looks like a palace and an altar. Its area is not large, with a radius of only 1,000,000 feet, and all around the top of the head are sealed off by tall walls. There is only a light door behind it, which seems to be the only entrance and exit. This palace looks more like a cage. Sweeping around, you can see everything in sight. The surrounding area is empty. Only in the middle of the ground, there is a stone platform with paper, ink and pens placed on it, and there is also a jade box, which contains a purple spirit grass. It's empty. Everyone looked around and was stunned at the same time. Some couldn't believe it. There is a spirit grass. Someone saw the jade box and spoke in surprise. Lu Liang looked at it with his eyes, and suddenly his whole body trembled, his face froze. This is Dao grass. Grass. Just 2 words, but like a thunderbolt, all the cultivators present were stunned. Even Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's expressions changed in shock. From the time they entered the place of asking, they knew that there was a mountain range of asking. And this Taoist mountain range will breed some spiritual plants every 1,000 years. Anyone who gets it can break through and reach the realm of Taoist masters. Although the grass in front of me is the most common spiritual plant in the Dao mountain range, as long as it can be refined, it may also get infinite benefits. Call out. Almost before everyone could react, Wu Yu's figure was like lightning, and he rushed straight to the platform, raising his hand to grab the jade box. Fellow Daoist Wu, you are too impatient. Guoshuang raised her small mouth slightly, and with a wave of her jade hand, the ribbon shot at Wu Yu as if screaming, entangled him tightly. Both of you are Daoist saints. Why do you need foreign things? This grass should belong to me. Wang Longmen couldn't bear it at all, and fell down in front of Dao Chao with a happy face. Dream, you. Wu Yu was furious. He was the first to shoot. How could he not be in a hurry? In an instant, a tall phantom appeared from behind him, evolving into a monstrous power. Die. Xia directly activated the Dao-devouring body, unleashing an incomparably powerful killing intent. I said you are young, aren't you just a piece of grass? This is going to kill you? When Feng Hetian saw that the battle was about to start, he immediately smiled, but as he said it, he had already rushed out and joined the battle. Some other people, who still hesitated there, all rushed forward and shot directly. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the entire palace was filled with the sound of fighting, the power was surging, and the sky was trembling. In such a terrifying battle, no one present was a weak player, but the remaining waves of energy blasted the distant city walls and ground without causing any damage. Chu Yan released the body-protecting Gang Yuan to block these residual waves of energy, and had no intention of participating in the battle at all. After all, these people here were all helping themselves before, but now it's a bit unkind to do it directly. These forces are all based on their respective sect forces, forming battle formations to attack each other. All of them are staring at Jiuxiao, their eyes are red. Even if a certain force snatches this horror, fighting will break out again within the same clan. This world is like this, in the face of absolute interests, any relationship is unreliable. Chu Yan knew that if he snatched that Dao grass, everyone here would probably attack him. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, if you are fine, why don't we have a discussion too? At this moment, Wang Longmen suddenly spoke, which made Chu Yan stunned. There is no mistake. I'm standing here, you still want to find me. Are there not enough people for you to fight? Without waiting for Chu Yan to answer, Wang Longmen's mighty power had already charged and enveloped Chu Yan. Not only Wang Longmen, but the big bosses present have already calculated that if they fight to the death here, and Chu Yan recharges his energy there, it is very likely that the fishermen will benefit in the end. Therefore, they will not let Chu Yan watch the battle, they must let him join the battle. Look for a fight. Yu Linglong didn't want to at that time, raised her hand, and a jade sword pierced straight towards Wang Longmen. If you want to fight, then fight. Chu Yan didn't mind either, and his whole body exploded. Of course, Chu Yan is interested in Dao grass, but in such a situation, it really shouldn't be robbed. Therefore, neither Chu Yan nor Yu Linglong took any action against Jiuxiao, but they still joined the battle. Now is not the time to turn against these people, but they want to fight. Chu Yan will not refuse. Little friend, let me help you. Daoist Berry in the Sea of Consciousness seemed extremely excited, screaming. That brat from the Wang family, you abolish him later, I'll seize the house. Grab the Dao grass and send it to you. When these words came out, Chu Yan was startled, but did not answer immediately. Don't worry. I swear an oath to Tianwei. I promise to be beautiful. Daozu and Berry really didn't have any thoughts. It can be said that among so many people present, they all came to help Chu Yan, but when they really met Jiuxiao, they turned their faces faster than turning a book. Only Yu Linglong and Daoist Berry are still on his side. Of course, the former is needless to say, and Daoist Berry is because he has seen Chu Yan's trump card. The fifth descendant of the majestic gods, the 5 gods and beasts, the will of the 2 great gods. This kind of existence is not something he can provoke at all, not to mention that he is just a remnant soul now. Even if he was in the peak state of the former Taoist master, he would never provoke him. However, before Chu Yan could answer, there was a sudden change. In the Sea of Consciousness, the will of the 2 great masters suddenly erupted at the same time, turning into 2 powerful qi, appearing in the sky of the Sea of Consciousness at the same time. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and looked at the targets pointed by the 2 masters, but found that they were staring at the black pen on the stone platform at the same time, which no one was looking at. Brother Chu Yan, that black pen is a bit strange, just now my little sapling also moved. Yu Linglong and Chu Yan had the same mind, so she hurriedly spoke. So. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Chu Yan made up his mind immediately. After all, the little sapling was transformed by the green lotus, and Chu Yan was extremely relieved of the green lotus. By Ri Dao Zun, there are not only Dao grass here. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Bai Ri Dao Zun was stunned. What? Not only Dao grass? Daoist Bai Ri was stunned for a moment, and when he was about to start a careful investigation, Chu Yan had already rushed out, blasting fists all over the sky, and directly attacked the stone platform. Tao scroll, come out. With a wave of his hand, a scroll of heaven and earth flew out of the sky, covering the sky and the earth. This time, Chu Yan is going to attack with all his strength. When other people around saw Chu Yan rushing towards the stone platform, they became anxious and roared in unison. Dream! Stop him! Xia, Lu Liang, Wang Long men and others cast powerful Dao techniques at the same time, blasting at Chu Yan, trying to prevent him from snatching Dao grass. However, at this moment, Chu Yan suddenly turned and rushed to the side of the stone platform, taking away the black pen and all other things other than Dao grass. #C3560 machine. With a flash of his body, Chu Yan took all the things on the stone platform except Dao grass, and flashed to the other side. What? The bosses around were all taken aback, a little dazed. But at this moment, in the void around the Daochao jade box, a series of talismans suddenly flashed, like small hands grasping the jade box. Feng Hetian. In terms of the use of this kind of talisman hand, the Tianqian Digong is the first, and the strongest is naturally Feng Hetian. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Feng Hetian. But Feng Hetian, who had already succeeded, had a mean smile on his face, and kept turning over his fingerprints, ready to dare to return the jade box. In less than half a breath, Chu Yan's behavior gave him a good cover, and those big bosses were just stunned, and he succeeded. Chu Yan returned to Yu Linglong's side, and the two looked at each other, looking at the current battle situation. Everyone's attention was drawn away by Feng Hetian, and no one paid attention to Chu Yan. After all, Dao grass is the most important treasure, so I don't bother to care about the jokes. The most important thing now is to take back Dao grass. Without any hesitation, Yu Linglong's Dharma protector, Chu Yan, directly injected true energy and spiritual consciousness into the black pen. A mighty aura exploded suddenly, attacking the crowd who turned around and rushed towards Feng Hetian, making everyone startled again and turning their heads suddenly. What's the situation? Dozens of pairs of eyes were all stunned. Isn't Dao grass at Feng Hetian's place? Why did Chu Yan burst out with such a terrifying breath? The black pen in his hand. Quick! Take back that black pen. How shrewd are the big guys, they understood the key point in the blink of an eye, and dozens of pairs of eyes glared at Chu Yan, roaring endlessly. Big men of all powers. Daozi, the saintesses, Wang Long men, Guoshuang, Lu Liang, Xia, Wu Yu and others reacted extremely quickly, rushing over in an instant. A large amount of spiritual consciousness is locked on Chu Yan's body, like a thorn in his back. Cut. When the sword is slashed, there is sword light all over the sky. Under the long hair flying, the aura of the whole body explodes to the extreme, and all of it is poured into the body of the Haotian sword. 3 geniuses. Yu Linglong flipped her hand and sent out information. Both of them were prepared, and the shot was extremely fast, and the entire void was collapsing. Boom! 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 Everyone collided together, creating a huge wave of mighty energy. And in this diffuse sky, the black pen has been shattered and turned into countless golden stars scattered around. The bodies of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were attached by the golden stars, and disappeared instantly. Asshole! Xia, Wang Long men and the others all turned their heads to look at Feng Hetian with angry faces. Chu Yan has already run away, now he has to grab the grass. As a result, the war continued to break out in the entire palace, and the troops from the Tianqian Digong joined forces with all parties to launch a war. On the other side, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong fell into time-space teleportation, and after various twists and turns, they finally got down to Earth. This is a completely strange place. There is nothing around, but there is a wooden house in front of you, with woods behind the house, and a pond in front of the house. An old statue in the background is sitting on the blue stone by the pond, holding a hook pole drowsily. Hee, you guys are here. The old man turned his head and smiled lightly, just like an ordinary farmer. Creak. At the same time as the sound sounded, the wooden door of the wooden house also opened, and a young man walked out from it, and greeted Chu Yan and the two. This way please, whatever you want. At the same time as the voice sounded, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were stunned, and turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see that the old figure by the pond had disappeared. But the voice and smile of the young man in front of him obviously has the shadow of the old man just now. There is no breath fluctuation, no void and space-time breath. How did this old man do it? Moreover, even the appearance has changed, just in front of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, but the two did not feel that the old man used any secret skills or true energy. All these signs seem to be extremely miraculous. By Re-Ginseng, see Seniors. On the contrary, Taoist Berry's soul in the sea of consciousness quickly spoke out, which surprised Chu Yan and Yu Linglong even more. After all, Taoist Berry tried every means to hide himself before, so as to carry out his plan to seize the house. Daylight is here too. You're welcome, I didn't expect you to be alive, not bad. Then I'll give you some benefits, let's go into the house. After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the wooden house behind, and Taoist Berry was overjoyed on the spot. Hurry up and stride out, while winking at Chu Yan vigorously. You are the one who controls this land of inheritance. Chu Yan didn't look at Taoist Berry, looked directly at the old man, and asked. And beside Yu Linglong, a powerful aura surged, and her spiritual consciousness swept over the young man like a tide, as if she was just not convinced and wanted to see through what secret skills the old man had used. Barely count it. The young man nodded, stretched out his hand again, and sat down with Chu Yan Yu Linglong. I don't know how long I've been sleeping. There's actually a second group of people coming in here. Yes, I remember that guy Wu Tiandi last time. When these words came out, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looked at each other instantly, and their expressions tightened at the same time. He knows Wu Tiandi. Moreover, there is no special tone between the words. Who the hell is this person? Obviously very familiar with Wu Tiandi. You won't be the fourth song. Chu Yan's heart trembled, and he opened his mouth to test. Ha ha ha, no, don't be nervous, I'm not a god. The young man laughed. However, my name can tell you, my name is, Ji. As soon as a word landed, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously took half a step back, staring at the young man with full vigilance, and said. Tianji. Then what is your relationship with heaven? This is just a name, it doesn't make any sense at all. You're overthinking it. The smile on the young man's face disappeared, and he looked at Chu Yan and said. In this case, you can call me any name, as I said just now, names are meaningless. Call it by any name. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were startled at the same time, their faces dumbfounded. Senior, where is this time? Are you waiting for us? Yu Linglong asked. You can say that. The young man nodded. The black pen is just a cover, I asked you to come here, but I don't mean any harm, I just want to get to know each other. It's just another chance for you. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at the two of them and smiled, without saying a word. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were also silent, having doubts for a while. This person looks extraordinary, if you want to deal with them, I'm afraid you don't need any calculations or tricks. His words may be true. It's just this chance, what is it? Coincidentally, both of you have obtained the eternal aura, so you only need to enter this hut and breathe the eternal aura in a month. Then I will tell you how to use it. The young man didn't explain too much what Chu Yan and the two were thinking, and spoke directly. #C3561 Cultivation for breakthrough. In any case, this is an opportunity, which is a good thing. Senior, but before we made the oath of heavenly power, we will go out tomorrow to fight against that. Yu Linglong thought for a while, but did not reveal the specific information. Chu Yan also nodded. Tianwei's oath is also effective for them. If they don't go out, the catastrophe is not a joke. However, what the young man in front of him said made the two of them extremely moved. After all, other people don't know about the role of the green lotus, and the two of them have no knowledge of it, not to mention that the green lotus is also related to the eternal body. Judging from the previous situation where the hot-haired youth tried everything to snatch the green lotus, the absolute relationship between the green lotus is extremely important, and it even has a relationship with the Zhangzhou realm. What's more, the young man also said that there is a way to cast the green lotus. It was the first time Chu Yan heard of this kind of thing, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. That's it, there is only one way. I have a jade talisman here. After you leave tomorrow and the matter is resolved, you can come back through this jade talisman. With a wave of the young man's hand, a jade talisman appeared in his palm, and he threw it at Yu Linglong. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were startled at the same time, a piece of jade talisman, and Yu Linglong was alone. What about brother Chu Yan? Yu Linglong was of course impatient. He has a special opportunity, different from you. The young man smiled and looked at Chu Yan with strange eyes. It's okay, Linglong, you go to the cabin first. Chu Yan said to Yu Linglong with his usual expression. This time, Yu Linglong's face was full of worry and hesitant to speak, but after looking at Chu Yan for a long time, she finally said nothing, nodded obediently, turned her head in 3 steps, and walked towards the wooden house. After this resurrection, Yu Linglong has never resisted Chu Yan's words, even if she doesn't want to, as long as Chu Yan says, she will definitely obey. What is the reason? Chu Yan knew it, and of course Yu Linglong herself knew it too. Senior. Is it Emperor Wu, or Emperor Yuan? Seeing Yu Linglong's figure disappear behind the wooden house, Chu Yan looked at the young man and asked. In the world, there is such a thing as a chance. Everything has a reason, so there must be some kind of relationship between this young man and the 2 great gods. Well, it's hard to say now, but you will know later. The young man didn't intend to hide anything, but he didn't say it directly. Let's talk about reality. The young man said, looked at Chu Yan, then smiled and said. Your chance depends on yourself, that's it. You have a chance to choose. It can be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as a year. You will encounter a life and death crisis. Now you want to know where the danger comes from. Or do you want to know the way to solve the danger? While the young man was speaking, he kept staring at Chu Yan closely. This? Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then his eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help being surprised. There is such an opportunity. Let yourself choose. If there seems to be no surprise in this choice, they should all choose the latter option. Chu Yan also looked at the young man, but found nothing, and then said. I choose to crack the dangerous method. Hearing this, the young man's face remained unchanged. He stood up and waved his hand directly. In an instant, a piece of golden light emerged. It was a row of large golden characters, and each character was wrapped in 7 color rays of light. A life that is more important than yours, take your own. The void was silent, but Chu Yan was trembling all over, and his face changed like a cloud. But soon, Chu Yan's face returned to normal, and he looked at the young man for a long time before opening his mouth and saying. Senior is good at calculating. You want to test my weakness? In fact, there is no need to test this point. For Chu Yan, this typesetting has no meaning at all, even if it is the result, it is impossible to happen. It is impossible for Chu Yan to change his life for someone he regards as more important than his own life. Well, it's your own business. The chance is here. It's like this. Anyway, I have done everything I can. Don't blame me in the future. The young man looked indifferent, and continued to say. Tomorrow, there will be a passage leading to the outside here, and you can leave. After saying this, the young man turned around and disappeared on the spot. Chu Yan didn't say anything. He glanced at the direction of the wooden house and felt that Yu Linglong's breath was normal, so he felt relieved. Cultivate. Maybe there is a chance to hit the peak. After making up his mind, Chu Yan took out some natural and earthly treasures, which were all treasures obtained in the polar regions of the cloud. The ones sent out are all the lowest level and have little effect on Chu Yan, but these are the highest level group. With these, Chu Yan has the opportunity to reach the peak state. Waving his hands is the fusion of Suzaku Emperor Fire and Nishenyan Flame, starting to refine these treasures. The majestic spiritual breath continued to pour in, and Chu Yan's exercises began to merge. The two wills of the Zhangzhu, who had been silent, started to snatch these spiritual breaths, devouring each of the large shares of spiritual breaths, leaving only a small half for Chu Yan. Chu Yan's face twitched suddenly, his teeth itching with hatred. Fortunately, there are many treasures of heaven and earth, and their ranks are also high, so just swallow them, and don't have time to pay attention to them. Because Chu Yan discovered that these high-level treasures of heaven and earth are more effective than he imagined, and they have every chance to hit the peak. Time flies, one day passes. Chu Yan sat cross-legged in front of the wooden house, completely devoid of breath, sitting quietly like a stone. Kaka. Suddenly, two explosions sounded from his body, and a monstrous flame shot up from Chu Yan's body, shooting straight into the sky like a beam of light. Extreme Peak Realm. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and thousands of hidden thunders flashed in the sky, like countless electric snakes flashing in the air. At this moment, he felt astonishing power surging in his body like a flood, and the void around him was endless like an ocean. Originally, the void of heaven and earth was an insubstantial existence for ordinary cultivators. But now, Chu Yan's consciousness and aura pass by, and he can clearly sense the existence of the void, just like a sea of clouds, existing between the heaven and the earth, covering everything. That feeling, like fog and cloud, can't be touched, but can be discerned. Waiting for the Taoist realm, can I control these voids? Chu Yan muttered to himself. The Supreme Peak realm is one step away from the Taoist realm, but there is a huge difference. The biggest difference lies in the use of the sky, the earth and the void. Fortunately, Chu Yan's Tao realm is now complete, and he has broken through to the Supreme Peak realm, so he can sense the real existence of the void. As long as you break through to the Taoist realm, you can take advantage of the power of heaven and earth. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound that suddenly exploded interrupted Chu Yan's contemplation. I saw that in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, an old magic breath gushed out, and soon a black rune condensed and appeared. A huge Huang character appeared on the rune. Emperor Yuan. Chu Yan was startled. #C3562 Life and Death Battle. Chu Yan's consciousness scanned the black rune, and he could find the memory of Emperor Yuan in it. Chu Yan, who has experienced it once, knows that this kind of memory awakening cannot be opened at one time, and it is all in complete fragments. It seems that after breaking through to the Taoist realm, you can see the memory fragments here and connect them into a whole. And this is the awakening of reincarnation. Unlike Wu Tiandi, Yuan Wang's reincarnation awakening setting is the Taoist realm. 2 reincarnations. There is no one left. Chu Yan was a little speechless. He had awakened to reincarnation twice on his own body, and it was not the same person. Just when Chu Yan was inexplicably helpless, the wooden house opened, and Yu Linglong walked out of it, and she was pleasantly surprised when she saw the change of Chu Yan's aura for the first time. Brother Chu Yan, you have broken through to the Supreme Peak. I haven't seen her for a day, and although Yu Linglong's cultivation is only at the Supreme Mastery level, there is a clear change in her aura, which is more solid and thick, and seems to have a strange splendor. What opportunity did Senior give you? Chu Yan laughed. There is not enough time, Senior just taught a method, which can activate a little eternal power. After Yu Linglong finished speaking, she waved her jade hand. Suddenly, a green light flashed behind her, and the green breath was changing in her jade hands, which was extremely miraculous. This is not the power of the ancients. Chu Yan's eyes widened suddenly, with a curious expression on his face. This is the first time he has seen the eternal power of the Green Lotus, although he has been exposed to various changes under the influence of the eternal power countless times before. However, those are invisible and intangible, and cannot be seen at all. Unexpectedly, one day, the power of the Green Lotus would appear in front of her eyes. Brother Chu Yan, with this eternal power, I can help you beat someone up. Yu Linglong smiled like a flower blooming, her face full of pride. In Yuya City before, the matter of the old supreme made her a little bit brooding. Because I am too weak. Let her brother Chu Yan cut off the opportunity to help her, which always makes her feel a little bit sorry. Coupled with the fact that she was chased and killed by those forces jointly a few times later, almost all of them were guarded by Chu Yan and flew all the way for her, so she felt a little cumbersome. But it's different now. With the power of the ancients, not to mention the powerhouses of the same level, even the supreme peak is no match for her. Moreover, there is still very little eternal power now, and after she cultivates that method better, she can use more eternal power. Okay. Beat whoever you want. We should get out. Chu Yan also chuckled lightly, and with the next breath, his face became a little dignified. On the other side, in the depths of Wanyang Hall, the earth-shattering sound of the air storm resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it did not stop for a whole day and night. The body of the mad Taoist master, carrying an overwhelming swarm of ants, continued to impact the gate of the sigil, making it dim continuously. Whoosh! On the far side of the sky, figures came galloping like lightning. Gangwei is like a tide, moving with the shadows, like a thunder cloud, coming from far and near, galloping. These supreme bigwigs, all of them blushed, their eyes glistened, and they seemed extremely excited. Obviously they had gained a lot. There were only a few of them with livid faces and red eyes. It was obvious that they hadn't gained much, and their red eyes were bloodshot. Not long after, strong men flew from everywhere and gathered in front of the gate of the seal again. Daoist Tianhui, Lord Yuhu, Hongyan Supreme, including Xinghan, Pan Tianqing, Feng Hetian, Baxia, Wang Longmen, etc., are all present. At this time, ripples appeared in the void, and Chu Yan and Yu Linglong walked out of the ripples in the void. Everyone looked at him together, and suddenly they all trembled. Breakthrough. No one expected that Chu Yan's cultivation had actually broken through to the peak of the supreme realm. The three Tianhui Taoists only trembled for a while, and there was no big change, but the complexions of Xinghan and Xingtian Jizuan were dark. However, within a short while, a sinister smile emerged, and killing intent surged. These two people knew that Chu Yan's cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the supreme realm, and they were no longer able to deal with them. They dared to release the murderous aura so recklessly. This also showed that there might be chances, not just Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. These bigwigs, I'm afraid they have gained a lot. Especially that Pan Tianqing, with restrained aura, more pure and strong, obviously also made a breakthrough. Good boy, what's in that black pen? Feng Hetian saw Chu Yan, his eyes sparkled, and he asked. Looking along the line of sight, I saw Wang Longmen, Baxia, Guoshuang, Lu Liang and others had changed auras, and when they looked at Chu Yan, they all smiled and nodded slightly, as if what happened before didn't happen at all. Opportunity. Chu Yan nodded in congratulations, swept vertically, and landed beside Feng Hetian. You kid, don't tell me. No matter how you say it, I'm also your senior. From Feng Tianquan's point of view, I'm still your uncle. As far as our relationship is concerned, it's too embarrassing not to greet you in advance. Feng Hetian's gloomy expression seemed to be a great loss, which made the corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitch. What is Sherbois, what is meaningless? You grabbed the grass, and I didn't see you say it in advance. And it seems that the grass fell into your hands 9 out of 10, isn't that enough? Everyone, it's almost time. Let's take a count now, and see if it hasn't arrived yet. Daoist Tianhui stood up and announced loudly. On the other side, Lord Jade Tiger and Supreme Lord Hong Yan also swept around and began to help check the previous number of people. Wait for the battle to start, and I don't expect everyone to do their best, but at least we must join hands sincerely and not destroy the unity, otherwise, Taoist Tianhui spoke again while he was waiting for the count. Then, it was to arrange tactics and attack lineup, and the Supremes present nodded slightly to express their approval when they heard it. It didn't take long for everyone's eyes to look at the gate of the seal in front of them, and their faces were solemn. Some bigwigs in the Supreme Realm have already begun to mobilize their true energy, ready to go, and their bodies are full of killing intent. Boom! The next moment, the golden sigil gate finally couldn't hold on, and it shattered violently, exploding into stars all over the sky. Ho-Ho's roar sounded, and the Taoist realm's physical body was unstoppable, and the roar sounded like rolling thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Even after a day and a night of frenzied attacks, the strength and aura of the Taoist realm's physical body showed no signs of weakening. At the same time, when its eyes swept across the group of cultivators in front of it, its bloody murderous intent became more intense. Crash! A large number of soul-eating ants behind it rushed in first, rushing through like a black tide, and passed into the depths of Wanyang Hall. Kill! Daoist Tianhui let out a loud roar, and his whole body exploded with qi, rushing out. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering air storm exploded, and all the supreme bosses burst out their strongest combat power at the same time, shaking the sky and the earth. #C3563 Surprise it. The entire Wanyang Palace was trembling, as if a violent storm was approaching. Swish! The powerhouses of the 13 orthodox sects, including Pufazong, Shangxianzong, and Shijuzong, rushed towards the soul-eating ants under the leadership of several supreme peaks. Kill! The major casual cultivators and small forces also rushed out roaring, with death on their faces. In an instant, a great battle broke out, and countless magical treasures and talismans surged up, completely shattering half of the sky. While talking, they join hands with each other, even if there is no tacit understanding, they are powerful. And there are some formations, which are dominated by sect cultivators, and with the assistance of cultivators from other forces, they are more powerful. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen large formations were discharged, blocking the entire swarm of soul-eating ants. Good! Seeing this scene, Taoist Tianhui immediately looked happy, and the phantom of Taoism emerged behind him, looking directly at the body of the Taoist master. According to the plan they had discussed, all the most powerful group of people dealt with the body of the Taoist master, and the other cultivators dealt with the swarm of soul-eating ants. Therefore, the next step is Taoist Tianhui, Master Yuhu, and others, who will attack the Taoist body. Chu Yan, let's compete again, to see who can kill this corpse. Holding the long sword in his hand, Pan Tianqing shouted to Chu Yan in high spirits. Okay. Brother Pan invites me, I will definitely accompany you. Chu Yan responded loudly with an excited face. In the next breath, the three shadows behind him, the soul of the god of war, the holy Rakshasa, and the Taoist void lord, all came out and merged into one. Endless Taoism attacks blasted out like a tide, all blasting on the Taoist master's body as tall as a mountain, blasting countless chi storm rays of light. Roar! 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 Under the strong impact and pain, the body of the Taoist master let out a sky-shattering roar, his body's power soared, and black symbols surged in the surrounding void. Such an outburst of Daowei suddenly caused half the world to collapse. A powerful force appeared. Let all the supreme bosses present tremble with fear. Quickly, let's cripple its limbs first, so as not to let it fully attack. Taoist Tianhui's eyes were like torches, he roared loudly, turned into a magic soldier, and shot straight at the left hand of the Taoist body. Chu Yan and others also knew that without any hesitation, they shot at the same time and attacked its limbs. Boom! 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 The whole world was shaking, and all kinds of gas explosions continued to explode. At this moment, the Taoist body is completely at a disadvantage. Even if its physical defense is strong and it recovers as soon as possible, it will not be able to withstand the attacks of so many strong people around it, and it will focus on the vital points. After all, this Tao Lord has no intelligence in his physical body, and he fights like a wild beast, flustered for a while. However, the Tao Master Realm is the Tao Master Realm after all, and every move and attack is extremely powerful. Several supreme peaks were bombarded, and immediately spurted blood, and lost most of their breath. What's more serious, he quit the battle directly, sat cross-legged on the ground immediately, swallowed the life-saving elixir, and quickly adjusted his breath to recover. Ling Long, be careful, I'll attack its sea of consciousness. Chu Yan let out a loud shout, and then the power of will broke out. Consciousness sea attack is not a simple matter. A cultivator's sea of consciousness can be said to be the last place of defense. Even if the body is completely destroyed, as long as the sea of consciousness is not damaged, it will be much easier to recover. But if the sea of consciousness is injured and the body is intact, it is also a serious injury, and may even fall directly. Under normal circumstances, the sea of consciousness of a cultivator cannot be entered by the willpower of other cultivators, unless it is opened voluntarily, or there is a special and powerful secret technique method to forcibly attack it. But this kind of confrontation between willpower and spiritual consciousness does not depend on true energy and cultivation. If you are not careful, you and I will both lose and end together. Therefore, everyone in God's domain continent knows about sea consciousness attacks, but almost no one uses them. But now, Chu Yan knows that the strongest physical body of the Taoist master is physical defense and recovery. If they continue to attack like this, it will be too difficult to overcome the strong with the weak. As time goes by, once there are more supreme bosses who withdraw from the battle, they will lose. The only way now is to win by surprise. Taoist Tianhui led the crowd to attack the limbs of the Taoist body frantically, smashing them several times, but it didn't take long for them to recover. Moreover, the Taoist body seemed to react, and began to continuously use various moves to attack. Fight power has been significantly improved. Someone here was attacked and immediately withdrew from the battle, while the combat power of the Taoist body was still improving. Under the ebb and flow, the consequences are not ideal. Moreover, there is another Sun Jiuxiao, behind the Tao Lord's physical body. If he is allowed to completely control the Taoist master's body's sea of consciousness, the situation must be irreversible. Now, entering the sea of consciousness of the Taoist body and destroying it directly is the most effective and fastest way to win with one blow. Ha ha ha, good. Sure enough, it's Brother Chu, and I'm about to attack. Pan Tianqing laughed when he heard Chu Yan's voice. This time, he was even more sure that Chu Yan was an absolutely suitable opponent. This matter is too dangerous. The two of you are too young and your willpower is not stable, let me wait. Taoist Tianhui's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Yan's voice. You must know that this method of will warfare is a specialty of Pufazong, and it is very famous in the entire God's domain continent. And as the head of the Pufa sect, he is even more powerful. In the next breath, he nodded to Lord Jade Tiger and Supreme Lord Hong Yan, and the three retreated violently at the same time. Seeing this, the other respected lords, Daozi and Sanctuses roared together, bursting out with powerful force again, entangled the body of the Taoist terribly, and acted as a cover for the three big brothers. On the other side, 5 people, Chu Yan, Pan Tianqing, Tianhui Taoist, Jade Tiger Lord, and Hong Yan Supreme, sat cross-legged in the void in the distance, their spiritual consciousness transformed into a phantom, and shot at the Taoist master at the same time. the position between the eyebrows of the physical body. Roar. Seeing the 5 ways of divine consciousness shooting from all around, the Taoist body subconsciously waved his palms and slapped them, but they passed through his body directly, invisible and intangible. And the spiritual bodies of the 5 people just pierced into its eyebrows at the same time, and entered its sea of consciousness world at the same time. What appeared in front of the 5 people was a gray world, with an ocean below their feet, with no limit at a glance, filled with the incomparably rich majesty of the Taoist. On the sea of consciousness and the sky, 2 phantoms are facing each other, constantly attacking each other. One of them is white and the other is black. The battle is extremely fierce. Really? Chu Yan's expression froze. The black color represents Sun Jiuxiao, who clearly has the upper hand at this time, while the white spiritual body should be the remnant soul of the Taoist master's physical body. If they came a little later, after Sun Jiuxiao destroyed the remnant soul of the Taoist master and took control of the body of the Taoist master, they would be completely finished. You guys. At this time, Sun Jiuxiao obviously also noticed Chu Yan and his party, and his face was shocked. Surprise. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Die. Sun Jiuxiao was furious immediately, roaring like thunder, and waved his hand directly, and a 100-handled spiritual weapon stabbed straight at the 5 people. #C3564 Greedy Body. Sun Jiuxiao fought with the remnant soul of the main realm for several days and nights, and had no time to be distracted by what happened in the boundary. Therefore, the appearance of Chu Yan and others was extremely unexpected. But no matter what, he knew that these people came from bad people, and his plan was exposed, so he couldn't get through it safely, he could only fight. While Sun Jiuxiao made the first move, Taoist Tianhui and Lord Yuhu also made moves. A large number of attacks came out, facing the attack of the divine consciousness. Chu Yan and others also followed suit, blasting hundreds of spiritual weapons with spiritual consciousness into powder. This kind of spiritual body battle is based on will, invisible and qualityless, but if it causes harm, the consequences will be extremely serious. After all, everyone's spiritual body is not like a physical body, and it cannot withstand any trauma at all. Ancestor, join hands to deal with foreign enemies first. Knowing that the situation was not good, Sun Jiuxiao quickly turned his head and shouted at the remnant soul of the Taoist master. As long as I deal with these foreign enemies, I will never snatch your body again. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. Sun Jiuxiao knew that under the siege of so many big bosses, his loss was only a matter of time. The only hope was that this senior ancestor could help him. As for taking away the body, it is not important anymore. After all, we can only talk about it if we want to save our lives. Humph. Unworthy descendants, my remnant soul will not have much time, and it will dissipate soon. The voice of the remnant soul of the Taoist realm sounded, full of coldness. If it weren't for the fact that you are a descendant of my clan, I would never have given you a chance before, but you are so greedy that you would devour the blood of your clan. A person like you is not worthy of being a descendant of my grandson's family. I will unite with them today and clean up the house. When these words came out, Sun Jiuxiao's face turned pale instantly. Old man, you are going to die anyway, what's the use of keeping this remnant soul? It's better to devour it to make the Sun family stronger, stubborn, and now you are even uniting with people from other races to deal with me, then you go to hell. Sun Jiuxiao was extremely angry, and the power in his body continued to skyrocket. The surrounding void boils. Swish swish swish. A row of divine consciousness bodies appeared behind him, all of them were his avatars, and each of them used their Taoist secret skills to gather a large amount of terrifying divine power. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The sword shadow smashed into the air, turning into thousands of sword lights, forming a frenzy of sword shadows in a large net, and slashed towards the rows of phantom clones. The current Chu Yan, whose cultivation base has broken through to the supreme peak, has such a powerful combat power. With one strike, all of Sun Yuxiao's consciousness avatars were chopped into powder and dissipated into nothingness. Boom! 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 The battle broke out, and under the siege of a group of big bosses, Sun Yuxiao couldn't resist at all, and was instantly at a disadvantage. With death in his heart, Sun Yuxiao's face was ashen, and he crazily performed various Taoism and tricks, even the forbidden technique. Blood essence, violent. A streak of blood shot out from his mouth, fell into the air and turned into a blood mass, which was twisted and merged into a Dao formation. In an instant, the void shattered, blood was overflowing, and a tall phantom appeared, releasing monstrous power. This kind of whole card is the same as the Taoist Suzun of the top 10 peerless geniuses, but it uses the power of blood to awaken the powerful ancestral power in it. This kind of ancestral power is at least at the level of the Taoist realm, and it is extremely powerful when it explodes in an instant. Chu Yan, Pan Tianqing and the three lords all rushed out without any color change. With the five of them working together, even the Sun family's forbidden blood technique can only help him resist for a while. The most important thing is that his methods are normal for the 5 people present. Everyone has their corresponding whole cards, but they don't need to use them. In less than a stick of incense, Sun Yuxiao had no more trump cards to use, and was eventually blasted into dust by the 5 people together, turning into waves that filled the sky and dissipated in the sea of consciousness. In this battle, the Sun family of the 7 ancient families, the descendant of Taoist Sun Yuxiao, fell. As for the Taoist realm physical body, because it lost Sun Yuxiao's control, the sea of consciousness began to tremble violently, and it was once again controlled by the remnant soul of the Taoist. Although this is the physical world of the sea of consciousness of the ancestors of the Sun family's Taoist realm, Sun Yuxiao fights here, which has certain blessings, but after all, the opponent is too strong, and he will definitely lose in the end. But now, although the sea of consciousness in the physical body of the Taoist realm has regained control, as a battlefield, it has suffered great damage. Thousands of years of slumber, this will be the result after waking up. That's all, just follow the path. With this sigh, the entire consciousness sea world began to collapse. Like smoke and dust drifting away, and like stars returning to the sea, everything is dissipating under the morning mist and sun. Without the control of Sun Yuxiao and the remnant soul of the Taoist master, his physical body has lost the source of power, and he will only be defeated by the joint efforts of the big bosses in the end. However, just as its sea of consciousness collapsed, a tall illusory shadow appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. The tall phantom released 10,000 golden lights, and the sound of singing the Taoist mantra resounded all around. Between heaven and earth. Jing Guangxuing spoke, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end there was no sound, and he couldn't transmit it in the void. Since this is the case, please help me, fellow Taoist Jiuxiao and Hong Yan. There was a golden light in the eyes of Taoist Tianhui. Seeing that there was no effect, he was ready to attack with all his strength. As soon as the words landed, he sat cross-legged directly, and a large phantom of Dao Shi Yuanzuan appeared, sitting cross-legged in the void like him, forming a faint formation, and chanted at the same time. Lord Yuhu and Supreme Lord Hong Yan waved their hands at the same time, and a large amount of true energy and will power poured into Taoist Tianhui's body. Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing stood aside, staring at each other. Good guy. Obviously, these 3 big bosses had discussed it long ago. Haha, fellow Taoists, don't think too much, it's just that this person has a chance with my Taoist school, and I want to save him, which is considered a merit. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Chu Yan and Pan Tianqing's eyes twitched at the same time. What a liar! What fate! I'm afraid you are like that Sun Yuxiao, who is obviously the flesh body of a glutton. You too, as long as you don't interfere, I will definitely give you some benefits, and I will never let you suffer. Taoist Tianhui also knew that what he said was to deceive fools, so he directly asked for benefits. You know, Taoist Tianhui had an idea when he first saw the Taoist body. Including all the plans and steps after that, they are all in preparation for capturing the Taoist body at this moment. After all, the two biggest treasures in this place where the Taoist master passed on are, of course, the two physical bodies of the Taoist master. In fact, with his strength, he could call on everyone to join hands to destroy the Taoist body. But if he wanted to take this body, he had to let it consume first, and when it was almost consumed, he would have the greatest confidence in taking it. #C3565 1 serving. Taoist Tianhui's abacus is nothing special. It is because of the physical body of the strong man in the Tao Master realm. If he succeeds in capturing it, moving it back to the Pufa sect will be equivalent to gaining an additional combat power in the Tao Master realm. Of course, with the background of Pufazong, the combat power of a Daoist realm is not a big deal. However, what he thought was very simple: if he got it, it meant that others couldn't get it, and the strength of the Pufa sect was still top-notch. If other forces snatch this and increase their strength, it will be a threat to the Pufa sect. And the most direct factor is the present. What is this place? This is the Wanyan Palace in the polar region of the clouds, the core of the land of asking questions, and the Taoist realm will not be allowed to enter it. That is to say, the most powerful one at present is the body of the Tao Lord. If anyone can get it, it will be equivalent to having a big killer in the land of asking. When he went back to Wendao Mountains and seized the Tao grass, he was almost invincible. Such a calculation, how could it be possible to hide it from all the big bosses present? Of course, the Hongyan Supreme and the Jade Tiger Lord. Needless to say, the benefits are indispensable. But Pan Tianqing sneered and said, "Tianhui, do you think I'm a fool? It's useless to say more, I just have one request, just like them." Raising his hand and pointing at the Supreme Lord Hongyan and the Lord Jade Tiger, Pan Tianqing's face was full of murderous intent. This is no small matter. Let Taoist Tianhui refine the body of the Taoist master, and when the Daojing mountain range is opened, what a fart it is. Maybe all the Tao grass and fairy plants will belong to the three of you, no matter how much you share. Anyway, he Pan Tianqing will get a share. After all, the physical existence of this Tao Lord realm is a threat to anyone, and it will be effective only if the oath of Tianhui is made now. Otherwise, the best way is to eliminate this threat directly and let everyone compete fairly. In that case, at least he, Pan Tianqing, can remain invincible, advance and retreat freely, without any danger. That can't be done. There is also a first-come, first-served basis for this matter, and I will give you half at most. Taoist Tianhui shook his head directly to lower the price. Okay. You have the guts. Pan Tianqing really didn't talk nonsense with him, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said, "You pick one, and the other two are mine." Clang. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Pan Tianqing drew his sword directly. Although it was a long sword in the form of divine consciousness, the sword's power was not lacking at all. "I'll pick Tianhui. Kill him within 100 breaths. Come back to help you. Whoever can't stand it will be the loser." Chu Yan didn't take advantage of it. Relatively speaking, Taoist Tianhui was more than twice as powerful as Yuhu and Hongyan Jizuan alone. It's not really because Taoist Tianhui is strong in battle, but because it's a battle of wills and consciousness. In this case, Taoist Tianhui's combat power will be much stronger. Okay. That's it. Pan Tianqing turned around with a smile on his face. He is more interested in the battle with Chu Yan for the fight against these three lords. Especially now, Chu Yan's cultivation has broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, and there is no gap in his cultivation realm, which is just a fair comparison. When the words fell to the ground, Pan Tianqing took the lead to strike, and with one sword, two rainbow-like sword lights struck directly at Yuhu and Hongyan Jizuan. Humph. I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Lord Yuhu was also angry, and let the two junior geniuses pick and choose here. His majestic lord is shameless. Yuhu, don't lose. Although there are only a few of us here, it's still embarrassing. The Hongyan Supreme had a coquettish smile on his face. He threw a few electric eyes at Pan Tianqing, and laughed at the Lord Yuhu. Fart. I will lose. When Lord Yuhu heard this, he became angry at that time, and the power of the whole body exploded again, and the power increased by more than 30%. Seeing this scene, Hongyan Jizuan immediately pursed her lips and chuckled. She knew the man's temperament like the back of her hand. Call out. Chu Yan, on the other side, also came out with the sword cut, and the sword pointed directly at Taoist Tianhui. Chu Yan, you have a predestined relationship with my Taoist sect, but this murder is too serious. If you want to achieve Tao fruit, you need this Taoist to perfect you. After all, Taoist Tianhui, who was sitting cross-legged, slapped a golden steel seal, and it exploded with a bang, turning into 5 thunder gods, rushing towards Chu Yan, singing loudly at the same time. They had 4 kinds of Taoist magic weapons in their hands, and they lifted them up at the same time, and they all covered Chu Yan with great light. This time, Taoist Tianhui tried his best to make a move, and it was up to Chu Wei to see if he could hold it. If Chu Yan loses his spiritual consciousness and really returns to the Taoist sect, then his round of Taoist Tianhui will be double happiness. You don't have any other tricks? Chu Yan was speechless for a while when he saw this large array of subduing demons and washing the heart. Immediately after Chu Yan waved his hand, 4 phantoms emerged behind him, and they also rushed out in all directions, holding a Taoist magic weapon, and covered Taoist Tianhui. What? How could you subdue demons and wash your heart? Taoist Tianhui's face changed in shock, and he stared at Chu Yan. Could it be that, in the previous battle, it seemed that he had performed it once, and this Chu Yan learned it? Only you can. Chu Yan smiled, too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and raised his hand to slash the Haoyan sword straight out. 1 sword and 10 shadows, each with its own changes. This is the top 10 tricks. You. Taoist Tianhui's face immediately turned green, and his face was full of disbelief. There is no doubt that this Chu Yan actually learned other people's unique skills during the first battle. At the moment, Taoist Tianhui didn't dare to procrastinate any longer, and urged the divine power with all his strength to attack Chu Yan. On the other side, Lord Yuhu and Supreme Hongyan were also completely shocked by Chu Yan's attack here, and turned their heads to look. You two are very confident. Pan Tianqing's face was getting colder and colder. It was nothing more than a distraction when Chu Yan was fighting him before, but now these 2 guys are ignoring him like this. Die. Pan Tian acted in real anger. A black phantom flashed across his brow. He raised his hand and slashed out with a sword, the blade twisted, and the black shadow roared. True Soul Sword. When Supreme Hongyan and Lord Yuhu saw this sword, their faces changed greatly in shock. The soul is attached to the body of the sword, and it specializes in attacking the soul of people. It is so powerful that it can also be ranked among the top 10 soul attacks in the God's Domain continent. They never thought that a Chu Yan is so good. This Pan Tianqing is also so terrifying. Moreover, they all discovered that Pan Tianqing's strength has more than doubled due to his adventures in the Wanyang Palace in the past 2 days. After the sword was slashed, the 7 black souls in his body flickered continuously, plundered from the ears, nose, eyes, and mouth, and returned to the body. This is the art of the 3 souls and 7 souls, and it is the top secret skill of the soul. You have practiced the way of the soul. At this moment, the faces of the 2 of them turned ashen, and the way they looked at Pan Tianqing changed completely. Now, Pan Tianqing's actual combat strength has surpassed them, and the soul's combat strength is probably several times that of the two of them. So, if you don't deal with it carefully, it may really be possible to fall here. #C3566 Who you are. The war broke out, earth-shattering. But outside the sea of knowledge of the body of the Taoist master, the practitioners of other forces are completely unaware of what happened here. They are still fighting frantically in the calculation of the three masters of Taoist Tianhui. Facing the soul-eating ants all over the sky, as well as the terrifying attack from the body of the Taoist master, everyone was fighting desperately. On the other side, Taoist master Tianhui finally understood Chu Yan's strength in the sea of consciousness of the Taoist body, and began to resist the attack. Wan Zun proves the way. Taoist Tianhui displayed the talisman, urging it like a tide. The tall phantom of the original Tianzuan sits cross-legged between the sky and the earth, and the moment his eyes are opened, 10,000 golden lights descend. The monstrous momentum exploded with a bang. The heart-washing array that Chu Yan used was unbearable at all, and it collapsed in an instant. Looking at all this, Chu Yan was not too surprised. This heart-washing array was originally a stunt of Pufazong, and it was normal for them to be able to crack it. Therefore, he began to use the backhand that he had been preparing for. The Heaven and Earth Tao Scroll, and the Qingjiao Battle Spirit, emerged behind him at the same time. Two monstrous forces surged out, one attacking and the other defending, forming two torrents between the heaven and the earth, shattering all the incoming Taoist golden light, and at the same time, the Heaven and Earth Tao rolls were drawn horizontally, smashing the phantom of the original Tianzuan into ground powder. Taoist Tianhui's body trembled, and he looked at Chu Yan with a solemn gaze. Because at this time, Chu Yan was holding a long sword, and there was an extremely terrifying breath of asking questions on the body of the sword. Immeasurable Tianshou, descend. Taoist Tianhui didn't dare to neglect. The Tao seal reappeared in his hand, and while shining golden light, it turned into Taoist talismans one by one, blasting towards Chu Yan like meteors from the sky. The next moment, as if a wave of traffic hit the mountain peak, the Heaven and Earth Scroll and the Qingjiao War Spirit trembled at the same time. Pufa sect is worthy of being one of the 13 orthodoxy. It is very powerful. Looking at this scene, Chu Yan slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and sword energy surged around his whole body. Xingxian asked. Tenju asked. Lord Jade Tiger and Supreme Lord Hongyan both activated the method of asking questions. Master Jade Tiger held a long spear, and the spear was as powerful as lightning, sweeping across the void, causing heaven and earth to shatter wherever it passed. And the Hongyan Supreme holds a roll of silk scarf, and under the waving, the mist of pink powder gushes out continuously. Under the soft and elegant silk, thousands of phantoms appear and emerge in it. 3 souls and 7 souls determine the sky. Pan Tianqing's eyes were black and red, flickering, the long sword in his hand trembled continuously, and 7 black shadows flickered continuously on the sword, as if a group of evil spirits were imprisoned in the sword and were about to break out. At this moment, the breath of the soul overflowed, flying between the sky and the earth, and the void within a radius of 100 miles was completely sealed by this powerful soul power. The battlefield of the three fell into a stalemate in an instant. The Hongyan Supreme and the Jade Tiger Lord are suzerain-level existences, after all. Even if Pan Tianqing is a genius and powerful in battle, the suzerain's background is far superior to that of fellow practitioners. If it wasn't for guarding against Taoist Tianhui, if Yuhu and Hongyan Jizuan played all their cards, they might be able to suppress Pan Tianqing in turn. On the other side, Taoist Tianhui glanced at the battlefield here, and his heart sank. He originally hoped that the two of them would defeat Pan Tianqing and come to help him. Now it seems that it is completely boring. Pan Daoyu, I am willing to pay the same price. We will share all the benefits equally. Please stop here. After a great battle, neither he nor Yushu and Hongyan Jizuan took advantage of it. If the fight continues like this, it will be impossible for the body of the Tao Lord to be refined, and it may be smashed into scum by the cultivators outside, and there will be no benefit at that time. Who do you think you are? Stop as soon as you say. Pan Tianqing ranks 7th on the supreme list. He has a very strong personality and is not a Taoist of Tianhui at all. The condition has already been offered before and was rejected by Taoist Tianhui, so there is no need to talk about it. Just in time, I took this opportunity to eliminate the existence that might threaten my safety, and everyone broke up. When the time comes to ask about the mountains, I will gain a lot based on my ability. Well. Hearing Pan Tianqing's answer, Taoist Tianhui's mouth twitched twice. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, why don't we discuss it? If the fight continues like this, both sides will suffer, and no one will benefit. In addition to the equal share, I can also promise that the Pufa sect will never be your enemy again. What do you think? Seeing that Pan Tianqing didn't give up, Taoist Tianhui turned his attention to Chu Yan again. No. I'm waiting for you to save me. Coincidentally, I'm very interested in Taoism. Come. Chu Yan smiled all over his face, looked at Taoist Tianhui, and almost vomited blood from the other party with one sentence. Turn it into a fart. Now that the fight continues like this, it is possible to lose your soul, and it is still possible to talk about speed. Besides, you, Chu Yan, will also be able to wash the heart, and whoever saves it is not sure. As for Chu Yan, after seeing Ba Xia, Lu Liang and others turn their faces for benefits, Chu Yan knew that turning an enemy into a friend is nonsense. Okay. If you want to fight, then go for it. Master Tianhuidao sighed, helpless. By now, he really regretted it a bit. What are you doing to provoke these two guys? One is the 7th genius on the supreme list, one is the top 10 peerless geniuses, none of them is normal. No benefit, no fight. The point is that there is no way to talk about it. The method of Zolman's interests has no effect on them. Now it's all right, riding a tiger is hard to get off. Infinite venerable, infinite celestial venerable. Taoist Tianhui shook his head, closed his eyes gently, and began to chant, which sounded different from the previous Taoist chant. Gradually, that voice began to become blurred and louder, as if thousands of Sanskrit tones sang at the same time, a large area of buzzing, which made people's brain hurt. Chu Yan only felt that the Taoist breath in the surrounding world suddenly increased tenfold, constantly impacting his soul and sea of consciousness, as if a flood peak hit an embankment. It's just that my own sea of consciousness is guarded by great power. These ordinary Sanskrit sounds will dissipate when they encounter them, and they will not have any effect at all. The only thing is to make Chu Yan frown slightly and his brain buzzes. Cut. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the light of the sword was like thunder, and it slashed directly into the void ahead. With a click, a bright sword light fell and hit Taoist Tianhui directly above the head. But at this moment, in the void in front of Taoist Tianhui, one after another, Taoist vassals emerged and kept crashing into the sword light. When the sword light landed on top of his head, it finally shattered and dissipated. Call out. At the same time that the sword light shattered, Chu Yan's body flashed sharply, and he had already appeared in the sky above Taoist Tianhui. All the methods of asking questions were running at the same time, and under the burst of sword power, he slashed out with another sword. A sword in the sky. When this sword fell, it was very close, like thunder from the sky, extremely powerful. But Taoist Tianhui's complexion sank, and his hand flew up like a jade intention, slamming into Jianguang fiercely, releasing a monstrous light in an instant. #C35671. The two forces collided in the air, blasting the sky waves. Under the powerful countershock force, Chu Yan's body retreated violently, and before he could stand still, Yurui behind Taoist Tianhui burst out 10,000 phantoms again. Heaven and Earth Tao Scroll. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the Tao Scroll spread across the sky, unfolding like a sky curtain, suppressing the world. At this time, Taoist Tianhui suddenly opened his eyes, and the Taoist Sanskrit sounds between the void and the earth were completely prohibited, and then there was an ancient aura, with a strong coercion. Taoism is unified, there is no measure and no respect. The golden talisman gushed out, and every phantom on Yurui collapsed and turned into huge golden Taoist talismans, rushing towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan stood in the void, wearing a long robe, watching all this, coldly. Tianhui, you still want to save me? Chu Yan shouted like thunder, and the powerful force of will rushed away, washing the world like a shock wave, causing all the golden Taoist symbols to stagnate. The heaven and the earth are bounded by themselves, the infinite rides the universe, the sky and the earth Luosha. Taoist Tianhui was completely unmoved, and continued his Taoist shock. Suddenly a piece of gossip appeared, and evolved a mysterious vision of Taiji giving birth to two poles. After the vision appeared, the gossip array continued to expand, and soon covered the entire world, with a radius of thousands of miles. And the original Tianhui Taoist disappeared, and appeared above the heaven and earth, a figure like a mountain, with thousands of golden lights above his head, like a god of heaven and earth. Destroy! Shouted down one word, raised his palm and pressed down, and patted towards Chu Yan. This palm aroused a billowing power, and the wind and clouds moved together, as if the sky was falling down, trying to blow up the world. His move not only wants to destroy Chu Yan, but even smashes all the void and the spiritual breath of heaven and earth, including the rules of heaven and earth, so that nothing can grow, and all vitality will be smashed. The suzerain secret technique of Pufazong, Tai Chi breaks the universe. Every time it is used, it needs a drop of blood to activate the power of the ancient power. Such a whole card, unless it is absolutely necessary, the general suzerain of the law enforcement sect would never play it lightly. Now, it can also be said that he was forced to do nothing by Chu Yan. Taoist Tianhui decided to use all his strength to use such a trick. And generally speaking, when Taoist Tianhui fights with other cultivators, he can basically win the battle with his soul attack trick alone. Even if he can't win easily, he can still be invincible. It was the first time in 100 years that someone used combat skills against the enemy like now. Interesting. Chu Yan's eyes are shining, the whole body is full of flames, and the whole body's true energy explodes to the extreme. Even the power of that area in the Sea of Qi was mobilized, unleashing the ultimate sword and slashing towards the sky. Click! As the sword light passed by, it collided with the palm print, blasting the sky waves. This. Pan Tianqing, Lord Jade Tiger, and Supreme Lord Hong Yan, who were fighting in the distance, turned their heads to look this way with expressions of surprise. This time, the confrontation between Chu Yan and Taoist Tianhui had completely exceeded their cognition, and they were all stunned. Moreover, the airwaves that exploded when the swords and palms intersected caused the entire sky to tremble, and it had already affected their side. Even the entire sea of consciousness world was buzzing and trembling. Call out. Just when everyone was stunned, a shining sword light appeared in the airwaves of heaven and earth, hitting the sky like a world-shattering light. As the sword light passed, all the prestige in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and even the visions evolved from Bagua Taiji disappeared. The tall figure above the sky suddenly trembled, a smear of blood was overflowing from the corner of his mouth, his face was pale, and his aura was also dropping rapidly, as if he had been severely injured. The jade rui on the top of the head, which was originally a jade-like color, instantly turned black, as if it had lost all aura. And the strong Dao Wei between the heaven and the earth also passed away like a thundercloud, continuously dissipating. This battle is defeated. The whole plan fell through. In less than 100 breaths, he was defeated by Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Taoist Tianhui, as a strong Taoist, had cultivated his Taoism for thousands of years, and at this moment, his heart burst, and a bloody murderous intent appeared in his eyes, staring straight at Chu Yan. At this time, his heart was full of violence, full of murderous intentions, and he completely discarded his Tao heart. As a Taoist, such a situation can be said to be extremely bad. However, this state only lasted for less than 2 breaths. Taoist Tianhui woke up suddenly, and quickly sat cross-legged and recited the Taoist scriptures, which immediately let the violent aura all over his body disappear. After all, he is the suzerain of the Dharma sect, the existence of Taoism and Taoist realm, and his heart and will are still very strong. What a Wu-Fa, really extraordinary. After 10 breaths, Taoist Tianhui stood up from the ground, looked at Chu Yan lightly, and said, "After this battle, we will fight again. I hope that by then, you will not let me down." When these words landed, Taoist Tianhui's spiritual body dissipated, turning into a wisp of smoke and rushing out of the sea of consciousness world. And Chu Yan stood there with a cold face, not paying attention to Taoist Tianhui's threatening words at all. It sounds like ordinary words, but the meaning of Taoist Tianhui's words is to tell Chu Yan that he and Chu Yan will never die in the future. No, this is nothing to Chu Yan, after all, it was this kind of relationship before. Not far away, Lord Jade Tiger and Supreme Lord Hong Yan did not hesitate, and at the same time turned into divine consciousness bodies and rushed out of the sea of consciousness world. In this battle, they saw Chu Yan's true combat power. Chu Yan, this time it doesn't count. Pan Tianqing's face was livid, he came from a distance, and said, "They ran by themselves, otherwise, I could trap them for an hour." Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, then cupped his hands and said, "Not bad. Thank you, fellow Taoist Pan, this time." Although Taoist Tianhui was defeated just now, the consumption was not small. Without Pan Tianqing, if the 3 of them joined forces, the result would be unknown. Moreover, he also knew that Taoist Tianhui didn't do his best, but had reservations. I'm afraid he still wanted to ask about the benefits of the mountains. Therefore, having Pan Tianqing in this battle helped a lot. "Don't thank me." Pan Tianqing shook his head directly, and said again, "I'll go first, you can take care of yourself, and we will fight again after asking about the mountains." "Okay." Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the 2 teamed up, rushed out of the sea of consciousness world, and returned to the outside world. The battle outside was almost intensified. Under the frenzied attack of all the practitioners, the sea of consciousness world of the Taoist body was collapsing again. After holding it for half an hour, it was blown to pieces. Those soul-eating ants in the sky in all directions also instantly turned into headless flies, flying in all directions, and quickly dispersed. "Ha ha ha, we won. It's not easy. I didn't expect it. Oh my God, we actually defeated a Taoist master. That's right. I will kill it with my last sword strike, and you all will testify to me. Fart your uncle, it's obviously me. Depend on." In the festive atmosphere, the original tension and suppression were swept away, and everyone looked happy. However, before everyone was happy, suddenly, the world suddenly changed, and the entire void began to distort. #C3568 Black Fantasy Shantian. As the time of the Taoist inheritance land ended, everyone was sent out. But Chu Yan and Yu Linglong appeared in a forest, and there were no other cultivators around. It was obviously a distributed random transmission. And Chu Yan and Yu Linglong can appear together, it should be the special care of the old man and young man. Linglong, hurry back. Continue to learn that secret technique from him. Chu Yan said to Yu Linglong, after all, she learned mechanics from that old man for a day, and Yu Linglong's progress was extremely obvious. Most importantly, if the green lotus can be bred again, it will definitely be a great thing. I'll go right back. Seeing Yu Linglong's wide eyes, Chu Yan chuckled lightly. However, Xingtian, Xinghen and Tianhui won't stop here. It's too dangerous for you outside, why don't you come with me? Yu Linglong still said worriedly. With my current cultivation, it is impossible for them to deal with me. Chu Yan shook his head, and said to Yu Linglong, now is an opportunity, I need to improve something. This kind of improvement, Chu Yan, refers to nothing else, but the blood field in the Sea of Qi before. The bloodlines of the 7 ancient families that were fused before played a great role in the previous battle, which made the combat power qualitatively improved. As for this blood field, Chu Yan only collected a few of them. If they could collect all of them, and if there were more of them, the power of the blood field might be greatly improved. After all, in this place of asking, there are not a few Taoist saints from the 7 ancient families. After watching Chu Yan for a long time, Yu Linglong pouted her lips and agreed unwillingly. After that, Yu Linglong took out the jade talisman with a face full of reluctance, and gave Chu Yan some instructions before urging the jade talisman to disappear into the transmission channel. Now, let's get started. Seeing Yu Linglong leave, Chu Yan took a long breath. The next moment, Chu Yan looked around, and after identifying the direction, his figure soared into the sky. However, as soon as he ascended to the sky, his jade talisman of communication vibrated slightly, and when he looked down, it turned out to be the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect. Chu Yan, how are you doing in the place of asking? Why don't you contact me? After saying this, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. You, the great suzerain of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect, even sent out your junior brother, the Manhuang Supreme, to stare at you, and you still ask. Junior brother Manhuang just sent back a piece of news, it may be useful to you, mainly because he met a cultivator in a secret place and said he wanted to find you for something important. We chatted with him for a while, and he took the initiative to make the oath of heaven's power. It's probably true. Let the younger brother come to you later. After the 2 summons, there was no other news, but Chu Yan frowned. What's the meaning? A cultivator looking for himself. And let the Wild Supreme meet? After pondering for a while, Chu Yan thanked him for replying, and then began to contact the Wild Supreme. Anyway, there is nothing important now, so go and have a look. After connecting with the Wild Supreme and asking about the specific direction, Chu Yan changed direction and flew rapidly. 2 hours later, on the main peak of a mountain range in front of him, he saw several figures waiting, so Chu Yan lowered his figure and fell towards the main peak. Uncle! Chu Yan bowed his hands. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, the Wild Supreme was overjoyed, looked him up and down, and nodded. Just after he said a few words, a cultivator behind him was already too excited. He had inquired all the way before and ran after Chu Yan, but when he arrived at the place where the Taoist master inherited, he found that he could no longer enter. In addition, almost all the people from the major forces he encountered along the way were chasing Chu Yan, so there was no need to think about it. Under such circumstances, finding Chu Yan was as difficult as climbing the sky. Therefore, he could only find the Bayou Xuanhuangzong, hoping to make a detour to contact Chu Yan. Sure enough, now I see it. Chu Yan, you guys talk, I'm leaving first. The barbarian supreme nodded to Chu Yan, and took the 2 supremes of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect into the air. The relationship between them and Chu Yan is a bit awkward now, so it is inconvenient to stay here, so they leave consciously. Coupled with the cultivation base of this cultivator, but in the early stage of the Supreme Realm, there is no threat to Chu Yan, who is at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Who are you? Chu Yan looked at the excited cultivator and asked with a puzzled expression. My name is Li Shun. I have been entrusted by my master to bring you a piece of news. My master is the real person of Black Illusion. Master Heihuan. Chu Yan was startled. Never heard of this guy. With doubts, he took the jade talisman handed over by Li Shun, and after exploring it with his spiritual sense, he got into it. Wait a moment, please. Chu Yan thought for a while, took the jade talisman away 100 steps away, and began to check the information in the communication jade talisman. However, when Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness entered it to investigate, he found that there was no information at all, only an extremely powerful seal. Stimulate the consciousness, forcefully impact, and explode directly with a bang. A large wave of ripples gushed out and turned into a cloud of spiritual energy, completely covering Chu Yan's body, 10 steps away. At the same time, a tall figure emerged. It turned out to be an old man with black beard and white hair, looking at him with a majestic expression. Senior, with your methods. If you have anything to do, just say it. Chu Yan was also speechless. He didn't expect the other party to be so careful that he hid a trace of his divine consciousness in the communication jade talisman. Chu Yan, I know you have doubts in your heart, but the matter is very important. I don't have much will, so I can only make a long story short. When the old man heard Chu Yan's words, his face was unmoved, and he said lightly, "This matter is related to Shantian." When this sentence landed, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. Empress Shantian. Hearing this name, Chu Yan immediately became serious. My inheritance was acquired by Shantian. Her talent is something I have only seen in my life. The skill of reincarnation is even more mysterious. It helps her improve her cultivation all the way, break the realm of the Taoist master, and achieve the supreme martial arts. After speaking, the way Chu Yan looked at the black magic real person changed instantly. First, this real name is very likely to be a fake. In addition, what he said is very similar to the way of writing in ancient times. In that era, most of the powerful people had a literary style, and they did not specialize in martial arts, but learned the strengths of 100 schools of thought, an extremely complex system. I have been down for thousands of years, and it is enough to comfort my Taoist heart. However, with my remaining will, I want to witness her reach the peak and sleep here, but I accidentally heard the news that you are Wu back in the world. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Shantian is not wise. For your reincarnation, regardless of taboos, he forcibly activates the reincarnation 10,000 soul art, and consumes endless life energy. Now time is running out. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. Time is running out. How much? Chu Yan asked anxiously. The shortest is 1 year, and the longest is 1.5 years. The old man paused and answered. 1 year. Chu Yan's eyes trembled suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. When Empress Shantian came to save her before, when she struck out with a sword, the whole world was shocked. What a shocking power! Who would have thought that she had only 1 year of lifespan at that time, and it was because of herself. #C3569 Shantian change. Chu Yan never expected that the last time Empress Shantian stood up for herself, she sacrificed so much. Now, if she wants to increase her lifespan, the only way she can do it is to break through. The real Huan continued his words, and at the same time glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of his eyes from time to time, as if he was a little concerned about what he was interrupted by Chu Yan before. In this world, those who can be compared with Xuanhuan's talent and aptitude are like phoenix hair and scales, but how can it be easy to break through the Cangzhu realm? From the ancient times to the present, there has been no Cangzhu born in the God's domain continent, and even the previous Cangzhu are fallen and lost, living as they are. But, she has no way out. Alas! She is now laying down the forbidden array of heaven and earth, and she wants to break through forcibly, but in my opinion, things happen in a hurry, and there is no foundation. If you are so eager for success, I am afraid that something big will happen. Moreover, all parties have guessed some signs, and have sent forces to interfere, wanting her to fall completely, so as to get rid of the trouble in my heart. She is my most valued descendant. She must not just fall away. So, I heard that you are the son of Emperor Wu Tiandi. I hope you can use some means left to you by your father to help her. Speaking of this, the real Huan looked at Chu Yan, and remained silent for a long time, with expectations in his eyes, and pleading again. After a few breaths, the aura of Daoist realm Huan Daoist began to dissipate slowly, scattered like clouds, and disappeared completely. And Chu Yan stood there sluggishly, completely stunned. Empress Shantian is about to fall. Once upon a time, Chu Yan forgot when Empress Shantian appeared by her side. The reincarnation of this blue-armored battle spirit, dressed in white and holding a jade sword, is always guarding by his side. Whenever there are strong enemies and difficulties, she will definitely appear. But this time, in order to help herself, she almost fell to the ground. Even his predecessors tried their best to find him and begged him to help her, but he didn't know anything about it. More importantly, can I help him? My father respects Emperor Wu. There is a dog, fart to myself, what can I do to help her? However, in Chu Yan's sluggish eyes, he could clearly see the white clothes and the jade sword in his hand, but the abyss was in front of him, and if he stepped out, he would be unstoppable. Hell behind, abyss ahead, no way, no choice. On the main peak where the mountain wind howled, Chu Yan stood there, standing still for hundreds of breaths, and there was a trace of clarity in his empty eyes. Not far away, that Li Shan was already full of doubts, sweating profusely, shaking like chaff all over his body. The 100 breaths of time just now seemed like years to him. The senior Chu Yan in front of him was like a storm for a while, overwhelming for a while, and finally even more murderous, which shocked him so much that he almost left his body. Terrible. According to legend, this senior Chu Yan's combat power is probably in the top 3 on the list of peerless geniuses. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the first. After all, Li Shan had also met several other people on the peerless list, and he didn't have the shocking momentum of senior Chu Yan. This violent storm made Li Shan think about his life for a while. Senior Chu Yan, are you all right? Only just now, when everything calmed down, Li Shan hurriedly asked. It's not because of any concern, but because I'm afraid that this senior will do it again. Hearing Li Shan's voice, Chu Yan slowly turned his head, shook his head and said, I'm fine. Immediately, Chu Yan flipped his hands over and took out a few natural materials and earthly treasures, all of which were left over from his previous refinement, and handed them over to Li Shandao. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for coming to tell us. The matter is of great importance. Thank you for this. Seeing the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth in Chu Yan's hands, Li Shan's pupils dilated instantly. He took a deep breath, and waved his hands. Don't dare, don't dare. Senior Chu Yan, I just obeyed my teacher's order and dare not take yours. He was talking, but Li Shan's eyes were fixed on the treasures in Chu Yan's hands, and his saliva was about to flow out. Don't say that he is in the early stage of the supreme realm. Even the masters of the sects of Taoist Tianhui will have their eyes glow when they see the treasure in Chu Yan's hand at this time. It's impossible to say you don't want it. It's just that Li Shan felt that he was just running an errand, so he was worthy of these treasures, to thank him. If Chu Yan rewarded him with 3 melons and 2 dates, he would accept it with gratitude. But now this thing made him go into a trance. You're welcome. Also, here is my jade talisman of communication. You can come to me directly for anything in the future, including any troubles you encounter. As long as I can help you, you are welcome. Chu Yan took out the communication jade amulet and handed it to Li Shan. Firstly, it was because it was convenient to contact him later. In addition, the news Li Shan brought this time was really important to him. Half a day later, Chu Yan was flying in the sky, with the sea of clouds in front of him. Chu Yan's face was cold, but his heart was full of waves, and all the surrounding scenery was completely out of sight. Thinking of Empress Shantian, Chu Yan couldn't calm down at all. Starting from the 10 directions starfield, Empress Shantian created a continent for him, and now in the Godland continent, she has lost 10,000 years of life for herself. Looking back at myself, it seems that nothing has been done for her. Shantian, where are you? Heihuan Daoist has been looking for me. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was condensed, and he sent out his spiritual consciousness to contact Empress Shantian, and said something about the previous things. Then, Empress Shantian did not reply. Chu Yan is also used to this, and there is no key point, waiting patiently. I recalled in my mind that after that battle, Empress Shantian wore a bloody robe, which was stained with dark red blood for the first time. At that time Empress Shantian said, "It's not her blood, it's from Taboo Mountain." But he didn't notice that with Empress Xuanhuan's personality, even if it wasn't her blood, if she hadn't suffered a severe injury, it would be impossible for the enemy's blood to stain her white dress. This is enough to explain some problems, but I didn't notice it at the time. Although I was skeptical at the time and asked her what the price would be, her answer was too light, and I actually believed her habitually. Since when did she start? She has become a habit of hers. Perhaps she had already made up her mind to take care of everything by herself. All the way through the flight, the sky was clear, and even the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky disappeared. However, Empress Shantian still did not reply. If according to the past, Chu Yan mentioned the place of asking, about the battle for the body of the 2 Taoist masters, and the battle with several sect masters, Empress Shantian would definitely inquire about such matters as soon as possible. But now, she didn't say anything, not even Heihuanjin could attract her attention. She was hiding it, and the more so, the more worried Chu Yan was. This shows that she is really breaking through forcibly and cannot be disturbed by other things. Shantian, this time it's my turn. In the next breath, Chu Yan seemed to have made some decision. Suddenly, the breath in his whole body exploded, and his flying speed soared 10 times. #C3570 She's in danger. It has always been very easy for Empress Shantian to find Chu Yan. After all, Empress Shantian is connected to her origin, and has left an imprint in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, so that she can know whether Chu Yan is in danger of life or death. But on the other hand, it was a little troublesome for Chu Yan to find her. But that was before, and now Chu Yan has not only improved his cultivation, but also has many powerful means. The most important thing is that Chu Yan still has a powerful trick that has never been used. The seal of the first person. This is a life-saving hole card left by Qingjiao War God. When encountering life and death, it can help him kill any existence in the Taoist realm. For the former Chu Yan, this is extremely important. But now, Chu Yan's cultivation base has been improved, and he has more self-protection ability, and most importantly, he has made up his mind to help Shantian. The mark of the first person of the gods can only be used once. However, the current Chu Yan is willing to pay any price to help Shantian, without frowning. Actuate the mark of the first person. Ask him to help, but... Chu Yan frowned slightly, as if thinking of something again. After all, it has only been a few months since he last saw Shantian. In such a short period of time, even if Shantian wanted to attack the Zhangzhou realm, he might not be ready. It's better to wait until she really wants to break through, and then use this mark herself. Maybe it will have a better effect. Moreover, the first person of the gods also has a will, and it is uncertain whether he is willing to help. After all, what I said before was to help kill people, and I didn't say to help him break through. Moreover, although the top 4 of the gods are all existences who have half-stepped into the Zhangzhou realm, after all, they did not pass through in the end, and fell in the gods' domain continent. Whether it can help is also a question. It seems to say that in order to break through Zhangzhou realm, one must go to the end of the continent in the first domain. Chu Yan remembered the information he had heard before. In the Divine Realm continent, there are special places to break through to the God King, the Supreme, and the Taoist Lord, but only to break through the Zhangzhou realm. There is no place to go, there is only one legendary place, which is the deepest part of the first domain. She should be over there. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan figured out the whereabouts of Empress Xiantian, and then made up her mind. Now, he has to leave the place of asking, and go to the first domain to find Empress Xiantian. Only when he finds her, will he know how to help her. However, this place of inquiry cannot be left casually, and there are still several years before the opening of the next exchange. If you want to leave early, you have to break through to the Taoist realm. Or, find another way. What else can we do? Chu Yan kept thinking and pondering, always feeling that there was some clue that he hadn't caught. Correct. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered that he had heard before that the extreme east of the place of asking is a barren place. As long as he rushed over, he could directly reach the depths of the first domain. The next moment, Chu Yan turned around and flew towards the east. I heard before that the far east of the land of asking is the most dangerous place. Many strong people have entered it before, but they have never appeared again. But now, in a hurry, Chu Yan can no longer control so much. And just as Chu Yan turned to fly to the extreme east, in a place farther away, more than a dozen figures stood quietly in a void. These people are Xinghan, Xingtian Jizuan, and others who left before. They have never stopped, they have been tracking Chu Yan, and after knowing that he has left the land of inheritance, they are looking around frantically. Now they are even more eager. Stop, what are you doing? Suddenly, the stagnation of the Supreme Master Xingtian made Xinghan ask in astonishment. This situation is not right. Xingtian Supreme frowned, looked at the sky ahead, then looked back and said. This Chu Yan changed 3 directions, and now he is flying towards the extreme east again, this. Hearing this, Xinghan's face froze for an instant. Is this kid looking for death? Extreme east. The faces of the other supreme beings present all changed, and their hearts were shaken. This place in the extreme east is equivalent to a forbidden place, and anyone who mentions it will be afraid. Although they chased and killed Chu Yan, as Chu Yan's continuous strength improved, their risks became greater and greater, but compared with entering the extreme east, it was almost certain to die. After a long time, Xinghan finally controlled his mind and said. Stop first. You can't follow him in, let's see what he's going to do first. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Xingtian, how is your cultivation going? When a group of practitioners began to practice cross-legged and the breath adjustment resumed, Xinghan asked the Holy Heaven Supreme again. I have gained something, but it still takes time. Chu Yan's way against the sky is a bit special. After stealing the heaven-defying way from Chu Yan, Xingtian Supreme has been practicing crazily recently. According to this speed, it will take a few days to reach about 30% of his cultivation. Mastering the secret technique of the 10th person of the gods, after the battle between Xingtian Jizuan and Chu Yan, he learned the way against the sky and is stepping up his cultivation. 30%. Xinghan heard the words, nodded, and said. All right. When the time comes, we will join forces to deal with him, and we will be more confident. I know. Xingtian Supreme nodded. Next, Supreme Master Xingtian refined the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth, and began to practice with all his strength, while Xinghan looked at Supreme Heaven practicing, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. A few days later, Chu Yan was suspended in the void. In front of him was a vast ocean, in which various huge seaweeds grew weirdly, rising up into the sky like big trees in the mountains, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. A powerful aura filled the world, shaking Chu Yan's mind. What a place in the Far East, it's really extraordinary. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chu Yan circulated his true energy and flew towards it. When Chu Yan appeared in the forest like seaweed, the sea below suddenly began to boil, and countless auras surged wildly in the void. These auras all carry a distinctly sinister aura, accompanied by the hissing and whistling sound, which makes one's hair stand on end. Even though Chu Yan used the body-protecting energy, these evil spirits are still crazily impacting on Chu Yan's sea of consciousness and soul, as if to swallow his soul completely. This is just entering the seagrass thicket. If it continues to go deeper, it will be even more terrifying. It's such a strong evil spirit, I'm afraid the Supreme Peak will resist it with all its strength. Chu Yan was shocked. Now he finally understood why the Supreme Boss entered the land of the extreme east, and all of them were lost here. How terrifying is the fringe area alone, and there are no other dangers inside. If there are still murderous intentions and restrictions at that time, it will be even more difficult to resist these evil spirits after consuming one's true energy and soul. It's like a swamp, it's hard to get out of it if you get stuck in it. #C3571 Puppet. Just as Chu Yan was thinking about how to strengthen his defenses and move forward carefully, suddenly, the silent stone seal in the sea of consciousness flickered again. This time, the aura released by the stone seal was obviously disgusting, and the aura was extremely strong. It scattered all the evil spirits that attacked Chu Yan's protected body, and disappeared in an instant. Moreover, after the breath of the stone seal merged into the body-protecting Gang Yuan, all the evil spirits that rushed and escaped, and they dared not come any closer. What's the situation? Chu Yan frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubts. After the stone seal hooked the remnant soul of Daoist by Ri before, there was basically no movement. Now seeing these evil spirits, he rushed out like a life-and-death enemy, jealous of evil. It doesn't matter. Chu Yan didn't understand at all, and couldn't find the connection between them after thinking for a long time. At this moment, Shireen suddenly burst out a powerful force in the world of consciousness sea, which made Chu Yan's brain buzz, and suddenly looked at Shireen with a face full of astonishment. The next moment, Chu Yan seemed to understand that the stone seal was clearly reminding himself. Okay. Boss, you have the final say. Chu Yan shook his head, since he can't figure it out, then don't think about it, this stone seal is probably a bit mysterious. Anyway, this stone seal has helped him solve a big problem now, so he just took this opportunity to get down to business. Keep going deeper. It took almost a stick of incense time before Chu Yan discovered some problems. Just now, Shireen's sudden outburst was not aimed at beating himself deliberately, but aimed at this place. After walking for so long, neither a ban nor a murderous intent was triggered. This must have something to do with the stone seal. It's just that, if you continue to go deeper, a kind of demon begins to appear, with a strong black energy all over its body, roaring towards Chu Yan. However, almost all of them are one move at a time, so it is not difficult to deal with. In the land of the extreme east, since the place of questioning appeared, a large number of cultivators have entered it, but the end result is the same. No one can come out at all. This also made the place of the Far East a bad name, almost becoming a forbidden place. Of course Chu Yan knew that if there were only a few such low-priced monsters in this kind of place, it wouldn't make sense at all. In other words, the source of this place is still composed of these evil spirits. When the evil spirit field is suppressed or deterred, the attack effect will be greatly reduced. There's something. After walking a few more steps, Chu Yan suddenly saw a few dark fruits in the grass in front of him, rushed up and took them away. Not to mention, there are such high-level natural materials and earthly treasures in this place. If Yu Linglong is here, she must be very happy. This black fruit is not bad at all, compared to the rewards he got in the polar region in the cloud. No wonder there are so many cultivators, risking their lives, rushing here to find opportunities. Continuing to move forward, Chu Yan hardly stopped, and was even a little too busy. Wherever his eyes passed, there were treasures of heaven and earth everywhere. Moreover, there is no distinction between good and bad at all, and every kind of natural material and earthly treasure is extremely valuable. Therefore, Chu Yan also swept all the way, like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, leaving nothing behind. Even if it affected the speed of progress, he didn't care at all. Although these treasures of heaven and earth are all expensive, but Chu Yan has just broken through the peak of the Supreme Realm, and there are not many of them that can be used, and most of them can only be reserved for Yu Linglong. So, Chu Yan just swept all the way, moving forward, and soon a day passed. During this day, for Chu Yan, from the surprise and excitement at the beginning, he was completely numb in the end. The legendary treasures all over the ground are probably the image of this kind of place. It's getting close to the middle ground. Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked around. Looking at the seaweed nearby, it was obviously different, and the strong evil spirit between the heaven and the earth was obviously much stronger. Boom! With a punch, the purple seaweed that was about to move behind was blasted into scum. Chu Yan did not stop at all, and immediately accelerated forward. He found that these seaweeds swallowed everything, including the purple seaweed that had just been smashed, and the broken pieces were instantly snatched up by the surrounding seaweeds. Chu Yan suspected that these seaweeds must also devour flesh and blood. If the cultivators who are lost here, 9 out of 10 will become the fertilizer of seaweeds. Continue to speed up, not staying in one place for more than 3 breaths. After a long time, Chu Yan looked forward, frowning slightly. The seawater here is full of whirlpools and turbulent currents, obviously not so easy to pass through. Quack, there's someone alive. A sinister laugh sounded, which made Chu Yan startled suddenly. Mine. Don't grab it. I haven't eaten fresh flesh and blood for a long time. Fart. I smashed your teeth, get out of here. Are you going to fight? Next, several voices sounded at the same time, and it seemed that there was an argument. Immediately afterwards, figures emerged one after another, appearing in the seaweed in front of them, like a group of ghosts. At a glance, there is the supreme peak, and there is the supreme great achievement. Cultivation was secondary, mainly because the flesh and blood of these people began to rot, and 2 of them even had bones inside, and their eyes were full of will-o'-the-wisps. The most complete one is the supreme peak, with several large corpse spots on his body, which are black, and it seems that there are insects crawling in and out of them, rolling on the black flesh. If ordinary people saw this, they would be scared out of their wits. But to Chu Yan, there was nothing special about it. It was not much different from Mean Puppet and those in Taboo Ridge. You guys want to stop me? Chu Yan said. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the group of ghosts on the opposite side all giggled and laughed like a cat playing with a mouse. It's okay. Don't be afraid. As long as you have a few pieces of flesh and blood, you can join us at the end. When these words fell to the ground, a group of ghosts burst into flames at the same time, and a large amount of evil spirit surged out, rushing towards Chu Yan at the same time. I took the first bite. Go away. I'll come first. They roared one by one, like a group of hungry wolves rushing, blasting out powerful attacks one after another at the same time, all covering Chu Yan. A group of supreme beings attack at the same time. How amazing the power is, and they also form a powerful battle formation, echoing each other, and the power is multiplied. Ordinary Supreme Realm peaks have almost no chance of winning in the face of such an attack. No wonder the cultivators who entered here were all lost in the end. I'm afraid these few people should also be cultivators who entered here before, but for some reason, they ended up like this. As the Supreme Realm, you can already escape from reincarnation. The big deal is to give up your physical body and practice again. And now these people are obviously trapped here. There are 2 reasons. One is that they want to leave but can't, and the other is that they don't want to leave at all, and there are huge benefits to lure them. From false school. Chu Yan's consciousness swept away, and his eyes flickered suddenly. #C3572 Qin. When this group of supreme beings launched an attack, they almost subconsciously broke out their soul attacks at the same time. This method is only used by the Pufa sect in the world. Because soul attacks require relatively high levels of consciousness and willpower, ordinary cultivators can't do two things at once, and can only concentrate on Taoism attacks. Moreover, looking at the tattered Taoist robes on these people, it can be seen that they are all Taoist cultivators. Putting the two together, it is easy to draw the conclusion that these people are all strong in the PFA sect. A sword in the sky. Following the movement of the sword, Chu Yan rushed to dodge and retreated 100 steps to the right, avoiding the first wave of attacks. It's not because of how powerful the attacks of these people are. After all, they are all a group of skeletons without flesh and blood. The current combat power may be less than half of what it used to be, and they will not pose a big threat to Chu Yan at all. It's just that Chu Yan was rushed by their spirit attack just now, and he was a little surprised to find that they belonged to the Pufa sect, so he didn't fight back against them immediately. What a speed! The leader of the Pufa sect powerhouse, with a large corpse spot on his face, looked at Chu Yan. Don't hide, early death and late death are death. Give you a good time. The supreme peak of the Pufa sect is full of evil spirits, and there is also a Taoist fairy bone, and when he raises his hand, the black evil magic seal comes straight. God of War Yujin. The method of asking in Chu Yan's body was violent, gathering strength on the blade of the sword, and cutting it down with one sword. Wan Dao's sword light billowed, splitting the opposing battle formation into pieces in an instant, and all the connections between the ghosts were cut off. If the battle formation is not broken, even if one or two are killed, the battle formation can still function, and the combat power of this group of ghosts will not weaken. The best way is to break the formation first, and then kill these ghosts. What? You. Ghosts who have stayed in this ghost place for endless years will know that Chu Yan possesses the characteristics of more than a dozen ways of asking, and they are all stunned. In an instant, a cold and dead air rose from their hearts, and a group of ghosts almost peed in fright. As far as their broken supreme power is concerned, compared with the number 1 sword power in the god's domain that contains the 13 ways of asking, it is almost no different from that between an ant and an elephant. Boom! Boom! Under the two violent bangs, all the attacks were smashed into powder, and the sword wave passed by, and the skeleton ghosts flew upside down one by one, and the bones all over their bodies were cracked and fell to the ground. This is still Chu Yan's last sword with half of his strength, otherwise, he would just shatter his bones. Although they are at the same level, the difference in combat power is as great as that of heaven and earth. Tell me about your situation, or you will die. Chu Yan stood with his sword in his hand and shouted coldly. Okay. Forget us, I didn't expect to meet such a strong man. The supreme white bones headed by him let out a soft sigh as his skull hung down. But the white bone next to him looked Chu Yan up and down, and the will-o'-the-wisp in his empty eyes became more and more intense. This person's combat strength is at least among the top 100 on the supreme list. If he can eat a mouthful of flesh and blood, maybe. Not only him, but the other ghosts also had red eyes and excited faces. It seems that these people not only lost their flesh and blood, but also their brains are not sound. Just when Chu Yan's eyes were slightly cold, and he was about to strike again, suddenly, a dark evil spirit gushed out from all around and poured into the ghosts. In an instant, the cracked bones on each ghost's body began to recover rapidly. Huh! Chu Yan was taken aback. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the light of the sword was like lightning, and it swept across the front, cutting the two ghosts with the weakest cultivation into bone powder, and scattered them all over the ground. However, under Chu Yan's gaze, black air was born from the ground and poured into the bone meal. The two ghosts rose up with grinning faces as if they had drilled out of the soil. Ha ha ha, you can only blame yourself, with such a strong combat power, the flesh and blood are so delicious. The leader, Supreme Peak, also swept away the bad luck at this time, stood up from the ground, and laughed wildly at Chu Yan. A group of ghosts recovered as before, and looked at Chu Yan. More ferocious and bloody. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded, showing a little interest in these ghosts. After all, the Een puppet and bone cultivator I have seen before have never had such abilities as them. With a whistling sound, the god-defying flames rushed up, wrapped around his body, and waved his hands to create a sea of flames. Now I just want to try to see if even an Aishinyan can't refine these skeletons. Anyway, ordinary attacks and Taoism have no effect on them. Chu Yan stared at these god-defying flames, his eyes flickered, and his expression remained unchanged as usual. Even if these guys can be resurrected, it doesn't make much sense. After all, with their cultivation base and combat power, there is no threat to themselves at all. Resurrection is very powerful, but that does not mean combat power. At most, they are resurrected infinitely. Chu Yan can't destroy them, just leave. And just as Chu Yan was pondering, the stone seal in the sea of consciousness trembled again, releasing a breath, which merged into Chu Yan's sea of air. This. Chu Yan felt all the senses, and with a flick of the long sword in his hand, he withdrew half of the sword's power. With a turn of the sword's edge, it changed from complicated to simplified, and a sword light slashed straight at the leader of the Supreme Peak. This time, the stone seal has been activated so many times. Is there any other weird thing going to happen? Whether it is true or not, Chu Yan has to try it, so he is not going to kill them directly, so he will fight first and then see. Humph. Don't you understand? We can't be killed, just give up. The leader, Supreme Peak, did not dodge or avoid the sword light from Chu Yan, and even his eyes were full of contempt. Boom. A sword slashed down, hitting the sternum, and with the crackling sound of bone shattering, the carrion was flying, and a huge wound was cut directly. A large amount of black air rushed out of it and dissipated into the void. A terrifying pain made Supreme Peak's face freeze there, and then his face twitched, his eyes full of horror. No. Not right, how possible? Death energy surged in the body, and the face of Supreme Peak changed from panic to fear. The ghost fire in the eye sockets trembled wildly, and the expression on the whole face was like seeing a ghost. He stood there and waited blankly, even waving his hands, grabbing randomly in the void, and pressing it into the carrion wound on his chest. That way, it's as if the empty air is a panacea. As long as it is stuffed into the wound, it can produce bones and live flesh and blood. However, after waiting for 10 breaths of time, nothing happened at all. The void is still the void, and the wound is still the wound. Impossible. Impossible. How could there be no recovery? Not only the Supreme Peak, but also a group of ghosts surrounded him, staring at the carrion on its chest in disbelief, all of them staring wide-eyed. This shocked them much more than when they saw Chu Yan's astonishing combat power just now. After all, the resurrection of evil spirit is their biggest reliance and trump card. #C3573 Celestial Evil. For this stone seal, Chu Yan was completely convinced. It is definitely a big killer to restrain this place, making this group of ghosts stupid. Now, say, or die. This time when Chu Yan opened his mouth, he no longer looked at him with that kind of greedy and fleshy eyes. In the eyes of all the ghosts, there was only fear. Finally, the leader supreme with rotten flesh flying from his chest, his bones shook, and he opened his mouth to answer. We've all been hit, the devil is vicious. When these words fell to the ground, before Chu Yan could react, the group of ghosts around him were all more shocked than Chu Yan, and they all stared at the leader with a look of shock on their faces. You actually. Huh. What's going on? It's all right. No way. It's invalid. A group of ghosts chattered, some looked up at the sky, some looked down at the bones on their bodies, and when they looked at each other, all of them were surprised. What's the situation? Chu Yan was stunned by them. Ha ha ha, savior. Great savior. In the next breath, the leader supreme laughed out loud, looking at Chu Yan with excitement. I'm finally saved. This time I, Phazon, owe you a big favor. In the future, if you are sent, you will go through fire and water, even if you destroy the Pufa sect, you will never say no. Not only him, but all the ghosts were ecstatic, kneeling and kowtowing to Chu Yan. Unexpectedly, this time there is no poisonous hair. Great! How many years? How many years has this ghost tormented us? That's right, I thought I would be trapped here forever, but I didn't expect. Great! Is the rule invalidated? Brother said the rules and taboos, nothing happened. It seems to be true. A group of ghosts were still roaring excitedly, which made Chu Yan somewhat understand. The devil is vicious. It was obviously a curse similar to the Oath of Heaven's power. After being poisoned by this kind of poison, they, the supreme beings of the Pufa school, were trapped here and fell into the insidious rules of Tiansha. Before, they should have had companions constantly, violated taboos, and lost their souls, so they didn't dare at all. But now, under Chu Yan's sword, they finally broke the rules and said the rules and taboos when they were facing death even if they were poisoned. But the result was surprising. No curse happened, and none of them were affected. In this way, it means that the insidiousness of the evil spirits in their bodies has been cracked, and they have regained their freedom, which of course makes them extremely surprised and grateful. Speak clearly. Chu Yan shouted with a cold face. Immediately, the noisy scene fell silent, and Supreme Peak, headed by kneeling on the ground, quickly opened his mouth and said, Your Excellency should have sensed that as soon as you enter the land of the extreme east, there will be a strong evil spirit in the void, that is the viciousness of the evil spirit. Bad air. Chu Yan nodded. This is similar to what he guessed. After all, he had some troubles against these evil spirits before. Fortunately, there is a stone seal, and now it is almost unaffected. That's right. These heavenly evil poisonous gases are extremely terrifying, and we can resist them at first, but they unknowingly erode our true energy and blood energy. The general supreme realm can last for a day or two at most, and then it will be completely finished. Then, the demon of heaven appeared and directly cast a curse on us, making us the puppets here. Having said that, it bowed its head again and said, My lord, you must be careful. Well, I see. Chu Yan nodded. These evil spirits have no effect on me. As soon as these words came out, all the ghosts present were stunned at the same time, their faces full of astonishment. The poisonous gas of heavenly evil has no effect on him. Thinking of the battle just now, and the power of that sword, they can slowly understand. After all, according to their experience, after a period of time after entering this extreme eastern land, due to the erosion of evil spirits, their combat power will become weaker and weaker. But this one doesn't seem to be affected at all. From this point of view, it's really possible. So to say, that sword strike of mine just now broke the insidiousness of the evil spirit in your body. Although Chu Yan had already guessed that it was related to Shireen, he still asked. Reporting to my lord, it wasn't completely cracked, only a small half of it was broken, but it also gave me a part of freedom. This, my lord, can you cut me a few more swords? When this sentence landed, the look of anticipation appeared in its eyes again, and its face was full of piety. It's as if you're not asking others to cut it, but accepting a gift. Not only him, but the group of Xuanhuan all knelt down, all of them looked expectant, and that expression had the same meaning. Please chop. Chu Yan looked at the expectant eyes in front of him, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and he nodded helplessly. Okay. When this sentence landed, Faison and the group of ghosts immediately beamed with joy. Here, they were viciously controlled by Tiansha for nearly 1,000 years, killing countless people, and eating countless flesh and blood. And now, there is hope. My lord. Please save us, no matter what the price is. We will do whatever we can, and we are willing to swear the oath of God's power. In addition, in this land of the extreme east, there are as many as several hundred people like us, and among them are some powerful Taoists and saints of all ages. As long as the adults are willing to make a move, I believe they are willing to pay any price like us. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Daozi Saint. Moreover, if hundreds of supreme beings all made their own oath of heavenly power, it would be equivalent to having a group of powerful help. These are all 9 domain supremes, and the worst one is the Shang realm. According to them, there are at least 100 people. If this kind of power is gathered together, it would be an extremely powerful force in the God's domain continent. Like Xinghen and Xingtian chasing after him, like a mad dog, it will be uncertain who is chasing whom. Most importantly, these people know a lot about the Far East. Through them, Chu Yan should be able to easily pass through here and go to the place where Empress Xiantian is. Can. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan nodded and said, I'll break apart for each of you first, and wait for you to bring me to find the others. It's more convenient for everyone to get together and break it together. Hearing this, everyone looked excited, and thanked everyone at the same time. Thank you, my lord. Just call me Chu Yan from now on. Chu Yan nodded. Yes, Lord Chu Yan. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, 6 beams of sword light slashed out, and each sword had the aura of stone seals on it. Now the true energy in the sea of energy is mixed with stone seal breath, so it only needs a few strikes casually to achieve the same effect as before. After all, he didn't really kill people, and Chu Yan didn't seem to reveal the secret of the stone seal, so he still used his sword to strike. As Jianguan passed by, the remaining 16 puppet supremes all shook their bodies, and after a few breaths of silence, all of them looked ecstatic. Next, this group of puppets hurried forward with Chu Yan respectfully. #C3574 One group of ghosts. This time, a group of puppet supreme beings were completely refreshed, all of them were full of red bones, and strode forward. Not to mention, with them leading the way, Chu Yan was completely relaxed, and his speed was obviously faster. Focus all your attention on the surroundings, and put away any treasures you see. And those supreme beings, who have watched these things for hundreds of thousands of years, directly ignored them all, just staring around, constantly looking for other figures. Master Chu Yan, there are people ahead. After saying a word, Faison had already stopped. As the sinister puppet of Tiansha, their consciousness in this place is much stronger than Chu Yan. Because, their aura can merge with the heaven and the earth and spread farther. Chu Yan looked up, and saw a blurry shadow appearing in the seaweed in front of him, but it was a young man in a purple robe, whose cultivation had reached the supreme realm. Seeing Chu Yan, the young man glanced at the group of ghosts around him, and his expression changed drastically. Brother Chu Yan, be careful, they are evil puppets. At this moment, Chu Yan understood why Faison was shouting, there was someone in front. You call me brother? You are. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that the first person he met was not a puppet, but a cultivator, possibly from the 8th Xuanhuan sect. Senior brother Chu Yan, this Jiuxiao is the core disciple of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect. He came here to practice not long ago. These people are really evil puppets. Hurry up. The man was a little anxious, and after saying a word, he wanted to make a move, but Chu Yan raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry, I know what you said, now that I have teamed up with them, there will be no danger. Hearing this, Jiuxiao was stunned. What? Join forces with Yin Puppet? However, for the number one legend of the sect, Jia Yulin also knew that he was extraordinary, so he shook his head and smiled wryly. Senior brother is really extraordinary. I can't move an inch here. Although I got a map, I want to find opportunities to break through, but... As he spoke, Jia Yulin took out the map and showed it to Chu Yan, and Faison also came over. This map should be real. That place is not bad. It's not far from our main hall. Faison looked at the map and replied. That's good. Yulin, you are in danger here, why don't you follow us first, and I will take you to this place of inheritance later. As the distance gets closer, Chu Yan can be sure with a sweep of his consciousness. The aura cultivation level of this Jia Yulin is 100% from the 8U Xuanhuan sect, and his identity can be confirmed. In this ghost place, if you meet someone from the same clan, you will naturally have to help. It just made Chu Yan a little confused that this Jia Yulin dared to venture into the extreme east alone, because he was only at the Supreme Desheng realm. Either it's daring, or it's... Thank you, senior brother. Jia Yulin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to salute. You're welcome, let's go first. Chu Yan led a group of people and continued to move forward. After a long time, a passage appeared and went all the way down. This is a submarine mountain range, connected by several huge main peaks, extending all the way on the bottom of the sea. On one of the main peaks, there is a huge black palace that emits a powerful aura and evil spirit, making people afraid to approach it. And after scanning with the divine sense, one can find that this palace is actually a Taoist treasure. It is unknown how long such a large Taba will exist in the seabed. Chu Yan and his group flew towards the palace, and there were spirits in the palace who quickly passed by, kept probing, and retracted one after another, like a group of frightened octopus tentacles. Obviously, they found out that outsiders were coming, and they were extremely excited. Faison brought back a living person. Bold. How dare you bring someone back to the main hall? There was an angry shout in the hall, causing all the puppets to tremble at the same time, but everyone looked puzzled. It's not been a day or two for Faison and his party to be in this extreme east. They usually encounter people who are extremely cruel, and it's impossible to leave them alive, but why this time? Is it impossible? What did the Yin Puppet Supreme think of? The soul fire in the eye sockets was beating. Whoosh! Amid the sound of piercing the air, one by one bone puppets, and even some carrion puppets with complete flesh and blood flew out of the hall. In less than a blink of an eye, dozens of figures stood in the air above the black hall, looking at a group of people flying from afar. But in the distance, when Jia Yulin saw this scene, his whole body went numb and his scalp exploded. But Chu Yan didn't care at all, instead his eyes were filled with excitement. Sure enough, there are nearly 100 Supreme Yin puppets with different levels of cultivation, and at least half of them are at the peak level. Master Chu Yan, their current state may be the same as mine before, and they will be shocked when they see you. So, can you break some of their insidiousness first and let them have a little freedom? Seeing that he was about to arrive, Faison hurriedly reminded him. Yes. Chu Yan nodded. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the Tao scroll of heaven and earth, and took Jia Yulin into it first. Chu Yan's sword burst out, turning into a rainbow of shock and rushing towards the crowd in front. Do it. Kill him. Flesh. A group of puppets in the sky above the hall saw Chu Yan rushing, and they really couldn't help but all shot together. Chu Yan has experience, and he doesn't fight head-on, waving his hand while dodging is 10,000 swords. The power of these sword chi is not strong, but the speed is extremely fast, and the area is also large, covering the world in all directions, without missing anything. Call out. Call out. Call out. The sound of sword energy breaking through the air resounded, and wherever it passed, the sword light soared into the sky, overflowing the audience. The black streak soared into the sky, and most of the puppets did not dodge or evade, and directly resisted with the power of recovery. As a result, they were stunned the moment they were hit by the sword, and they all looked at the wound on their bodies with dull expressions. This cracked the insidiousness. I didn't recover. Ha ha ha, great. It's broken, it's really broken. Stop. Don't move, stand still, and let him chop. The reaction of a group of ghost puppets was almost exactly the same as Faizen's reaction before. In the next breath, there was only Chu Yan's sword light in the sky, and all the attacks of Yin puppets stopped, and there were even Yin puppets chasing the sword light and sending it up on their own initiative. In less than a moment, the void became quiet. All the Yin puppets looked at Chu Yan with fiery red eyes. Faizen, who is this person? A puppet with a complete body came out and asked Faizen. This person has white hair, golden soul fire in his eyes, and thick aura all over his body. He is obviously the strongest puppet here. Lord Chu Yan, he is the 82nd son of the Bai family, named Bai Gang, who was ranked 11th on the Supreme List 100 years ago, and was the leader of us, people before. Faizen did not directly answer Bai Gang's question, but first introduced it to Chu Yan. After that, he turned to look at Bai Gang, quickly explained what happened before, and also introduced Chu Yan's special means. This time, Bai Gang was excited. Directly leading a group of puppets, all of them knelt down and kept bowing their heads at Chu Yan. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chu Yan, this kindness is as great as heaven. #C3575 All the big guys. After Chu Yan persuaded the ghosts, Bai Gang looked at Chu Yan half-bowed and said respectfully. Excuse me, fellow Taoist Chu Yan, if you help us get rid of the insidiousness, what is your order? When these words landed, Chu Yan nodded immediately. Compared with Faizen, this Bai Gang is obviously a superior person. Even if he is agitated in his heart, he must first determine the cause and effect. After all, he is not alone, he is responsible for all the people behind him. How about this? After pondering for a while, Chu Yan opened his mouth and said. After helping you unravel the evil, each of you will make an oath to follow me for 20 years. 20 years, whether it is long or not, is not short. For ordinary people, it is almost half a lifetime, but for ascetics who have practiced for thousands of years, it may only be half a retreat. Chu Yan can completely set the time to 100 years, or even 1,000 years. And for these people to leave here for freedom and reforge the road of martial arts, even if it is 10,000 years, they will probably agree. After all, following a person can get them out of here without affecting their martial arts practice, which can be said to be tens of thousands of times stronger than it is now. Therefore, when he heard Chu Yan's conditions, Bai Gang's eyes flashed with astonishment, and then he was ecstatic. In such a weak position, even if the opponent offered any conditions, they had no choice at all. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I have the audacity to ask you one more condition. Bai Gang suppressed his trembling body and bowed again. Huh? Chu Yan was puzzled. In the past 20 years, if we meet the same clan, can we? Yes. Chu Yan nodded directly. You don't have to kill them, but you can't avoid them. Phew, thank you, Lord. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Bai Gang heaved a long sigh of relief, and immediately changed his words. For him, this is almost a complete condition. Everyone, don't waste time. I'm afraid that such a good condition will never be met again in the future. Hurry up and make an oath to Tianwei. I'll be the first. Faizen was a little anxious for a long time. After saying a word, he directly looked up at the sky, mobilized his spiritual consciousness, and began to make the oath of Tianwei. Under Faizen, with the spirit of heaven and earth as a guide, establish the power of heaven. In Xiao Bai Gang, with the soul of heaven and earth as a guide, establish the power of heaven. Next. One after another, the shady puppets began to make oaths of Tianwei, and the scene shook the sky. In less than 100 breaths, everyone had fulfilled the oath of Tianwei, knelt down in front of Chu Yan, and shouted, "Lord." Chu Yan smiled lightly, waved them up, and said, "Now, let me help you get rid of the insidiousness." While speaking, with a wave of the long sword, the momentum of the sword immediately exploded. "My lord. Please don't be too heavy when you strike, just cut through us." Bai Gang hurriedly opened his mouth and told Chu Yan some important and key points. After all, the puppets here have different cultivation bases and different degrees of physical corrosion. At this time, Jia Yulin was burning with anxiety in the scroll of heaven and earth on the other side. "I don't know what happened to Brother Chu Yan. There are so many ghosts, it's too dangerous. There were only a few ghosts before, and it was easy to deal with, but there must be at least 100 of them in front of this temple." The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. On the one hand, he was worried about senior brother Chu Yan, and at the same time he was also worried about himself. After all, he was in Chu Yan's Dao treasure. If Chu Yan couldn't beat those ghosts, he might not survive. At this moment, a ray of consciousness swept across, and Jia Yulin's eyes went dark, and when he reappeared, he was already outside. With a glance, I saw that senior brother Chu Yan was slashing sharply with his sword, slashing out thousands of sword lights, and beheading all those ghosts until their flesh and blood flew into the air. However, the ghost who was beheaded had a twisted and ferocious face, but he didn't dodge, evade, or fight back, and his eyes were full of gratitude and surprise. Jia Yulin was dumbfounded on the spot. However, something that made him even more confused happened next. "I said, how do you jump in line? The Lord should kill me." "Damn, get out of the way, bastard, believe it or not, if I beat you, I will be chopped first." The ghosts rushed forward one by one, the queue was chaotic, there were all kinds of quarrels, and some ghosts even started to fight directly. The scene got out of control for a while. Jia Yulin's eyes lost their focus, and his mind lost control, completely unable to comprehend the scene in front of him. After all, he is also a supreme existence who has practiced martial arts for thousands of years. He has never seen any kind of scene, but this, really has never seen it. Fa Sen, take him to the place of inheritance in Yulin before. Chu Yan turned his head and saw Jia Yulin standing there in a daze, so he said to Faison, "Yes, my lord." Faison was the first group to get rid of the insidiousness. He was running Daowei to nourish the body. When he heard Chu Yan's words, he hurried over. Then Faison took Jia Yulin, who walked like a log, and walked towards the distance. No one would have imagined that, after thousands of years, a generation of supreme beings who were famous in the continent of God's domain would be full of confusion at this moment. Time passed, and after 2 hours, Chu Yan finally cut through all the 91 evil puppets here. The puppet cultivators sitting cross-legged on the ground all had sword wounds all over their faces, some rotten flesh was flying, some bones were cracked, and all of them had extremely weak breaths. It is precisely because the evil spirit on them is extremely weak that they can start to recast their physical bodies by relying on the various treasures they have collected and their own skills. Such a method couldn't be easier for Supreme. The troublesome evil spirit of Tiansha has been dealt with, and there is nothing that can restrain them anymore. Chu Yan looked at the group of supreme bosses in front of him, and couldn't help smiling. According to what Bai Gang said before, there are still more than 20 people in his hall, just like Faison before, wandering outside, not concentrated in the hall, and they need to wait to find them. "My lord, I have something to ask." Bai Gang saw Chu Yan's face recovered, and hurriedly said, "Say it." Chu Yan nodded. "The purpose of coming to this place in the extreme east in the next year is to find 3 places of opportunity. Please leave 2 of these 3 treasure places for us, so that all of us can recover in the shortest possible time." After saying this, Bai Gang lowered his head in embarrassment, waiting for the result. Logically speaking, as followers, everything they have in the past 20 years belongs to Chu Yan. But now, they want more than half of the first benefit, and Chu Yan only has 1. "No problem. I will only take 1 place, and restore the remaining 2 places for you," Chu Yan replied without thinking. When Bai Gang was stunned, Chu Yan asked again. "Do you know how to get to Sunset Canyon?" "Ah. Sunset Canyon. Is the Lord going to that place?" Bai Gang said in a startled voice. This sentence immediately attracted the supreme bosses sitting cross-legged all around to look up at Chu Yan. All of them were shocked. "No, my lord." #C3576 all received. Sunset Canyon. This name seemed to make all the supreme bosses present, who had just got rid of the puppet body, react extremely. "Is there any problem?" Chu Yan asked. "Brother Feng, come and tell the Lord." Bai Gang turned around and said to the same flesh and blood supreme boss behind him. This brother Feng, who was only wearing a pair of trousers and was completely naked from the upper body, was the first person in this group to be confined here. Others are less than tens of hundreds of years, and more than thousands of years, but this old man is amazing, a full 10,000 years. It can even be said that he may be the first supreme boss to be trapped after the appearance of this evil spirit. For 10,000 years, I don't know how he survived this life of walking dead. Because of this, I am afraid that among all the people, his gratitude to Chu Yan is the most intense. My lord, the deepest part of this land in the extreme east is Sunset Canyon. It is said that this Sunset Canyon is the place where the sun sinks into the sea when the sun descends to the west. It is the nest of the sun. Although it is only an ancient myth, it also shows the specialness of this place. Even the sun will be lost here. So, for 10,000 years, none of us dared to step into the Sunset Canyon. Having said that, Brother Feng paused for a moment before continuing. That place is extremely terrifying. Actually, it is rumored that the cultivators who entered the land of the extreme east all suffered losses here. In fact, that is only what the outside world thinks. Those who really entered the Far East, like us, still have a chance to survive. Those who were really lost couldn't bear it. They continued to go deep, and finally disappeared in the Sunset Canyon. My lord also saw that this land in the Far East is full of top-notch natural materials and earthly treasures. Those who have been poisoned by the evil spirits want to find the best natural materials and earthly treasures to dispel the evil spirits of the evil spirits. Under this kind of thinking, let those cultivators go deeper and never come back in the end. You may think that they may still be alive, but there is one thing that everyone and I know. For the first 100 years since I was trapped here, I was also hesitating whether to enter the depths, but at that time a shocking battle broke out in the depths of the Far East. It is estimated that at least the cultivation base above the Taoist realm has broken out in a big battle with the Lord of Heaven in the Sunset Canyon. In the end, the Taoist master was seriously injured and hid somewhere in the Sunset Canyon, retreating. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's expression suddenly became fierce. When the Taoist realm entered the Sunset Canyon, they were all severely injured, and they have been in retreat for so many years. Could it be that there is the Zhangzhou realm in the canyon? Of course Chu Yan could have imagined that without the peak cultivation base of the Tao Lord realm, no one would venture into this Sunset Canyon, just like Empress Xiantian did, just to seek a chance to break through the Tsang Lord. However, if even the peak of the Tao Lord realm was severely injured and could not be recovered after 10,000 years of seclusion, then the other party could be nothing but the Tsang Lord realm. However, isn't there no Zhangzhou realm in this God's domain continent? No matter what, I have to go to Sunset Canyon, but don't worry, I will wait for you all to recover before setting off. Hearing this, everyone's faces sank at the same time. Looking at Chu Yan, they just shook their heads and sighed slightly. If that's the case, my lord, I have some Taoism here. Bai Gang frowned for a long time before speaking. Yes. I have a unique secret technique here, the lord may be useful. And I. After Bai Gang opened his mouth, a group of bigwigs all reacted and surrounded Chu Yan. They didn't dare to follow Chu Yan into the Sunset Canyon, but after all, they had made the oath of heaven's power before, so they could only find a way to make Chu Yan stronger in a short time. And this kind of method, in addition to improving the cultivation base and breaking through the realm for a long time, only various powerful Taoism can come the fastest. So, under the leadership of Bai Gang, a group of supreme bosses began to teach some powerful Taoism of Chu Yan's various forces. In this regard, Chu Yan naturally would not refuse, and took their Taoist jade charms one by one, and enlightened their spiritual consciousness. Some supreme bosses will not teach Chu Yan the art of suppressing clans because of the rules of the sect's power, but just some ordinary attacking techniques. Faced with such a situation, Chu Yan thought of a solution after pondering for a while, and directly challenged them to learn from each other, and the first thing he said was 1 fight 20. It's not because Chu Yan's combat power is so powerful, but because Chu Yan knows that these people can't play hard. And he can directly learn the opponent's Taoism through fighting. In this way, just like the soul attack Taoism of the 3 Tianhui Taoists before, they did not teach it and did not violate the rules of the sect, but Chu Yan could learn it. A great battle broke out, and the shocking might made the main hall tremble. Including Bai Gang, all the supreme bosses were overwhelmed by Chu Yan's fighting power. Your lord actually possesses more than a dozen methods of asking questions. Did you see it? What the lord cultivates is the way against the sky. This combat power, I'm afraid it's not an exaggeration to rank in the top 10 on the supreme ranking, it's too strong. Although they kept their hands, they are all at the peak of the supreme being after all. If they all go all out, the lord will only be slightly disadvantaged. Strong. Your lord is extremely powerful. After a group of battles, all the supreme bosses completely changed their views on Chu Yan. If it was because of Tiansha's insidious relationship before, then now, they are really convinced by Chu Yan. At least, among the supreme bosses present, if there is a life and death battle, absolutely no one is Chu Yan's opponent. Your Majesty's fighting power is astonishing, and I will surrender with all my heart. The 20 supreme peaks all bowed and stood in front of Chu Yan. Bai Gang looked at these people and nodded slightly. As a powerhouse in the supreme realm, that one was not a giant before, so because of the viciousness of Tiansha, Zun Chu Yan was the master for 20 years. 20 years later, they may not want to mention this period of time, but now it seems that there may be some changes. In the history of God's domain continent, the road to the strong is not the only one in Songzhu realm. After all, the road to become the strongest is too narrow, and very few people can reach it, but it does not mean that they will give up and choose another road. Become a follower of the strongest. Just like the 10 existences at the pinnacle of martial arts in ancient times, the 10 gods are almost all followers of the 4 great masters. Because of this, only 4 of them have the opportunity to step into that field with half a foot. If it wasn't like that, if they just rely on their own understanding and accumulation, or look for opportunities, they may never have the opportunity in their entire lives. Such thoughts exist in the hearts of almost every supreme peak powerhouse. Of course, the most important thought is to find opportunities for breakthroughs. But at this time, Chu Yan just smiled slightly at the words of the crowd, and then the Zhenqi around him broke out without hesitation, and a powerful force of the domain gushed out. Dian Thousand Sect Domain. Bai Gang was stunned. #C3577 Treasureland. Dian Qianzong Domain. It is their sect's technique of suppressing sects, and the only one standing among the top forces in the entire God's domain continent with the power of the domain, Yan Qianzong. This domain was left by the ancestor of the founder. Once it is used, it will be superimposed with thousands of domains. Even if the gods descend to the earth, they will not be able to escape the power of the domain. Of course, in the current Yanqianzong, there is no one who can display Qianyu. Even if they are their suzerains, they can only use the 100 domains, otherwise, the number one power in the world would not be able to talk about the Tianqian Digong. But in any case, this sect-restraining secret technique has never been passed on from the beginning of the creation of the sect to the present. Among the disciples of all dynasties, if some people lead with their skills or pass on their secret skills to others, it is not just as simple as beheading traitors, but even relatives, powers, cities, as long as they are likely to come into contact with traitors, all of them will be killed. This kind of behavior is extremely common among the major forces in the God's domain continent. Almost all the forces are extremely careful about their sect suppression secret skills. After all, as the foundation of the sect's influence, it is impossible to be careless. Therefore, when he saw Chu Yan displaying their sect's secret technique with his own eyes, his mouth opened, almost enough to hold a dragon down. Not only this cultivator of Yanqianzong, but other people present saw him displaying the Yanqianzong domain just now. All of them stared and opened their mouths, completely unbelievable that Chu Yan could do it too. Of course, no one thought that Chu Yan just had a glimpse of comprehension during the battle just now, and they all thought that Chu Yan had learned something secretly. And the strong man of Yanqianzong even suspected that he had been trapped here for many years. Could it be that the outside sects had made this secret technique public? Or the sect's forces have been uprooted, leading to the leakage of the sect's secret skills? The key point is that there are 70 or 80 layers of the Great Expansion 1000 sect domain displayed by Chu Yan in front of him. This level is almost no worse than that of the elders of the sect. Without hundreds of years of penance and enlightenment, it is impossible to do it. How did this Chu Yan do it? Could it be that he learned it secretly? Including by Gang, everyone was completely stunned and couldn't figure it out. But one thing is certain, Chu Yan's talent and aptitude are probably unmatched by everyone present, even by Gang himself, can't even reach 1/10 of Chu Yan's. Not bad. Can learn Dianqian, damn, what? Bai Gang looked relieved, and was about to say a few words of approval, but at this moment, the real energy and momentum around Chu Yan's body suddenly changed dramatically. I saw that all the void breaths in all directions turned in an instant, and Chu Yan had already taken away all the domains of Dian Qianzong and replaced them with Tianlunzong's reincarnation secret technique. The powerful breath of reincarnation of all things appears in the void like vortexes one by one, causing the surrounding void to continuously cycle in destruction and breeding. Behind him, a huge roulette was spinning like a sun, releasing an incomparably powerful aura. Reincarnation. Reincarnation Avenue. Among the supreme beings, there was a strong man from the Tianluan sect, who was completely dumbfounded and let out piercing screams. I can't believe it. It's even more unbelievable than seeing Dian Qianzong's domain before. Because, compared with the Dian 1000 sect domain, this Tao of reincarnation is not something you can learn by relying on your talent, and the conditions required for it are even more difficult. Before he was trapped there, within the Tianluan sect, there were no more than 10 sect experts who could use the Tao of reincarnation. How did you do that? Not only did I learn more than a dozen ways of asking questions. Even this kind of sect secret technique has been learned from several sects. Master. Lord, how did you do it? There was a supreme boss whose eyes were red, looking at Chu Yan and asked anxiously. Impossible. More supreme bosses were all in a daze, and couldn't believe this scene at all, even if they had seen it alive. After all, such a method has never been heard of in the entire God's domain continent, not before, and even less now. And then, Chu Yan, who would not answer at all, continued to display various powerful sect secret skills. The supreme boss in the audience was completely dumbfounded, everyone was as frozen as petrified, and the audience was completely silent. Only one secret technique keeps appearing, like the stream of light from the sky and the earth, dyeing the entire void with colorful colors. It took a full hour for Chu Yan to use all the secret skills once, classifying them in detail, according to the speed of use, power, effect, and so on. Next, Chu Yan sat there cross-legged, contemplating several key Taoism and secret techniques with all his heart. A group of petrified people present stood there in a daze, silent for a long time. After a long time, the supreme boss kept reacting, shaking his head and sighing, and left the scene. Now, they can finally understand why the Lord can break the insidiousness of Tiansha, and they, the group of supreme peaks, have tried everything, but are still trapped here for endless years. If you compare goods, you have to throw them away, and people compare people. I want to die. Day and night, slowly passing by. All the bosses present basically completed the final recovery and completely got rid of the vicious control of Tiansha. Master, everyone is well. Bai Gang came in front of Chu Yan and bowed to report. Is it possible to set off and get the resources of the 3 treasure lands first? Now, the insidiousness of Tiansha is gone, but everyone's physical bodies are still the same, miserable. Can? Chu Yan was meaningless, and after nodding, he set off with a group of supreme bosses to the 3 treasure lands. Not to mention, when a group of supreme bosses followed, the aura was different. Wherever they passed, the void did not dare to tremble, and all the beasts and demons around them fled hundreds of miles away without even daring to put their heads on. Such a lineup and strength, not to mention the land of the extreme east, is completely enough to run rampant in the God's domain continent. After flying for about an hour, Bai Gang, who was leading the way, gradually slowed down. The first treasure land has arrived. Ahead is a huge valley, with various bubbles rising from the ground, forming a column of bubbles and rising into the sky. In the air bubble holes on the ground, there are bursts of thunder, as if the thunder is hidden in it, which makes people terrified. After Bai Gang approached, he turned around and said, "This place is called Wanlong Valley. These pillars of energy are the rules of the extreme east. They gather all the pure vitality of the world scattered everywhere. Because there are too many of them, a small amount of energy will leak out. Form such a column of air." Hearing this, Chu Yan and some of the supreme bosses present all changed their expressions. There is such a powerful rule force in this extreme eastern land. This has never been heard of among the various secret realms and Jedi before. However, this should be one of the reasons why evil spirits enveloped the world in the Far East, because all the other miscellaneous spirits were gathered here. However, to the rules of the Far East, the heterogeneous aura is a treasure trove of resources for practitioners. #C3578 means too strong. You know, in such a large land in the extreme east, all the spiritual energy is concentrated here. The key is that it has gone through endless years. How much is this? Thinking about it feels scary. Chu Yan never thought that the first of the 3 treasure lands would be so heaven-defying. Not only the spiritual breath of heaven and earth, but also the life force, spiritual power and other forces that overflow into the void after the fall of monsters, seaweeds, cultivators, etc. here in the extreme east will gather here. Bai Gang continued to explain, causing Chu Yan's expression to change suddenly. All power. Judging from the fact that there is only evil energy in the polar region, after the fall of the cultivator, the power of the blood that returns to the heaven and the earth will also gather here. After all, the land of the extreme east is also in the land of asking, and there may not be a small number of people from the 7 ancient families here. When Brother Feng discovered this place, there were already hundreds of pillars of energy. Now these pillars of energy are not only much thicker, but also much more numerous. Bai Gang told Chu Yan that the person who discovered this treasure land was the previous brother Feng. It really is a good place. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly. While speaking, everyone followed Bai Gang forward. For this place, Bai Gang seems to be very familiar with it, no matter whether it is prohibition or murderous intent, it has not been touched. It stands to reason that Bai Gang and the others have now escaped from the insidiousness of Tiansha and lost the scope of insidiousness, so naturally the evil spirits and all the dangers in the extreme east will be effective again for them. However, with their familiarity with the Far East, they can also do it with ease. Wait, someone. Bai Gang, who was walking in front, suddenly froze in his footsteps, and when his consciousness swept over, he found 3 powerful auras in front of him. Chu Yan was not surprised by this. After all, such a treasure land is also open, like a huge lake, the water in it is inexhaustible, and the most important thing is that it can continue to increase. Therefore, there must be strong people who will come here to practice and use the pure spiritual breath here to improve their cultivation strength. This place, I am afraid, can be ranked among the top 10 training places in God's domain continent. Looking up, you can see a middle-aged man and 2 young men, a man and a woman, all of whom are at the peak of the Supreme Being. The middle-aged man looks ordinary and wears ordinary clothes. He is an extremely ordinary person. But the young man is unfamiliar with 3 eyes, and his whole body is surging like a tide, which is extremely powerful. The woman had no vision, but the power of time and space flowed in her body, which echoed the power of the Supreme Being, and her power was extraordinary. The 3 of them were impacting the air column, trying to blast the turbulent flow around the air column into a gap and enter the air column. Around the pillars of air in Wanlong Treasure Land, because of the existence of evil spirits from the evil spirits, a layer of void is added to these overflowing pillars of air to isolate them. It can be said that these spiritual breaths that are not evil spirits are completely guarded against. It's as if this evil spirit has a cleanliness obsession, and he doesn't want to get a trace of spiritual breath. In this way, if you want to enter the range of the air column, to refine the spiritual breath, you must first break this layer of protection. Like Bai Gang and the others, because they are familiar with evil spirits, they can usually break through within a few hours. But for ordinary cultivators, if they are new here, on the one hand, they have to resist the evil spirits around them, and at the same time attack, the efficiency will be very slow. Too much. Therefore, these 3 people are all using powerful Taoism, attacking the air column with all their strength. This man and woman, one is the young patriarch Wanjiang of the 3 Heads clan. The woman is the young patriarch of the Fengyun clan, Zhao. Bai Gang looked at the 3 of them, opened his mouth to explain, and kept his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man, as if he was still thinking about the origin of the middle-aged man. At this time, Wanjiang and Zhao seemed to have noticed something, and turned their heads to look over. Chu Yan. With a glance, the expressions of both of them changed. Brother Bai. Zhao Ning first recognized Chu Yan, and then saw Bai Gang standing beside Chu Yan, and was even more surprised. Brother Chu Dao, Brother Bai Dao, you all came here, it must be because of the spiritual breath here, why don't we join hands to open a pillar of qi first, how about sharing it with everyone? Wanjiang was smiling all over his face as he spoke, looking familiar. But in fact, when they set off, it wasn't just the current 3, but a dozen or so people walking together. But in order to monopolize this treasure land, Wanjiang killed everyone he could. But who would have thought that the air column here is so powerful? He would have known that he would not wait until the air column was broken together before making a move. It has been attacking for a day and a night now, and the consumption is extremely huge. How can I continue to consume so much? If it cannot be sustained, or if an accident occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, when seeing an outsider appear, his first reaction was to join forces. What's more, he couldn't afford to offend this person who came here. Not to mention Chu Yan, who now has a very strong reputation in the Xinyu continent, and the rumors say that his fighting power is astonishing. Just by gang, a group of supreme beings, wanting to kill them is no different from killing chickens and dogs. No need. Chu Yan's face was indifferent. Huh. Won't you join forces with us? Wan Zhong's smile froze. Brother Chu Dao, Brother Bai, you don't know that these pillars of qi are extremely protective against evil spirits. The three of us attacked together for a long time before we broke apart. If we don't join forces, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Zhao Ning also spoke, with a trace of anxiety on his face. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I know that you are the reincarnation of Emperor Wu Tiandi, and you have powerful trump cards and means, but these are the insidious power of Tiansha, which is the power of curse. The middle-aged man also spoke, his voice low. Hearing these words, Chu Yan was too lazy to answer, turned around and walked towards the air column on the other side. Where he was standing just now, Bai Gang opened his mouth wide and looked at Chu Yan's background in a stupid way. Wu, the reincarnation of Wu Tiandi's son. In the sea of consciousness, Bai Gang was overwhelmed, and the shock in his heart was about to explode completely. Snort. Wan Jiang squinted at Chu Yan's background, snorted coldly, his eyes were full of coldness. Arrogant enough, when you suffer a loss, you will, fuck me, how is that possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Zhong's body trembled, his eyeballs almost flew out of shock. The woman and middle-aged man beside him also stared in shock, their faces twitching. I saw that where the three of them looked, Chu Yan walked in front of a large air column in a few steps, without even making a move, just walked in. It was as if the three of them had been blasting the turbulent flow of evil energy for a day and a night, and it didn't exist at all. This. The middle-aged man watched Chu Yan disappear into the air column, and he shook his head and sighed after a long time. No wonder, he really doesn't need to join us. Now, including Bai Gang, they finally know what the power of reincarnation is. This method is too powerful. #C3579 Dian 0 cases. The sighing words of the middle-aged man made the eyes of Wan Jiang and Zhao Ning tremble slightly. If they have this method, they can also enter the treasure land as easily as Chu Yan, without having to fight life and death here. In the eyes of the two of them, a trace of flame rose. On the other side, Chu Yan has passed through the first layer of protection and entered the treasure land. In front of you is a colorful lake. In this lake, there are crystals of various colors suspended in it, like a lake of glaciers, in a semi-melting state. However, Chu Yan knows that these colorful crystals are the crystallization of the accumulation of all kinds of true energy, spiritual breath, flesh and blood, etc., after they are concentrated to a certain extent. And in the middle of the lake, there are a few crystals that are extraordinarily thick, growing like bamboo knots. What a powerful bloodline! Chu Yan's consciousness swept away, and his face was suddenly full of surprise. There are dozens of bloodline powers in this crystal bamboo joint, and naturally, there are also bloodline powers from the 7 ancient families that he needs. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan directly stimulated his true energy. When Chu Yan's true energy moved, this small crystal lake world immediately reacted. All kinds of powerful forces surged in, all of which were transformed by various spiritual forces coming out of the lake, and suppressed towards Chu Yan. It is obvious that he wants to drive away this outsider, but these forces are obviously not enough to kill, and Chu Yan only needs to use his true energy to resist. With all his strength, he quickly took down the crystal bamboo joints. Chu Yan didn't stop for a moment, turned around and left. When Chu Yan returned, when he saw Bai Gang, he spoke directly. One of the 3 treasures in this place belongs to me, and the other 2 belong to you. When this sentence landed, Bai Gang stared straight at Chu Yan and replied. It's a trivial matter, but you, who are you? Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, Son of Emperor Wu. They should have followed you just now. Your father is really Wu Tiandi. It doesn't count. It's just a reincarnation status. The two of them chatted word by word, making the three people around them dumbfounded. It wasn't that they were surprised by the content of their chat, but because that Chu Yan, who had just entered, turned around and came out again. This feeling of entering and exiting freely, as if entering no one's land, made them almost go crazy with jealousy. While speaking, Chu Yan and Bai Gang turned and left. You two, do you want to leave now? Wang Jiang looked at Chu Yan and Bai Gang with a sneer on his face. He didn't dare to be arrogant before, but just now Chu Yan and Bai Gang made all the supreme bosses leave, and now they have gone far. Therefore, when he said a word, he directly attacked a certain field, covering Chu Yan and Bai Gang directly. As for the middle-aged man and Zhao Ning, their figures flashed, and they appeared on the left and right, staring straight at them. Oh. What's up? Chu Yan turned to look at him with a faint smile on his face. These three people want to gamble. Since they knew themselves, it was impossible for them not to know their own combat strength. Under such circumstances, they dared to make a move, which showed that they had a whole card. And Chu Yan now appreciates anyone who has a whole card. It's nothing serious. Just tell us what you just got and how to enter the air column, and then you can leave. Murderous intent appeared in Wang Zhang's eyes. To Chu Yan, these words were completely expected. From the moment it enters the air column, I am not afraid that the three of them will see it, because they don't care at all. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with them, so he drew his sword directly. The three of them delivered it to the door by themselves, so if they don't accept it, they will feel a little sorry. Originally, with Chu Yan's heart, if the three of them didn't take the initiative to provoke him, even if the three of them could persist in this land of myriad treasures for so long, Chu Yan would not be moved if they had any strong cards. But now, the situation is different. Court death. Seeing Chu Yan draw his sword, Wang Jiang yelled and shot directly. The third eye in the forehead opened, and the power of a spirit seal exploded, and the light of the spirit pattern shot out, was extremely powerful. The power of time and space in Zhao Ning's body erupted, and a large swath of turbulent breath was released, shattering the void around Chu Yan into pieces. Raising the jade hand, a black dagger shot out, rushing into the shattered void, as if invisible. Dian Thousand Sect Domain. Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, and the sword light rushed like a sea tide. Wherever it passed, the sword light contained domain power, covering the three of them in reverse. The wheel of the sky is turning. As soon as the sword was retracted, a large grinding wheel appeared and spun above everyone's heads. Bai Gang was not idle either. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan made a move, his might burst out, and a large amount of aura surged from the surrounding pillars of air, pouring into his body, instantly making his whole body sparkle. Obviously, Bai Gang is an extremely rare body-refining cultivator. Boom! Boom! The air storm was like a tide, and the might of the gang shook the sky. The monstrous mighty waves created by the battle swept across all directions, shaking the surrounding world. As soon as Chu Yan and Bai Gang made a move, they completely gained the upper hand and completely suppressed the three of them. This is still Chu Yan in the middle of the battle, trying the Taoism and secret techniques he just learned, otherwise, the three of them would have died. To Chu Yan, this kind of battle is not at the same level at all. Even though the three opponents are all powerful at the Supreme Peak realm, their combat power is still too far behind, and there is not much difference between them and ordinary practitioners of the same level. Really? Wang Zhang's figure flashed, and while avoiding Chu Yan's attack, he exclaimed. It is rumored that your fighting power is amazing, and only the Taoist master can suppress it. Now it seems that this is true. However, no matter how strong you are, you must still lose. While speaking, Wang Jiang activated his true energy again, and the eye marks on his forehead became stronger and stronger. And at the same time as he was urging the three heads, a sword light from Chu Yan had already struck, and the sword energy trembled. After rushing 100 feet away, the sword was divided into 3 parts, and they were respectively cut at the 3 people. 3 songs collapse. Wang Jiang shouted loudly, his eye seals exploded, and turned into a row of dozens of cyclops, rushing towards Chu Yan. It's interesting. Chu Yan's eyes flashed. Seeing this scene, Bai Gang's face darkened slightly, and he quickly transmitted his spiritual sense. On the opposite side, Wang Jiang was determined to win, and his face was full of murder. Before, the 3 of them discussed secretly, and told the outsiders about Chu Yan's appearance in Wanlong Baodi, a place in the extreme east. In this way, no matter how strong your Chu Yan is, when the time comes, the strongest in the world will gather and they will be able to get rid of him. Therefore, their purpose now is not to fight to the death with Chu Yan, but to hold back Chu Yan and wait for the nearby cultivators to come over. After the battle lasted for about half an hour, as expected, practitioners began to appear nearby. Look! It's really Chu Yan. Haha, I didn't expect to meet him. It's Chu Yan, that's right. More than a dozen figures moved from far to near, and their speed was getting faster and faster. They were basically cultivators of the top 100 ancient clans, and some casual cultivators. Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw Chu Yan. #C3580 Many brothers. In the eyes of these people, Chu Yan is like a moving treasure house, and it is also the kind of treasure house that is #1 in the world. If anyone can take him down, the benefits will go directly to heaven. Everyone, be careful, don't accidentally kill him. Once the spirit is gone, some secrets will never be asked again. Wang Jiang spoke loudly to a group of helpers who had just arrived. Rest assured. No. It's up to you to say. Okay. The dozen or so cultivators belong to the same alliance of the top 100 ancient clans, and they usually have a very good relationship, so of course there is no problem. Moreover, they also know the value of Chu Yan. This kind of business is not afraid of Wang Jiang breaking his promise. After all, everyone is backed by the ancient clan. After negotiating the rules, a dozen cultivators rushed out of the battlefield with spiritual weapons in hand. This time, the battle situation changed immediately. Chu Yan and Bai Gang, who originally had the upper hand, were immediately suppressed in the face of the suddenly several times more supreme peak. Heaven and Earth Dao Scroll. Chu Yan cast the Dao Scroll and came out of the sky. There are so many people on the other side, even if Chu Yan sacrificed the Dao Scroll, it would only relieve some pressure. Chu Yan, Bai Gang, there's no need to resist, it's useless, surrender now, let you suffer less. Wang Jiang was extremely proud, and said loudly. It seems that you think you are sure to win. Chu Yan asked. Does this still need to be said? Ha ha ha. The more Wang Jiang thought about it, the happier he became. He didn't expect that Chu Yan, who was being chased by all the forces in the world, would soon fall into his hands. In this case, there is no other way. Chu Yan shook his head. Huh? What do you mean? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Wang Jiang's heart suddenly tightened, and a bad premonition flashed across. Humph. Don't play tricks, you have nowhere to go today. After being taken aback for a while, Wang Jiang came to his senses and gritted his teeth at Chu Yan and said. To be honest, I still lacked confidence, let Chu Yan take advantage of it, and almost bluffed him, what a shame. Thinking of this, Wang Jiang felt even more angry. Without further ado, first solve this Chu Yan, and then see how arrogant he is. At this moment, a thunderous shout exploded. Bold! This deity is going to kill someone today. A mighty aura surged, and an extremely powerful aura rushed from the sky. Wang Jiang, Zhao Ning and more than a dozen cultivators were stunned at the same time and looked up. I didn't expect that Chu Yan really had a helper. However, with a glance, the faces of Wang Jiang and the others changed from nervousness to joking at the same time. I saw, above the sky, a supreme and powerful man charged madly, with murderous aura. His aura was earth-shattering, but he was the only one. A person dares to come to die. Wang Jiang and the others have more than a dozen peak supreme beings here. What is the difference between Chu Yan, a helper, and sending them to death? Ha ha ha. Wang Jiang, who was bent over laughing, squeezed his tears with his hands, and said to Chu Yan. You helper, so scary. Such a big person, I thought he was number 1 on the supreme list, ha ha ha. Behind him, Zhao Ning and a dozen or so cultivators of the ancient race were all laughing. At first I was worried because of Chu Yan's attitude, but now it's all gone. It's all jokes. Above the sky, Brother Feng had already landed, standing in front of Chu Yan, glaring at Wang Jiang and the others. Seeing Brother Feng, Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. Sure enough, he is the most enthusiastic one, running so fast. After all, he has been trapped by Tianxa's insidiousness for the longest time, and he is most grateful to Chu Yan in his heart, so as soon as he received the summons, he came running like lightning. Chu Yan, you still dare to laugh. Prepare to die now. A stone fell to the ground in Wang Jiang's heart, and his whole body's momentum soared. He glared at Chu Yan and shouted, and was ready to make a move. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a sound of rolling thunder in the distant sky. That movement was like a large cloud of thunderclouds rushing madly, causing the entire sky to tremble. When Wang Jiang, Zhao Ning and a dozen cultivators who were still smiling just now raised their heads to look at the sky, the smiles on their faces froze immediately. As cultivators, they can feel it without their spiritual sense at all. What is in the thunder cloud is not wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, but a group of peerless powerhouses who rushed to form a powerful aura. Tide. The next moment, one figure after another appeared in the violent thunderclouds above the sky. So many supreme peaks. At a glance, it is not just 1 or 2, but a large densely packed area, with a number of no less than 100. Hiss. 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 There was a sound of sucking air, and Wang Jiang, Zhao Ning and a group of ancient cultivators felt the air rushing up from the soles of their feet to the back of their foreheads. Bold. Who dares to attack the Lord? Are you courting death? How dare you even provoke our Lord? Don't let anyone go, kill them all. When a group of supreme bosses rushed over, and the violent supreme power came like a storm, blowing Wang Jiang and others' hair and robes upside down, a group of ancient clan bosses were filled with death. Hundreds of supreme peaks. What strength is this? It is completely enough to sweep any sect power. Perhaps it is not a problem for the sect forces in Xinyu continent to have the Dao Master Realm as their commander, but in the land of asking, that is almost the strongest lineup. How did this Chu Yan do it? Swish swish swish. A large number of figures fell together, gathered behind Chu Yan, and at a glance, all of them were full of killing intent and ferocity. Moreover, it can be clearly seen that there are still many bones exposed on some of the supreme bosses, and the flesh and blood are flying from the wounds, which is even more chilling. This is because they have already cultivated in another treasure land just now, which has restored their physical bodies a lot, otherwise. You are all ghosts of the Far East. Of course, Wang Jiang and the others recognize that these supreme bosses are the most dangerous existences in the Far East. Master. However, how did this Chu Yan gather this group of people together and become his subordinates? Now, you still think I'm scaring you? Chu Yan looked at the pale Wang Jiang and the others, and smiled faintly. This young patriarch of the ancient clan had seen the world after all. And he wasn't the kind of second-generation Wu who would just eat and wait to die, so he immediately realized it. Chu, Brother Chu Yan, no, Master Chu Yan, it's all because you are so blind, so I would like to ask you to see me, but if you have any conditions, just mention them. At this moment, Wang Jiang was really scared, and he still had the murderous look and complacency on his face before. After all, there are hundreds of murderous supreme peaks in front of them. If these people rush up, they can stab them to death with one finger and one finger. You think it's beautiful? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and waved his hand. Brothers, kill him. #C3581 give me. Following Chu Yan's order, Brother Feng and a group of supreme bosses erupted at the same time, and the violent power swept across like a frenzied tide. Boom! 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 The endless flood of attacks blasted toward the opposite side like a sky crashing and earth ripping apart, submerging Wang Jiang and the others in just the blink of an eye. That scene was like a flood swallowing a few small leaves, without even a single wave turning. The faces of Wang Jiang and the others in the flood tide changed greatly, and their true energy exploded to the extreme, and they launched a counterattack in the flood. Facing such a group of terrifying existences, they can only die and fight. However, there is no suspense at all in such a battle. If it must be said, it is almost a one-sided massacre. A dozen people from the Gu clan were killed one by one. Ah, Chu Yan, I'm the young patriarch of the ancient, three-headed clan. If you kill me, the three-headed clan will definitely, Wang Jiang was full of death, and used his last hope to threaten Chu Yan, hoping to find a way out. But before he could finish speaking, a sword slashed from the opposite side, and Wang Jiang's roar stopped immediately. Idiot! Holding a long knife in his hand, Bai Gang snorted coldly. If he hadn't seen Chu Yan's combat power, Bai Gang might not call him an idiot. But after seeing Chu Yan's combat power before, Chu Yan is at least the top 10 combat power in the supreme list. With such a combat power, you will be afraid of revenge from one of the ancient clans. This Wang Jiang's brain, I'm afraid it has been useless long ago. This kind of person does not die, whoever dies. Everyone, thank you very much. Chu Yan cupped his hands, expressing his gratitude to Brother Feng and a group of supreme bosses. Not to mention, this feeling of not having to do it yourself is not bad. With a wave of his hand, all the corpses of Wang Jiang and others were collected into the Rakshasa space and kept for later use. My lord, you are too polite. We all made the oath of the might of God. Who else do you want to kill? You talk. That's right, don't talk about his little caterpillars, even if it's that ancient clan, or the sex power, all you need is a word from you. That's right, otherwise we would sweep the gods' domain continent and build a sect ourselves. Damn, that's a good idea. A group of bosses originally felt ashamed because they did not dare to follow Chu Yan to the Sunset Canyon, but now that they heard that Chu Yan thanked them, they quickly answered together. Moreover, after this battle, everyone's enthusiasm was high, and everyone was extremely excited. On the one hand, it feels good to be reborn, and at the same time, I find that following Chu Yan can realize lofty ideals. Well, although it was impossible for Chu Yan to really do what he said about unifying the Godland continent, he nodded with a smile in the face of the enthusiasm of the crowd. In this battle, if you do it yourself, it will take at least an hour, and at most 3 to 5 hours to end the battle, and it will take a lot of time. But now, more than 100 supreme bosses shot together, and the battle ended in less than 100 breaths. Moreover, there is almost no consumption, which is an absolute easy victory. Not bad. This step seems to be the right one. Chu Yan thought to himself. Next, after being polite with everyone, they separated and went about their own business. Chu Yan and Bai Gang continued to harvest these pillars of energy. After Wang Jiang was settled, Wang Longbaudi was completely quiet, and they never met other cultivators. The other bosses went to the other two treasures and tried their best to recover. Afterwards, Chu Yan started to refine the crystal bamboo he had obtained before, which brought him quite a surprise. After merging these pure qi and blood, the blood domain in Chu Yan's sea of qi finally completed its mutation and formed a blood mark. This blood seal looks like some kind of Dao seal, but it is blood red all over. Chu Yan has never seen that Dao seal is blood red. After all, Dao seal represents the Dao of heaven and earth, and it cannot be the color of blood, which is completely unreasonable. Along with it, the blood power of the 7 ancient families was also improved, but the improvement was not much. It seems that the blood of the 7 ancient families must have the power of fresh blood, which can only be obtained from the strong men of the 7 ancient families. Now, Chu Yan's strength has improved again, even if it is only a little bit, but with his current cultivation strength, even a little bit of improvement is extremely terrifying. Not long after, Chu Yan let out a long breath of foul air and opened his eyes. By gang, we can go deep. Immediately, the two set off to the depths of the Far East. After most of the day, the flying figure of Bai Gang stopped suddenly. His face was solemn. Master, I can only go here. While speaking, he looked up at the sky, where there was a world like gray mist. Everything was shrouded in fuzzy shadows. The sky and the earth hang upside down, the sun and the moon are yellow, and between the mountains and the earth, there are corpses and bones everywhere. A thick death energy filled the space between the heaven and the earth. Even those cultivators who practiced the magic way would be extremely frightened when they came here. Chu Yan followed Bai Gang's gaze, and suddenly found that on a piece of gray land, 9 huge ghost fires were floating in the sky. The 9 giant ghost fires are the light source between the heaven and the earth, releasing a faint ray of light, allowing people to barely see the surrounding environment. Okay. You go back. You wait for me at the original place, by the way. If you meet a woman named Yu Linglong, stop her and don't let her come with you. Chu Yan strode out and confessed to Bai Gang Dao at the same time. Wait, my lord. In the next breath, Bai Gang suddenly dodged, stopped in front of Chu Yan, and said with a straight face. My lord, if you take this step, it is possible. Hearing this, Chu Yan patted Bai Gang's shoulder, shook his head, smiled, and stepped out again. When he stepped on the gray land, the world suddenly changed. Chu Yan could clearly feel that all the void, breath, and rules around his body had changed. It's like taking this step and stepping into the abyss of hell, surrounded by dead air. When Chu Yan looked back, he found that Bai Gang could no longer be seen. Obviously, the gray land and the outside were completely 2 worlds, like yin and yang. Sure enough, death. Chu Yan sighed in the middle of his heart, and then the breath in his body circulated at the same time, and the bodyguard was urged to move, ready to deal with it. Along the way, Chu Yan has experienced quite a few secret places of desperation, including some extremely terrifying ones, but now, none of them can compare with the gray land in front of him. Here, it feels to Chu Yan as if it is really an abyss hell. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, strode out, and continued to move forward. In the endless gray world, after walking for 2 full days, except for the bones and broken bodies all over the ground, Chu Yan never encountered anything. Here, could it be some kind of sealing enchantment? Chu Yan even began to suspect that this is not the real world, but a special existence. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly saw a black mountain peak appearing in front of him, and a straight line of sky canyon appeared in front of him. It was as if that road had appeared there long ago, waiting for people to cross it. #C3582 Xuanhuan. This path, as if it had existed for a long time, was specially waiting for people to pass through. Chu Yan locked onto the target, flitted his figure, and flew towards a line of sky. However, the closer he got to this gorge, the more he felt his whole body stiffen, as if a powerful force was confining all the power in his body. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan could only reduce his speed to adapt to the pressure. This road, Go ahead and have a look. Standing in front of Jiuxiao, Chu Yan felt that this place was extremely strange, but looking around, there was no other feasible way, so he had to bite the bullet and go in. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan's soul froze suddenly, and his eyes shot out with brilliance. I saw that on the peaks on both sides of the line of sky, there suddenly appeared a huge altar with ghost fire floating, standing on the peaks on both sides. From Chu Yan's position, the altar looked like 2 giants, guarding the passage. The powerful power enveloped the surrounding world, and the light released by the ghost fire dyed the entire sky in a strange color. Ghost fire altar. Chu Yan felt the breath of these ghost fire altars, only felt his whole body was cold, and his soul trembled. After constantly mobilizing the soul and true energy, I felt a little better. Continue to walk forward. After about a stick of incense, look back. The entrance behind you is less than 10,000 feet away from where Chu Yan is standing now. For a whole stick of incense, a supreme peak-level powerhouse only walked a distance of 10,000 zhang. If this is normal, only half a breath is enough. Fortunately, it was just a huge pressure, and there was no other danger, so Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward slowly. However, what Chu Yan didn't know was that above this line of sky canyon, one after another divine consciousness was flashing rapidly. Look, it's the breath of that thing. Huh. I'm sleeping, I haven't woken up yet. It's not right. This is the breath of Wutian and Yuan. Impossible. How can it exist at the same time? It's unreasonable. This kid is a bit strange, don't touch him yet. Well, let him go. With the various interspersed thoughts in the sky, the pressure on Chu Yan's body has not increased, but the will-o'-the-wisps on the altars have become more intense. Huh. Someone. After Chu Yan walked away for a long time, his eyes finally flashed, and he looked at a figure ahead. This is a somewhat illusory figure. It seems that some kind of hidden secret technique has been used. The whole body of the figure is wrapped, and it is impossible to see clearly. But Chu Yan can be sure that this person's cultivation is at the peak of the supreme realm. Who are you? What are you doing here? Chu Yan drew his sword, stared at the opponent vigilantly, and shouted. This place is too weird, and an even weirder person suddenly appeared, so you must be careful. Shouting like thunder, reverberating in Jiuxiao Canyon. But after waiting for 3 breaths, the other party didn't move at all, and didn't have any intention of answering. Then I won't be polite. Facing this kind of pretentious existence, Chu Yan naturally wouldn't be careless, and raised his hand ready to strike with a sword. However, before Chu Yan could make a move, the ghost on the opposite side did it first, blasting out a terrifying wave of air that hit Chu Yan's whole body. Chu Yan's face changed, all the strength in his body exploded, and he raised his hand and slapped it out. In an instant, with a powerful attacking power of spirit and soul in the palm, it attacked directly. False sect. There was an exclamation from the opposite side. It seems that Chu Yan's attack has directly discovered that there is a soul attack. Not necessarily. Chu Yan chuckled, and then his true energy changed, the big wheel turned, and the big wheel of the millstone appeared behind him, buzzing and spinning. Not only the heavenly body method, but also the various methods of asking questions of the 13 orthodoxies such as the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, the Shijua sect, and the Sanha sect, all circulated at the same time, and a sky full of light emerged. Good. My fellow practitioners have so many ways of asking questions. In the voice from the other side. With a tone of approval, he continued. I just don't know, are you showing off, or are you genuine? Take me a trick. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the illusory figure rushed out, sweeping the jade flute in his hand, and the dazzling soldiers attacked directly. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he shot at the same time in a flash. Wherever he passed, the soldiers transformed by the jade flute collapsed, without any power overflowing. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The jade flute crossed the sky, 9 holes rang together, and a strange light burst out, and 9 visions evolved in the air, like 9 tall giants, rushing towards Chu Yan at the same time. In an instant, the majesty of the gang was like a tide, and the originally quiet sky boiled instantly. The law of all phases. The opponent whose Taoism was shattered in the last breath formed an overwhelming wave of attacks in an instant. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and his whole body's aura also exploded. The long sword in his hand trembled, and the power of the sword was as turbulent as a flood. The sword, man, and sky, the 3 are combined into one, and the sword appears immediately. A sword in the sky. The light of the sword was like lightning, and wherever it passed, the sky and the earth would split apart like thunder. Sword repair. Seeing this sword, the other party seemed to realize that Chu Yan was a sword repairer, and opened his mouth in surprise. In other words, while he was cultivating more than a dozen methods of asking questions, he was also refining the way of swordsmanship. This talent. Not bad, sword intent is okay. Pale Shadow spoke with a very approving tone. With a swish, almost the moment the other party's tone fell to the ground, Chu Yan's body turned into an afterimage, and he had already reached the sky above the other party's head, standing in suspension. Woman. Although he still couldn't see his appearance, but that figure was enchanting, obviously a woman's figure. It's just a pair of eyes. Through the mist, there is obviously a bright light in the eyes, like the bright stars in the dark night. A sword in the sky. At such a close distance, Chu Yan was only a little startled, and then drew his sword again. Boom. As the sword light passed by, the woman raised her hand to block without any hesitation, but it was still a step too late. The sword light slashed heavily on her body, exploding a cloud of anger. However, there was no blood splashing, only a cloud of black mist exploded, turned into countless black smoke and scattered, and quickly gathered together again. In the void, a faint fragrance disperses with the wind. What kind of secret technique is this? Chu Yan was taken aback. Frowning slightly, the 13 ways of asking questions in his body exploded at the same time. The woman was not to be outdone, and after obviously raising her true energy again, she rushed out and collided with Chu Yan. In an instant, a great war broke out, earth-shattering. At this moment, Xuanhuan was completely shocked. She couldn't believe that Chu Yan's combat power had reached this level. As the saintess of the Su family, the #1 existence on the supreme list, with her shocking skills, she was unable to take down this black-robed youth. She has always been rampant in the world, and she has no opponent in the place of asking. She was completely shocked at this moment. This black-robed young man walked here easily without encountering any resistance. Why didn't those evil spirit beasts attack him? She didn't understand, so she stopped here. But now, after World War I, she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. This feeling, too long gone. #C3583 First Woman. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan, pondered for a long time and finally said, "This is your strongest attack." While speaking, a large wave of special spiritual power surged up on her body, like the power of a spiritual array or the power of a domain. Since this is the case, we don't need to waste time. One move will determine the outcome. How about it? On the opposite side, Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and his whole body was boiling with blood. He stared at Gong Mubai, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, just what I want. In the next breath, the aura on Chu Yan's body erupted completely like a volcanic eruption. More than a dozen ways of asking questions, heaven and earth scrolls, spirit and will, and other powers are all integrated into Haoyan in his hands. The powerful sword intent gathers like a thunderbolt, and the breath disperses. Even the cliffs on both sides are buzzing and trembling. All power. It is naturally impossible, but Chu Yan also exploded with at least 70% of his combat power. He knew that the female cultivator in front of him was worth such a shot. And not far away, Xuanhuan felt Chu Yan's soaring aura, and his small face was instantly solemn. Obviously, she underestimated Chu Yan again. As for the sentence just now, "You are the strongest attack." Judging from Chu Yan's current aura, the move just now probably didn't even show half of his combat power. Facing himself with the number 1 combat power on the supreme list, this young man in black robes has only 50% of his combat power to fight him again. What's happening here? Could it be that he is the master of the half-step road? If it was in other places, Xuanhuan would doubt this without hesitation, but now, this is a place of inquiry, and such a situation is absolutely impossible. Therefore, in the end, what was shrouded in her heart was only a strong sense of humiliation. His opponent dared to underestimate him. Ah! Under the huge sense of aggrieved, Xuanhuan also broke out completely. I saw her whole body shaking suddenly, turning into countless afterimages, so fast that she could hardly see clearly, flying towards the sky, earth and void around her. As her figure flitted, it seemed as if a phantom flashed across the world around Chu Yan, and the whole world darkened. All kinds of terrifying aura overflowed from the surrounding void, including the aura of the prehistoric, the aura of the ancient demon, and even the aura of the ancient times. These auras are completely independent of each other, but they have a mysterious sense of integration, which makes Chu Yan feel a sense of crisis in his heart. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes were as cold as piercing. The spirit, will, strength, Haotian, the 4 became one, and instantly reached the realm of heaven and man as one. A burst of divine light, like a peerless divine weapon, rushed to the sky. Boom, boom. The terrifying sound of thunder exploded above the entire phantom sky, just like the thunder god was angry, and the sky and the earth roared. In an instant, Wu Dao's extremely thick palm prints protruded from the virtual clouds in the sky, and pressed down on Chu Yan with thousands of thunder lights. When this palm fell, the power of heaven and earth was like a tide, and the sound of rolling thunder surged, as if the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking appeared. The surrounding cliffs trembled together. In such a battle situation, if it is an ordinary Supreme Realm powerhouse, I am afraid that even the remaining power of the Qi gang will not be able to resist, and, under such a terrifying confrontation, the winner can be decided in an instant. However, Chu Yan and Xuanhuan's counterattack was like 2 terrifying forces colliding with each other, resulting in a stalemate. For a time, the outcome was hard to tell. This woman, I am afraid that she has a shocking way of cultivation, otherwise she would not be able to have such a strong combat power. If so. When Chu Yan pondered in his heart, he directly activated the Bloody Dao seal. Once activated, the Bloody Dao seal that was just obtained released the strongest power, causing Chu Yan's sword power to skyrocket again. In an instant, a powerful sword glow appeared, and where the sword passed, the sky and the earth collapsed. The most weird thing is that after the fusion of this sword glow, it turned into blood red and slashed out with a powerful aura. Slashing on the falling palm prints, a crack appeared in the palm prints instantly, spreading out like a spider web, and all the cracks were blood red. Trembling for less than 2 breaths, the palm prints shattered and turned into nothingness. With the collapse of this palm print, the illusory afterimages all over the sky also disappeared, and the dark scene of the sky and the earth disappeared. When the woman was hanging in the air, she looked at the path behind her with a dull expression. Her face was full of astonishment. I saw that on the small road, a straight hook was cut out by Chu Yan's sword energy, stretching straight into the distance. On the other side, Chu Yan stood with his sword in his hand, looking at the beautiful figure warily. To be honest, although Chu Yan had the upper hand with this sword, he always felt that the woman in front of him was not simple, and maybe there was some stunt that he hadn't used. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat so easily. This is completely inconsistent with the strength she showed before. It is impossible to really show 100% of her combat power without any reservations. In that case, Chu Yan will doubt how she has survived until now. What the world of martial arts is like, all cultivators know it well. Who the hell are you? Why do you have the blood of the 7 ancient families? Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan for a long time and finally spoke. Chu Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect this woman's perception to be so sensitive. She just used the blood mark to destroy the sword, and she discovered it. You know, using more than a dozen methods of asking questions before, coupled with the mixing of various forces, it is impossible for ordinary cultivators to distinguish them clearly in a short time. It's just some chance, so I have the blood of the 7 ancient families. Chu Yan thought for a while, and replied with a normal expression. Such an answer is a panacea, but Chu Yan doesn't know who the other party is, so of course it is impossible to tell the truth. Moreover, even if Chu Yan said it, the two of them would do it the first time they met, and the other party would not believe what they said. Who are you? After another period of silence, the woman reduced the question from 2 to 1 and returned to the more practical point of information. You do not know me. However, when Chu Yan heard this question, he was taken aback for a moment. Are you not famous now? With such strength, she doesn't even know herself. Are you famous? Why should I know you? The woman frowned slightly. Either the black-robed youth on the opposite side is really famous in the outside world, but he has been here for too long and doesn't know it. Another possibility is that this black-robed youth is extremely arrogant. However, Xuanhuan was more inclined to the former, otherwise she would just turn around and leave without wasting any time. It should be considered famous. However, you asked 2 questions, shouldn't you declare your identity before I answer? Chu Yan smiled lightly and replied. In that case, you and I don't even need to mention it. Xuanhuan is also a person with personality. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, he said directly. You have to know that not everyone can come here. What is your purpose of coming here? Chu Yan stared at the other party, and replied casually, I know this place is extraordinary, but I have to go to Sunset Canyon. #C3584 Sunset Canyon. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Xuanhuan was obviously stunned for a moment, frowning and looking at Chu Yan. Sunset Canyon. You are a supreme peak cultivation base, go to Sunset Canyon. Hearing this question, Chu Yan ignored it and just looked at her. This matter is obvious, I'm going there, I don't need you to take care of it. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't plan to talk to her. This time the scene turned cold, and Xuanhuan immediately reacted, his eyes slightly embarrassed. She did lose her composure. Every cultivator has his own way to go, and the opportunities are even more different. Moreover, things like life and death are nothing more than normal for them. Xuanhuan understood these reasons, but after the battle just now, he believed that this black-robed youth was extraordinary, probably due to his strong identity and background. It's a bit strange for such a person to take risks alone. Moreover, Xuanhuan could vaguely feel that maybe this person was looking for a big opportunity. This road, 5 more days to go, it will be the end. There is a ferry ship there, if you are lucky, you should be able to reach the Sunset Canyon. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then raised his head to look at the other party. The words have been said, how to choose is up to you. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Xuanhuan said coldly. I was a little abrupt before, but I have already taken the initiative to tell him some information, and I still doubt myself. Don't get me wrong. I'm just wondering, what are you doing here? Why are you telling me this? Chu Yan looked at the other party and said. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, he took out a talisman, and under the activation of his true energy, a large amount of spiritual power overflowed. See you soon. As a large amount of spiritual power fluctuated, the woman's body began to slowly disappear, and soon disappeared completely in the void. This person is a bit strange. Chu Yan watched the other party disappear, suddenly speechless. What on earth is she going to do? Stay here and fight with yourself, then pat your butt, and leave. Are you so free? With her combat power, she might be very famous in the outside world, but is it really good for her to treat herself like this? Forget it, let's go. It's just that I don't know the identity of this person. For me, whether he is an enemy in the future or he may become a friend. At the moment, Chu Yan recuperated his breath and continued to move towards the path. No matter what the woman said is true or false, anyway, there is only one way, and it can only go forward. If what she said is true, then I am on the right track, and 5 days is not too much time. All the way forward, as before, without any murderous intentions or traps, and never encountered anyone blocking the way like that woman. So, 3 days later, Chu Yan successfully reached the end of the path. At this time, the woman said 5 days, but Chu Yan only took 5 days. Chu Yan didn't care about this, but just looked at the scene in front of him. Here is a sea of clouds, the snow-white clouds are endless, there is no end at a glance, there is no wind, all the clouds are floating quietly. Not far away, there is a pier above the clouds, and a group of ferry ships are docked, with different colors, which looks a little weird. This is the ferry ship, she said. Chu Yan dodged, landed on the pier, and looked up. With a sweep of his consciousness, he immediately found that the aura of these ferry ships was extremely terrifying, like ferocious beasts dormant. It's a choice, it's broken. His eyes swept across the ferry ships. Chu Yan suddenly saw that the hull was full of cracks, and it was obviously unusable. Forget it, whatever you want. At the moment, it was rare for Chu Yan to choose again, and he jumped directly on a big black boat. I chose black because it was similar to the color of my robe and was relatively low-key. As soon as he got on the boat, Chu Yan found the eyes of the ferry boat, urged his true energy into it, and the sound of clicking sounded, and the black boat moved in response to the sound. It can really move. It's okay. Chu Yan waited for a while, seeing that nothing happened, he was slightly relieved. I'm afraid that the boat can't sail, and I don't know how to go down. Now Chu Yan only needs to use his true energy and be fully alert. Time passed, and it took 8 days to stay on the boat, and the surrounding sea of clouds still had no end, and they didn't even know where the black boat was going. Fortunately, there was no danger. Chu Yan simply sat cross-legged on the boat, and began to practice breathing. This time, he gained a lot from the method of asking. Various Taoism and secret skills, coupled with the appearance of blood marks, made him need to sort it out. If you use it properly, you can increase your combat power again. The most important thing is that with more means, you will be more handy in facing various situations. From time to time, he opened his eyes and looked around. Except for a sea of clouds, there was no change at all. Chu Yan could only continue to practice with great concentration. Chu Yan didn't feel anything in this sea of clouds, so he couldn't find out that in this sea of clouds, there are laws of heaven and earth that are constantly evolving, destroying, and reborn. It seems to be reorganizing different world rules, and it seems that for some reason, it is improving and evolving. Time is like water, 30 days have passed in the blink of an eye. For a whole month, Chu Yan's cultivation has been completely completed. Chu Yan, who sensed something, has finished his cultivation and has been standing by the boat, observing the sea of clouds around him. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound exploded, and the black ship trembled. Here we are. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he looked into the distance. This is another pier, much smaller than the one from which it departed, and it seems that it can only accommodate one boat. Looking along the pier, you can see a vast land appearing. Beyond the grassland is a boundless forest with a large number of trees growing. Such a situation looks extremely ordinary, just like the ordinary terrain outside. This couldn't be Sunset Canyon. Although there are grasslands and forests in front of him, and there is no canyon terrain, Chu Yan knows that this place is most likely the Sunset Canyon. Swish! With a flick of his figure, he flew out of the black boat and stepped on the ground with both feet. Almost the moment Chu Yan landed, he felt a mighty breath coming from his feet, making his whole body tremble. This is an extremely complicated emotion, with surprises, the past, passion, and elegy. Chu Yan was stunned when he rushed into the sea of consciousness. I don't know why, Chu Yan's heart sank, as if a strong sense of sadness rose up, which made him extremely painful. That's right. It's here. After a long time, Chu Yan let out a long sigh and spoke softly. This sound seemed to carry the vicissitudes of thousands of years, passed through endless years, and fluttered in the endless river. He must have been to this place. Moreover, this is a place that he will never forget, even after reincarnation, he will never forget it. Shantian, are you there? With a slight movement of his consciousness, Chu Yan directly contacted Empress Shantian. #C3585 to the place. When Chu Yan took a deep breath and was about to walk forward, suddenly a spirit seal shook in his body. With a sweep of consciousness, it turns out that the seal of asking has disappeared. Here, is it beyond the scope of the land of asking? Sure enough, just like the legend, when you reach the Sunset Canyon, you are considered to be out of the scope of the land of asking. There are only two ways to leave the land of asking. One is to become the master of asking, and the other is to leave from the depths of the land of the extreme east. This is also the reason why most of the supreme peaks are trapped in the land of asking. And now, in front of Chu Yan is the Sunset Canyon. This is the place where the Zhangzhou realm powerhouses break through. In the endless years, there are Taoist realm come here to look for breakthrough opportunities, and many of them fall here. With Chu Yan's current cultivation at the peak of the supreme realm, he must be more careful here. However, Chu Yan didn't know that he was carefully preparing to move forward, but in this Sunset Canyon, some ancient and terrifying existences had their hairs all over their bodies exploded, and their souls trembled. This is all because of his arrival, resulting in special circumstances. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan entered the forest area, and the surrounding area was quiet, without any sound. The strange thing is that there are no monsters or other creatures in this forest, and even the trees here do not have the power of the wood element, as if they are not living things. If it's an illusion, it's reasonable, but the Sunset Canyon can't be an illusion, it can only mean that these trees are too strange. The area of this forest is not large. Chu Yan used the method of shrinking the ground to an inch, and walked out of the forest in less than half an hour. Out of the forest, there is a vast plain in front of you. The endless Gobi is full of gravel and sudden rocks, which is extremely desolate. In midair, some space-time turbulent holes, like bubbles on the water surface, exploded from time to time, releasing the power of a black hole that devoured everything, making people look creepy. At this time, the turbulent flow of space contains the power of chaos. Even if the cultivation base reaches the Taoist realm, it cannot resist it. The key is the turbulent flow of time and space above the Gobi. There is no fixed and regularity at all, just like ripples on the surface of the water, and it is impossible to know when it will appear and when it will disappear. Between the heaven and the earth, a vast and ancient aura flutters, coupled with the turbulent flow of time and space, people's spirits are in a mess. On the way here, the evil spirits of the extreme east are completely insignificant compared with here. At least the evil poison can be resisted with body protection, but here, it is impossible. Chu Yan operated the pupil of the unicorn, dispersed his consciousness, and walked forward carefully. This time, a strange thing happened. Originally Chu Yan was still extremely nervous, and he was on guard with all his energy. But when he passed by, he was like a broom star, and the empty air and turbulent flow of time and space wherever he passed, dodged, and fled far away. This scene made Chu Yan stunned for a long time. After changing the direction and taking a few steps, the situation was still the same. What's even more weird is that when Chu Yan took the initiative to find a space-time turbulence with a suspicious face, the black hole the size of a human head, because the speed was too slow, saw that Chu Yan was about to hit it, and it exploded with a bang. What's the situation? Could it be? Chu Yan stood there. Within the range of his body, there was a complete vacuum, which was extremely safe. Just now when I got off the black ship, I felt that this land is different. Does it have a great relationship with my reincarnation? Sunset Canyon, what happened before? Chu Yan sighed in his heart, but couldn't find out, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He is completely unfamiliar with this place. At least what happened here, the rules of heaven and earth here have been broken, and it is not even as good as ordinary places outside. To make the rules of the world here incomplete, I am afraid that an earth-shattering event has happened. Chu Yan shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued walking forward. Not long after walking, a huge ball of light appeared in the void ahead, and a fierce aura overflowed from it. Forbidden. After entering the first-line sky, Chu Yan encountered the killing intent restriction for the first time. However, just when Chu Yan was about to make a move to erase the restriction, suddenly, the light group restriction seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly trembled and began to shrink violently. In less than a blink of an eye, the huge ball of light shrank to the size of a fist, flying towards Chu Yan dangling in midair. Shenjing. When the forbidden light group came in front of him, Chu Yan raised his hand, and when the light group fell down, Chu Yan was completely stunned. This group looked very much like the crystals of the common currency of God's domain continent. Without any murderous intent, it was crystal clear. The unicorn's pupils and divine consciousness all swept towards the crystal in his hand, and could only feel a trace of mysterious aura hidden in it, nothing else. Forget about it. Chu Yan waved his hand to put away the crystal and left it alone. Going on, Chu Yan's originally guarded soul became more and more relaxed, and he didn't feel any danger at all. Flying has also turned into a rapid flight, leaving an afterimage on the vast land, flying straight into the distance. There is no need to guess at all. Chu Yan can basically judge that it should be the will of the Tutsangzhu realms in his body to suppress this world. After all, there are no rules of heaven and earth in this place, so the Tsangzhu state aura in Chu Yan's body is almost invincible. Now, I want to find Empress Shantian, but I have no direction or goal at all, so I can only look around. With these two Tsangzhu realm breath protection, it will be much more convenient to act. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, one day passes. Although Chu Yan didn't find anything, the crystals from before appeared from time to time, and he took the initiative to invest in Chu Yan. In one day, nearly 100 pieces were harvested, all of which were stored in the Rakshasa space, by Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan also discovered that in this place where no rules of heaven and earth exist, there are all kinds of terrifying auras mixed with fish and dragons floating in the sky. Chu Yan is not interested in these, but only concentrates on finding the location of Empress Shantian. Now after all, I don't know how she is. Perhaps in danger, Chu Yan must save time and find her as soon as possible. There is no way to find it like this, you have to find someone to ask. For a completely unfamiliar place without a map or any records, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Next, Chu Yan let go of his spiritual consciousness to the extreme, scattered to the surrounding world, and the flying speed increased again. This time it took him 3 full days to finally discover something. On the horizon in the distance, there is a valley. There are rumbling air explosions in the valley. It sounds like the sound and breath of a strong man fighting. According to the strength of this breath, I am afraid it should be the existence of the Taoist realm. Chu Yan groaned for a moment, mobilized Inchi and Gexilingzhen, and slowly dived towards the valley. #C3586 Someone is in trouble. The strength of the two Taoist realms is not weak. However, the closer Chu Yan got closer, he found that the two Taoist masters seemed to be trapped, hitting some kind of seal or something. The air storm caused by these powerful attacks and Taoism, the blasted air waves and residual power did not rush out of that range, but the sound spread extremely far. It was only at the mouth of the valley that Chu Yan discovered that there were 4 altars standing around the valley, and there were also ghost fires floating above the altars. The appearance of this altar is exactly the same as that encountered in Yixianshan before. Obviously, these 4 altars formed some kind of enchantment, sealing the two Taoist masters inside. Somebody is coming. The two Taoist masters in the valley found Chu Yan in an instant. As expected of the Taoist realm, Chu Yan's concealment method was completely useless. Fellow Taoist, please help me out, I am willing to give half of my resources as a thank you. The Taoist voice sounded, resounding through the entire sky. They could feel that the person who came was only at the peak of the supreme realm, but the two masters believed that this was just the other party's hidden aura. Without the cultivation of the Taoist realm, how could it be possible to break into the Sunset Canyon? Hiding one's cultivation level is so common in God's domain continent, it's not surprising at all. How can I help you? Chu Yan thought for a while, before answering. Friend Taoist, you are outside the barrier. As long as you attack the eye of the bluestone formation, the barrier will be broken by itself. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Taoist realm was overjoyed and replied quickly. Chu Yan glanced at it, and found that there was an inconspicuous bluestone at the mouth of the valley. Even if the bluestone was swept up by the divine sense, it would not be able to find its special features. The two of you made an oath to the might of God, not to attack me, and I will help you. Chu Yan is not stupid. The two of them are still cultivated in the Tao Master realm. Even if they keep their promises, it is not difficult to snatch them back after they are given. There is no trust in the martial arts world, and the Tianwei oath is the most secure. No problem. After the two priests answered, immediately mobilized the power of will, and made the oath of Tianwei. Although Chu Yan has also heard that after breaking through to the Taoist realm, the Tianwei oath has little effect on them, just like the heavenly Tao oath to Chu Yan, but it is more or less a restraint. I'm just helping out, I don't guarantee if it will work or not. After seeing the two make the oath of heavenly power, Chu Yan walked towards Qingshi. A sword slashed, the sound of gold and iron sounded, sparks shot out, and there was not even a white mark left on the bluestone. Chu Yan's face was stunned. This is rock. It was even harder than Daobao. Although Chu Yan is just a tentative sword, but even so, ordinary Dao treasures will crack. This stone is probably not a Dao weapon. Clang. 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 At present, Chu Yan is circulating his true energy, and he cuts down one sword after another, and every time the sword falls, it will increase a little bit of strength. Chu Yan would not directly attack with all his strength. After all, there were two Taoist masters watching from the side. Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? The two Taoist masters looked dazed in the valley, which is too delicate. Or is it because he wants to raise the price on the ground and get more benefits, so he does it on purpose? Just when the two were about to speak and discuss again, suddenly. Boom! After cutting more than 30 swords, the bluestone suddenly cracked, and a shocking storm exploded in the valley in the distance. The bluestone cracked and exploded into stone powder, flying in all directions. Then dissipated, and the enchantment in the valley, a large cloud of smoke rose, like a dense fog, flying between the sky and the earth, and the whole valley instantly became clear. Ha ha ha, finally broke. Amidst the loud laughter, two figures rushed out of the valley and landed at the entrance of the valley. These two people, one old and one young, the young man was dressed in a golden robe and cloak, with a pale and sickly face, while the old man had an eagle-like face and a pair of sharp eyes. My fellow Taoist, thank you very much. If you hadn't come out, When the two saw Chu Yan, they were just about to hand in hand to exchange greetings, when they were suddenly startled at the same time, staring at Chu Yan dumbfounded. You are Chu Yan. Compared with the first-line Sky Girl before, when Chu Yan has obviously recovered his reputation in the God realm, any cultivator knows him, let alone these two are still Taoist masters. Yes. I am Chu Yan. Chu Yan didn't intend to hide it either. After all, the other party is a Taoist master, and he only needs to check with his spiritual sense. His own concealment and other means can't hide it at all. I rely on it. Hold the grass. After Chu Yan admitted, the two masters of the Taoist realm relied and grasped one, all of them were shocked. You know, Chu Yan is only at the Supreme Realm, so he dared to come to the Sunset Canyon. I didn't see the two of them, even if they were in the Taoist realm, they were almost trapped to death in this valley just now. Any questions? Chu Yan looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. You really are extraordinary, I'm afraid you have a lot of cards. The old man looked at Chu Yan and looked him up and down. And the young man in the golden robe shook his head and explained. It's nothing. It's just that the two of us have experienced a lot of life and death along the way, so it's a little strange for the two of us to see fellow Taoist appear here without any injuries. In the next breath, the golden-robed youth asked back, didn't you ask the place before? Why did you suddenly appear in this place? Hearing such a question, Chu Yan was not surprised, and replied directly. In the place of asking, I stumbled into a secret place by mistake, and I don't know who was sent here. These words fell into the ears of the two Taoists, and it was not easy to ask further. After all, each of the martial arts worlds had their own chances, and such things were not uncommon. It's just that in the land of asking, there is actually a secret realm that can lead to the Sunset Canyon. This is the first time I've heard of it. However, they also know that this is the secret of every cultivator, and it would be a taboo to ask directly. I wonder if the two seniors are. Chu Yan bowed his hands and asked politely. This is Wang Kuan, his name is Qin Zhou, the young man replied. Senior Wang Kuan, this is my first time here, so I wonder if you can introduce me to the Sunset Canyon. Chu Yan asked a key question. Wang Kuan glanced at Chu Yan and said with a normal expression. It's fine to answer you, but the benefits I promised you before are gone. Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't care at all, and nodded immediately. I didn't expect to take advantage of the younger generation today. If you have a chance to find out before you come, the Sunset Canyon is on the side of Tianqian Digong, and there is a very detailed introduction. Your incident happened suddenly, and I'm afraid your eyes are dark now, but in comparison, knowing some things can increase your chances of survival, which is reasonable. Seeing that Chu Yan was so straightforward, Wang Kuan immediately felt more recognition in his heart, and then he talked more. This broken place is huge. It is divided into upper, middle, and lower domains, and we are now in the lower domain. #C3587 Heaven's Treasure. There is no danger in the middle domain now, but there are dozens of dangerous places in the upper domain and the lower domain, and each dangerous place is very scary. If you only enter the 9-realm Supreme Realm, you will die. Having said that, Wang Kuan glanced at Chu Yan, and quickly added. Of course, you don't have to worry about this. Our current place is the 5th dangerous land. When Chu Yan heard this, he realized why the expressions of the two of them were so surprised just now. The 5th dangerous place, as long as you look at the ranking, you will know that this place is not simple. Other aspects, I don't know what you want to know. Wang Kuan thought for a while, but felt that there was no way to talk about it, so he asked Chu Yan directly. I heard that it is possible to break through from the Taoist realm to the Zhangzhou realm here, but where is it? Chu Yan asked. This, When Wang Kuan heard Chu Yan's question, he smiled immediately, with a speechless and emotional expression on his face. Break through the sky, it's easy to say, but if you really want to break through, I'm afraid it's harder than climbing to the sky. Let's put it this way. In the era of the Four Great Lords, there used to be a special place for breakthroughs, but it was destroyed by the war, and now, all the Taoist realms are stuck here, so we can only go to the Sunset Canyon to try our luck. So, this Sunset Canyon is not a place to break through the Zhangzhou realm, and all the Taoist realms have joined together to make a supreme covenant. The so-called supreme covenant is that every once in a while, someone from the Taoist realm will come to the Sunset Canyon to compete and fight together. Under such circumstances, those who need to break through will have the opportunity to understand. This agreement has been passed down for many years. Now there is a power of the Supreme Alliance, which specializes in serving some supreme realms, and has connections with all Taoist realms. Anyone who does not follow the rules will join hands to kill. Hearing this, Chu Yan's heart suddenly moved, and he asked, "How much time is left now?" "It's been a long time, maybe decades." Wang Kuan thought for a while. Decades. Chu Yan remembered that Empress Xiantian was going to attack the Zhangzhou realm within a year. Then these decades. "Hey, you kid is a bit weird, you actually want to be different." Wang Kuan saw Chu Yan's thoughts at a glance, jokingly said. "In terms of time, if it's not a coincidence, for example, some geniuses just happen to be retreating, and the rules also state that you only need to find a piece of heavenly treasure, and that's it." The heavenly Tao treasure. Chu Yan was startled. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of the heavenly Tao treasure. "That's right. I'm afraid you are the most qualified to get this heavenly Tao treasure in this world." When Wang Kuan said this, he stared straight at Chu Yan, and even the other Taoist who was adjusting his breath turned his head and looked over. "Me?" Chu Yan was stunned. "This heavenly treasure is named Wu Tianzuan Ding. As long as someone can find this tripod, all Taoist realms will join forces, invest a lot of resources, and launch the Supreme Covenant in advance." When Wang Kuan said this, he paused for a while, and then continued. "However, this kind of pre-launched Supreme Covenant is for all the Taoist realms to come here to compete for these resources, a total of 1 month. About resources, here is a piece of jade talisman with detailed records, I will give it to you." After taking out a jade talisman and handing it to Chu Yan, Wang Kuan thought for a while and added, "Don't act recklessly. Although it has happened before, the Supreme Covenant has been launched in advance, but the resources consumed are not a small amount. Think about it, the resources that the Taoist realm can come to compete for can be ordinary. I do know some news. I heard that someone is preparing to launch the Supreme Covenant in advance, attracting the 7 ancient families and some ancient clan forces to gather in the place of asking, but I don't know who it is." Who else could it be? Others didn't know, but Chu Yan guessed in an instant that besides Empress Xiantian, there could be no other person. At this moment, Chu Yan finally knew what Empress Xiantian was going to do, and he felt a heavy feeling in his heart. It has only been less than a year since she broke through from the Supreme Realm to the Taoist Realm, but she has to collect a lot of resources in such a short period of time to try to break through the Zhangzhou Realm. And from what the 2 Taoists said, I'm afraid they have also received the news and intend to participate. In this way, as the news spreads, I am afraid that the number of Taoist masters will not be small. So difficult. These rules are so detailed. While thinking about it, Chu Yan collected the contents of the jade talisman at the same time. Basically, this jade talisman is a detailed introduction to the rules of the Supreme Covenant, which should be available to every Taoist realm. "Excuse me, I want to inquire, how to get out from here?" After rubbing the jade talisman, Chu Yan returned the jade talisman to Wang Kuan, and asked again. Chu Yan said before that he was sent here by chance. If he is not careful, he may be seen through by these 2 Taoist masters. Boy, I thought you really planned to play here. Sure enough, when Wang Kuan heard Chu Yan's words, his eyes relaxed obviously, and he said with a joking smile. We are now the 5th dangerous place. If you want to leave, you have to go in that direction, but you have to pass through the 8th and 17th dangerous places. When you arrive at Tianyu City, you will arrive at the Central Territory. Having said that, Wang Kuan looked at Chu Yan again, frowned slightly, and said. But having said that, Chu Yan, you are in 9 realm supreme realm, if you want to pass through these dangerous places, I am afraid it is impossible. How about this, we are going to Zhongyu to do something, or you. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Chen Zhou on the side spoke directly. No. We can only protect ourselves, Chu Yan, you should rely on yourself. Wang Kuan's face turned dark immediately, and he stared at Chen Zhou, but finally he didn't say anything, he saw Chen Zhou's eyes indicating. Then may I ask, what is Tianyu City today? Chu Yan ignored the eye contact between the two, and turned to Wang Kuan to continue asking. There is an extremely terrifying existence guarding this Tianyu City. No one has ever seen it before, but everyone who has seen it seems to have been lost. The rules in the city do not allow fighting. The dangerous places here are very scary, you must not rush in, even as Taoist masters are only active in the outlying areas, and some of the sunset beasts here have extremely powerful blessings in this place. Although they can't leave, they can live in peace in Tianyu City. After saying this, Chen Zhou stood up directly and looked at Wang Kuan with a cold face. Chu Yan, let's stop here, we still have something to do, let's say goodbye first. Seeing Chen Zhou's expression, Wang Kuan nodded to Chu Yan, and then said. Thank you two seniors, please keep it a secret. Chu Yan thanked, with cupped hands. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan turned around directly and flew towards the distance. After Chu Yan's figure disappeared, Wang Kuan looked at Chen Zhou angrily, and said coldly. Old Chen, what do you mean? #C3588 Focus. Of course, Chen Zhou understood Wang Kuan's anger, but he still explained. Wang Kuan, don't be too emotional. I admit that he helped us a lot, otherwise we might fall into the valley, but if you want to take him to Tianyu City, you know it yourself. With our cultivation base, we want to cross 3 dangerous earth, how sure are you? If you bring him again. Having said that, Chen Zhou paused for a moment, and looked straight at Wang Kuan, who had a livid face. In addition, you don't know who he is. In the entire God's Domain continent, almost all forces regard him as a deadly enemy. If we are with him and are seen by others, what will be the consequences? Think about the current situation of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, don't you think about it too? It wasn't until this time that Wang Kuan replied angrily. Of course I know what you said, but you should also know that the reason why those forces chased and killed him, he is Wu. Do you really believe what he said? Look at him appearing in this dangerous place, unscathed. Isn't there a reason? With him here, maybe we can also follow to some wonderful places. There are new opportunities. Having said that, Chen Zhou's gaze towards Wang Kuan changed. Originally, he really thought that Wang Kuan wanted to take him to Tianyu City, just to repay Chu Yan. If he heard Wang Kuan's words now, Chen Zhou would be stunned. Unexpectedly, Wang Kuan thought more than himself, and was quietly plotting against that Chu Yan. You can't judge people by their appearances. Thinking of how long he had spent with this bold-looking Wang Kuan, Chen Zhou's whole body trembled. It's true that he is Wu Fa, but what kind of person is Wu Fa? That's a second-generation ancestor who ate, drank, and played until he died. If his father wasn't Wu Tiandi, he wouldn't die 10,000 times. Chen Zhou still insisted on his point of view, even if Chu Yan's reincarnation status is really useful. Perhaps he was able to live here until now because he was lucky, just like his reincarnation luck, but after that, it is impossible for him to pass through the 3 dangerous places safely. Hearing these words, Wang Kuan pondered for a while, then nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. However, the news of his appearance in Sunset Canyon, do you want to pass it back? Maybe there are some benefits. Qin Shou quickly shook his head and said, "It's best not to. There is Empress Xiantian behind Chu Yan. She let go to cover him at the beginning, but now only the two of us have met him. If the news gets out, Empress Xiantian will come to us trouble. That's really troublesome." Wang Kuan nodded and said, "Well, that's fine, let's hurry to Tianyu City and sell the things in this valley." After finishing speaking, the two looked at each other and nodded, and at the same time, they flew into the sky and flew towards Tianyu City. At this time, Chu Yan was slowly advancing, and only after an hour did he suddenly accelerate, passing by like a meteor. As his afterimage shooting star passed by, all the forbidden murderous intentions ran away like a mouse seeing a cat, and there was no intention of blocking or attacking him at all. Time passed, and 9 days passed in a blink of an eye. Chu Yan has passed through 2 dangerous places without encountering any danger, but the number of divine crystals he harvested has reached 300. This is Tianyu City. Looking at the huge city ahead, with thousands of black lights shining, Chu Yan finally stopped his figure. This is a place without light, and it seems that all the light in the surrounding void is shrouded in the black light of the city. The blackness that is different from the night is more like an extremely cloudy sky, giving people a sense of depression. The ancient and heavy city stood there quietly, and because of the countless black lights overflowing, it looked extremely domineering and mighty. Near the city gate, there are broken traces of battles everywhere, and I don't know how many battles are left behind. As soon as Chu Yan's consciousness touched the city gate, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying sense of coercion rushing across the city. This should be what the 2 Taoist masters said, the terrifying existence guarding Tianyu City. Chu Yan didn't think too much, and went directly to the city gate. After entering the city, Chu Yan suddenly discovered that the atmosphere and rules in the city were completely different from those outside, as if he had entered a special field and barrier. Chu Yan was extremely uncomfortable with this feeling of being controlled by others. However, when Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the street, he felt relieved. This seems to be beneficial. Because all the figures on the street were covered by a layer of enchantment, they couldn't see their original appearance clearly at all, and even the aura of cultivation base was extremely weak. In this way, everyone is fair, and it is convenient to do what you want. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he directly used the hidden secret technique to make his breath more concealed. In this case, it will be more convenient for him to move around the city. Today, Yuqing is very suitable for me. While secretly thinking in his heart, Chu Yan began to walk forward. Now he can't contact Empress Xiantian, so he can only wait for the Supreme Covenant to be launched in advance. Anyway, Xiantian must be busy with this matter. As for the speed of the news, I am afraid that it is the fastest in this city. This is the 9 Realms Supreme. Suddenly, someone discovered Chu Yan's existence and said in surprise, "Come and see, here is a 9 Realms Supreme." Just came here with such a cultivation level. It's interesting, is this the younger generation of that family, come to die? Although there were not many people, there were still some people on the street. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan was a little embarrassed. I added a layer of concealment means, but I still couldn't escape the prying eyes of these Taoist bosses. After all, after reaching the Taoist realm, most of the hidden and breath-absorbing methods are useless. However, they are also a group of Taoist realm bosses after all, so it's right to make such a big fuss, isn't it okay? Moreover, Chu Yan has a feeling that he is being treated like a monkey. Without speaking, Chu Yan quickly lowered his head and walked forward. It didn't take long to find that there were many people setting up stalls on the main street near the center of the city. Those cultivators sitting behind the stalls were obviously not human, and most of them had strange shapes. Chu Yan even saw a Tauren sitting there, which was a bit dazzling. These existences should be what the 2 Taoist masters said before, the indigenous cultivators of the Sunset Canyon, many of them were born in the turbulent void of this place. In addition, they walked safely in the Sunset Canyon, so they got a lot of resources and treasures, and most of the stalls were these aboriginal cultivators. The treasures of heaven and earth placed in front of these people also seemed to be extremely rare, and they were all a little strange. #C3589 Tianyuking. These resources for sale all have a strong aura and are extremely rare. It seems that they are all produced in the Sunset Canyon, and they are rarely seen in the outside world. Some have strong evil spirits, some have astonishing soul power, and some don't even have a trace of breath, which looks extremely strange. Some of these things are complete or incomplete, and they are basically at the level of Dao artifacts, and none of them are low level. This is also normal, after all, Yu City is full of Daoist realm bosses who are below Dao artifacts, and they probably don't like them. Chu Yan was a little moved when he saw something. But some of the natural and earthly treasures on my body have been used up, and the rest are almost useless, so they probably don't even look down on them. There are very few people who can enter the Dharma eye of the main realm of Taoism. After walking a few streets, there were fewer and fewer people on the street, and the city seemed a little deserted. Relatively speaking, there are only slightly more people near the trading stalls on the main street. After all, the number of Taoist masters is still very small. Where is that, so many people? After turning around a few more streets, Chu Yan found that in front of a building in front of him, more than a dozen figures gathered together, 7 or 8 of them were Taoist masters, and the rest were natives. Demon breath. When Chu Yan approached the building, he suddenly felt 2 familiar auras from the building, which turned out to be the aura of magic. Looking up again, Chu Yan found that Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou, whom he had met before, were among the crowd, standing in front of the building and whispering something. 9 Realms Supreme? Chu Yan leaned forward, and immediately attracted a group of bigwigs. All of them looked surprised. It's really the 9 Realms Supreme. Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou also turned their heads to look over, their eyes flickered at the same time, and they looked at each other. When they turned their heads to look at Chu Yan again, after looking up and down, they nodded at the same time. Although everyone was shrouded by the rules in the city and couldn't see clearly at all, they were very familiar with Chu Yan's breath because they had seen Chu Yan and chatted for a while. After careful investigation, with the weak overflowing breath, they can be 90% sure that the person in front of them is Chu Yan. Impossible. He can come here. Both of them trembled, and their eyes were full of shock. Not to mention that Chu Yan passed through the 3 dangerous places all the way, and he was unscathed. The key is that this speed is not slower than them. They just entered the city, and they saw Chu Yan here, which shows that Chu Yan's speed is about the same as theirs. They are 2 Taoist realms teaming up, and Chu Yan is only one person, still in the 9 Realms Supreme realm. No matter how strong his combat power is, it is impossible to compare with them. Especially with no injuries on the body and strong breath, I am afraid that it is the same as before, and has never encountered any danger at all. The opposite is always the same. The first time they can understand, but the second time it's the same, it can't be luck. You know, the 2 of them passed through those 3 dangerous places, and they almost died in it. Hi, seniors, you're being polite. Of course Chu Yan knew that Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou recognized him, so he took the initiative to say hello. You. Wang Kuan couldn't react. He wanted to ask Chu Yan what cards he had, but he knew the question was stupid, so you didn't continue talking for a long time. Senior, don't be afraid. I was just lucky. I found a secret realm on the edge of the dangerous place. There happened to be an abandoned teleportation array inside, and I went directly to the gate of Tianyu City. It's just luck. When Chu Yan said this, Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou couldn't hold their breath, and almost spit it out. What a thing! Another teleportation array. and go directly to the gate of Tianyu City. Your family is a shop of Kalingzhen, right? Chu Yan's reason was exactly the same as when he met them in the valley before, and even a fool could tell that it was a lie. These Taoist masters have been in the Sunset Canyon for hundreds of thousands of years, and have never encountered any teleportation array. You are a newcomer, and the left teleportation array goes to the valley, and the other teleportation array goes to the city gate. Is this really appropriate? Their teeth itch with hatred in their hearts, but Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou didn't say anything. They were just polite words, which could be regarded as a polite explanation. After all, why should I tell you their cards and methods? It's just that Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou are extremely envious, jealous, and hateful of Chu Yan's methods. If they had this means, they would have a better chance of surviving in this setting Sun Canyon, and it might be easier to find treasures and opportunities. Little friend Chu Yan, you really love to joke, he. He replied with a half-smile. Wang Kuan rolled his eyes, and quickly said, I'm sorry to say that, little friend Chu Yan helped us once, but we couldn't help little friend Chu Yan, it's really rude. By the way, since we met here, it's better for little friend Chu Yan to join us and go to the trade fair. Hearing Wang Kuan's words, Chu Yan was startled. Fair. Little friend Chu Yan, this trade fair is specially prepared for us. Generally speaking, native cultivators are not allowed to enter the fair. After all, the oath of heavenly power we use has no effect on them and cannot guarantee the safety of the trade. Having said that, Wang Kuan looked left and right, and carefully lowered his voice, to add to Chu Yan. Little friend, be careful of the natives here, many Taoist realms in this city have been deceived by them. Having said that, he raised his head and pointed to the building in front of him and said, with this sunset building, they will hold a trade fair every month to ensure that our transactions are fair and safe. Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at the 8-story building in front of him and asked, Sunset Building? Is it a faction? Among the forces in God's domain continent, there are martial Dao forces and Chamber of Commerce forces, each with its own rules, and Chamber of Commerce forces rarely participate in the battles in the world of martial arts. Even a half-military and half-merchant force like Tianqian Digong basically obeys the rules of the Chamber of Commerce 90% of the time. Yes. The Sunset Tower is outside. Few people have heard of it. It doesn't know when it appeared. Anyway, it only works in Tianyu City. Isn't that considered the power of the Chamber of Commerce? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. Hey, this Luosun building has also established martial arts forces, and many of them are masters of the Taoist realm, all of them are at the peak stage, otherwise how can they hold the place? Don't be too naive, there are still pure chambers of commerce. It's Tianshuandi Palace, and the others, forget it, let's not talk about it. At the same time that Wang Kuan stopped, Chu Yan's eyes were slightly brightened, and the gaze he looked at the sunset building changed completely. It seems that they are really them. Chu Yan muttered to himself. In the process of chatting with Wang Kuan just now, Chu Yan has been sensing the two familiar magic breaths, and now he finally has a clue. Maybe, these two demonic auras are exactly the supreme demon god and Haisha. These two loyal servants of Emperor Yuan suddenly appeared once before when Chu Yan awakened Wu Tiandi's reincarnation. #C3590 Flatter. Chu Yan is naturally interested in the trade fair. After all, when breaking through to the supreme peak, the top-level natural materials and earth treasures on his body were almost consumed. In addition, he could also take this opportunity to learn about the special products in the Sunset Canyon. Then trouble the two seniors. Chu Yan cupped his hands. You're welcome, it's a small matter. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou both bowed their hands in return, and this time it seemed much happier. This trade fair is not just for anyone who wants to enter. He needs some special conditions. Simply put, he needs to pay a price in exchange for tickets. After all, it is impossible for others to work in Lianglu for nothing. Wang Kuan didn't say this clearly, so he naturally had some careful thoughts. Including that Chen Zhou, they could all understand that Wang Kuan wanted to befriend Chu Yan on purpose, and deliberately made him owe him a small feeling. If it was said in advance that Chu Yan took out the resources to buy the tickets by himself, then this petty favor would not be valid. But now, without saying anything, Wang Kuan directly took Chu Yan in, and if he handed in 3 tickets at once, Chu Yan would have no chance to pay the tickets by himself, and could only owe Wang Kuan and the others a small favor. This is the smallest price in exchange for the greatest benefit. In the world of martial arts, this kind of buying and selling is the most cost-effective. If it was in the valley before, Chen Zhou would definitely stop Wang Kuan from doing this, but now, not to mention Wang Kuan, even Chen Zhou himself has changed his view of Chu Yan. A 9-region supreme realm, a person appeared in the dangerous place of the Sunset Canyon, without any weakness. This is not a big deal, and now with incredible speed, he passed through 3 dangerous places by himself and appeared in Tianyu City. If you still ignore Chu Yan like this, then Chen Zhou and Wang Kuan are definitely 2 pigs. With Chu Yan's means, as long as the relationship is good, there are still as many treasures and resources in these dangerous places as there are. I really shouldn't have. If I brought him along, I might have gained a lot by now. Chen Zhou looked at Chu Yan, and it was regrettable that his intestines were green. According to his imagination, Chu Yan walked through the dangerous land, dodging all the way, and did not dare to pick up the treasures and resources all over the ground. If the 3 of them acted together at that time, if they work together to pass through the dangerous area, the 3 of them will all gain a lot. Anyway, the matter has passed, and I didn't mention it before, but now I must have a good relationship with Chu Yan. At this time, in the small square in front of the building, more than a dozen bigwigs were waiting patiently. After a while, a figure in a black robe came out of the building, looked at everyone, and announced, "Dear fellows, you have been waiting for a long time, and now the opening ceremony begins, everyone please." The Taoist realm and the native cultivators present all looked excited and walked forward. "Little friend Chu Yan, it started, let's go in." Wang Kuan greeted with enthusiasm, Chu Yan nodded and followed, and walked towards the door of the building. However, after Chu Yan took a few steps, a figure suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Chu Yan. This person is as imposing as a rainbow, and his cultivation base is obviously strong, which is a bit stronger than Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou. "Feng Jiutian, what are you doing?" Chen Zhou's face turned cold at that time, and he raised his head and shouted, "Wang Kuan, Chen Zhou, don't you understand the rules? The trade fair is only allowed to enter the Taoist realm and above. He is only in the 9-region supreme realm, and dare to bring it in." "Humph." The strong man known as Feng Jiutian snorted coldly. "The supreme being of the 9 regions is not allowed to enter. Is there such a rule?" Chu Yan was stunned and asked. "Don't listen to him fart." Wang Kuan's face was full of anger, but he didn't speak directly, but said to Chu Yan via voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness. "The trade fair at the Sunset Tower is only for Tianyu City. Although there have been few supreme beings from the 9 regions after so many years, there has never been such a rule in the Sunset Tower. He just had a feud with Chen Zhou and me." "That's right. Back then, Wang Kuan and I snatched a treasure from him, and he kept it in his heart." Chen Zhou also said through voice transmission with his spiritual sense. After finishing this sentence, Wang Kuan raised his head and stared at Feng Jiutian. "Feng Jiu, do you regard this Luoyang building as your home? You can set the rules however you want." Hearing this sentence, Feng Jiutian was not angry at all, but sneered and said, "Hee, since that's the case, let everyone judge." Feng Jiutian had a sinister smile on his face, turned his head and said to the other big Taoist masters around him, "Everyone, do you think this Nine-Realm Supreme is worthy to go in? When this sentence fell to the ground, all the Taoist masters around cast their gazes at Feng Jiutian and Wang Kuan, and then spoke. 9 Territory Supreme. Forget it. That's right. This is not something he can participate in with his cultivation status. Let's talk about it after breaking through. The trade fair in the Sunset Building, those who have the supreme being of the 9 regions go in, mess around. Several Taoist realms, even the native cultivators, all opened their mouths. Speaking of it, these bigwigs don't have a good relationship with Feng Jiutian, but in their view, a 9-realm supreme enters the Luoyang Building trade fair for nothing more than 2 purposes. One is to open your eyes, and the other is to find resources for breakthroughs. The former doesn't matter, the key is the latter, which is tantamount to robbing them of resources. It is difficult to cultivate in the Tao Master realm, and there are very few resources available. Now even the 9 realms supreme is robbed, which naturally attracts everyone's dislike. In addition, the Taoist realm is originally a powerhouse of the same level, so no matter how you say it, you have to stand on your own side. In their eyes, the 9 realms supreme is basically not popular. Discussion sounded from all around, and Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou's expressions immediately sank. What a great opportunity, so missed. They are anxious to establish a good relationship with Chu Yan, what a rare opportunity, and the price is so small. But now, if Chu Yan is forcibly brought in, then most of the people here will be offended. Humph. If you offend it. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou looked at each other, and a flash of determination flashed in their eyes at the same time. Anyway, Chu Yan's methods cannot be made public, only the 2 of them know. Compared with those benefits, the relationship between these Taoist masters is nothing. The 2 of them immediately made up their minds to ignore these people and take Chu Yan indirectly. However, just when the 2 were about to act, suddenly, the deacon in the black robe of the Sunset Tower not far away changed his face, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and walked over quickly. When he walked in front of Chu Yan, both Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou were taken aback. No way. Even the Sunset Building has to intervene. If that's the case, they're completely helpless. Hey. Feng Jiutian, who was standing aside, suddenly smiled, looked at Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou, who were livid, and then glanced at Chu Yan. The black-robed deacon from the Sunset Building walked up to Chu Yan, raised his hand and saluted. Fellow Taoist, the landlord has an order. From now on, you have become a VIP of our building. You can freely enter and leave the Sunset Building at any time. No transaction fee is required for all transactions. After one sentence fell, everyone present was stunned. Come in and out anytime. No transaction fees. #C3591 Landlord VIP. The audience was silent, and a needle could be heard. This is the deacon of Luosunlu, every word and deed represents Luosunlu, so it cannot be his personal preference. Moreover, he also clearly stated that this is an order from the host just now. The landlord ordered. For a mere 9 regions supreme. You know, no one in Tianyu City, even at the peak of the Taoist realm, can enjoy such treatment. The Sunset Building will only be open during the monthly trade fair. Usually, even if you are short of natural resources and treasures, you can directly break through to Zhangzhou, and the Sunset Building will not open the door for you. Now, this 9 regions can enter the Sunset Tower at any time. Plus, no transaction fees. It is almost an iron law that Sunset Building charges 10% to 30% of the transaction fee for each transaction. Since the establishment of Sunset Building, I have never heard of anyone who can waive transaction fees. What is the origin of this 9 realms supreme? Swish swish swish. All the Taoist masters present looked at Chu Yan in unison, all of them were shocked. This? Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou were completely dumbfounded. The Feng Jiutian on the opposite side opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened, petrified on the spot. Sure enough, it is extraordinary, worthy of being the son of the Emperor of Heaven. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou looked at each other, and a gleam flashed in their eyes at the same time. This time, finally bet on the right treasure. Senior Feng Jiu, can I enter now? Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the stiff Feng Jiutian in front of him, and asked. This time, Feng Jiutian came to his senses, and his face instantly became extremely dark. It turned out to be such a good opportunity to embarrass Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou, but now it is me who is embarrassing. Cough cough. Of course I can. Only. Embarrassed, Feng Jiutian squeezed out a smile and said. It's just that the treasures at the trade fair and the treasures of heaven and earth are all of great value, and they cannot be afforded by the status of the 9 realms supreme. After finishing speaking, he snorted coldly, and turned around with a proud face. Some Taoist realms around also nodded first, then looked at Chu Yan, shook their heads, and walked towards the building together. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, it's a trivial matter, as long as you fancy something, I'll pay for it. Wang Kuan would miss such a good opportunity, so he hurriedly transmitted his spiritual sense and patted Chu Yan's chest. Not bad. Plus me, the financial resources of the two of us are enough. Qin Zhou also nodded, and quickly agreed. Then I would like to thank the two seniors, I mainly just take a look this time. Chu Yan nodded. The three carried them to the Sunset Building, and quickly entered the first floor. The first floor is just the hall, empty, and there is no one there, only the deacon of the Sunset Building is guarding there. Chu Yan followed Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou directly to the 6th floor and arrived at the venue of the trade fair. Although this trade fair is in the Taoist realm, it is no different from an ordinary auction, with seats all around and an auction table in the middle. Dear fellows, thank you for coming. A black-robed deacon who was 9 feet tall, covered with spikes all over his body, and had 4 eyes on his forehead, who looked like a prickly fish, stepped onto the presiding stage. He cupped his hands and smiled, showing a mouth full of fangs, which looked a bit pervasive. This native creature is so amazing. Chu Yan was slightly startled. As his consciousness swept across, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. The spiny fish on the stage didn't even have any breath fluctuations, and couldn't even feel its breath? If this is encountered in a dangerous area, it will approach almost silently. Sure enough, the Aborigines have an advantage, and this advantage is extremely huge. Whether it is killing people for money, or seizing natural materials and earthly treasures, they all have the upper hand. This is Chu Yan's first contact with these natives of Sunset Canyon, and he is somewhat curious. Everyone, this is the first one. The stickleback fish on the stage opened its mouth, and took out a wooden table with a flip of its hand. There was a big black seal on it. The head of the seal was a tiger's head, which looked extremely domineering. It's just that the tiger's head seems to have been originally 3, but now 2 are missing, with obvious breaks, and only the middle one remains. 3 tiger god seals. The native stickleback fish on the stage continued to introduce. This seal has been appraised by our Luoyang Tower, and it is confirmed to be a Taoist tool. It was held by a top Taoist master in ancient times. As long as it is activated, it can be. Chu Yan was extremely surprised that a piece of broken Taoism actually explained the time of fast breath. However, after all, if an ancient Taoist artifact is placed outside, it may cause competition among various forces. The point is, this is only the first treasure of the trade fair, and it is actually an ancient Taoist weapon, so it really has some strength. In any auction, there will be a highlight, or a finale treasure. This made Chu Yan suddenly interested and a little more looking forward to it. Now, everyone can bid, the base price is 1 original crystal, the prickly fish said and waved at the same time. 2. I offer 3. 4. Among the bigwigs present, many people bid, and it became lively in an instant. When 6 pieces were opened, the scene suddenly became quiet again. What is this original crystal? Chu Yan was a little surprised. After all, they are all Taoist realms, so they should have Taoist weapons on their bodies. The original crystal is a good thing, it is a unique existence in Luojing Canyon. When Wang Kuan heard it, he hurriedly said to Chu Yan, through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. In this Sunset Canyon, there are countless lost Taoist realm powerhouses, but because there are no rules of heaven and earth, all the power of the soul is scattered in the world, and will eventually be condensed into pieces of crystal sand. After countless years of accumulation and devouring, it finally became individual crystals, called primary crystals. Any cultivator refining this original crystal will have great benefits. So, the original crystal is basically used as the transaction currency. It's a pity that in the Sunset Canyon, the original crystal can be met but not sought. Look at us, we can't get a few of these endless years here. These 6 original crystals are already half of the wealth of ordinary people. I guess he should be able to win them. After this sentence was finished, the scene was still silent, as expected no one offered a higher price. This original crystal will not be. Chu Yan lowered his head, suddenly thought of something, his eyes sparkled, and he turned to Wang Kuan and said, "Senior, can you lend me a piece of original crystal?" Wang Kuan was startled, but without hesitation, he took out a raw crystal and handed it to Chu Hua. After getting the original crystal, Chu Yan's complexion changed immediately, his eyes flickered, he suppressed his excitement, and kept exploring with his spiritual consciousness. It really is it. On the way to Tianyu City, I collected more than 300 such crystals. It turned out that it was the original crystal. Based on this calculation, wouldn't he buy dozens of such broken-headed tiger marks in one go? It seems that the will of the 2 great masters still has some benefits. Go around and collect more. #C3592 Rich Man. Feng Jiutian, who deliberately sat not far away, saw everything about Chu Yan. TSK, the dignified guests of Luoyang Building don't even have Yuan Jing. While shaking his head, Feng Jiutian, who was full of jokes, quickly opened his mouth to mock. Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou are also poor and ruthless, and they even borrowed it. Little fellow Taoist, or I will give you a few. If you see something you want to buy, you can also participate. Hearing this, Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou's faces darkened on the spot, and they glared fiercely at Feng Jiutian. This guy, even breathing is so annoying. However, before they opened their mouths to curse, Chu Yan, beside him, spoke first. No. Not everyone is qualified to lend me things. As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, there was silence all around. Wang Kuan, Chen Zhou, and Feng Jiutian were all stunned. After 3 full breaths, Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou burst out laughing, and looked at Feng Jiutian with a face full of disdain. It is embarrassing enough for a dignified Taoist realm to be said to be ineligible by the 9 realms supreme. The point is, you delivered it to your door by yourself, and you took the initiative to find someone to mess with. Feng Jiutian's complexion quickly recovered. As expected of being in the Taoist realm, his heart was extremely hard, he snorted nonchalantly, and continued to look at the trading desk. The trade fair continued, and the treasures on the market were basically sold for around 5 original crystals. This situation is similar to what Wang Kuan said, the original crystal is really hard. After watching it for a while, Chu Yan gradually felt that there were more than 300 original crystals in his hand, which should not be a small number. Therefore, Chu Yan will take a closer look at every treasure of heaven, material, and earth that appears, ready to take action at any time. But at present, these are useless to him, so Chu Yan is still waiting, hoping that he will not let himself down. This treasure, everyone present must like it very much. The barbed fish native on the stage raised his hand and turned it over, and took out a jade bottle, which was half the size of a table. The soul marrow here. The loss of soul power inside does not exceed 10%, it just needs to be refined directly. On this jade bottle, various talisman seals and Tao patterns are covered, and under the dense density, it is obvious that some costs have been spent. Soul marrow. To enhance the power of the soul. Chu Yan looked at the jade bottle, and his eyes lit up. This soul power is the most important after the Supreme Realm, even breaking through the Zhangzhu realm is extremely important. Moreover, I have just learned a few secret skills of the soul, but it is difficult to improve the soul, so I did not expect to meet the soul essence here. You can bid. As soon as the words landed, all the bosses at the scene erupted. I will produce 5 original crystals. 6 pieces. 7 pieces. 8 pieces. In less than 10 breaths, the price was directly raised to 8 original crystals, which was almost the highest price of all previous treasures. The scene that had just boiled was silent for a moment, and all the bosses shook their heads, their faces changing slightly. Although the soul marrow is rare, relying on such a bottle can only improve a part, and cannot directly break through. After all, what Taoist masters are best at is not soul attack, and the effect of improving it a little will not be too obvious. Because, basically, 6 pieces is everyone's reserve price, no matter how high it is, no one will chase after it. It is imperative to use the precious raw crystals to enhance combat power or breakthrough opportunities. Haha, it's mine now. Feng Jiutian's eyes shone brightly, and a gleam of joy appeared on his face. He doesn't need soul essence either, but he came here to participate in the trade fair today because of this bottle of soul essence. Others don't know, but he found out by chance that there is a peerless opportunity hidden on the bottle containing the soul essence. If he can find it according to the clues, it will be worth much more than the soul essence itself. Now there are 8 pieces. If there is no further bid, then. The native stickleback fish on the stage glanced at the silent scene, and was about to announce the result. 9 pieces. At this moment, a strange sound resounded throughout the trade fair, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. Someone bid 9 original crystals. Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked towards the source of the sound. Feng Jiutian was so anxious that he jumped up and shouted angrily. Who? Who bid 9? When everyone looked at him, Feng Jiutian followed his gaze, and his face suddenly twitched. It turned out to be that 9 Realms Supreme. The only 9 Realms Supreme in the audience actually bid 9 original crystals for a bottle of soul essence that was not very useful. There won't be another rule saying that I can't bid. Chu Yan looked at Feng Jiutian not far away, and asked, calmly. As soon as this sentence was spoken, a black line was drawn across the heads of everyone in the audience, and the prickly fish on the stage was startled for a moment, then quickly nodded and bowed with a smile on his face. Impossible. There is no such rule in this building. You are our VIP, even if everyone can't, you must be able. As soon as these words came out, Feng Jiutian's entire face turned purple-blue, and his nostrils spewed a thick air about a foot away, staring at Chu Yan fiercely, his eyes were bloodshot. Now it's 9. Is there anyone else bidding? The sticky fish on the stage didn't care about Feng Jiutian's reaction, because it was related to the distinguished guests, he didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly announced again. You have the kind. You have the kind. You even fight with me again. Feng Jiutian stared at Chu Yan for a while, but looked up at Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou, and squeezed out a word between his teeth. What? We. Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou were stunned at the time. What's going on? Obviously this kid paid the price, why should he care about our affairs? Could it be that? Feng Jiutian thought. Thinking of this, Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou's eyes trembled suddenly, and panic flashed in their eyes at the same time. Feng Jiutian thought that how could a mere 9 realm supreme be able to get 9 original crystals? It must be supported by Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou. Little fellow Taoist, you have to think about it, don't let those two deceive you, otherwise you may not be able to bear the complicated relationship between us. Feng Jiutian looked at Chu Yan again, his words were full of threats. Chu Yan, you. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou were also a little flustered, so they hurriedly transmitted their spiritual consciousness to contact Chu Yan. It's not because of Feng Jiutian's threat, they don't care about it at all, but because they are worried that Chu Yan misunderstood what they said before. 9 original crystals, although they can also get them out, this is not a small sum. I said before that I would bid for Chu Yan, which was only a small amount of 1 or 2 original crystals, but now that Chu Yan opened his mouth, it was 9, this. Don't worry, I don't need to borrow from the 2 seniors, I happen to have a few original crystals, just enough. Of course Chu Yan knew what Wang and Kuan meant, so he replied through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. What? You have 9 primordial crystals. Where did they come from? Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou were stunned and asked directly. On the way to Tianyu City, I saw some pretty crystals growing on a tree, so I picked them up. I didn't expect them to be original crystals. Chu Yan thought for a while and answered. Puff. Puff. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou couldn't hold back on the spot, almost spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. What a thing. Picked it up. Return the original crystal on the tree. You think this is a spiritual fruit, it grows on the tree casually. But, oh, forget it. Wang Kuan originally wanted to ask more questions, but Qin Zhou beside him had already held him down and shook his head slightly. Where do other people's treasures come from? It's a taboo for them to ask so directly. #C3593, not stupid. Chu Yan's answer is almost the same as what he said before that he encountered the teleportation array, just twice. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou were not stupid either. They knew that it was inconvenient for Chu Yan to answer, so they answered like this. This is already very face-saving, if you continue to ask, it will be really rude. I will give out 10. Feng Jiutian jumped up from his seat and shouted at the trading desk, as if he had made some kind of great determination. 11. Chu Yan asked the price without thinking. You. Staring at Chu Yan, Feng Jiutian almost went crazy. Others don't know the details and secrets of this soul essence, but he knows it very well. If he just watched someone snatch him face to face, he wouldn't have to vomit blood. I'll give out 12. Then, add 10 more top-level Dao treasures. I don't know if Feng Jiutian really ran out of money, or if he was forced to rush, even Dao Bao reported the top number. Or he believes that it is impossible for Chu Yan to have such a large number of Taoist treasures. Senior, I'm just a 9 realm supreme. At this time, Chu Yan did not bid directly, but turned his head slowly to look at Feng Jiutian, and said. When this sentence landed, everyone in the audience looked over, and Feng Jiutian's face was filled with ecstasy. Have you finally understood your identity and status? I don't believe it, you can come up with so much money, no matter what. He is also a long-established Taoist master, and he has been in the Sunset Valley for so long. However, Chu Yan's next words made everyone's expressions change drastically. You are a majestic Taoist, the price is only increased by 1 piece, and you still use things like Daobao to refill the number, is it interesting? Forget it, I will offer 13. Chu Yan looked at Feng Jiutian. With disgust and contempt on his face, he shook his head endlessly, that expression, as if seeing a beggar. All the bosses in the audience, at least half of them, turned red in an instant. Depend on. The Taoist is despised by the 9 realms supreme. The point is, among the bigwigs present, no more than half of them can produce 12 original crystals. As soon as the map cannon is fired, the audience is bombarded. This time, half of the bosses in the audience glared viciously at Feng Jiutian, the person involved. You are a Taoist, if you don't want to fight, don't fight, now you have lost the face of all the Taoists, it is really embarrassing and conspicuous. Feng Jiutian, who was the person involved, was so stared at by the malice all around that he almost exploded on the spot. You guys, instead of glaring at Wang Kuan and the others, you glared at me. Good boy, it turns out that the reason you brought a 9-realm supreme is for this. Now, Feng Jiutian finally understood the purpose of Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou bringing a 9-realm supreme into the arena. This feud is settled. At the trade fair at this time a strange scene appeared. All the bosses glared at Feng Jiutian angrily, and Feng Jiutian glared at Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou angrily, but the two of them were speechless. Only Chu Yan, the other party involved, was ignored by everyone. I give out 14. Finally unable to withstand Feng Jiutian, who was full of evil thoughts all around, he gritted his teeth, and called again, his whole face turned green. Sure enough, it's 1. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'll offer 15. Chu Yan continued to shake his head, contemptuously, and asked the price at the same time. With the sound of landing, the corners of the eyes of all the Taoist masters around twitched at the same time. This kid wants to go to heaven. From the time they started practicing martial arts to becoming Taoist realms, they have been in the Sunset Canyon for so long, and they have never seen such an arrogant 9-realm supreme. Actually, increased the price by 2 at once. You know, since the establishment of the Sunset Building, the price increase of 2 raw crystals at once can be counted on one hand. Those situations were all due to the emergence of extremely powerful treasures and the presence of a large number of Taoist masters to compete for them. But now, it's just a bottle of soul marrow, and if it dies, it's worth 7 original crystals. Fortunately, the price has more than doubled. This is the original crystal. You must know how many masters of the Taoist realm in this Sunset Canyon were lost in those chaotic vortexes in order to collect a single original crystal. This Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou, for the sake of a little personal grievance with Feng Jiutian, made such a big deal. How narrow-minded they are. Thinking of this, all the bosses in the audience shifted their angry eyes from Feng Jiutian to Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou. All of them were speechless. Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou almost fainted on the spot. What kind of eyes are these? Are we careful? No matter how careful you are, it's impossible to smash the original crystal. You know, the two of them together now don't have 15 original crystals, so even if they want to smash it, they can't smash it. Chu Yan, little friend. Can you not increase the price so violently? This original crystal is very, very precious. Having said that, Wang Kuan found that he really couldn't continue. They raised the price by 2 original crystals at a time, and they asked them about the original crystals before, so they obviously knew the value of the original crystals. Therefore, Chu Yan's smashing method is entirely because Yuan Jing came too easily. Others don't know, but he and Chen Zhou know that Chu Yan has the means to travel unimpeded in dangerous places, and collecting original crystals is much easier than their Taoist masters. Therefore, they have the capital and the confidence to smash here. And the two of them couldn't, for no other reason than because they were poor. Anyway, now all the bosses in the audience, including Feng Jiutian, are sure that Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou are instigating Chu Yan. 16 pieces. Kid, I advise you, it's best to stop now. Feng Jiutian was dripping blood with heartache and aimed at Chu Yan. 17. Chu Yan knew what Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou meant, so he didn't add 2 again, but only added 1, but that unhesitating look and indifferent expression made Feng Jiutian's heart go cold. You. Staring at Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou, Feng Jiutian wanted to strike now and kill them both. What a Wang Kuan, what a Chen Zhou, I must have gained a lot from the dangerous place this time, and you guys like it, so I'll give it to you. Humph. The green-faced Feng Jiutian finally farted and sat down, his face twitching. Exerting the whole body's true qi, finally suppressed the twitching facial muscles, showing an expression of indifference, but in fact, there were more than a dozen holes in his heart, all of which were spurting blood. In the current situation, it is neither positive nor negative. If the price was increased, it would be too obvious, and there was a possibility that if the boy suddenly stopped following, he would be lifted up to the sky in an instant, and he would probably become a laughingstock again. After all, isn't it stupid to spend so many original crystals to buy a soul essence? But it's not so obvious that someone is a 9-realm supreme. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou are so calculating. Chu Yan, you really can afford so much. Even though Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou knew the details of Chu Yan, they still couldn't believe it. #C3594, let you provoke. No matter what, the expressions of Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou looking at Feng Jiutian changed, they were full of teasing expressions. Let you provoke Chu Yan. It's not good to provoke anyone, but if you insist on provoking the reincarnated son of Wu Tiandi, isn't that just looking for it yourself? At this time, Chu Yan was also in a good mood. Perhaps the bigwigs present thought that Chu Yan had suffered a big loss, because Feng Jiutian raised the price, but Chu Yan knew in his heart that the dozen or so original crystals were just a fraction of himself. Besides, it doesn't matter if it costs a little more, if you have time to go outside, you can get a few hundred original crystals. I was just on my way before, and I didn't deliberately collect them. I got more than 300 raw crystals. If I went to collect them specially, thousands of yuan should be no problem. Moreover, it feels good that this confrontation can make a Taoist realm suffer a dark loss from him. At least let your trip to Sunset Canyon have a good start. So next, the transaction will continue. All kinds of natural and earthly treasures and dangerous treasures appeared one after another, attracting people to scramble for them. When the big guys from all sides started to compete for the critical moment, they would subconsciously look in Chu Yan's direction. Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou finally met their favorite treasure, and they jointly used 9 original crystals to take it down. This treasure was originally worth at least 10 original crystals. Perhaps because of Chu Yan's relationship, when Wang Kuan made a bid, the others immediately stopped following the price. Dear friends, the time is almost up, and now as the last treasure, please appreciate it. The deacon of the thorny fish on the stage raised his hand and took out a jade talisman, showing it to all the masters of the Taoist realm. This jade talisman is not an ordinary jade talisman. It is a piece of battle talisman. It was naturally conceived in a dangerous place. It is extremely miraculous. When it is used, it can reach the Tao Lord realm and achieve great combat power. No matter who it is, as long as it takes this talisman, it can be used for a month. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the bosses present brightened up. Tao Master Realm, Desheng Battle Talisman. This is a good thing. It is equivalent to doubling the combat power. How powerful it is. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 for 2 Taoist realms to join forces, at least it will increase the combat power by 3 to 5 times. Some places of danger, or even places of opportunity that I dare not go to before can be boldly tried. If you join forces with other people, you still have to share with the other party, and you also have to worry about breaking the contract and sneak attack. Now, it's all about yourself, and you don't have any worries. You can keep it secret and increase your harvest. Such a good thing can be said to have solved a big problem for many Taoist realm bosses. Everyone, don't be too happy. If this jade talisman has been appraised by our Luosun building and we give you a guarantee, the price will be a bit higher. The starting price is 30 raw crystals. The deacon's words made the whole audience instantly discouraged by more than half of them. 30 original crystals, that's not something anyone can afford. As for taking it out, he was a little hesitant. 30 original crystals were not a small amount, and the price was too high. After all, there is only 1 month. If it is not used well, there is a 50% probability of losing money. In an instant, the whole scene was silent. Is there no bid? Let's pass the auction. If that's the case. The deacon of the spiny fish seems to have known about this result for a long time, and he didn't take it seriously. After all, such a treasure is not worried about selling. It just needs to wait until the annual large-scale trade fair. When all the bigwigs gather, they will definitely be able to sell it. Luoyang building never sells at a loss, on the contrary, it makes a lot of money every trade fair. After all, opening a chamber of commerce in such a dangerous place will definitely not make much less profit than any chamber of commerce outside. 30 original crystals. I want it. Just as Deacon Spiny Fish was about to release the jade talisman, a strange sound resounded through the silent scene. Chu Yan looked at the jade talisman in the hand of the spiny bubble fish, and the flames in his eyes were blazing, and he was extremely excited. This is a good thing. 30 original crystals were only exchanged for a bodyguard with the combat power of a Taoist master. In this Sunset Canyon, there is no treasure that suits you more than it. What? You have 30 original crystals. No, plus the previous ones, you. The deacon of the stickleback fish was amazed. Even as an aboriginal cultivator who has worked as a deacon in the Sunset Building for many years and has seen countless strong and rich people, but looking at Chu Yan at this time, all the spikes on his body exploded in shock. Not only him, but all the bigwigs present stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded, with shocked expressions on their faces. A 9-realm supreme has 50 original crystals on his body. Isn't he the helper Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou found? Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou, there are so many raw crystals. Not bad. Not bad. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to go to the dangerous place this time and gain so much. Feng Jiutian stared at Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou, with a strange light in his eyes. I only have 20 original crystals in my hand. These two guys are usually poor, otherwise they would not join forces. Unexpectedly, after just taking a trip, there was a great opportunity, and now he is richer than himself. Not only Feng Jiutian, but all the bosses present looked at Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou. After all, Tianyu City is only so big, and the Taoists know each other well. Therefore, Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou involuntarily shuddered when they looked over with a green gaze. This time, seems to play big. It has nothing to do with the two seniors, I took this jade talisman myself. When Chu Yan said a word, Wang Kuan and Qin Zhou almost knelt down for him on the spot. So timely. If it was a little later, they might not even be able to leave the gate of Tianyu City in the future. As soon as you go out, there are a bunch of colleagues waiting for their turn. Ha ha ha, your own. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Feng Jiutian laughed and trembled all over his body. A mere 9-realm supreme dare not even enter dangerous places, can have the original crystal. More than 50 yuan. Are you lying to ghosts? Feng Jiutian's words represented the psychological thoughts of all the bosses present. Don't say that he is a 9-realm supreme. In Tianyu City, even if he is in the early stage of the Taoist realm, he can have 7 or 8 original crystals on his body, which is not bad. This kind of basic common sense, whether it is Feng Jiutian or any Daoist realm boss present, is very clear. Fellow Daoist, the two treasures have a total of 47 original crystals. Let me remind you that they all need to be paid in full on the spot and cannot be in arrears. Are you sure? The deacon of the thorny bubble fish was stunned for a long time, and finally reacted, and said to Chu Yan. In fact, it is also to give Chu Yan a chance. After all, he is a VIP. If he can't get the original crystal in front of so many people, it will be bad. Yes. Chu Yan nodded directly. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and flicked it, and a stored jade talisman flew out and fell straight into Deacon's hand. The Deacon of the thorny bubblefish was stunned, and quickly checked with his spiritual sense, and there were indeed 47 original crystals in it, all of which were genuine. "Friend Taoist, these 2 treasures belong to you," the stickleback deacon announced loudly. #C3595 Guard. For such a result, the bosses in the audience did not expect it, nor did Feng Jiutian. A 9-realm Supreme Realm expert actually bought the finale treasure of this trade fair, which made all Dao Master Realm bosses feel so at ease. Little fellow Taoist, you have to be careful of Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou. They may not be able to truly and fully support you. These raw crystals are probably all their resources, and you are the face they put out, which is equivalent to being shot. Made it. Feng Jiutian shook his head and sighed while looking at Chu Yan, reminding him kindly. You are just the supreme realm of the 9 realms. Do you think it is a good thing to be in the limelight in Tianyu City? While he was still reminding, Chu Yan smiled lightly, stood up, turned to the big bosses in the audience, and said, Seniors, I know that my strength is weak, so I am willing to give out 30 of the same original crystals in exchange for any senior who will accompany me to Lilian. If my cultivation is at the peak of the Taoist realm, I am willing to give out 40 original crystals. Of course, the time is also 1 month. This sentence, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, immediately made all the bosses in the scene stunned. What? 30 original crystals, please, bodyguards. As long as you are at the peak of the Taoist realm, you can get 40 pieces. If there are really 2 peak Taoist realm promises, it doesn't mean that Chu Yan will take out 80 original crystals at once. 80 original crystals, plus the previous 40 or so, even if Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou were killed, it would be impossible to get them out. In other words, at this moment everyone's eyes on Chu Yan changed completely. They were all shocked by the kind of speculation that flashed out of their own sea of consciousness, and their eyeballs would fly out of shock. Boy, if you continue to be so arrogant, you will bear the consequences. Feng Jiutian's face was extremely dark, and he stared at Chu Yan and shouted. You are just a 9-realm supreme, figure out your status, don't be used as a gun, you really think that you are a great person, dare to play tricks on the Taoist realm powerhouse. Did you know? If there is a Taoist realm here who agrees to you, what will happen if you fail to get the original crystal? Feng Jiutian thought that he had finally caught the opponent's tail, so how could he be polite? That Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou actually wanted to rely on this kid to win over other Taoist realm experts. They must not be allowed to get what they wished, otherwise, if this continues, he will never be able to avenge his revenge for the rest of his life, and he may even be suppressed. Senior Feng Jiu is right. I'm being rude. Hearing Feng Jiutian's words, Chu Yan pondered for a while, bowed his hands, and continued to announce to the big bosses in the audience. Seniors, it's my fault that I didn't make it clear just now. The original crystal in my hand is only enough to invite 5 seniors at the peak of the Dao Master realm. I can't afford any more. So, seniors, please follow the first come, first served rule. Chu Yan's face was full of embarrassment, but the big bosses present were about to lose their teeth. What? 5. The peak of the Taoist realm. One of the 40 original crystals is at the peak of the Taoist realm. Can he afford 5? All the Taoist bosses stared at Chu Yan with their eyes wide open, as if seeing a god, with disbelief all over their faces. Of course, in order to show my sincerity, I will take out part of it as proof. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, a large piece of crystal light flickered in front of him, and a dense piece of original crystal was floating. At a glance, there were at least 200 or more pieces. Oh my god! So many original crystals. 290 coins. Good guy, this is too rich. Whose family is the second generation of Taoist? Seeing so many original crystals, even the most powerful masters of the Tao Master realm would be shocked. If it were a different person, someone at the peak of the Tao Master realm, who took out so many original crystals, maybe it would just shock everyone. But now, it happened to be a 9-realm supreme. How could it not be surprising to have taken so many original crystals in one go? Therefore, for the phrase, the second generation of Tao, that someone said just now, the bigwigs present all agree very much. Moreover, without even thinking about it, the background identity of this little 9-realm supreme is probably extremely amazing. At least much stronger than the big shots like them present. Feng Jiutian was completely dumbfounded this time. Senior Feng Jiao, I wonder if you are interested. Chu Yan looked at the other party and grinned. No. Not at all. I have something to do. Feng Jiutian was taken aback for a moment, then his face turned red, and he quickly shook his head and refused. What a joke. If you agree to this, kid, you will be ordered to take the original crystal, and you don't know if you have the life flower. After all, when the time comes, if you encounter danger, let yourself go. I'm afraid there will be no scum left. Up to now, Feng Jiutian is completely dead, and he hit an iron plate today, and he is not at the same level at all. People can easily take out hundreds of original crystals. How can this be compared? Little friend, I don't know the price of your 40 pieces. Can you add some more? I'm interested. Haha, little fellow Taoist, I have achieved a great achievement in the Taoist realm, but it is absolutely no problem to deal with 1 or 2 peak Taoist realms. How about it, give me 40 coins, and I will immediately make an oath of Tianwei. The big bosses present, seeing the real money, how could they still sit still? A bunch of people gathered around in an instant, talking in a hurry. This wave of people, at least 9 to 10 Taoist realm bosses, are obviously interested. Everyone. The spiny fish on the trading desk finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, I still have the last treasure here. Can you wait until the fair is over here before discussing your deal? When these words came out, Chu Yan immediately realized that this place seemed to be the venue of the Sunset Tower, and he was still a VIP. Seniors, there is still time, please think about it first, and we will discuss it in detail after the fair is over. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan bowed his hands and saluted, and everyone returned to their original positions. Trading will continue. And just as the crowd receded, Feng Jiutian also quietly disappeared and left the trade fair directly. After all, after this scene, he really has no face to stay here any longer. After 100 interest, the transaction will end. The last treasure is just an ordinary map of the ruins. Because the location is too remote, no one bids, so it just passed the auction. Therefore, as soon as the fair is over, those present are ready to leave. And those Taoist realm bosses all stared at Chu Yan, and they seemed to get up and leave, and they were all ready to follow. However, at this moment, the deacon of thorny fish on the trading desk walked over quickly and stopped Chu Yan. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Chu Yan was taken aback, then turned to look at Deacon Prickly Fish. The landlord sent a message just now, and I want to invite fellow Taoists to meet. I don't know if it's convenient for VIPs. It's on the upper 9 floors. Hearing this, the eyes of the bosses present immediately lit up. Sure enough, the identity of this child is not simple, and the owner of the setting sun invited him personally.